I think it's an invasion.
Try it.
I know. I think that's what's going to happen. You guys making belong. Hold on a second. I think that, like he's saying, try it, and that is going to be the sentiment of the Muslims that are there.
They tried.
1930. Yeah. Well, in 1492, they ended up chopping your fucking heads off, and then you ended up having to flee back to North Africa.
Yeah. So we will destroy Nazis.
The Muslims are gonna.
We're Nazis? I know.
What do you think of the law in France? And now, what was the country? Was it Finland or Denmark? One of the
I think it's great.
You could wear your hijab.
Yeah, but you can't wear a burqa. You can't wear the full. I mean, that's what Sarkozy
the full
put in
covering
France.
is called the niqab.
Yeah, but it's Sarkozy. It came in France. So understanding this, it came in France under Sarkozy, but under a nationalist law that no one, in these government public places, any form of covering. So I think it's under a French patriotic law, which by the way could affect Sikhs, other religions that have
Nuns.
It absolutely does.
Even though they're
it does. Even though France, doesn't it?
Yeah, they did, but look, even if they're Sikhs, which I understand they're not really, they don't seek to conquer people or fuck with people, I still think that these are specific ethnic groups that live there in Europe. It's like they're one piece of land for them, and it should not be for a bunch of foreign invaders with a hostile religion to dictate that they have to share the land with them and grow accustomed to their religion.
Well, I think you actually have to blame that on I think you have to blame that on the governments. The governments in Europe took all of these people in.
No, I know. Now the people have to. Yeah, now the people are going to have to live with kicking them out.
But to Abby's point, at least in the French circumstance, French secularism is completely different than U.S. secularism in explicitly religious expression. In France, regardless of whether you're Christian, Jew, or Muslim, you're not allowed to outwardly show your religion. Or at least that's how I understand it. Versus America, they say outwardly show your religion. You can't do crazy shit. If you do, we'll tell you you can't, but you can do the base expression. I mean, that tends to be the key difference between Europeans and Americans when it comes to when it comes to religious expression of Muslims. In France, the secularism is just simply different than the secularism in the United States.
I don't think it's with Islam alone, Marshall. In France, they're kind of they don't have freedom of religion.
Yeah, it's secular for every religion. Like Christians, you're not allowed to wear a Christian cross outwardly on your shirt.
Yeah, they're pretty much, they have a limited amount of how much religion you can even, they don't have the same freedom of religion as we do.
Yeah, versus, right, you look at France versus the United States Establishment Clause and Free Exercise Clause in the First Amendment. That is completely different from the way the Europeans act, and I think it's completely different from the way the UK system functions. So we just have a different system in that way. I would say we are in one circumstance very lucky about our mass migration. What I mean by that is a lot of the people are Central and South American, and regardless of what you think of Central and South Americans, they speak Spanish, and they're largely Catholic, which fits into the Southwest of the United States. Granted, if you move to New England or the Midwest or the Northwest, you're going to have some trouble. But if you move someplace to the Southwest, the culture is relatively similar. Versus,
that's the reason why.
Just give me 2 seconds. I was going to say versus taking somebody from, say, Saudi Arabia, where the culture and language and religion are completely different.
Well, that's why there's a few people who talk about this, like professors and stuff, but when you look at all the markings of what could be civil unrest or civil war, Europe is they would be a lot more likely to experience it before us, just mainly because of the Muslim population. That's just inherently hostile to Europeans.
You mean in particular because the Europeans are not requiring them to fit in? Right?
No, they're just not. No, I look at it entirely differently. There are people that cannot fit in. You have to you'd have to have like almost a Soviet-style system, in my opinion, or like what the Chinese are doing to the Uyghurs. You have to completely strip them from their religion.
Pepe, what makes you think you are more American than Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali?
What does that have to do with a Muslim
Well,
living in
answer
France?
the question. Islam is not new for America. What makes you think you're more
I'm talking about Europe.
Answer my question. What makes you think you're more American?
He's not talking about America. He's talking about Western
He's
Europe.
talking about America too. You've been talking about America.
The conversation he and I were just having is specifically about Europe. Please,
Come on, I think that's...
Muslims are like maybe 1% of Muslims are like maybe 1% of our population in the U.S. They're not a.
Islam is not new for U.S.
Yeah, it is actually.
Pamir, it's only like 2% of the population for the
and
U.S.
let me tell Pamiri,
It's insignificant.
even in the 70s and 80s, a lot of Muslims were causing trouble in America.
Like
My dad was one of
Michael
them.
Mann.
Listen, my fucking person, I'm talking about my own life, right? My own dad was one of them. Like, seriously, like, in Texas, they were, like, constantly trying to have protests where, like, white nationalists were protesting. Now, I'm not saying what white nationalists were doing was correct, but my dad wasn't even American, or even, they were here with, like, student visas and work visas and stuff, and just constantly trying to fight, and then doing all these, I don't know, like, crazy things. Like, so Muslims are not really that quiet of people nowhere in the world, so I don't know why you want to, like, you know, act as if like Muslims are nice people and Islam is very soft and cute.
Well, I would say this. So you brought up two American men, okay, that were born that converted, which is kind of a whole different story. Now, do I think that was America ever meant to have immigrants come from the Middle East? The answer is no.
Of course, then go to history. You don't know.
Yes. Do you want to go to history?
Yeah. So
Okay. What was our first immigration? What was our first immigration law? Who did it say that could come here?
Who is immigrant?
And how did it remain until
Define
1965?
Define the immigrant.
Somebody who comes from a foreign country. Now, where did it say the immigrants could come from?
This country built by immigrants. And
Yes, from 1790 until 1965. Okay, 200 years of history, almost 200 years. Where were these immigrants allowed to come from? There's only one correct answer.
I mean, is that really a fair analysis? Because isn't this also a period where America had slaves? So we're trying to do that again? Like what?
No, well, they weren't citizens. They didn't immigrate.
Oh, they deserve to be slaves.
No, you didn't have African immigration.
Listen, you're not Native American, you should not talk about immigrants.
But no, actually, do you know who? America only exists, the name exists, the country exists because there were Europeans that came here, they colonized it, then they ended up having a revolt, and they formed the United States of America, and they're the ones who created the country. People don't come here for the fucking land, which that's all the Native Americans had. They come here for the country and what was built on top of the land. And so that's what you come here for. And that is literally European American creation.
I did what other Americans did just 300 years before me.
Oh, you did?
They came to this land, I came to this land. What's wrong?
You're not white.
I don't care. First of all, you don't know what's white and black. Second of all,
I mean, to me, he's white.
No, I don't care. I'm not paranoid about white and black. That's not the point. The point is that we have a First Amendment and we have immigrants by the American law.
Not all immigrants are the same, though. Like, some of you are third world trash and you have a mud religion called Islam. And I do not like you people coming to my country. I think you're inferior to Europeans, and I think your religion is absolutely inferior to Christianity. You're a group of people that I think are you're just going to be the cause of rot in our country.
Okay, I think you're wrong. So what?
Well, people like me vote, and people like me, I don't know if you're here on a if you even got your citizenship yet, but people like me would love to see you, your family, everybody get ripped out by their fucking hair, handcuffed, and put on a fucking plane out of the country.
And you are just living in a la la land, and it will never happen.
Well, it's already kind of starting to happen.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt y'all or nothing, but happy fucking 4th of July, everybody.
Happy 4th of July, Papa.
Happy fucking 4th, man. What's up, Marshall? What's up, Matt? What's up, man? Let's go, bro. Yeah,
You know, I ran across, I was going through my Hulu today, and I ran across Hamilton, the play. It was said to be the best American play written in the last, 35 years.
I can fucking feel it. I can fucking feel it. I can see that.
I am so happy. It is our birthday today. 249. Wait, this year to 250 is going to be off the fucking chain, dude.
Man, I had a fucking double cheeseburger fresh off the fucking grill. I didn't even let it cool off. That's how American I fucking am. I'm telling you right now. You let the shit cool off. Went straight to the plate. I'm telling you, man.
So, man, what's your favorite part about 4th of July aside, hamburger and fireworks?
Shit. Oh, man.
I said, what's your favorite part of 4th of July besides the hamburgers, beer, and fireworks?
Shit, I mean family, bro. You gotta be around family, bro.
Family, friends,
You gotta love family, friends, shit, just enjoying, just enjoying America, man. Shit,
Dude, I feel that.
Can I tell you the best July 4th I had last year?
Yes,
For
ma'am.
sure.
I was in Philly, and I went to Independence Hall, the Museum of the Revolutionary War, and the Constitution Center, and the Liberty Bell. And you want to see a perfect July 4th, you go do that. And touch base with what it is in the first place.
That sounds very historic right there.
It was great. Plus, your tax dollars are paying for all these ghosts and tour guides to take you around Independence Hall, and it's free, and it's really, really great to do.
You know one thing that us as Americans take for granted? The fucking air conditioning, good quality air conditioning. This air conditioning in Italy, the hotel I'm at, is horrendous. I'm like,
That is true. I fucking love AC unit.
That is the absolute truth. AC is just wonderful.
no, and then I was coming from Amsterdam, right? Because I'm doing this whole little Euro tour. They don't even have ACs in some buildings. They just don't have it. It doesn't exist in 80% of them.
Isn't that because the climate is such that you don't often need AC?
Yeah, they get one hot day a year, and they just suffer through it, or two.
Did anybody notice what Kiko said in chat? Kiko said that she cannot wait until Iran bombs us. I'm not sure if you understand what happened to Japan, but if you want that to happen to Iran, then we can really make that happen. It sounds great for our 250th birthday.
And let me
Piece of shit.
America's kind of overdue for another 9/11 type of attack. What's just so many people who hate
Hey, let me drop some knowledge on old Kiko there. Hey, Kiko, do you know what a satellite missile defense system is, huh? You know there's only 2 people on this world with one, and the person that fucking produced it and sold it to the other person is us. We fucking sold it to Russia for some fucking money. And the thing is, we gave them the old motherfucker. We got the new motherfucker. That means basically anything that gets shot even close to this hemisphere is getting shot down. We already know about it. It's gonna show up on the fucking screen. That's why we have a fucking airspace defense system that is fucking that's fucking 100% awesome. And they shoot down anything that even gets over the fucking ocean. It's going right back into the ocean. So if you want to shoot some shit, you might blow up a couple of fishes, a few whales, but you're not gonna blow up no fucking United States, bro. Not no time soon, bro. We spend all our tax dollars on one fucking thing, and that's the military, bro. And that's for a reason, because it keeps us good. We don't have to worry about no fuckers shooting no damn missiles over here, or nobody trying to fucking attack us, bro. That is death. You attack us, it's basically like you're basically just fucking suicide bombing yourself. I ain't gonna lie. You and your family.
Mr. Ninja said that none of us have served, but he fails to realize that a drone is the exact same thing as playing GTA 5, so we have just enough experience to drop some bombs on your phone.
Oh yeah, it's fucking video game.
So I will say that, I mean, I mostly agree with Papa, but I think we have to be honest, like, America's current defense systems are not ready for hypersonic missiles. Nobody has the defense capability to
No, they're
knock those out.
100% right about
So,
that. The hypersonic
and even the
missiles-
U.S. military has admitted that they are behind.
Oh, really?
Luckily, China is not shooting hypersonic missiles at us. We're talking about Iran in this
I'm
instance.
gonna hit y'all with this though. I'm gonna hit y'all with this from actual knowledge. The military only drops probably 30 years of knowledge on you, plus 30 years not. So basically, what we know of the military is 1990. We don't know nothing yet of what they got now. You gotta think about it. Before you find out what the military has, it's 30 years above whatever you find out. So we're still stuck in the 90s of knowledge of what the military really has. They're not gonna tell nobody, hey, we can defend hypersonic missiles. Fuck no, that means that they fucking, you gonna see if they're gonna try to shoot that shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Plus, they're not even gonna try to do that, bro. Because just believe me, if they think that the United States couldn't defend themselves against that, they would have already shot the shit, bro. They would have been did it. They would have been did it, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
We
So
still.
that's where you were at the club?
I was to Target, actually.
Well,
I think Kiko needs to come up here and explain himself, come up here to the stage and actually talk and speak and, say something.
Especially when he's talking about China being aggressive, which is odd. In 10,000 years, China has never invaded a single country. It's weird.
Fucking China? So last year,
They've never acted aggressive once against a single country in 10,000 years. Maybe their neighbors where they have like vassals, but they never invaded another country. That's the craziest thing to say. China's gonna attack.
China's not interested in like getting involved in conflicts. Like it's
they're chilling.
Yeah, for 10,000 years, it's not been interested.
You know, let me tell you a
Same
fun fact.
Iran.
China's China's aircraft carriers can't even fucking leave the fucking border of China. You know that, right? Their aircraft carriers can only sit around there.
Maybe they have an old Russian carrier, which is a
Old Russian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they gotta stay close to the airfaces.
Well, they built a new one called the Lyon, and it's either it's either to be finished shortly or it was finished in the last 6 months or so. But either way, they don't project power out past the Chang, which is like where Japan is. They tend to project power into the South China Sea and their surrounding environs. Don't get me wrong, they're supposed to have a blue water navy, meaning can circumnavigate the globe by between 29 and 2040. So I would expect the 2030s to be a little bumpier in terms of like Chinese extending their reach. I'd be willing to bet that in the 2030s, you're going to see the Chinese expand their reach navally past the first island chain where Japan is and into the Pacific proper. And that, like, you do that, and then you get to 2040, and the Chinese Navy will probably be able to circumnavigate the globe. I don't, like, the issue here is Africa. Not, like, Africa problem, but, like, the Chinese have developed into Africa, and one of the ways they've done this is by building roads, trains, that kind of
ports. They control.
Yeah. They control those ports.
Kiko, let's hear from Kiko. He's here to talk for it.
Yeah. Hey, Kiko, what's up, man?
Hey, Marshall, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. Like, so what's going on? Why you think Iran's gonna bomb America?
I don't think Iran is going to bomb America. I think Trump is going to invade Iran. He's going to get hundreds of thousands of troops stuck there. There's going to be a stalemate, and then bombs will fly. I feel like you guys have a lot of hubris, and a lot of great powers fall because of hubris. They think that they're invincible, they're too big to fail. Like this other gentleman was saying that other countries don't have the capabilities to send hypersonic missiles our way. Like America's the only country that has that technology and has that knowledge. I feel like America, the empire is going to be falling very, very soon. And I feel like it's going to be because of hubris, because of stuff that you guys are saying right
People,
now.
where are you from?
I'm actually from the DMV area.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know what's the most advanced technological warfare machine produced right now?
Well, I'm not a military.
In the world.
I'm not a military guy.
Guerrilla
But
war.
all I'm gonna say is just because America has technology doesn't mean it's the only one that has that technology.
I'm gonna ask you, what's the most advanced technological warfare machine built right now? You know, it's something that was built. You know, there was something that was built 30 years ago, right? The F-22, the Raptor. It was the most advanced technological thing built in the past 30 years. You know that, right? That's why we haven't sold that to nobody. That's why nobody else has that. Only person close to ever making something
right now.
that can get 50% to that, I think, is what Russia with the not the
Cool, I
F-30,
like a lot.
not the F-8, but it's something like the F-7 or some shit like that. That's just also that's like 50%.
Yeah, but Marshall
Of what the fucking F-22 can do,
tends
bro.
to align with what I think.
You get what I'm saying, bro? Like, come on, fam. Technology-wise, bro, in war and anything military-wise, USA is so far advanced, bro. That's where all of our tax dollars go to.
I know.
Don't believe in the propaganda.
That's why our tax dollars go to Taliban every week, and we leave them a lot of weapons.
Yeah, you see.
Okay, hold on, Kiko, hold on, Kiko.
I don't think America is the only country that has that.
Can you guys hear me, or he just pretends he doesn't hear me?
No, I can hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
I'm not speaking.
Okay, good. Hamiri, I just want to say, like, I mean, this room, you can say whatever you want, but we do fact check people. So stop just with, lies after lies, because I honestly don't want to, like, interrupt the room and just correct you every single time that you say something. But Taliban does not like IRGC. And I'm pretty sure, shut the fuck up.
Happy Juneteenth, guys.
Are they better?
Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
And I'm pretty sure people remember a few years ago when Mahsa Amini happened, Taliban, those fucking murderous people, they told IRGC to be nicer
Papa
to
Lois,
your
you're
women.
going in a ring.
Okay, so pay them more.
I mean, I don't think the answer is to give money. Mary, no offense to you.
Why do we give them money?
You know, you're saying we should pay them. I'm saying I don't think that's the solution to the problem is paying these people.
No, I know it's not the solution. I'm just stating what we're doing, how much money.
Pablo Escobar, Plomo Plata. Which one you fucking want?
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. If you haven't met our president, he's not paying nobody shit. He's gonna send you a bomb before he pays some shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just want you to really recognize that.
Yeah, but he's only 4 years. He will be gone.
Foreign Relations Committee,
They're not paying
sending the
nobody
money
shit.
either. Talk to Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham. Money's not go.
They're gonna send you to the they're gonna send you like 5 different phone calls before you reach somebody to actually have a conversation with you about any money, and they're still gonna hang up in your face. They still bomb you.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did with Iran. We were on the phone with them, talking to them like with a peace deal, and then we bombed them with 6 MOABs at the same time. Amazing stuff. They called it the greatest trip it's ever had.
And then too, Kiko, did you not know that the B-2 bomber literally bombed Iran with China and Russian radar systems? Bombed Iran, got back, 13-hour trip before they even knew who the fuck did it. You know that, right?
And you know how crazy is that in Missouri, all those bombers fly off and head east, and we knew they were heading to Iran, and not a single person in Missouri said shit. Nobody posted on the internet. Nobody said, "Hey, it's coming." We all sat there silently and said, "Oh, okay."
How many of them we use in Afghanistan? What's the result?
And we could tell because of the what was being shown publicly on the live flight maps for the KC air tankers, which were flying along the path with them, because they had to refuel multiple times, and so we could tell it was heading towards Guam, and then it was obvious where it was probably going to go after that.
Yeah, they said it to Guam, and Guam is west, and we were like, "Oh, that's not going to Guam."
And then I'm gonna drop another one on you. You know the fucking response from Iran to send those bombs over to Qatar, to our fucking base. You know, 19 to 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds fought off all those bombs, bro. There's only 49 of them, bro.
Have you seen that, right? Have you seen the video of those Marines sitting in the base too, cheering, like hollering and partying? It's just like,
oh shit,
their videos, they're all screaming in Iran.
They're like, oh shit, that's one of ours. Oh, and then you see all these bitches blowing the fuck up in the sky. They're like, hey, look at that.
And we were celebrating,
partying. Yeah, drinking and shit. We literally stopped somebody from attacking us or fucking drinking. They were all drinking and partying. Literally. Like, it was a fucking party. And you're talking about fucking, man, nobody worried about all that shit. China should be fucking scared of the fact that how the fuck can your fucking radar systems not detect fucking 7 B-2 bombers carrying all that pounds of fucking ammunition, all that fucking pounds of fucking bombs.
Do we know that they
come back?
Hey, Papa, one Chinese,
they would have had to fight off like 5th generation fighter
one
jets.
Chinese
Like, what could they
balloon
do
went
about it?
all across the U.S.
They didn't know,
and you
but I
couldn't shut it
promise you.
down.
They didn't know.
It's better for them to say they didn't know than to send out fighter jets of their 6th generation and lose in a dogfight.
And then, I mean, you know, because, you know, we have people, I don't know exactly how I can explain, but, you know, they have people that's actually in other countries that work for the U.S. and just not, you know, kind of like on some spy shit that people wouldn't even know. It's kind of like, you know, basically you're implemented into a governmental system and you're there to basically spy, pretty much give back information. They really did not know anything that happened. Probably 13 hours, they didn't know shit. And so fucking they look up, oh, well, fucking U.S. did it. I think Trump had said something. That's how they figure out who did it.
B-2 stealth bombers are also a high-altitude bombers, but basically it's
Assad being inside Iran, all inside Iran for years.
You're permeated
Government.
Iranian
Yeah, totally same
government
thing.
with Swiss cheese.
And then, do you know what
Israel
started
was
that?
spying.
Did you know what started that Israeli and Iran beef, bro? Fucking Israel was trying to assassinate one of the fucking scientists inside of the nuclear chamber, trying to build some new technology. That's what started all that shit. That's why, hence, we came in there and bombed the fucking nuclear.
They already killed them. They killed several of the scientists and some of the leaders. They got them into a bogus meeting on one location, and they bombed the whole meeting. So that already happened.
And I know we try to disconnect ourselves as America, but we did kill Saddam.
How many days was Israel on the ground taking out their air? It took out 60% of their air defense.
Something like a week, Abby, maybe a little less.
Yeah. And see, Israel really
Scientists were the first ones to go.
And Israel
really didn't need our help. We just took out Iran's nuclear system because nobody knew what the fuck they had.
Israel.
That was just the problem.
Is that confirmed?
They had a lot more foreign help than you
That's not
think.
entirely true, but they needed. But the U.S. is the only one with the capability to drop those kinds of bombs. Israel doesn't have them. They don't have the B-2s. For years, they've been asking for them, and the U.S. won't sell them to anyone. I mean, that's something we have only, and the U.S. had to do that. But if you're asking what happened in the week prior, it was kind of like, you know, and this was orchestrated between the two countries like a perfect ballet. I mean, they went in and took out the ability to even go after the U.S. When we came in. There was no air defense there. They took out their radar systems. They took out all of their defense systems. They went in. They even took out their media, the ability to report it. They surgically went in and destroyed them prior to our strikes. I mean, it's kind of like historical. It's like something you'd see in a movie.
A Call of Duty game or some
Yeah.
shit.
Did you say they killed the Iranian kids? I thought they were mainly striking.
No, maybe the family of like there might have been collateral.
I don't think they killed any citizens. That's why it didn't strike you in the eye as something that was kind of crazy. Because
inevitably there was going to be innocent people. That's always going to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think they killed any innocent people. It was straight nuclear sites that got attacked, and I guess
they would have had to. I saw they used car bombs even to take out homes that some of these people were living in.
Yeah, there was some collateral, but very little. It's like the U.S. killed Bin Laden's kids. You know, well, we got Bin Laden. Like, that's just going to happen. It was collateral.
His children were adults at that time. They were older.
That's right.
Well, the son had an AK-47 in his hand.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yes.
Yeah, and one of his sons take up the mantle afterwards was killed later on as well.
Did you see the TikTok video of the SEAL that went in there? He was giving the interview about what happened. He had the one that actually killed Bin Laden. I think he had saved Bin Laden's little son. He was, I think, he was like 2 at the time. He's like 2 years old, and he was like, it hurt him the fact that his son had to see this happen because he didn't have shit to do with it. And he was like, that's the one that they saved with the little one, the 2-year-old.
He did an interview yesterday. He got a whole lot of shit, or people were mad at him. But his name's Robert O'Neill. I follow him. But he said like, why is Israel involved in every war we're in? And then he said when he was in SEAL Team 6, he said that they had to lock up all their shit because the Israelis were always stealing their stuff. And then he was like questioned about it, and he said, this is true. And a lot of people were upset about his comment.
Listen,
Israel is giving real
He's the guy who shot Osama.
Is it confirmed that the nuclear sites were destroyed?
Yes,
The estimates, Kiko, are by the CIA are that we set back their nuclear program by years.
And this is not the government lying to us again?
It's also, it comes out of not only the U.S., but the Israeli military reports and intelligence. Like both countries are saying Israel wouldn't have a reason to not want it completely destroyed because they were like right in the target range first. So it wouldn't be in their best interest to leave one speck of it. But the centrifuges are gone. I mean, so even if they have uranium, in order to enrich it and to go through the process, that's what's destroyed.
Yeah, the satellite images that they've released show that we struck the entrances, exits, and then the cooling systems. But any uranium that they do have is going to be going wild underground right now anyway.
I thought they ended up taking most of the enriched uranium out. Like they knew it was.
And then they might have taken some of it out, but that's the enrichment site is the point. That's where they were enriching it at, so they can't continue to do so.
Listen, guys.
The cooling system is critical to that process.
The West was talking about. The West was talking about bombing those sites for 30 years. If you're not dumb, you would move everything that you have there, and they did it. I don't believe that.
The idea was to set the Iranian nuclear program back years, which we actually did.
I don't believe that.
Having uranium doesn't mean anything. You have to enrich it to 90% to make it weapons grade. And it's only in that facility they had the option.
I believe if you work on something, you will move it.
The UN itself, like a lot of foreign countries, the UK, France, Italy, they have all tried to get answers on Iran's nuclear capabilities, but Iran never gave anything out. That's hence why Israel did what they did to go in there and do what they did. You feel what I'm saying? That's what started everything, bro. You gotta look back, go back and do your research and look back to see what actually started it all.
No, if you were Iran, would you keep your valuable stuff in the places that the entire world knows about?
Amiri, that's not the point. In order to have the centrifuges, you have to enrich the uranium.
When you have
you can do it in different places.
Unbelievable after the initial strike that the Iranians would have pulled what was left out and taken it to another place. Again, you're missing the point. The idea of the U.S. dropping bunker busters was not to utterly obliterate the Iranian nuclear program. It was to, much like Stuxnet, set it back years, which it did. That does not detract from what you just said, which is the Iranians may have gone in and then taken the rest of the uranium out and hid it in a mountain. Here's the thing. If you're hiding a stockpile of uranium in a mountain, it's not being centrifuged, which means your nuclear program is effectively set back, which is the entire point of what the fucking first place.
Marshall, why do you think they did move their stuff 10 years ago? They anticipated, they knew you're gonna hit these places, they moved it 10 years ago.
The goal was not to hit the uranium, the enrichment site. Okay. It doesn't matter if there was no uranium there at all. The enrichment site was the goal to destroy. That was the only place they can enrich the uranium to make it weapons grade.
I think the gentleman is saying they could have having another enrichment site, like another one somewhere else.
We have massive equipment in the sky. We have monitoring all process on the ground. There's no way they can.
You have to think about this. So you have Israel that's there. They know intimately where everybody lives. That's why they were able to bomb them. They've done some, assassinations. You think that this is not something that was going to be known to the.
The irony is that they arrested 700 Israeli spies inside their country. 700 Israeli spies.
The nuclear sites were CIA confirmed, bro. So you gotta understand this. Before anything Donald Trump does anything, the president does anything, the legislation moves on, it has to be confirmed by our CIA. First of all, Central Intelligence Agency is not going to pass off on.
They confirmed weapons of mass
You gotta understand this. You gotta understand this. They're not gonna.
That was a group of international inspectors from the IAEA and consideration from other American intelligence agencies that were not the CIA.
The Central Intelligence Agency is the only people that can sit there and tell Trump, hey, no, it's not the time to do that. Give it a second, because they would have not let Trump go through with that if they did not know that the same
Trump has authority over them.
No, I'm saying no. Giving them the no, like they can tell him no. Hey, like no, bro. Like do not. He still can do it. He still can be a dumbass and shoot it. But if I was a president, you're listening to your Central Intelligence Agency that has spies implemented in the regimes of every place that we go on to war with. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like, why would you not listen to your help? You get what I'm saying?
The same group that let the sniper stay 200 feet away on the roof.
Wait, you're talking about
what?
You're instead of talking about the Iranian nuclear program, you're going to when Donald Trump got shot.
No, he's talking about CIA like they don't make mistakes. We know
Trump wasn't even the president.
Nobody ever.
When it comes to uranium enrichment, it's not hard to make a mistake. The cooling systems all have to go to the surface. There's massive amounts of water that's used. I mean, it's impossible for them to hide something underground like this. We cannot even hide it. At the United States, we cannot hide uranium enrichment, so there's no way Iran.
And then you have to have a pump system that leads into the place to put all the fucking water into the cooling systems to keep the fucking uranium cool. Because if you know you're mixing atoms and you're mixing ions together, you have to have a cooling system in place, or that's just gonna blow up in your fucking face. You get what I'm saying? That's just simple fucking. That's common sense, man.
Exactly. So water's important.
Come on, bro.
Okay,
So
I think
You're going to also know the intelligence system, what you just said about Mossad, and they had a drone factory. They're actually building drones inside of Iran, the Mossad. They were embedded within that system, probably to the level of where the scientists were. But the intel on the ground was substantial, very substantial.
Yeah, thousands of members infiltrated.
Thousands, yes.
No, that's all I understand, but I think in a couple years Iran will declare that they have a nuclear weapon and we're gonna deal with them as a nuclear power.
It would be fool if Iran declared they have a nuclear weapon.
In a couple of years, bro. It's taking more than a couple of years, man.
Yeah, but it's not that hard. I mean, I understand that Israel and America are coming after me. I'm not gonna keep all my stuff in a place that they know that I have. I'll move it.
But you gotta understand, this wasn't an attack that was seen coming. This was an attack that was
for many years. They see that it's coming. Everyone knew about those sites. Everyone.
You gotta understand. It was fear being implemented if an attack was placed on Iran, the fear of dealing with Russia and China was implemented in propaganda. That's why people said, oh, we have to deal with Russia, oh, we have to deal with China. Why the fuck do you think when we bombed Iran and we fucking flew back, there was nothing heard of from China, nothing heard of from Russia? Because they realized they're scared themselves because they realized their fucking defense systems that they implemented in Iran just failed y'all. Just really failed y'all. So
Iran
like, okay,
power is not on nuclear. The main power of those people are guerrilla war. If you put your boots on the ground, that's a disaster.
But
by
we don't have a problem with
We're not gonna fucking do.
No, we don't have a problem.
Yeah, that's why you cannot defeat the regime.
No one in the United States, not the fucking Congress, not the Senate, not the President, not the people, want to put troops on the ground. Dropping bunker busters and demonstrating that we can violate the air defense systems with impunity sends the exact message we wanted to send. The idea that we then send the 80s
It's not effective. It won't be effective.
Iran? You talking about Iran, Marshall?
You talking about Iran, Marshall?
You talking about Iran? You talking about Iran, Marshall? 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 You talking about with all the mountains, how you gonna?
Yeah, look, I don't think we're going to deploy troops.
We just did bomb Iran. We just did it. We just did it.
The Air Force was able to violate
Where's General Soleimani at? Where's he at today?
My argument was that they were able to violate the airspace limits. They were able to use 125 aircrafts across 5 different commands and nearly 2/3 of the globe. I do not believe they're going to send troops down in the middle of Iran. It's insane.
Kiko, listen here, bro. Kiko. We just flew 7 B2s to motherfucking Iran.
Bro, that's
We should
what did it.
No.
Kiko, why do you think we can't bomb a mountainous region? What do you think is the problem with the mountainous region to bomb?
Kiko, I'll bet you this, Gary.
One at a time. One at a time.
Kiko, listen.
Speak. Let Papa speak. Let Papa speak.
Kiko, listen. First of all, my bad, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's really hard. It makes the listening experience really hard when everybody's talking over each other. So just one at a time, guys.
Yep, I'm gonna hit you with this, Kiko. The plan, they sent 2 B-2 bombers to distract Iran's eyes, right? So y'all see, they seen that like, oh yeah, they're gonna attack from this side. Okay, they went fucking west. Oh yeah, they're gonna attack. Okay, here's a surprise, motherfucker. It's 7 B-2 bombers that's coming to bomb the shit out of all your heavily guarded nuclear facilities with your uranium in there. Which one do you think is gonna be harder to bomb? The nuclear facilities or the fucking country? The nuclear facilities. That's wide open. Shit that's not wide open to the public, bro. You gotta understand it wasn't open to the public eye, gang. So listen to me, hear me out, Kiko. Russia cannot fucking do this. These are Russian and China systems, bro.
Listen to me.
They bomb.
Russia tried to invade Afghanistan in the
Hold on, Kiko. They bombed them, gang. And you're not understanding what the point is. They bombed them, flew back within 13 hours without nobody knowing shit until President Trump said, hey, in his fucking declaration of speech, hey, yeah, we just bombed Iran. They're like, oh shit, that was you? That was fucking you? Do you not understand what's going through here?
No, but hear me out, bro. Russia did the same exact thing, and all the Afghans did was run into their mountains, wait for the bombing to stop, come back out, and Russia.
It's entirely different, dude. The Taliban don't have a centralized government. That's it. They're used to fleeing back and forth between the Pakistan border and Afghanistan. Okay, that they did the same thing when we left. When we all flooded back in to Kabul, but
Also, you're comparing
taking out a fucking regime.
You're comparing Gen 2 jets to B-2 stealth bombers, which are basically upper atmosphere spacecraft. It doesn't matter what mountainous region exists, we will take the mountain down. It will be leveled to the ground.
That's what they did. Do you know what we just dropped? Do you know what our updated bunker busters do? They're designed to fucking take out a mountain, Kiko. They're literally designed to.
But in Afghanistan, you're not understanding. They go back. Okay, when Russia was at war with Afghanistan, or the Taliban in Afghanistan, they can't do anything once they flee back across to the Pakistani border. They're not willing to go to war with Pakistan. It's a very big country, and it also has nukes. So trying to compare, even say they're the same thing, it's a little bit silly.
Iran have the same type of geography.
No, you missed the point. You missed the fucking point. When the Taliban flees into Pakistan, Pakistan's a sovereign country. Pakistan will respond if Russia was to drop any bombs or send any troops across their fucking border. Then they can end up fleeing back. A huge part of Kurdistan, Pashto region is along the Pakistani border with Afghanistan.
When we catch Bin Laden, so your argument is wrong. We went to Afghanistan, to Pakistan if we want. We catch the Bin Laden there. So that's not our.
That was a pinpoint raid. They had to use stealth helicopters where they didn't even.
War.
We didn't even know that most people in the military did not even know the stealth technology for those helicopters existed. They had to fly those helicopters hoping that the Pakistan wasn't going to shoot them out of the sky. That was a pinpoint raid. They sent in just a small team, and that's a whole different than like an invading force or dropping huge munitions or something like that.
Bro,
They went after one guy.
You gotta start saying Russia tried it and lost, bro. Like,
They went to Afghanistan and lost.
Bro, they just went over to another country, bro. You gotta understand, when you're invading over to another country that's not even in the fucking war, that's like say, okay, for example, me and you fighting and fucking Matt jumps in on one of us. That's probably how it is. You get what I'm saying? That's how it is. Bro, it's not the same thing. If we want to fucking knock off Iran, we can knock off Iran, bro. They still have fucking 1965 fucking warfare weapons over there, bro. You're talking about something totally different.
Did you see
The 30-pound bomb can penetrate up to 25 feet of ground. It's like there's no well you can dig that we can't fucking reach it into.
I'm gonna jump right back in here. I'm just gonna get a new voice. I think Pat, you want to jump in and say something? Go for it, dude. If you want to go for it, if you're there, Pat. Okay, I guess continue on. Never mind.
I'm just curious, like Kiko.
Hang on.
What?
Inomi wanted to speak real quick. Yeah. Just real quick. Say something.
Hi everyone. I'm guessing you guys are Trump supporters. You guys support Trump?
All right, let's go back to the conversation.
That's a good guess.
That's a good
Okay.
guess. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on the big, beautiful bill. What are you guys' opinions on that?
It is wonderful that we're removing $1 trillion in fraud. I think it's the best thing for our country. $1 trillion in Medicaid fraud will protect Medicaid. God bless.
What
Fucking trash.
What is fraud to you?
My tax cut.
Fraud is the exact thing that the government has recorded for the last 25 years since this program's been going. $500 billion to $1 trillion a year stolen in fraud, nursing homes, Medicaid, Social Security. Actual fraud. Funneled over to Russia, India, other countries. $1 trillion. $1 trillion. That's a sixth of our total national budget.
And we added to what
That you're talking to
Hold
someone.
on, Imoni. Are we ready to change the topic to the?
No, let's go back to the other topic. I was just like, I like the owner real quick. I'm really fat with my
Like,
own.
you're an expert on ballistics and international.
I read the whole 100 pages.
Yeah, but we're not. We're talking about nuclear weapons right
We
now.
can Abby.
Are we gonna pivot? Hold on, Imoni.
No, we won't pivot. We'll continue with the nuke situation, and then we can go to the big, beautiful, So, but yeah, continue on with that.
What is the point of this conversation? This Kiko guy who has a foreign flag in his fucking profile. He's obviously anti-American.
It's not a foreign flag that
Huh?
It's not a foreign flag that.
Oh, what is that? It's a cross.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Why are you booty clapping for Iran and
Well, I'm
just curious?
twerking for Iran. I'm not twerking for Iran. I'm actually kind of concerned.
Are you shaking ass for Iran? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm not shaking ass for Iran. I'm actually kind of concerned about the move that the president did. And I feel like this, because I feel like the next response is going to be boots on the ground.
Why do you
And
think?
you guys.
Well, let's talk about that because I heard you say it before. So let's talk about that because most of us in the room do not believe that boots on the ground are the next move at all on this. If there are boots on the ground, there might likely be Israeli boots on the ground, but not U.S.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a coalition effort, but I feel like the U.S. is going to have to, at some point, our boots are going to have to come on the ground.
Kiko, let's talk about that coalition because when they shot the rockets over to Israel, when the Houthis were shooting, also which is a proxy of Iran, every Gulf state, from Saudi, Jordan, even Egypt, along with the NATO alliance, came in. The first time when they shot the rockets back in April, they came in as a coalition to stop it. And in this last go around, you had the Arab nations and the Gulf nations all aligning with the West, with the U.S. and Israel to stop it. So that coalition is kind of the rest of the world minus North Korea and Russia. and maybe China, but I think China would get involved. So that coalition is a lot of countries that have issues with Iran. Oh, I forgot about, I mean, if you want to add in, I did say the Gulf states, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, or Bahrain, how you say that.
He might still booty clap for Iran.
Yeah, I mean, they're not one of those nations.
I mean, if that's what you want to call it, I'm not booty clapping. I don't want to. I have no dog in the fight. All I'm saying is that we're going to have boots on the ground in the coming years.
We're
And
not
that's
doing that.
going to be a bad. Okay, that's going to be a bad
Wanna
choice.
waste some money on it?
Kiko, the problem is though, is that I'll just be frank here. Nobody. That would be highly unpopular in America. Unlike right after, not too long after 9/11 in 2003, when there was already some momentum going when we went into Iraq. This is not popular, and there's a lot of, especially when it comes to aiding even Israel. It's not. A lot of Americans are pretty reluctant to do it at this point. In terms of like the population, so I don't really see us. I don't see any president willing to do something that unpopular.
Trump.
By the way, let me just say something here real quick. So the people in this room, most of them know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, people that have been in the military, people that are Jewish, people that are Iranian. There's different people in here that know different things, but they actually know their shit because they've studied it for years and years and years. And so it's one of those things when you bring something along, like what Kiko was saying, and you get kind of the response you get, that's the reason why. So I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, White, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, just because you guys agree on something, because you guys are educated, doesn't mean it's right.
No, I don't see validation for it. Like, I want you to explain why you see that happening.
Because, like, what is the next response? You guys say, you're bombing Iran. And I just mentioned...
Who said that? I don't think that...
Well, we should all
Everybody on here said if we want to get rid of Iran, all we have to do is...
You're talking about a hypothetical, but nobody here, I think, is even... I don't think there's a... We already hit the nuclear target. Like, why why do we need to do anything?
Kiko.
For now, yeah. Why would we do anything?
Did you not see the fact that after we did what we did you not see Iran wanted peace with us?
No,
now, Israel, yes, they did. They literally wanted a fucking peace agreement with us.
Do you know who
They wanted a peace treaty with They wanted a peace treaty with us, bro. Did you not see all of that go down after that? You didn't see all of that?
Yeah. There are three different players in this whole conflict with three different motivations. Iran and Israel kind of have the same motivation. They want the U.S. to get the hell out of the Middle East. U.S.'s motivation is to destroy Iran. And the Israeli motivation is to destroy the U.S. and Iran. But the Israeli state wants Iran and the U.S. to go to war to make that happen.
No, they don't.
Wait, what?
You have no authority for that.
Why would Israel want the only friend that they've had for the past fucking 5 conflicts that they fucking...
Well, he's not, it depends on which, are there people, like the former head of the Mossad, he did an interview with 60 Minutes, and was he basically saying that, like, he wanted us to attack Iran because it would be beneficial?
It's not in the government,
Not anymore, but I'm saying, like, is there sentiment, has that sentiment been expressed?
Yeah,
sure.
but he's not in the government, and that's not the position of government.
Yeah, that's because he was a former Mossad.
It's just fucking wrong, and it's like a trope. It's not the position of the government, and they can fight their own battles. The only thing they couldn't do is they don't have cluster, whatever. They don't. Thank you. But they fought their own battle. They were in there for 10 days, already bombing and taking out. I mean, what planet do you not think?
Nobody's saying that we have that planet.
They have never had American boots on the ground to fight their battles. They have
Nobody
lost
said
their
that they
own,
had a
lost
plan
their
right
own
now.
boys. They've lose their own
yeah,
soldiers. What the
yeah.
hell, Pepe? They have never had U.S. troops on the
I
ground.
never
They
said
have
that.
lost
I
their
said that
own
he's probably
soldiers.
talking about sentiment that he's heard, where he made the claim Israelis want the U.S. to go to war with them for Iran. Now that is a common talking point because you do have people that were government officials. Obviously, he wasn't Mossad at the time, where he wouldn't be saying that kind of shit. I mean, yeah, you could. That sentiment's been expressed. I have no way of knowing how popular that sentiment is in the Israeli government, personally.
Well, when it comes to the opinion of what the IDF has in this war, we should not take it as the Americans as anything more than 19-year-olds because that's their average age. We have an average age of a volunteer army of 28 years old. We are the adults in the room, so it doesn't matter what Israel wants, it's what we are doing, and we will not get involved with boots on.
We would never put boots on the ground. We will put F-22 Raptors in the sky before we put boots on the ground. And that's just simple.
Yes.
Because you gotta understand, they haven't even seen warfare yet. The fucking Raptor hasn't seen warfare, bro. That thing is a fucking monster.
Yeah, like Abby said, we will support their boots on the ground if it came to it. But we will not put we may put advisory boots on the ground like we always do, but not like combat.
Kiko, you will see that fucking Raptor, you will hear that fucking monstrous sound of that fucking jet engine hit the fucking sky before you even think that you can put boots on the ground against us. We will fuck, man, that Raptor will fuck up every single Israeli Iranian
Alright, now if Iran attacked the U.S. homeland with some sort of missile attack, we'll put boots on the fucking ground then, I can guarantee that.
They attack
The thing is,
American bases.
oh yeah, and then you'll see that motherfucking Raptor floating fucking like a UFO in the sky.
Forgetting what you just said. They've attacked American bases. Their proxies have attacked American ships and American bases. It's not just Israel that they sent missiles to. We are also protecting ourselves. Like, you're forgetting that. Also, back up. You want to go, I could read the list to you of what else Iran has done to America since 1979 when they decided to take citizens, blindfold them, and keep them as hostages for 444 days. They also bombed our Marines in Lebanon. They bombed in Saudi Arabia. The embassy, we can go through the list of what they've been behind with their proxies, between the Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas proxies. I mean, come on. I'm not done. How trying to take out our Secretary of State and assassinate our Secretary of State? How about trying to assassinate the ambassador of Saudi Arabia in a restaurant in Georgetown? Assassinate the president of our country, assassinate the ambassador from Israel in the United States, assassinate another member of our cabinet, all of which, thank God, were foiled. But this is Iran. Do you think this is just a casual...
you see 43 fucking guys drinking and having a fucking party, defend off fucking 9 missiles coming from Iran, directly from Iran. And you're sitting there talking about, boots on the ground. It's not fair for them to put boots on the ground against us. Why the fuck would we put boots on the ground?
Listen, guys, wait a minute.
It's not fair.
Well, strategically, this is our strategic position. Hold on, real quick. There's a reason we have these bases in other countries because when they launch missiles at like our Qatar base or our Kuwaiti base, they're not just launching missiles at us. They're launching missiles into their airspace. So that involves Qatar, that involves Kuwait, that involves Jordan, who then as well gets angry at that aggression. And they are involved in the defense of this area now against Iran. So they've done more than just piss us off, and luckily our placement has made it where we strategically get them to attack their neighboring nations in that way, where they're sending missiles into the airspace of controlled countries. And that's a great thing that we...
So listen,
that's fucking smart.
Saudis did 9/11. What you guys did to Saudis?
The Saudi government
Nothing.
did
16 terrorists was Saudis. Bin Laden was Saudis.
I've gone into this before. The Saudi government...
Yeah, you don't do anything.
Yeah, Saudi national does not equal the Saudi government.
Was threatened by the same dude that came into the U.S. He wanted to take out the kingdom. It's the same enemy.
How
so
many
what are you talking
Saudis
about?
were among
They were separate citizens.
I think primarily the enemy. I think primarily the Iranian.
It's got to be something.
It doesn't matter. Come on, you guys afraid of Saudis because they have money and oil, and you will never touch them.
They're an ally.
Hypocrisy.
Well, that's blaming the Saudis for 9/11 is like blaming Syria for ISIS. Syria and ISIS are two different things. Syrians are not ISIS, even if ISIS members may be confused.
May I?
No, never.
Sorry.
Attack
Why
you.
did Bin Laden want to
afraid.
take out the kingdom? Why did Bin Laden want to take out the kingdom?
Who speaks?
Explain that.
Is that sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go. What do you want? Yep.
Like, well, the idea that, like, you know, when you want to kill people, like, what the hell is your point when you do it without, like, moral, like, ethical background?
You're too drunk.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have Doc.
That's
Doc.
Doc.
Just morals, I'll tell you.
Yes, Doc.
Okay, they.
Well, I mean, I'm listening to y'all talk stupid shit this whole time.
Doc, how many men have you killed?
They killed our U.S.
Not enough.
Well, that's the thing, is I know that you've killed many men, so don't preach us morals, you know? I mean,
Well, I mean, when I was in Iraq, when I tell you that I killed more people than I got fingers and toes, like, I'll tell you 80% were Saudi Arabian. They weren't even Iraqi. And I killed them. I killed them in Iraq. Like, you know, I didn't kill a bunch of Iraqis.
You know.
how did you confirm those kills?
How'd you know?
Yeah, how did you confirm those kills?
Because we had the IMARS.
No, I mean, how did you confirm that they were Saudis? I understand that you may have confirmed that their body parts flew into pieces.
No, because of, like, you know, the fingerprint and the retinal scan, the Heinz system.
I thought they were turning to pink dust or something.
Well, pink mist, you know,
Yeah.
only
Pink mist is
if
just
you
a
got
headshot.
hit by a JDAM.
Okay, you got it.
Hey, Doc.
Got her off on the BBB bill.
Hey,
Doc. Thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you.
I'm just saying, I killed more Saudi Arabians in Iraq than I did Iraqis in Iraq.
Alright, so where are we going now? Where do you want to go with this conversation now?
Well, the big, beautiful bill has no tax on tips. It is amazing. It's been passed. So if you are a tipped worker, you will now make 30% more income, is what is estimated. It's amazing stuff. Somebody's saying thumbs down. They do not agree with no tax on tips.
I think the bill fucking sucks.
We can talk about this.
I don't agree on no tax on
Debbie's
tips,
gonna get some
though.
blowback. Go ahead, Sarah. Yes.
So I'll tell you guys why I don't agree with it. I mean, I haven't seen the exact how it's changing, but I live in Los Angeles. If two people, we go out right now to have dinner and a couple of drinks, we're going to pay $200. The culture here where I live is minimum 15% tip. If we're cheap, we're going to leave that waiter $30. We're going to be there for like an hour. At the same time, the waiter is actually serving minimum three, four other people. That's $120. They're getting paid 17.75 cents an hour. Why does a waiter has to get paid more than a teacher or a professor, or even in some cases doctors?
Are you arguing that more money in Americans' pockets is bad? Because I disagree.
No. I am not saying that. Do not manipulate what I said, James. If you
Well, that's what it is. It's more money in some American citizens' pockets instead of the government's pockets.
James, how dare you?
Your pocket to their
To
pocket.
decrease tax, do it for everyone. I don't understand what is this tip thing, because I do believe, at least where I live, people are getting tipped very, very good.
So I'll disagree
Okay, that's
with
why
you.
you see.
I'll take
That's
you
why
on
you
this
see
one,
waiter
Sarah.
and waitresses. That's why you see waiter and waitresses that they're in like their 40s and 50s, where serving was the job of students in the past.
Sarah, I live in a city, 1 in 5 people where I live are tipped employees. 1 in 5 residents are tipped. That's pretty significant.
No, you don't. Why are you lying?
I absolutely know where I live and who lives here.
Dude,
1
I
in 5
love 20%. 20%'s a good percentage.
However, it will dramatically change where I am and dramatically affect people being able to afford now. I mean, also, these same tipped employees we're the second most audited in the nation of professions. People that were in, that are.
Dude,
that
I'm
have-
thinking about opening a bagel store.
I disagree. I agree that it puts more money in their pockets, but it's also, these are people that long hours, graveyard shifts. They're very hard. They're not. It's not an easy life. A lot of the cocktail servers, the dealers. I mean, they work very long hours, and I think it's great. And it was born here, by the way.
Yeah,
Some idea came here from a cocktail server.
Do you think it it's like maybe designed for a place like you? Is perfectly designed and maybe not for other places? I don't know. Because like Sarah's saying, it's like in LA, you know, we're tipping. Oh. But the Vegas is like it's probably set up for, you know, tipping, and like that makes sense maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's area specific. I don't know.
Well, I noticed that in Sarah's argument, she said they get paid maybe more than a doctor, and that presents like an aristocratic type of ideology, a class ideology, where this low-down, help class person who's a waiter is not supposed to make as much money as somebody else. And the fact is, you're the one tipping them. You don't have to tip them. If they're making that money, you don't have to fucking give them anything. You're the one giving them the tip.
James, if a teacher is paying whatever percent they're paying for the same amount of fucking money, so should the waiter and waitress.
Tip your teachers then. Why are you not tipping your teachers, Sarah? It sounds like a problem of you and not the society around you.
Yeah, Sarah sounds like a cheap bitch.
Hey!
Hold on, she's talking.
Don't call me a bitch.
You said that, yeah.
No idea. I did not say that. I did not call women bitches.
Either way, let's make something clear. Either way, we can have different opinions. That's why we're not like fucking a cult of lefties where they have to agree on everything. That's number one. Number two, I do agree with Abby and everybody else because this is what I'm gonna do. I'm a very generous. Well, I used to be a very generous tipper, but I'm probably.
Why you lying? You're a cheap bitch.
That is Hakima down there at the bottom. That's Hakima who said it.
In the audience.
Hakima did not.
Well, I will say, imagine your waiter makes more money and now your waiter affords insurance.
I got the weird edit. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, that's it. So I guess people do have the choice of putting more money in their pocket by tipping less now.
Well, here's the thing. Property tax is set at the local rate. So if you make more money, then you can now pay higher property tax. You can now pay into the education system, which pays the teachers more. You now have insurance that you're able to afford, which now pays the doctors more. If the lower class people make more money, then the exact people you're talking about that make money now will make more money on top. That's the exact intention.
James.
It makes total logical sense.
James, we're already paying a lot of tax in California.
Economics.
Nope, that's trickle-up economics, not trickle-down economics. For you to say trickle-down economics shows that you lack the logical understanding of how the system works. That if the person at the bottom can now afford groceries, can now afford luxury, then the people who supply the luxury, that supply the grocery, that supply the healthcare, that supply the education, benefit from those people making more money. Instead of being bottom dollar on welfare with less money being taxed away to the federal government in tax and tips, now they get it, or to the state government in tax and tips, they now are taxed instead that money used for property taxes, for healthcare, for insurance. They have more money, everybody else has more money. It's beautiful, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely not for health insurance.
People in San Diego, California, people that are working at In-N-Out and the fast food restaurants are making anywhere between $18 and $25 an hour, so they can afford whatever lifestyle that they want. They can afford it now, as it was when I was young, and the minimum wage is $4.25. People can afford it.
I noticed that you guys said that a stripper makes more than a doctor, and that's true. And that stripper also makes her plastic surgeon more rich than Elon Musk. You see how it trickles up?
It actually does trickle out, yeah.
When she buys a boat, guess what? That guy who sells the boat just got a commission check. When she goes and buys some McDonald's, the McDonald's now has more money. That the money trickled.
And they buy houses.
So
do we have Sap? Do you want to go? Yeah, Sap, I want you to go because this is your subject. Go for it. Go ahead.
Who? Me?
You're the one that talked about this. Go ahead.
So I just want to talk about college students, the portion. I read that they want to take out about $2,000 away from the Pell Grant, and that is not okay for people who can't, afford college. So I don't know why you guys support this bill. Why do you guys support this?
Well, for you to be an expert and not know that the Pell Grant was mostly unaffected by this bill is crazy that you're an
What? Okay, but
it took one Google search for me to see that 3 hours ago it was posted by the most liberal news agency in Los Angeles that the Pell Grant was unaffected.
No, it's not. It's not there. It's not there. Where'd you pull that from?
I gave you the link.
They canceled
Oh,
the
do you not know how to read links too?
And Nami, they canceled the Graduate Plus loan, and they've put a limit. They put a cap on how much money you can get as loans. This is funny because just a week ago, I think it was, right, Pepe, we were talking about this, and I was literally saying how many ways people are like cheating the system, not having any goals of getting degrees, and they just keep staying in college and school forever. So you just can't do that anymore. You got to get your fucking degree and get the fuck out and get a job. That's one big, change. Now, there is another change which I really like. If you cannot defer your loan anymore. However, if you're not making enough money, you have to make $10 a month payment. $10 a month payment will not kill anyone. But do you know how many people are on deferment and how much money that's going to generate by just adding the $10 a month? I think that's a very smart thing to do. So we might have differences in this area too.
What about cuts on national parks? Is it true and is it okay? The funds for keeping the national parks.
They got rid of subsidized loans. They were
national parks.
Bro. You have to pay.
I don't know about the parks. That's not my field though. I know about education and healthcare. That's it.
Education. Oh my God, your education is crazy. Anyways, but under this bill you have to pay interest on subsidized loans. Are you guys for that? The subsidized loans are supposed to be like interest while you're in school. Be quiet, please. Whole interest while you're in school, right? And it's supposed to, the interest starts 6 months after, but they want to eliminate that. So you guys are with that also, or?
Look, there are parts of the bill that I like. There are parts of it I don't like. That's just me personally, right? But at the end of the day, I don't think there's any way to keep everyone happy. But I prefer seeing these cuts from the loans and these modifications versus, seeing no changes, because there is a loophole there. It needs to stop. As a college professor, let me say this. As a college professor, I'm sick and tired of having to deal with students who just come to classes, they register, take a class, they have no intention of learning anything, but then I have to deal with them because they just are taking some loans out, and then they go and get their hair and nails done, and once in a while they show up to class because they don't want their ass to be dropped from the class. Like, it's kind of sickening, because at the end of the day, that's the tax we're paying.
But so limiting student loans, what are these group of people you're referring to? Because it sounds like almost racist.
The youth. She's talking about the youth.
You're gonna try to pull that card. Amazing.
She said nothing. She said nothing about ethnicity or culture. She said the youth.
The youth. Okay. So we're all just.
No, I didn't talk about the race, but to be honest with you, I actually see this more in white students versus black and brown students. If that answers your question. Usually the black and brown students that they're in the school, they actually are in the school because they just want to, they try to, they're more serious. This is my experience in general. So if that's the angle you want to play, I didn't really mean this has to do anything with color, but of course you're a black woman, so you just want to drag racism into this.
I was gonna say that I think it was kind of fucked up that they're taking, they're reducing state Medicaid and SNAP benefits, but I don't know, if it keeps food out of your mouth, it's probably a good thing.
Why do you get disrespectful? Is it because I'm younger than you guys? Is that what it is? I'm younger than you guys.
If you're younger, why can't you use Google? What the hell's your problem? You should know how to use
I
that.
know how to use it. I'm reading it right now. I'm reading the bill right now. I'm seeing if the Pell Grant thing's on.
They're a little dumber.
I swear I seen they were gonna take $2,000.
Alright, what's the page in line?
I think ChatGPT is faster.
You're reading it right now, page in line.
Dude, I don't use ChatGPT.
Imani or whatever your name is. Is it Ivy? Are you enrolled at a private university? What kind of university?
A public university.
You go to a public, a state school?
Yes.
And does your state school subsidize? Are you an in-state resident at your state university? Is it
Yes.
a university or are you in a community?
I'm a university.
Okay, does your state subsidize? Are you in-state?
Yeah, I'm in state. Yes.
So you pay less than you have a subsidy through the state.
Like a deal.
Yeah, I pay.
What's your tuition?
I pay less.
What's your tuition?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't look at it often. I know.
Wait, you're enrolled at a university, but you don't know what the tuition is at your university?
Listen, my tuition is more
Then what?
than, please. My tuition is more than others. I'm in college of engineering, so it's more. And I think it's like $400. No, per credit. Let me see.
What do you pay annually for your university tuition?
Like 18,000.
You're paying 18,000, and that's tuition, or is that room board and tuition?
Just tuition. I'm not on campus.
What public school costs 18,000? I'm confused.
18,000 a year.
I went to private school.
6,000
I
per
went
term.
to private school, and a master degree costed me less than 60K for a private school.
That's
For
a
public
year.
or private school. So I don't understand. What are you saying? 18,000? How does 18,000?
That's a year. A year, because I pay around 6,000 to work my classes. I take 16 credits.
Why are you
What are you
screaming?
not understanding? What are you not understanding?
Which school is this? I want to look up these numbers.
You're not looking at my school. I don't give up.
Yeah, then we're not going to entertain this conversation because public schools, they don't charge you $18,000.
No, I just said per term is 6,000. So it's about $18,000 because I'm college of engineering. It would be less if I'm not college of engineering.
Is that really a thing? Like, wait, my state university, they didn't charge you more for your major?
Engineering? Yeah, Pepe, I'm a little. What are you on you're on a trimester, or you're on you have 3 different semesters in a year, or do you have a work study program in engineering, like some engineering schools? But when is that more money on tuition as an undergraduate? Are you in a work study?
No, I'm not on the work study.
So are you on 3
They charge
semesters?
more tuition. They charge more tuition because of college of engineering. They do it for college of business out here. They charge more. It's more.
What state is this?
What state? What state? Yeah.
It's Oregon. God damn it, Oregon.
And I checked the UCs, the University of California, they charge close to 17,000 a year, but they're not like public. They're like partially private or something like that.
Tism.
By the way, we're just trying to understand. We're just trying to understand what it is you're going through, and not only that, but in business, in business, and you're going to college for, engineering and business and stuff like that. And if you don't know the numbers, then people are gonna think twice about listening. So that's the reason why we're all trying to figure it out, because we're just trying to understand. If you're for real or not.
So I looked it up. I mean, just a simple Google search. It says, yes, at some Oregon universities, engineering majors are charged a higher tuition rate than some other majors. Let me see what the source for that was. So it gives a bunch of.
So, what's your argument? what is she saying? Is she saying that she's priced out of going to school? Like, I'm lost. Whatever.
The bill is going to make me go into more debt than I am.
Well, why don't you get off the internet and go get a
Are you
second job?
looking for a job that's going to pay for some of that debt? Isn't that the goal of you going to college, is to get a good job?
I'm debt.
Hey.
Listen, 16 credits. I have a job.
Go get another one. Give time to that clubhouse.
The entire point of you going to get these college credits.
If she's in college, she's not going to be able to pay back her fucking debt right now. So this stuff, like, that's not a good
Well, she has time to be on the internet.
Okay, so if the purpose of her going to get to college and having this debt is to not get a good job to pay for the debt, then you shouldn't have gone to college in the first place.
So the
I'm in a type of major. I'm in a type of major that I will be able to pay my debt once I get a.
Then you're gonna be fine. Good luck. See, now we've all heard it. You're gonna be able to pay.
Hey dude. So let us all like scream at her at one time because that will get a lot accomplished. No. Okay, not that I'm saying I agree with you, but I'm not gonna jump in with the rest of the mob. Okay? And whoever gave the good suggestion to say, hey, that's why we can't have a problem with trusting you. Yeah, that is legit. But in her defense, and I will want this as a general reminder. I mean, just because the people on stage, and I don't know if replays are on or not, Clubhouse does it. It's smart to not, dox yourself. So she did good by that. Now, that's the information she gave. That's enough. That's enough. I can tell you right now that I worked full time. Yes. Either waiting tables or whatever, or as a TA teaching assistant to grade papers and shit, while going to college full time and self-inflicted third trimester towards the end during summers, just so that I could get the hell out of there because tuition had gotten to it. And I'm talking about regular state school in Alabama. So she's in Oregon. Yeah, it's probably freaking expensive. I'm gonna give her that. But this bill is going to hold people, and I'm not just saying to you, sweetheart, I'm saying to the youth in general, it's going to hold your little asses accountable. So when you sign promissory notes and you say that you're going to pay it back, it doesn't mean you're going to retire in college, and it does mean that whether you finish or not, you said as a grown-ass adult, I'm going to take this money out, regardless. We don't give a shit if you spend it on. We hope that it's for books and stuff, but I'm going to take this money out from the government, and I'm going to pay it back. Nobody else is going to pay it back for me. I'm going to pay it back. And it had a lot of provisions in there to hold, students accountable. And I think that once you're back, out of this whole, even if you're working part-time and going to college full-time, or if you're just going to school, when you're in the workforce and you're fighting for that job that you went to college for and stuff, and you're trying to, move up, you'll see the weighted importance of why things like this is not just to the benefit of some people, it's for all Americans. I mean, but that's just me. Anyway, that was a lot. Happy, worth. I love you guys. Love Sarah. Love all the mods, too. Matt, Sarah, Abby. This is a good room. Okay, Mitch.
Okay, so when they get kicked off the Medicare.
So I have a question. Are you civil engineering, electrical, or chemical? Oh, Audi, are you civil engineering?
Excuse me, young lady. You need to stop screaming at people.
Yeah, so
okay?
I'm asking you, are you civil engineering?
How about you have some sense?
Electrical, chemical, or what kind of engineering are you studying?
Software, computer science.
So what are you studying? Computer science, not engineering in the sense of electrical or civil.
No.
But you're in the school, and so computer science is in the School of Engineering?
The College of Engineering, yes.
Oh, God bless. I gotta talk to her one more time.
What? Who are you?
I'm just gonna say, from a perspective of someone that, they don't, if you have academic advisors and they don't get really nitty-gritty, and I mean, they need to be your most talked to more than your mom, annoying person that it's obsessively like a preacher. If it isn't down to a refined, and I don't just mean business management, I mean you're going with a focus in human resource, or you're going to have your CPA along with accounting. It's not just accounting 1 and 2, because when you leave there with a general major, that's wonderful. Good luck swimming in a sea, in a country that has a sea
sea of people just like you, many of which are go to Ivy League schools and shit. So it gets harder and harder the less refined it is. And I don't think that's where Abby was going with this, but dear God, if there's any little tiny piece of advice that I can give you is just be smart and specific.
Where I was going is people that are in the schools of engineering. I have a lot of relatives, including my present assistant is in school right now in engineering, who works 2 jobs. Works as does assisting and also works in engineering, but she's it's civil engineering. So when you're doing chemical or civil or electrical, usually there's most colleges, they have the work study programs where they can work in their fields. I don't know with computer how that works. Maybe you guys do.
It's not. Like, engineering is so different. God, I wish I could have been my brother-in-law who does electrical engineering.
Yeah, but schools like Drexel, like these big engineering schools, they do work study.
And Abby, everyone is approved for 20 hours a week work study. I mean, you can go work in in the coffee shop, like in the store, like you can work anywhere. Like, if when you're in school, you just can work and get a job and get paid. And I don't know what people are complaining about it. I just wanted to add one sentence. Let me tell you something.
Why don't you call us
and
racist? And you can ask her that too.
What is it?
Why don't you call us racist?
No, I'm so confused. Is it because I'm old? I don't know.
Look, I want to say one more thing, and you might take this harsh, but just take it as because I'm like an educator. I really am an educator. And I'm just saying this as like an educator to you. If you got time to be on Clubhouse, that means you do have time to work more and take less loan out. So if you don't like the amount of loan that you're taking, you should just literally get a job. I don't know why you're complaining. Like, I don't remember having the time. Listen, but you are complaining about the amount of your loan. If you want less loan, you do have time. You have free time. You're on Clubhouse right now in this moment.
I think you're talking about
You could be tutoring someone and getting paid $30 an hour right now, but you chose to be on Clubhouse. That's all I'm saying.
It's literally summertime. You think I'm going to go out and be a tutor?
So we're supposed to be
You'd be very surprised how many people are actually out there tutoring. There's people doing DoorDash all fucking year round.
Have to go and pay it.
Between semesters, you can work to save more money and then take less loan. I don't know which part of this is funny for you to like.
And no, I'm agreeing with this girl until she said that shit about summer.
That's why I'm laughing.
Is this the entitlement thing that I was
You damn straight it's entitlement. This, you're hearing it live.
Please tell me how it's entitlement. How am I being entitled?
Dad gets to take the summer vacation off to get a tan? No, they have to work year round.
You paid your debt. Good job. Good job. Okay, I want to say I'm reading the document of the the big beautiful bill, and I see that they're trying to take $2,000 away from.
Did you read it?
Yes, I'm reading it right now. Hello?
Page in line.
Read it. The whole.
Yeah, we want to hear word for word. If you're reading it and know exactly what it says, read it to us with a help.
Okay, what section was it? Was it C? Let's see. D, subtitle, not section, I'm stupid.
On what page?
Yeah. It's 732. Let's see. Adjusted income. Okay.
Happy 4th of July, everybody.
Fuck 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July, too.
Happy 4th of July!
That's horrible to say that.
We're not free. This is a dictatorship.
Are you American?
This is a dictatorship.
You know how many people died for your ass to be on Clubhouse right now?
I'm confused. Why did we not hear Page and subsection? Why do you all of a sudden start yelling dictatorship?
Right now, it says alleged. Sorry, I have a thing. I need it. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Take your time.
Whatever. I don't care. I'm not saying it. Foreign income and federal program. Adjusted gross income defined. It's not even saying anything.
Okay.
It's talking about what you need to do for for it to qualify. That's it.
You mean that it expanded the Pell Grant and it has a new program called the Workforce Pell Grant? Oh my God!
It's helping.
They did not expand it. They did. That's literally the same.
No, it's not the same. It's the same. It's worse, and it's not expanded. I'm not sure we should listen to a fucking word you have to say. I'm sorry. I may be harsher than everybody else on the stage, but I think you have the IQ of a.
Because you're like that because you're a white cisgender man. Okay.
You know I'm like that because I'm right and you're wrong.
Don't say that.
No, you.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Can I say something?
Yeah, can I say something? Because I have a Pell Grant. Yeah, because I have a Pell Grant, and I love my Pell Grant. But a Pell Grant for the one big, beautiful bill, it actually expands the Pell Grant eligibility to, like, include the students who are working in training programs, or in, institutions where they can just get credits for the work that they want to get in. It does introduce restrictions based on enrollment levels, but it does expand the eligibility for that Pell Grant, depending on their program. So if someone's saying is working, like for me, I went into school specifically to get credited for being an MA. So I just got my Pell Grant for that. And it actually ended up paying for my entire schooling. I don't have to pay it back, thank God, because I would have owed like $50,000. But I got that grant specifically because I was working in the medical field. So you are eligible. The eligibility has expanded, but there are some restrictions on whatever you're studying. But it does.
And once again, it took me 3 seconds on Google to see that.
You didn't get the answer in.
Only thing that makes sense is how you become they take off the Pell Grant when you have other stuff that pays for it. That's the only thing that makes sense in the bill. But other things does not make sense. Like where is it? I swear I seen it. It said something about $2,000 being on. I can't find it now.
So that's for the full-time enrollment. They changed the definition of full-time enrollment, so it'll impact the maximum Pell Grant award for students taking only 12 credits, which will cut $1,500. But it's only for those 12 credits. But the Pell Grants are still being expanded. It's only $1,400 just because you're only getting that 12 credits. So you have to have a maximum of 12 to not have that deducted or not taking 12 credits.
Basically,
they're not even exactly kidding. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So basically, guys, you're telling me that the Pell Grant is not being lowered by $2,000.
Nope.
If you are taking lower than 12 credits, you are not getting that Pell Grant, or it's being lowered by that.
Are you going to college full time now under this bill? But I'm trying to tell y'all they were gonna lower it to 5,000. The maximum was gonna be 5,000. I don't see that anymore. Is that what Senate took out?
I think you were
taking more. Yeah, you had a student taking one semester credit for it to count, and then they were maxing out like Pell Grants that they didn't have to pay back. Do you see how they were manipulating the system? So this is not a workaround. This is a piece of legislation. This is a piece of legislation to say, hey, listen, dum-dums, brilliant. We've had a lot of Democrats in office that have let you just basically screw the taxpayer. But here's the deal. Regardless if you're a college student at 22 or 50, if you're going to school and you're not even taking a full semester workload, you're not going to get the full amount. But I mean, I hope that helps make obvious sense to you. And if at that point you feel cheated, then it's beyond entitled. It's just a little stupid.
Why you guys keep saying I'm entitled? Because I'm younger. That's what it is. I don't care though.
What is your definition of entitled? What is your? Give me an example of what you feel
I think there's
like
other things I'm picking up here.
That's one out.
You guys think I sit on my ass and fucking collect everything, collect all the benefits, and just sit on my fucking ass? No, I don't do that shit. I work.
Easy. No. You can be a hardworking entitled asshole. Okay, so. Don't confuse lazy for entitled. Now, a lot of times, many times, those that are entitled are also lazy, but it's not mutually exclusive. So for an example, you can sit here in this country, this beautiful, God bless America, country that we live in, and have all these constitutional rights. We've got there's some great cops, there's great judges, we've got our judicial system, we've got all of these human rights and abilities that we have, and I can be an entitled little shithead and get out of school at let's say 25 and feel as though it is owed to me. Things are owed to me. Now, I might have a job and I'm not lazy. I'm not sitting on my ass like you said, but I could think that because of my race, I should be given a promotion instead of the hard work and merit that I put into it. Because of my ethnicity or religious affiliation, I should be able to go before a judge and get certain get a pass on certain things. I should be allowed to have. I'm giving poor examples, but maybe Abby can give me way better examples than this. But for those that feel as though they're entitled, they don't have any understanding of why you have what you have, respect for why you have what you have, where it came from, and the hard work that goes into it. It just is owed to you. It's owed to you. It's not. Nothing is owed to you. Nothing's owed to you. There's plenty of countries where it would be really hard to be in the shoes that you're in and be a college student like you are. That's not owed to you.
And I agree 100%.
So I get what you're saying, and I found the article.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Fuck.
Go ahead, Adam.
Jeez. What would you say your height and what your weight is?
Anyway,
Adam's not gonna do that weird freaky shit.
I found the San Antonio report thing you guys sent me in chat.
So you're not going to answer the question?
It's saying that there was a...
That short and that wide, huh?
Please don't, because it's disgusting that he would get that in trips. Yeah, but why don't you find some other fat people that are like, if they're jizz, in a different room that's not real weird and creepy, so that we can continue having a discussion. See, Adam feels as though he's entitled because he has a loud microphone. I'm a loud person. How big is your microphone?
It says it would exclude those...
Would be for the chicken dinners?
Can you stop, please?
Come on, this is a bad troll. Don't do it. Come on, dude.
Adams, tell me your dick suck.
Yeah, I'm interested in what Anomi has to say about Texas. So what?
How do you know this is legit? How do you know this is for real, that they're not slashing it by 23%? How do you know they're not doing that?
By the way, you lost me when you said fuck the 4th of July.
Because fuck 4th of July, because it's a fucking dictatorship out here. Your daddy.
Now you sound like he is. Now I want it.
Didn't you want to celebrate a holiday that gives you an excuse to make some ribs?
Now look, you excuse me.
Now I can explain her entitlement thing.
One at a time.
I literally muted everyone. I muted everyone. I don't know why people continue talking. You excuse me of being racist, right? When I was telling you about like the changes in the student loan as an educator, yet now you're just like showed who's the racist here. I just want to show you your hypocrisy.
She's clearly on the spectrum. Like I don't even know why you guys are entertaining this.
This is an example of being you wanted an example of being entitled. Here's a beautiful little. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl that lived in Oregon, and she felt so freaking entitled that she deserved all the constitutional. She had freedom of speech. She had things like her ability to all of her amendments, right? She could the right to shut the F up. She search and seizure. She could literally all of these wonderful things, right? And then she gets in Clubhouse, and on mic she goes, "Fuck the 4th of July." Now, as having a father that served in the United States military and fought in Vietnam, if you feel so entitled that you hate our country to say fuck the 4th of July, get the fuck out of our country. We hit that shit every day. Go to North Korea. Try Russia.
Can I just say one thing?
I'm a U.S.
citizen.
I can say that whenever
I just came up to say one thing.
Let JB speak, please.
I really just came up to say one thing, and this is God's honest truth. Two things really. Happy 4th of July, everybody. God bless America.
Before JB.
And Sarah is definitely not a racist. That's all I got. Thank you, people.
Hey, can I ask a question? Anami, let me ask you a question because also I'm a college student myself and I'm a college athlete myself, so I'm kind of aware of.
In Moni. Where'd you get a Nami?
I mean, no, I didn't know how to say her name. That's my fault. I apologize, my bad. But let me ask you a question. The simple fact, okay, well, how do you know that effectively it's going to affect student loans in per se? And how do you know that's going to take 2% from your Pell Grant? Say, how do you know that for a fact? You know that's exactly what it's going to do. You know that for 100% fact that it's true that's going to do that.
They're going to attempt to lower a maximum award. The award was $7,395.
I like what you said. You said attempt. You said attempt. I love what you said. You said attempt. That means hey, we're gonna try to do it, but guess what? 9 times out of 10, 100 times, 10 times out of 10, it's not gonna fucking happen. Because you got to think about it. Everybody has college students in their families. Everybody has people who goes to college. And the thing is, when you're talking about people who can't afford to go to college, they need stuff like this. They're not the criminals. They're not the ones defrauding the fucking government. The whole point of this fucking bill passing was for fucking COVID, where all these people were scamming the fucking government, was robbing the government all this money. I told people, hey, it's going to come back to bite us in the ass. And guess what happened? We had to cut things like Medicaid. We had to cut things like certain Social Security. Because people were scamming Social Security. They were using dead fucking military people names to get their fucking Social Security. And these were people that they're fucking dead. That's why you have to look at the fact before you just say, oh, well, fuck Trump and fuck this. Because you understand, it's different things tied in to money that's involved around the country. If somebody takes from one area, somebody has to make up for that fucking area. It's not, oh, well, it's free money going. Money doesn't grow on fucking trees. I'm just sorry to say that. It doesn't grow on trees, so you have to look at that fact. You feel me? And my bad if I interrupt you or anything. I do want to get that off my chest.
Okay. But you're not hearing me out at all. I don't think none of you guys hear me out. It's okay though. Nobody does. I'm good.
No, I'm hearing you out because I understand where you're coming from because I'm also college student. Like, it might be different in my point because I'm getting paid to go to school, and it's different, right? You're going to school. You're taking Pell Grants. You're taking it. When I was in JUCO, I did that, right? I survived off of student loans. Now, NIL money, totally different thing. You gotta understand, right?
What sport do you play?
I play college football.
What position?
Right tackle.
What's your team?
You're not making. You're like, hold on.
No. Ask him what his team is. Ask him what his team.
Hold on a second. Ladies, a little control. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Support the lunch now. Papa, you said right tackle, you're a big dude then. But those quarterbacks are making that NLI money.
Well, they are, but I'm recent, and I don't want to just put my number out there though, but in the year of 2024, I touched a total of 365 teams. That's just all.
And you know what you did? Yo, seriously, I don't know what school you go to, and I'm trying to dox you, but you deserve every fucking penny you make.
Damn right he does.
Thank you.
Not only does it deserve it, but you want to do such a pop-up. I know he set the fuck up for a second.
Right?
You gotta be quiet.
But she doesn't really understand what the word entitled means. It's driving me nuts.
Crazy.
Everyone quiet. Everyone quiet. Quiet, idiot. Quiet. Papa, I would hire you. You have an attitude that is positive, and the difference between the two of you, you're both in college, and I as an employer would absolutely, just from listening to you, would look at you and see a very positive future in whatever work.
Counsel, can I ask him a
question? Our computer science, they're going to have a great future.
Shut up right there. Matt, move her down, bro. She's disrupting.
Yeah, you gotta be quiet. Go ahead, JB.
Yo,
He's definitely entitled.
100%. Kitty, you're gorgeous. Yo, Papa, what conference is your school in? I'm not trying to dox you.
Oh, Right now, I'm in the Southland Conference now, so I moved back to FCS, but they're matching the same money amount I was getting when I was at Georgia State, which was in the Sun Belt Conference.
I was gonna say, try to get into the SEC, bro. That's where the money's at.
I mean, it is, but it's like, man, they're paying me almost as close to what I would make, and it's like, you know, let me ask you one more question before I give it back to Abby, who's probably the smartest person on that. So you get this 365, right, which you deserve every penny. Do you also get room and board and education included? Yeah, all of that. Yeah, all of that's included. Yeah, scholarship, everything.
What are you studying? What are you studying?
Right now, I'm getting my master's in computer science. I'm getting AI tech, and AI
development. One not entitled computer science kid, and then you got one entitled.
What a complete difference between the two of them.
So you guys gonna praise him
sensationally
athlete. So you guys see me different because I work and I
he has common sense in his head, and he speaks articulately.
Let me tell you something. Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, you should just drop out right now. Because if you're going to take that type of entitled attitude and the way that you speak into the workforce, you might as well just drop out now, save some money, find a man with some means, marry him, and start popping out babies. Because you'll never make it in corporate America. You'll never make it in corporate America behaving like this.
I'm leaving this fucking But yeah, guys, so
we are making America great again. We're changing the mail.
I'm black.
This girl, I'm just telling you guys, this girl is not fucking. This girl has other issues going on. Yeah, she's not well. It's like you're not giving me like even saying anything.
A black man who does
North Korea, Russia, China.
One at a time.
Let me just tell you this. Look, so from looking from the outside in, right, you think, okay, I might be entitled, I might have this. First of all, my dad set up to where, because you know, my father's in the military, retired lieutenant colonel. Thanked him for his service. I fucking love my father, right? I love my mom. My dad, I listened to my dad, and he told me, look, son, you're making all this fucking money. You're not finna touch that fucking money and spend it on shit, right? Because I did do some dumb shit when I first got some money. I bought a car or two. You know, I got a couple of toys. But the thing is, it's set up to where now is, I don't see none of that money. It's invested in BlackRock and Vanguard account that is building fucking savings APY percentage of fucking interest every fucking year, and I'm not touching it at all because guess what? I'm not in the NFL yet. I haven't gotten to my career yet, so why would I want to touch that money and ruin it? Because say if I don't make it to the NFL, say if I don't get the job I need to have something to set me up. Right now, I'm currently talking to you while working right now. I'm actually driving and doing a medical credit business right now as I'm talking to you. You got me? I work. You get what I'm saying? I work too. You understand? Working and the way you're working, I'm working. We're doing the same work. Now, don't get me wrong. It is going to different spending, probably. But you gotta understand. At the end of the day, you gotta go take what you gotta go take. You can't complain to nobody about it. If I can go use the same car I'm using, I'm a black man in distress. I'm this in distress. Oh, they took shit from me. Fuck no. I'm as equal as everybody around me. So this is needed every day, and I'll be like, I'm as equal as everybody because I feel like everybody's making.
We're all ethnic.
We all bleed the same. We bleed the same. You feel me? We all share the same. We all came from the same God. We all bleed the same. We all in the same country. So what's the difference between you and somebody else that's doing the same thing you're doing? You just gotta work harder than that next person. That's all it is. That's all it is, man. You know, you got some people who get silver spoons in their mouth. You got people who came out the mud like me. But you gotta understand, you just gotta work like it. You came out the mud. So just get what you gotta go get. Stop complaining. Fucking complain. That's what my coach told me.
You know, the difference between me and you have parents. You have two parents that support you. You assume that everybody is like you, but it's not.
I had two parents that had 8 kids. My parents said I kept you alive till you were 18. You want to go to college? You should. get a flipping job and work your ass off. And I got a degree.
You guys act like I don't have a job. I have a job. Yes, I should be having another job because of the grant here. Yes, I should have another job. But you guys act like, can you shut up, doctor? But you guys are acting like I don't have a job. The way you guys are speaking to me.
How much do you make per hour? Let's put it that way.
Why does this shit matter, dude? This is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck. But yeah,
Well, no, because you're complaining about you can't pay your Pell Grant or whatever like that. So yeah, numbers are super important when you're talking about loans and you're talking about numbers and shit.
But she's still a student. She's still a student though.
I have a question for you. How do you think it would go over if you came in to my office, someone's office, applying for work, and you said, fuck America, fuck the 4th of July? How do you think that would go?
I know what not to say.
How do you think I would respond, or any of us would respond, if you came into our workplace applying for work saying that? What do you think?
I would throw her out.
I was going to get the fucking job, but I know what
use your common sense.
So you think that asking one interview question, Abby's too stupid to ask like questions that are gonna show her true colors?
Wait. Let's ask the obvious question that we're all asking. Why do you hate America so much?
I love you, Matt.
Yet you're demanding so much from her.
It's making me and my friends' life very hard, and living in America is already hard as it is.
Well, it's not just Trump.
It's making
you can get the whole world.
And his administration is making it harder. Don't interrupt me.
Wait, can I ask you a question? So, like, I get it. You can, like, be unhappy with Trump and whatever, whoever's in office. A lot of Americans do that. But, I mean, objectively, do you really think that, you say it's hard to live here, but, I mean, outside of the rest of the developed world, I mean, you would be singing a whole different tune if you grew up in like a shitty part of Mexico.
She's entitled. Her brain is underdeveloped. She's entitled, and you're talking removed ahead of her.
What did Trump do to you or your friends? What did he do to you?
Anami, can I ask you this question? Look, I'm not even asking. Let me just tell you something, because obviously you didn't get what I'm saying, right? I literally told you that I came from the same thing you did. Did I have two parents? Yes. My mom and dad's are divorced. My mom was in prison. When I was in junior college, when I first started college, my mom was in prison for doing, I ain't gonna tell you what she did, but she did some crazy shit, right? I had to get it on my own. When my mom left, I put baby entitlement shit out the fucking door. My dad was like, you're going to go work for everything you need to go get. So for me to continue to play football, and if you know about junior college, that's the toughest fucking situation you can put a football athlete in, because you have to fucking eat to survive. You have to fucking live to survive. It is dog eat dog. Like, I was eating fucking ham and cheese sandwiches. I would be lucky to get that. Survive for ramen noodles. You know how hard it is to play a full football game off of ramen noodles? Do you understand? Like, where I'm at now was never what I was at now was never where I was at now. Like, I was never at this point where I can say, oh, if everything done, I can go count. Hell no, I appreciate it because of all the work I put in to get here. You gotta understand, you have to work for it. And understand, you're taking 16 credit hours. Congratulations. You're working 2 jobs. I did it. I worked 7 days a week for fucking months. That shit killed me. I was begging for a day off, but I couldn't do it because I had to fucking buy a car. I had to go do this. I had to go do that. You gotta say, if you were doing the same thing you're doing, just stop complaining and just go do it.
Jay, I take it back. I think they should actually pay these people more. I think that like those video games, like the NCAA, I'd buy up a whole hunk of them if I thought that this boy's number would have been on a jersey, and I'd pass them out to my nieces and nephews so that every time he'd get paid for it. That's what I truly believe.
No, you guys praise athletes in here more.
No, you're not hearing it. No, you're not hearing the point. I work harder than you, know me? You're a regular college student, right? So after class, guess what you have? 18, 19 hours of your day. Not even that. The guy starts out with 2 hours. You have 23 hours, 22 hours of your day to go do whatever the fuck you want. I don't. I have to go to practice, meetings. I have to go do this and still go work. And still go do this, still go apply for myself. I'm doing 10 times the work you're doing. It's nice to know me. I get 4 hours of sleep, and I gotta go to practice because I haven't made it to the NFL yet. Now, if you were to talk, okay, if I'm in the NFL, then that's a different conversation. And know me, yeah, you're putting in more work than me because at that point I'm getting paid to play football. But I'm not there yet. And know me, I'm not at that point to where I say, hey, I'm making life-changing money. It's great money now, but what is $700,000? You can spend that shit up in 1 year. That's not the money I'm looking to fucking set back on. No, it's not. I'm working probably harder than you.
Same degree. Same degree.
It is not about being an athlete. It's about working to get where you gotta go. Nobody's going to give you shit. If you're not seeing that yet, that's what the fuck America is about. You gotta go fucking take it. Literally. My spot isn't guaranteed. I got a young dude right now trying to take my spot now. He wants my money right now. If I was to get hurt, he'll get happy because guess what? He has my fucking spot. You have to go take what you want. It ain't about, I can fucking sit here and sit back. Take it the legal way. What you want. That's what America's built off of, literally.
Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot. Girl stolen land. Stolen land. So yeah, I get that.
It's not stolen, it's conquered, and there's a measurable difference.
It's stolen! It's stolen land! Don't fucking help me! It's stolen! We are all stolen land!
There was no
I want to invite people to see.
stolen. If you're talking about Mexican American, for example,
You can't, Adam.
it was conquered at the end of a gun. You don't have to like that, but that's how historians talk about that shit. If you want to talk about it colloquially as stolen, fucking fine. But if you look at any of the academic literature, it's conquered, not fucking stolen.
Well, they can say, the books can say conquered or whatever, but it's stolen in my books.
Yes, which is a way to write off human nature and how it has functioned for 10,000 years. There is something known as the Million Dialogue, and here is the truth of life. The strong do what they will, and the weak suffer what they must. Only with a firm hand can you protect the weak, and having a firm hand, at least in the United States, means being rather vicious on the international stage. It means being vicious in the pursuit of our aims. You don't have to like that, but you're in a country that pursues shit that way. So I would suggest you do a little more than tell me it's stolen, and we have maybe a talk, say, about Tecumseh. And now Islam was actually stolen. Instead of writing off everything, including the Mexican-American War, as stolen. I'm happy to have a conversation with you about Native Americans having their treaty violated. I agree.
She already said
It is actually stolen. Well, hold
that was a direct quote.
Well, wait, hang on. Hang on. So Marshall knows exactly what the fuck he's talking about. He's one of the, he's a very, very trusted historian. He knows what the fuck he's talking about. So if you want to, like he said, if you want to have a conversation with him, I would love to absolutely have a conversation with him. And and just for the knowledge impact of it, you know what I mean? Because obviously, I think you've been a little brainwashed as far as what you've been taught already, and it's one of those things where maybe it's time to hear the other side, just to listen. I mean, that's basically all it is just to listen.
So I have a
okay,
question.
But you could,
I don't know what your parents do or your grandparents or your aunts and uncles, but I gotta believe someone within your family tree owns a house, like actually not renting, owns one. So from what you're suggesting that we're on stolen land, do you ever tell them they need to sign their home over to the Native Americans that live in Oregon or wherever you live? Do you ever suggest that to them, to give their homes back to the sovereign nations? Huh? You know me?
That doesn't make any sense. But anyway,
Wait, it doesn't make any sense to know me. You just said that we're on stolen land.
Stolen land.
So I'm saying to you, no, don't talk over me,
saying-
sweetheart. Do not talk over me. I am suggesting, since you say that we are on stolen land, have you suggested to either your parents, your grandparents, aunts and uncles, or someone in your family that owns real estate, owns their home, that they should sign it over in fee simple to the Native Americans that once dwelled in the area where their home is? Have you suggested? Huh?
No,
Okay.
because she's fucking,
she's
fucking stupid.
Why are you wording it that way?
Bingo. Ring it.
She's being very, very specific. And I mean, what she's saying exactly is, if you think it's stolen and you have so much condescension toward it, which your voice just drips with condescension when you say it, then you should suggest that the land you live on, if it was part of one of those treaties that was broken, and if you're curious, I dropped to you a History Channel link, which is treaties broken with Native Americans, where we can genuinely have a discussion about things being stolen. But your implicit argument here is one that is colloquial, and it is one that doesn't refer to material in the way the academic discipline does. I'm not saying you're not allowed to be colloquial. I'm saying you should at least have a knowledge of the academic understanding. That way you can parse between the two.
Yeah, I mean, I can connect you to the Pyre if you want. They used to live in Oregon, and they're still an active tribe. If you want to connect your family to them, the Pirates. That's the ones we did fireworks.
Guys, okay. You guys have some really good points. I hate to say it because we always have different views and it gives me the ick. But you guys have good points. You know, it is. What? Okay, doctor, he's being racist now. I can say it now.
Thank you for being open-minded.
Doctor's being racist.
And Nomi, can I ask you a question? The only reason I'm asking is because Oregon is, you know, the history, the demographics of the state. Are your parents from another? Did they move there from another state?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. My family is originally from the South.
I mean, and so you're an African American girl. Did you grow up there?
Ew, don't call me African American. I swear.
Well, I don't know how else to put it.
American.
I haven't seen Africa a day in my life. Like, I don't know what it fucking looks like.
Okay, fine.
There you go. Now you sound like a real American. Now you can say Happy 4th of July.
Looks like the bottom of your 30 feet.
Oh, Kitty, she is a real American. Her irritation over this is one of the most American things you could do. As Tocqueville said in On Democracy, America's the only country he knew of at the time in which we would hold an election and then get into a room and argue for the next 2 to 4 years about the person we just put in. So having an issue with our country's history, that's totally reasonable.
It's not a problem with our country's history. No, it's the entitlement, it's the lack of having any kind of national pride or being patriotic, especially on the days that, like, people, literally lost life and limb. What else have these constitutional rights?
Do you think your particular view is convincing, or do you think it's off-putting? Because I'll tell you.
I don't give a shit.
I'll tell you doing convincing things. I'll tell you for doing convincing things, like in politics, that's not the thing I would say to somebody to convince them.
Obviously not a politician. Don't give a shit. I can leave that to you.
It's because you're sitting and judging it from perspective, even though she's changed her mind.
Okay.
People are allowed to change their mind.
I've heard some really shitty. I've heard a lot of shitty advice from both sides.
First of all, you weren't even in the room to hear half the things she said. If she's being open-minded now, I'll point that out. But the important thing, Marshall,
being able to say your country is terrible is one of the most American things you can do. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's cool.
And I'm not trying to persuade her to take her free speech. But while she's busy saying my country is, our country is so terrible, that's wonderful. Then I'm not trying to convince her or proselytize at all. What I am telling her to do is get the fuck out of the country. I'll buy her a plane ticket. North Korea, Russia, China, wherever the fuck she wants to go. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll buy the fucking plane ticket.
Judgment of your own, which doesn't do anything more than make you feel good. You feel good after you've dressed her down.
Oh,
That's
man.
what that does. It's emotional masturbation.
Wait, Marshall.
You're
The guy's trying to get in, by the way. Sorry, JD.
You're taking other
No,
action.
no, it's
as well.
okay.
I don't want
Marshall,
to
respectfully.
Trying to get in, but go ahead, JD.
I just want to say, Marshall, respectfully, Kitty definitely gets pretty privileged, so let's be nice to her.
Who's trying to get in?
D-Lone, you want to go? D-Lone 216, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been hearing, I mean, I haven't been here since the beginning of the conversation, but from what I've been hearing, I definitely wanted to address a couple of things. But as far as, like, when it comes to things that Marshall was saying, so it seems a little disingenuous when you say it's time for one group of people who've been silenced and been, oppressed to listen to the other side of things. It seems a little disingenuous when we haven't had a strong enough voice in the matters that affect us the most.
You guys are given a fucking huge microphone. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's right. That is right.
Remember Black Lives Matter? What was that all
ran by white people?
No. Nope. There were black people that were running that fucking thing, and you know what? They stole the fucking money.
Yeah, they took the money from you guys. Now, see, hey, Marshall, this is somebody who's like pouring out about his own class, color, and creed. That's one thing. He's a proud American that feel any kind of way.
No, he's doing the typical, he's a professional.
Marshall, when you
he's
hate
a professional,
America,
you know what?
Just because you're an American,
I'm not a
then get the
professional
fuck out of my country. Do you understand what I'm saying, Marshall? I don't give a shit if he's black, white, Republican, Democrat, male, female, gay, straight. None of these fucking things matter to me. He can sit there and complain and talk like everybody else. But the problem, Marshall, is you're a basic rhino, and you always have been. You should go work for either the CPP or if you want the Democratic Party. I'm sure the DNC would take you in a heartbeat. You sit there talking about
this is so cringe.
Parties. I'm saying punching down is the wrong thing to do, and you know it's the wrong thing to do. You are punching down.
What the wrong thing to do is, I'm not criticizing the gentleman that was just speaking. I don't agree with him, but like Voltaire, I might not agree with what he has to say, Marshall, but I will defend my death of his right to say it. It's the shit before him that hates our country, Marshall. You're a fucking rhino, man.
I'm allowed.
Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to cut.
Unhelpful. Again, this has nothing to do with.
I don't care. It's my country. My dad fought for this country.
Everything to do with the way you should treat people. You shouldn't treat people like
that. Kitty, I'm not gonna lie, but you sitting here saying, "Oh, I work my ass off, I do all this," giving like the same, just honestly, really shitty conservative talking points. It was so cringe, and you and I usually get along, but I honestly was like, holy shit! Like it was so hard to listen to.
Marshall and I do this at least once every 6 months for the past 4 years. When I had to grab him by his collar and shake him around a little bit to say, hey, if you're really that gung ho on the Republican Party, or at least
but most of you people who call someone like Marshall a rhino, most of you who call somebody like Marshall a rhino are like not fuck. You guys are people like that are walkaway Democrats and shit. It's who I largely hear giving him shit. And a lot of and it's cringe.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Most of you aren't even actual fucking conservatives.
Let me jump in. Kitty, hold on one second. Hold on, you're playing this DeLeon. Hold on one second. Okay, I got you, bro. I promise you. Go right after I'm done. I promise. I just need you to meet up, though. Thank you. So let me just say this, Kitty. I'm not a Republican, right? I'm in the Republican space. My friend,
I know,
most of my friends
sexy, though. I get certain.
Let me see, Kitty. I didn't interrupt you one time. Show me the same respect. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna stand on this. Marshall's probably one of the best human beings on this app and in real life. As an American on July 4th, hold on, see. Okay, then you need to shut the fuck up and learn a little respect for the stage. Matt, if you want to bring her back up at your room, I apologize. I moved her down because she doesn't shut the fuck up. I don't know what's going on with her today. But I'm going to say this. Marshall's my friend. I don't give a fuck who he voted for in 2016. I don't give a fuck who he votes for in 2036. He's a good man, and that's one of the problems with this app. We like to dogpile on good people. So, you know, kid, you like to fucking... I want to move you back down. I don't give a fuck, lady. I showed you respect, show me the same respect. But one thing, I'm not going to sit here and let you fucking punch at Marshall when he's just a good person. Maybe you should take lessons instead of holding the mirror up to him. Thank you.
Okay, can I respond to you, JB? Can I respond to JB? No, that was directed to me. I don't think anybody else on stage he was speaking to, unless I'm wrong. Okay, awesome. Thank you. And Pepe, this time I got this, okay? So Jay, you know I love you. You know I do. And Marshall, and when I say that, I'm saying this has been a friendship between, and I'm not saying that y'all's isn't real here on Clubhouse, is just as much as mine and his is, but Marshall and I have been friends longer than you have known Marshall, okay? We have had blood, sweat, and tears and side chats in rooms where it's like, me and Marshall, where I can actually hear where he's coming from on certain aspects, and then I can say, do you hear what you said? This is what you said, Marshall, and this is where the overall people, I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat, I don't give a shit, but if they consider themselves to be conservative or really liberal, then they would say, hey, I'm in accord with that, or like yourself. Or if they're conservative, they would say, hey, Marshall, that doesn't sound right. So this is the kind of civil thing. I'm getting interrupted again, Jim.
I apologize that you are the police of conservatives. I apologize. Kevin.
I was gonna say, like, who died and made you god of the Republican Party? Like, nobody. Fucking nobody.
I don't give a shit.
I'm gonna be real frank. You and I are friends.
You're not being disingenuous.
Stop. You and I are friends. But JB and I know each other in real life, and we're better friends. He comes to my defense every time, and you don't.
Okay.
You are
and do you know where the phrase "blows up my ass"? Do you know where that came from, Marshall? I know you do. Do you remember where the historic phrase of "don't blow smoke up my ass" came from?
No, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I'm just being honest.
This is around the Revolutionary War. Well, I'm shocked, of course, because see, I don't give a shit about what freaking title you or myself or JB or anybody on Clubhouse claims. I don't care if they're white or black or gay or straight or Republican or Democrat. What I care about is being a fucking American. So when
What is a fucking American? You said you care about being a fucking American. What is that?
Hey, JB, why the fuck don't you move Pepe down, Mod?
I agree with him. You're stacking irrational right now.
Okay, everybody. DeLeon was trying to talk. So can we just go back, let him finish what he was saying, and we can respond to it?
Yes, Abby. I just want to say, yes, Abby.
Sorry, what was that?
He asked you to shut up lightly, but I just want to say one last thing, and then I'll be quiet. I'll listen to Matt. I apologize if I'm too upfront here, but I had a real life problem, No bullshit. My first thought was call Marshall because that was his lane I need help with. You know what this man did? Whatever I could do for you, and he actually helped me. That's a friend. This is a good dude right here. You people want to tear down the good people on this app. And not only that, he's probably one of the smartest people on this app. So shame on anybody that goes after Marshall.
So wait a minute. Do you know the difference between disagreeing and tearing down, Jamie? Do you know the difference between the two? Because I don't know.
Jay, it's okay. Let's just move forward. Let's just move forward.
Why don't you finish what you were saying?
Go ahead, Elon. Go ahead.
So basically, to the point of what was being said about stolen versus conquered, and then you got to talking about the treaties that happened that were broken. So if somebody was to sell you something, and y'all got an agreement that they were transferring it over to you in exchange for something else that they wanted from you, and then you went back on the other side, is it now conquered or stolen?
Are you talking about the 40 acres? The old bullshit?
Let's just break this down. You want to talk about this in basic contract law? Like someone makes an offer, someone accepts the offer, consideration is passed, and there's a meeting of the minds, there's an agreement. Are we talking about that?
Right, because essentially that's what it was. There were nations that did have a contractual agreement, but
How did they have the contractual agreement? Like, was it actually something agreed upon? And was it ratified by those nations by treaty, like we have to do in the U.S.?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That those were the treaties. Those treaties were.
But give me an example. DeLeon, give me an example.
I mean, no, I'm not speaking specifically. I'm talking as far as agreements go. And when you say that.
Well, but that's a really important. DeLeon, I'm not really trying to cut you off, but I want to dialogue with you on this. So when you talk about agreements, you and I can have an agreement, and it could be a bona fide agreement, it could be an enforceable agreement. When nations have agreements, those nations have obligations with respect to how they can enter into agreements, and those agreements have to get ratified by the individual nations. Like our country can't just enter into a treaty without it going through Congress. It has to be ratified. So that's why I say, could you give me an example? Or when you say if someone's going back on it, what are they going back on? An actual treaty? Or an in-spirit agreement? Something, a memorandum of understanding? Like, what?
These are all different forms of contracts, but I'm speaking in general when it comes to an agreement. If there was a treaty that existed that was ratified by each side, that was agreed upon by each side, and then one person or one party in the agreement went back on what they were supposed to deliver in order for that contract to be lawful.
So they didn't pass consideration, you're saying?
No, not that consideration. That consideration is when you're trying to get something new.
No. Consideration is a legal term. It means the money. In order to have an agreement, there has to be consideration. There has to be, you have to have something of value, even if it's $1. You have to have something of value. But they never paid, they reneged on an existing contract? That's what you're saying?
Hold on, say it one time.
Was it a reneging on an existing contract, or was it a repudiation of an offer or an acceptance?
There was a reneging on the initial terms of the agreement. That's what I'm saying. This is the.
Well, but you're saying there was an agreement.
Right. There was an agreement. There was consideration offered on both ends, and one person did not actually deliver on the consideration.
So there was a non-performance under the agreement.
Exactly.
Okay, so I get to break it down for you.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, so now my question is, when it comes to the point of conquering versus stealing, I've seen that Marshall had made a differentiation between the two, so I wanted to know at what point is it considered stolen in his opinion versus conquering, meaning that
let me send you this list of treaties. This comes to the History Channel by the author Sarah Pruitt is her name. I'll copy.
You said a list of treaties?
It's a list of treaties the Americans broke in which I believe equally and historically argued enough. If you don't honor a treaty and pay X amount of land is yours, and then if you sign, well, that's violating the treaty and colloquially could be considered stolen. Historians are going to refer to it as conquered, but you get the point.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's why I wanted to see if it was something that you were using that.
Check your back channel now.
I got you.
By the way, just to let you know that Abby is a lawyer, and that was good the way that you were speaking, because it shows that you have interest in what it is. So that's.
Yeah, sure. I actually, the thing that started me on studying law was I took a business contract law in high school, which was so interesting to me. I just kept on with it even when I wasn't able to get into classes for it. I just kept doing it. I couldn't study things better.
I'll add you.
That's great.
I'll add you and send you a list of those websites to those actual treaties. Okay, sweet, yeah. I'll see what I can dig up here in like the next hour, and they're usually going to come from either like university sites or like sites about the topic in particular. But since it's contract law, I figured you'd be interested in reading it.
Definitely, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Delano. Great share. I just want to do a quick room reset for Maddie. This is President Trump. Guys who have pink ticket cash it in. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Back.
Yeah, happy 4th, guys. Where did my emojis go? I was looking for the sound thing. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much. So yeah, I don't know what we want to talk about. Let's we did the big beautiful bill. Are we done with that, Abby? I don't know where we are on that one.
Yeah, I had a question I asked in the room yesterday, Roger's room. I'm going to ask it again. So it's July 4th. We're on the app. I'm about to go see fireworks where I am. I don't know. I was curious if people this year were nervous gathering in public places. If there's an anxiety or if they're comfortable going to the parade. Parades are probably done in most places.
Yes, that's why I went to work.
Parades. Yeah, did you go to parades? Are you going out to an area where there's a lot of people gathering to see fireworks? Like,
nope.
Just curious generally how people are approaching the holiday.
Well, and not only that, but what's the status on the Snow Kings thing? Is it actually, are there people protesting, or is it fizzled out, or what?
I just looking. Sorry, White. I was just looking at X right now. They are protesting in downtown LA. Yeah, it's about 300, 400 people by the federal building again. So it's definitely back on again. Looks like they're going to be doing some stuff here.
Is there an anxiety about lone wolf attacks to public gatherings for the 4th of July and some of the warnings that came out from Homeland Security? And has it affected people in gather?
Not me, but I'm just curious, would this be connected to Iran or?
Yes, it's directly connected to Iran, and not only that, but it's also connected to the people protesting for the Palestine and everything else. So yeah, it's all connected. Yeah.
But there's been threats, and so I was just curious. I mean, I'm going to gather at something, but I was just wondering, with people in the room, did you have anxiety about it, or did you go, or what?
I'm still going.
Yeah.
I got that. Just best believe I got me some protection on me just in case I feel like it's getting kind of sticky. But I'm in Texas, so you know it's kind of a stand your ground. Everybody get you in your vehicle. So.
Yeah, I mean I'm in Nevada, similar laws.
I mean I would be afraid if maybe I was like I don't know pro-Israel or Jewish gathering. Maybe I'd be more heightened, but other than that, I don't really.
I don't think that's gonna pop off in Dallas at least. You know everybody here is fucking proud of 4th of July, so I don't know if they're gonna do any crazy. I don't know. That might just be a fucking suicide thing for them if they fucking try to go shoot somebody or something. I don't know.
Do you think it stopped people this year from gathering like they usually do?
Yeah, because you know you got some people that are still nervous, but there's all the uneducated people on the situation that's going on. You know, you look on TikTok, you look on Twitter, you look on certain areas of the news, and you know some people run with certain narratives that gets them scared, gets them to sit in their house, and it was even some people that didn't even go to work.
But did you say you were in Texas?
Yeah, I'm in Dallas. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in Houston.
Oh yeah. So you was about the same, yeah, you know. Yeah. But yeah, it's all the uneducated people on that. I feel like they're scared, you know, pretty much.
Are you from there originally?
Yeah, born and raised.
I'd love to send this to you offline. I have one friend who was in the NFL. He's pretty major and played for UT, and he is from Dallas.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. UT Austin, that's smooth. That's, yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Papa. Do you have a projection of what year are you in school? Junior, senior?
Right now I'm a grad, so this is my last year eligibility.
Do you know where they're projecting you to go in the draft?
Right now, 4th and 7, 4 through 7.
Man, I'm excited for you and your future, man. Good luck with all that.
Yeah, I'm with Agnes. You have like one of the best attitudes I've run across in a very long time.
I pray, Marshall, I pray to God that the Jets draft this young man because we need some common sense on my team.
Oh, I want him on the Eagles. Sorry.
By the way, wait, hold on. You've won enough counts. Can you shed a well, please?
No. An Eagle. Listen to him. He's an Eagle. And I know he's in Dallas and he's a Cowboys fan, and that's a hard thing
he's definitely too smart to be a Jet.
Can you, Papa, can you state your name just so that we can add you to our fantasy football, leagues and all that stuff, and follow you?
I got to right now. I'm gonna put it in the side check before now, just so you know.
Wait, what team do you want to be on, Papa?
Anybody that's paying, man. Anybody that's paying. Anybody with no state taxes too. You know, that's gonna be my first option. You know.
Oh, he won't be a Jet because New York will kill him with that.
Yeah, that's a good
point. I mean, anywhere I get drafted, man, I'm not gonna complain. I'm just gonna go to work and try to make the best of it. You know what I'm saying? Try to get some type of.
Admit it, you're a Cowboys fan, right? You just say it.
Oh yeah, I'm born and raised Cowboys fan. Yeah, but at the end of the day, like that fan shit go out the door when it comes to you going to the league. I'm gonna be like, fuck that fan shit. I don't care whoever I get drafted to, that's what I'm going to. Even if it's Cleveland, I don't give a fuck. As long as I get paid to go play ball, I'm good.
My NFL friend went to the Eagles, and he was from Dallas, so he had to suck it up.
Oh, that's why he's a friend because he's in
exactly. Not anymore, but.
What draft pick did you get, Abby, in this last draft?
Oh, I'm the Raiders got, because I'm right here in Vegas. The Raiders did really well. I forget what the Eagles got.
Yeah, the Raiders did.
Maybe you know.
Well, the problem with the Raiders is they have no.
Yeah, the Raiders did good drafting Genty, but you have to free that pass game. Got to get them free. You know, in the NFL, everybody's gonna be aiming at them for running the ball. You know, because you got one of the best running backs out of college football.
Papa, what do you think about Justin Fields? Be honest.
Oof.
Wait, hold on. Anybody starts a sentence with oof is never good.
He has a high potential, right? So Justin Fields has stayed in the NFL because of his potential. He has a hell of a ceiling, man. It's just, man, Chicago, when you went to Chicago at the time of where they're not where Chicago is now, they weren't in the rebuilding phases. They kind of fucked them in a sense because now his game doesn't translate anymore. That's what's kind of killing him. Because Pittsburgh, he was supposed to take that job over. That was supposed to be his ordeal. He was supposed to run that, hopefully, go to the playoffs, do whatever they do. But he ended up letting Russell Wilson beat him out for the job, man. And that's kind of where you kind of see that lack of, talent transferring over.
Wait. I disagree with you, Papa, because he was, I think, 4-1 when they switched quarterbacks. So I don't know why they made that quarterback switch. He was winning, and that's all that matters.
I feel that, but it could be also the NFL just pulling, that political scheme move. They do that shit a lot too. So it could be that. I was just thinking there might be something wrong with him, but hopefully it's not, man. Because that was one of my boys out of Ohio State, though. Because I used to love watching him play.
Well, I'll just ask you one last question, and then if you guys want to get off sports, it's fine. What do you think about what John Gruden said in those emails, using the N-word and all the derogatory terms towards the black?
No, it was that was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That was is it a lot? It's on okay. No. Let me call you. Let me come back here. Hey, say that for me. I'll be back here.
All right, well, I pinned a new article to the top, Matt. Trump signs big, beautiful bill into law after saluting B-2 pilots who joined Iran strike.
Give me 1 second.
Take your time. Pepe's about to sing God Bless America. Everybody stand up. Pepe, Mike's yours, bro. Good idea.
Just gonna go watch fireworks. Probably getting that time for a lot of people, right? The room's gonna get quiet.
Okay, what's good, bro?
JB, what's up, man?
I'm surrounded by Republicans. Help me. That was a joke. That was a joke, my Republican friends.
You should feel right at home. You should feel right at home.
Why? Am I an undercover Republican and I have nobody to...
No, you're overtly MAGA. You're overtly MAGA, Jay.
I'll tell you this. I love Donald Trump. I love the job he's doing. God bless America. God bless King Trump. I hope we change the amendment so he can get a third term. I'm being dead ass serious. I think he's doing a fucking amazing job.
Thanks for proving my point. I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but you proved my point. I need to get that on replay, JB. That's pretty crazy.
Listen, man.
Hey, Matt, he will say it again, Matt. No worries. He will say it again. Or he will.
I will.
He will.
Because that's how I feel. The man's doing an amazing job. I don't know what else to say. People want to grab the lowest hanging fruit when it comes to Donald Trump, but they don't give a fuck when Joe Biden was on the beach today. Couldn't open his own beach chair. Thank God he fucking stepped.
I saw that. He's in Malibu, right? Is that where I saw that? Yeah.
I don't know where he's at, dude, but you can't open a beach chair, but you want to run the country? Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out of here.
Marshall, I think Kitty I don't think she had smoke for you. That was like, you know, when you were in junior high school and you teased a girl because you liked her? I think Kitty has a crush on you, Marshall. She likes you. Yo, Adams, you there, Adams?
I gotta say, there's some big ass smoke going on today. Jesus Christ.
People are intoxicated. It's a holiday. Matt, do you see who we have down in the VIP section? We got Stinny, who's amazing. Wallace, Harry. We got Darren Yamamoto. Do you know who Darren Yamamoto is, Matt? He's the number one 40-plus-year-old man on OnlyFans. He sells fake pictures. He's number one.
Oh,
makes a lot of money.
Feet. Oh, he's got cute feet. I've seen them. Yeah.
Yeah, my man Darren.
Good old. Wow, really?
100%. We got Dawn down there. We got Eddie. We got LSL. We got Keith. You got all the cool kids in it.
Do you know LSL? Maybe.
He comes to my rooms. I don't really know him. He's never come to my stages. But there was a time where I went sports shirt on somebody, and he sent me a message on Instagram saying how he was disappointed in me. So I apologized, and I dialed it down for about 2.
Well, he's a member of the House, but he's got the 8647 on Trump. It's always kind of baffles me, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's interesting to see what flip.
You know what happens? You're gonna get more haters than supporters in your groups, right? They're gonna just show up. And LSL, I have no smoke with the guy. Seems like a nice guy, but the haters are what stokes the engine, bro. Invite him in, invite him to the stage, let them talk their shit. If you get enough haters, the room will blow up.
I suspect you know a thing or two about that, so.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of haters.
I know. Is the Muslim hate over with, or the Islamophobia, is that over with, or we're still on the Muhammad hate? Are we still on that or not?
Well, that wasn't my room, but did he bang a 9-year-old?
That's It's in the muff, though, right? I don't think the base hasn't done that yet officially.
Roger's not even here, so yeah, whatever. Who cares?
No, I'm saying that Roger literally said that the conversation was going to continue here. He urged us to come to the room. So you didn't say it, Matt, but Roger put that in your room. So that's why I said that. I guess he was just promoting your room, though, which is not a bad thing.
No, he had told me he wanted to transfer everybody over, so
I'll be back.
He's going to do something, okay? The room is probably going to get pretty quiet here. I'm just chilling, so anybody can talk about whatever. Just kind of hanging out right now. Hey, Kim, are you watching fireworks here? I don't even know what you're doing.
No, I'm in the authoritarian Illinois, where fireworks are banned, and you can't buy or sell them. And if you pop them in certain neighborhoods, you get a $1,000 fine. So on Independence Day, I'm not free once again.
Oh, so you're not free. You haven't been unshackled officially, have you?
Not yet. I still got a little chain there.
Well, that sounds like California. I didn't know. What state again? I didn't hear. Illinois, you said? Right?
Yeah, them fucking liberals. They fucking crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, California has the same thing, but we don't give a shit. I don't know if you've seen the videos. The fireworks are just always flying around here anyways. We don't care, you know?
No, in certain places you can get away with. Like in Chicago, they're not going to give a fuck. Nobody's going to do nothing about it. But like in smaller suburbs like I'm in, they would definitely zoom in on your way. If you like one of them little cakes, before it's done, they will be there with gun in hand and a ticket. So
yeah,
good luck with it.
Mike, yeah, I agree with you down the chat there. The LA 2020 fireworks, because of COVID, the LA was just like, you guys can't do it because of COVID. Everybody said, fuck you. And everybody just went for it. The video is pretty amazing on that one. I agree, Mike.
I just don't get the whole hate on fireworks in Illinois. Well, liberal places, cause like Indiana, I'm 5 minutes from Indiana. I can go buy the most elaborate fireworks that exist, but I can bring them across the border. There's no one gonna stop me. But if I dare to light them up, fucking in certain neighborhoods, I will get a ticket and confiscate my fireworks.
No, but Hakima, you could be the firework dealer, right?
No, yeah, if you want to get your door kicked in by the ATF, I'll pass. That's a hard pass. Easy pass.
I could just see the headlines for Akima, Illinois man locked up due to fireworks.
No,
Bill's tackled down.
Hey, no, you know they're gonna add Muslim to it. They're gonna add the Muslim man. Fireworks. All kind of shit. They're gonna have a picture of me looking the worst way. Nah, I'll pass on that.
Marshall, are you still there or no? You may have stepped away. Gonna ask him how fireworks are in Texas and all that jazz.
I bet they going crazy in Texas. Oh, the sky gonna be lit.
Right?
Are they doing the drone shows along with the fireworks, like at the same time, kind of thing?
What's the drone shows? Never heard of that before.
It's where they have like a lot of drones, and what they do is they have a choreography of whatever, and they have different lights and all that stuff on there, and they actually it's almost like virtual reality, but it's
like fireworks. It's like fireworks, but out the fireworks. They use the
I get talking about. It's all like coordinated, all the little drones going around and stuff. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Actually, I don't even know what the White House is doing. Does anybody even know? I just realized I didn't even check on that.
They having an MMA match, I think, or it's coming
No,
up.
I guess that's next year. That's what I thought too. I'm like, is it today? But it's for the 250th celebration, not for this one, yeah.
Yeah, no, I had to throw that in because that was funny as shit that he even talked about. So I just had to throw that jab in.
I gotta restart the app. It's literally freezing right now.
It's glitching?
Yeah, it's doing all this shit. I always do it every freaking 20 minutes. That's stupid.
Dude, that blows.
It's super annoying.
Have you updated?
Yeah. I'm on all the latest stuff. It's just a shitty app at the end of the day, so. I'll be right back, Sarah. Just give me a.
Yo, what's good, y'all? I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Not much. How you doing, man?
This is my new account. If you guys can follow me again, I have to make a new one. I'm good. Today's my birthday, so I'm just chilling.
Happy birthday, Brian, man. I followed you back. I got your request.
Happy birthday. How does it feel to have your birthday on 4th of July?
Thank you guys. Thank you, Akima. Thank you, Sarah. You know, I tell people the same silly story all the time. I say, when I was a kid, they used to tell me that the fireworks at night was for me. So you literally used to think, like, that at nighttime they would literally doing that for me. So, you know, living in the city, they do the crazy show, and I'd be on my roof. I see it. It was cool, but yeah, my birthday's alright. Thank you.
Does anybody know if LA shows are canceled or not? Matt, do you know?
That's what I thought I heard. I think they were.
Search. Let me search, because
I
don't know if they canceled all the shows or not. But we used to have a very nice show right by me.
I can kind of see them from the porch where I'm at already. I don't need to go anywhere.
Hey, I want to report in on the press of Illinois. A friend of mine in the suburb called Homewood, Illinois. It's an upper middle class neighborhood. Well, he usually have a fireworks show at his house every year, and he just got like $10,000 worth of fireworks confiscated because he had like the whole neighborhood was there watching. His family was there, and the police pulled up and took all his fucking fireworks. Like, what the fuck?
It says our firework is not canceled. It's still scheduled to take place on 9 p.m. on the 4th of July. But it's over the marina, I guess because it's over water, they don't worry about like any potential fire damage or something. What is
Hey, Matt, I got some videos that some people shared it on Instagram or whatever. I'm gonna send you the video. This shit literally just happened. This is literally my people's house. Yeah, they literally just went in and took over 10K worth of fireworks.
Fucked up. That guy was so happy, and then he's like, I'm gonna be so happy this 4th, and then he gets totally robbed of all his shit. Great.
What's up, Matt?
Yeah, what's up, Cash? How are you?
I'm good. Happy 4th.
Yeah, happy 4th, my brother. How you doing these days?
I'm good. How you been?
Yeah, good, man. Are you gonna be enjoying some of the festivities, or what are you doing?
I don't know if I'm allowed, bro.
Oh, shit. Are you locked down? Or you got a little ankle bracelet? What do you got going on?
Nah, I'm scared to be denaturalized. You look at me, you know I'm a foreigner. Look at me. But I got my citizenship. I used to celebrate the 4th.
If you tell me where you live, I can send the ICE agents.
They won't take me. They would have to go through a whole process.
Exactly. So don't play that game.
Where you from, Cash? You not American? You're not Black American?
I'm from Somalia. I'm from Somalia.
Oh, you're Somalia. No, okay, interesting.
I'm from Somalia. You know what the thing is? I always been confused because I think there's a loophole, right? My mother, I wasn't like one of them. You know what do they call those guys that they was born here? The birthwriters.
Birthright citizenship, yeah.
Oh, you're an angel baby.
Oh,
Nah. I wasn't born here though. So when my mother became the citizen, she had to pledge the allegiance and take a test and get a certificate. They call it a naturalization.
So
I never got that. I just got the paper. I just got the paperwork and the passports and everything.
So you wasn't born here. Your mother was. Your mother
No.
Your mother moved here and got naturalized, but you wasn't born here. She brought you in.
No, I just want to see if I can celebrate the 4th, Sarah. I'm like confused right now. So like, yeah, I just got this shit. Like I was a kid. She passed it. She passed everything and they gave it to me. So like, I never pledged the allegiance.
Oh, wait, you gotta watch out for Trump, then. Like that's what you gotta watch out.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm confused. Like I ain't never had a problem, you know.
Yeah, so all I gotta say.
Just so
I love the
back
fourth.
into your psychosis, you and Hakima can have this conversation.
I love the 4th. Did y'all have any cookouts? No cookout.
Yeah, only certain people have cookouts. Everybody don't have cookouts.
Oh yeah, they have barbecues.
Everybody got one. Who wasn't at a barbecue today?
I was at a cookout. There's a difference. We just described the difference.
What's the difference between the cookout and the barbecue?
It's a big difference, bro.
Yeah.
We can start with the music, the vibes. We ain't even gotta get to the food.
At a barbecue, the food is there. At a cookout, the food is there. At a barbecue, you can bring dishes. So that's a big difference.
So does it translate automatically? Like, say I just say I'm gonna do a barbecue, but we also bring rice, mac and cheese.
You make this up, Sarah. This is
that a cookout?
No, that's a barbecue. If you're bringing something, that's a barbecue.
Yeah. Okay. What translates it for it to be?
Brian, what would you bring to our barbecue? Like our cookout? Me and Hack right now. What are you bringing? Like, imagine we said, yo, we're having a cookout, and you're invited now, but you gotta bring something.
Yeah,
what would you bring?
Are you drunk?
No, I'm not drunk. I don't even drink.
Because you can hear Hakima speaking. I don't know.
What are you talking about? Why are you talking to me like that? Is it because like you got a UFC thing going on?
You're overpowering Hakima. He was speaking.
I know, I have that tendency. It's like my phone, maybe.
Oh yeah, you might have Tourette's as well. Hakima, if I...
Damn, what's wrong with people who got Tourette's? What's next? Like people who got cancer? Like when do you stop? That was pretty low, bro. That was pretty low, bro.
Yo, salute to Matt. Salute to Mark, Sarah, Hakima. Yo, what's good? Salute to Christy.
Bro, why you over talking him?
Salute to Christy. Salute to Beaver. Salute to Royal. Salute to the whole room. You already know.
What? You missed me, Brian? What the hell?
Are we saluting all the soldiers? I want to salute to my brother. Rest in peace to my brother. Salute to him too.
Salute to Don.
Yeah, all right.
Don. Salute to Don. Salute.
Oh, it's Brian. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Yo, mad peace, bro. I'm blessed, bro. I got a fight Sunday. I've been just
lose.
I appreciate it, bro.
I just want to put that negative energy out there that you're returning, because this is America.
It's all good.
Speech.
I appreciate it. I got a fight Sunday. So.
Nah, I hope you win. I'm just joking.
Nah, I appreciate it, bro, for real. But it is what it is.
I got a tiger fighting. Is good? Is he any good, or what you got? Whether you're
I won't even know until I pull up. Until I show. I won't even know.
Is this just a street fighting, or we?
Yeah, what weight are you fighting at?
I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight.
That's you on the left?
I'm in the red tee. That's definitely not me in the blue.
I'm about to say, if you was in the blue, I was gonna say you look like you about to beat somebody ass. But if you was in the red, yeah, you gotta be in the gym, bro.
Yeah, he's a pro fighter. But yeah, I was training with him. He's really good. But yeah, I gotta fight Sunday, so tomorrow I'll be.
What are you fighting? What type of sport? Like kickboxing, UFC, MMA.
Where can we buy tickets?
Tickets? Yeah. Could you? I mean, it's in Virginia. Is any of the people in Virginia?
Yeah, whatever. Go out there. Whatever.
Go out there.
We'll support you by buying a ticket, right?
I don't know if they sell tickets. I don't know if they sell. It's just a backyard. Yeah, it's just a backyard. I don't know.
Hey, yo, Dick.
Yeah.
Yo, Dick.
Yeah.
Yo, is your name Richard? Like, that's something I always wanted to ask Americans. Like, why do they call Richard Dick? Like, seriously, like, why do they do that? It's in America, July 4th, back west.
Because it's the nickname.
Yeah, like how did that come about? Like is there like any like relation? Like, why wasn't Larry Dick? You know? You don't know?
That's actually a good question.
Was it Moby Dick? Was he like the first Dick?
You know what? Let me look that up. Hang on.
Like, who's the biggest dick in the world? Like, is it Moby? You think he's the biggest dick in the world?
Probably.
What about Dick Tracy?
Donald Trump is the biggest dick.
What about Dick Tracy? You ever heard of Dick Tracy?
It's crazy. I don't know if that was the joke or not, but I seen Donald Trump say that he's going to host a UFC event at the White House.
Dude, that'd be fire, bro. That'd be fire. Watching Kobe Covington get knocked out on the White House lawn.
Yeah, that actually would be pretty. This is stuff like I never seen before.
Ain't it about time for the fireworks? Y'all not doing fireworks?
At 9, it's only 6:30.
I hope everybody's safe in those crowds, man. I don't go to crowds and stuff, man.
Yeah, you gotta stay away from the crowds.
You know what I'm saying, Matt? It's not like it used to be.
Right?
They said something about their hand blown off, Monica.
Yeah, man. Like, tonight's the last night before somebody ends up like Jason Pierre-Paul tomorrow, you know?
Yeah, they said something.
Bro, like, I wish I could, like, just, like, teleport to some people right now and be like, bro, do you know, like, you're gonna wake up tomorrow with 4 fucking fingers for the rest of your life?
No, that was horrible. I felt so bad for him because he's such an energetic, like, high charisma, high energy guy. Like his character.
Bro, that's the point. Like, that's the point. Like, I wish I could just, like, teleport to all these people tonight and be like, yo, do you know you're gonna wake up with 4 fingers for the rest of your life after tonight? Just stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing.
He's gonna be short of hands. It's horrible. His whole hand got blown off, but
yeah, damn.
Yeah, that's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's tragic. And I was just like, wow. And then, like, he kind of acts like his character on the internet is like a tough guy. So like, he's like super aggressive. Like,
he goes hand in hand. It goes hand in hand.
Then it just sucks that he just like he looks young. He's super young, bro. He probably had his whole life ahead of him, and he just blew his hand off just because of the fireworks.
Have you seen the picture, Brian? Did you see the picture?
Yeah, it's out there. Yes.
Fucking nasty, man. His hand is totally gone. It's fucking.
Yeah.
So the name Richard became Dick from a rhyming thing, and so when you say Richard, there's also nicknames Rich, Rick, and then obviously Dick. Dick came from Rick, which was which was another it's
Man, that's a man. That's like that's some fuckery, bro.
That is some fuckery, though. That's literal fuckery, like.
No, man, it's just a thing. People call it wasn't a big deal. Like we called, it was grab a dick. That's it.
The fuckery how they got to that conclusion, the rhyming with the Rick to Dick is crazy.
Well, it's
Richard to Rick to Dick.
So it's ChatGPT, and you know, as anybody that's ever used ChatGPT, it's not 100%, but on this one, I'm just gonna say it's probably 100%.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying.
Hey, Brian,
that they
JPP has a stump. What do you call it? A stump?
Ooh.
JPP?
Yeah.
It's crazy though, man. Motherfuckers gonna get their fingers blown off tonight, right, man?
That's just, well, they're retarded. They're just asking for it.
There's
the reason we have to have fireworks, like make fireworks are like illegal. Well, no, I guess some people do try to like blow shit up, but then people also are just too retarded to use them.
I used to be the ultimate.
Hands on a strip of cats one time.
Yeah.
I burnt my whole hand. It was horrible. I can't imagine having your hands blown off. First of all, it'd be painful, and then they're gone, and then you.
Ms. Lopez, imagine playing rock, paper, scissors, and you gotta be the rock for the rest of your life. Like, you're the rock, bro.
No.
Like,
that's fucked up. That's a fucked up, dude.
You're the fucking rock, bro.
I used to be the biggest fucking pyro known to man, but you know, all it takes is one event where you blow up your hand, or you know, and you're just like, no more. And that's I didn't blow up my hand, but yeah, it was close enough to where I was like, no, that's okay. So.
They're fucking cool, like finding things to put like M80s and shit and just like destroy it. Like when I was a kid, I used to think that was like the most entertaining shit.
Where the fuck do y'all white boys be getting M80s, man?
I know
they shoot guns. They shoot guns in the hood.
How many mailboxes did you blow up as a kid, man?
Hey, man, just super quick. Tall lady came visit Chilla's.
What happened?
Tall lady came visit White Belts and Chillism, and Luca started going after her, and I said, you don't know who you're talking to, you better back off. And Nathan said, she doesn't need your protection. I'm like, I wasn't protecting her. Protecting Luca.
You can't fuck around with Tall Lady. I'm glad you made it out over here, Tall Lady. You can just get out of that stupid place. You're good here.
Thank you. I just found it to be so crazy because, like, we were talking about the Pell Grant that they cut it anyways. What I was saying is that pretty soon grades and test scores are going to matter. That's all I'm saying. Like, the days of just checking some boxes and getting into school is over.
On God.
Look at UCLA's medical school. Like the people they end up letting in, like basically are not able to. They're just not being able to pass the most basic shit. I guess they have to do exams for, whether it's emergency medicine, just like the different areas before they can graduate, but they're not able to do it.
But was that the same? Talking about? Oh, sorry, Mr. White. But I mean, that's what I was talking about, and like they wasn't trying to hear it. And then I just left the room because it got so stupid. Like I'm point in my life, I can't argue with stupid shit. I just can't.
But yeah, I barely go in that room because you have Concrete who just likes to hear himself talk, and he's just annoying. Then you have Luca. What is it? Luka
Doncic.
Yeah, he's a fucking retard. And like these apes just go at it all day and just yell at each other and fight over dumb shit.
Apes?
Yeah, they're fucking retarded. They jerk each other off all day.
They're black. He's calling us apes.
He's calling us apes. We gotta be apes.
Damn, talk to them. Tell them to say otherwise.
We all fucking unloaded on her.
Wait, I gotta ask Creed. Do you actually?
Ricky Martinez.
Probably don't even celebrate 4th of July.
Oh yeah,
I ain't never meet PP before.
Machista. Yeah, I'm pro Mexican power. Fuck you. Fuck the niggers. Fuck the gringos. Fuck all of you.
Let it all out, man. Let it all out, PP.
Man, what's up, everybody?
Let it all out, PP. You gotta let that racism out, man.
Man, look.
You gotta get it all out your system, man. Keep going.
Yeah, fuck the chicks.
Look, man.
Fuck all of you.
Get it out your system.
We're reconquering the country. Have you guys noticed that?
You're reconquering country.
You guys, yeah. You look who owns Los Angeles now.
I can't even keep a straight, serious face on it.
Hey, yo!
He's shocked. He's like,
Tell me your plan. Tell me your plan. Tell me your plan.
We're outbreeding you people, and that's and we're letting more blood off.
Yo, I love to hear it, guys. You ever watch Pinky in the Brain?
You're not outbreeding them Africans, that's for sure.
You the brain.
We got America, the most powerful country.
Them Africans is outbreeding you in this country, Pepper.
Hey, yo, tell me your plan, bro. Tell me your plan.
Conquistadors.
They're outbreeding
We're conquistadors. We conquer you. We conquer people like you, Abraham.
They're outbreeding you. They're outbreeding us, but they're outbreeding you.
We're fucking a lot. We're fucking a lot. We have a lot of sex. We're in first place.
Africans in the Caribbean is outbreeding you, guys. They're outbreeding you.
I think
the actions speak for itself.
got everybody.
Yeah, the Muslims got
The Pakistanis, all them mugs, they have like a
We're gonna shave. No, when it comes to those diaper heads, we're gonna shave their fucking beards and we're gonna throw them right out the fucking country.
The biggest growing population on planet Earth. Love is actually in sub-Saharan Africa.
You and what?
The Mexicans.
3.4 on planet Earth. It is projected by the 22nd century. 1 out of 3 people on planet Earth will be an African.
But you know what's funny? One out of 1 people in the United States of America will be Mexican. So how does that
No,
sound?
actually not, and I'm glad you brought that up because
Cállate.
the next 40 years,
¿Por qué no te calles?
majority of America by the 22nd century will be of African descent. Of course, Black Americans won't be here because our population is there. Our birth rate is at 1.5.
He's SD as shit.
So, them Africans, if we don't get our numbers up, some Africans and Caribbeans will take over. So.
Hey, yo, here we come.
This is gonna be a black planet. This is literally gonna be a black planet. The birth rate amongst Chinese by 2050 is gonna begin to decline. Arab populations are going to start declining by 2040.
No, the Chinese are already working on you fucking people. See, they're building the ports. They're actually taking over the industries. They're the ones who are actually industrializing Africa. And so, no, they're going to give you motherfuckers birth control.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, no, but that's where the black population is going to come from, not from America.
I know that.
Yeah, but no, the Chinese got it under control.
Well, the Chinese population is going to start declining by 2040.
Do you see what they do to the Uyghurs? Do you see what they do to the Uyghurs? They put those fucking monkeys. Yeah, they put those monkeys in the concentration camps. They're gonna do the same thing to the Africans.
How are they gonna do that? And literally.
Oh, you're very dirty black man. Get into my gas chamber, bad boy. Spray the pesticide.
Bro, 1 out of 3 people on planet Earth is going to be a fucking African.
Remind me of something.
The whole fucking planet is going to be an African.
You'll not live very long. I'm going to take care of you. Get into my concentration camp, bad boy.
Look at all the legal immigration and illegal immigration into Europe coming from Africa. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yes, but it's mostly brown people. You know what? And that's the thing.
Yes, North Africa.
You know these Muslims are very racist towards black people, and they're gonna end up. We're doing this. We're under an agreement with the Arabs. The Arabs get to take Europe. We get to take North North America, and we both agreed that we're not going to allow black people to populate our lands.
He's defeating you, bro. He's beating you.
We are taking over.
He's beating you in his submission.
Into Europe, right? It's mostly from North Africa. However, illegal immigration is 5 times higher, and most of that illegal immigration is from East Africa and from Central Africa.
My people.
Central Africa.
Yeah, those dirty Javers are going home.
I want you to hear you. According to the EU, East Africans and Central Africans.
Silence a beat. Silence.
Africans in Europe.
Oh, we coming back.
Predominant population.
We coming back.
In 100 years, bro.
No, you guys are going back in chains. That's what the fuck's happening to you. Global domination. We are going to take over Africa. Again, it's still colonized technically.
Your population is dying.
He just said he was taking all we have to do is stop giving you guys food aid and stop giving you guys vaccines and medications for treatable diseases, and you guys will literally go back down to nothing.
You're on fucking drugs.
That's not going to happen.
I'm just figuring out what
because
it got.
actually
say goodbye to black people.
I go higher than that, but the floor is
Africa is currently in the process.
You guys are going to be lion food. You're going to be doormats for elephants.
I want you to hear this, Pepe. Africa is currently in the process of manufacturing their own vaccines, particularly South Africa.
Yes. Oh yeah, because they have white and Indian doctors, of course.
Yes,
I know, but those whites and Indians are going to take over.
The fastest growing pharmaceutical.
Say goodbye to your continent, black man.
I want you to hear this.
Say goodbye. I want you to hear this. You're going back in chains.
Calm down.
You're gonna eat bugs, and you're gonna be buck broken, and you're gonna obviously enjoy it because you're a dirty faggot. You filthy fucking black sodomite.
You are triggered. Population.
You are triggered.
In terms
you
of
are out of logic.
You have
literally been.
That is why we're taking away your medicine, taking away your food aid. You people are gonna starve. You're going back to your normal numbers.
You got 30.
I'm gonna go back to Africa and I'm gonna find me the biggest, strongest nigger in America, and I'm gonna have him crack the goddamn whip on you people because you guys are poorly trained. White man speaking here. And all you're gonna hear is Tyrone go, shut up, nigga. Oh, just missing. Yeah, I'm gonna put you in shape real good.
He's literally just becoming a white slob. He's going crazy. He's becoming a slob right now. He's going
getting
crazy.
The biggest, strongest, big old nigga.
The devil is alive, man. The devil is alive.
No, calm down. So here's the facts, right?
The facts are, we're taking over.
Hey, Pepe, 10 African billionaires.
Oh, you have 10 African billionaires. We have hundreds of billionaires from outside of Africa. We're already winning.
Wait.
We're already winning.
Hold on,
you lost.
Hold on. 10 black
You're losing.
10 black billionaires came together.
That's cute. You have 10 black billionaires.
To make Africa the hub for AI.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you monkeys are going to get that done, aren't you?
200, 500. Listen to this.
Yeah, why don't you guys cure diphtheria and AIDS and all of the diseases that run rampant there first?
Actually, they're developing a cure in South Africa.
Oh, sure they are, yeah.
I want you to hear this. Look this up. South Africa is close to creating.
Yeah, but those are white people that in South Africa. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Stop lying.
Look it up.
No.
If you look it up, the head scientist is a black African, and they're on the cusp of finding.
No.
And look it up.
Nope. So these black billionaires, they're not going to create it. You're not going to be the hub of AI. You know what, guys? This is the 4th of July. Let's celebrate the white men who ended up defeating the British while their nigger slaves were still working the farms as farm equipment, and while black people were still slaves, we were able to beat the British. Yes, the white man. Praise the white man. I want to say a prayer. Oh Lord.
He's a black.
I want to say a prayer.
He's the lead scientist on finding a vaccine.
Dear Lord, I pray to you to bless me, my fellow Americans, and to wipe the weakness and the laziness and the sloughness off of these dirty, degenerate, stain of Cain having Negroes. Please make them to be more human.
Imagine that.
Please.
Sending Dr. Fauci out.
This is the sound of a mad, uneducated, low IQ weirdo.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
The lead scientist, y'all.
That's why Donald Trump said make America great again. Your lead scientist is Dr. Fauci.
In South Africa, they're the lead scientist that's close to finding a vaccine.
Oh, these fucking African booty scratching Negroes are cancer shit.
They got a soap to help your cancer. They got a soap.
They can't even solve fucking hunger in Africa. What the fuck are you talking about? Does that mean hey, you know what? They'll have Africa under control when UNICEF doesn't have to go there anymore, and then UN doesn't have to drop off food aid. You know, that's not happening.
I am a bald eagle.
Guys, let's look at the Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of the most crime-ridden shitholes in the fucking world. Let's look at all of the beautiful countries and civilizations in Africa. What do you get? AIDS, hunger, dysentery.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing up here?
One of the leading causes of death is diarrhea, literally.
You ain't check his mother.
Dirty people. Very dirty people.
Don't they celebrate their
dirty people?
July 1st?
Oh, but you're right, guys. You all come from us. We made y'all. Yeah, okay, we all came from chimpanzees. We're just a lot more evolved than you people. Yeah, you fucking monkey. Shut the fuck up.
You came from the monkey. Allegedly. You don't even believe in God, dog. Look at you.
Mumbling from your nigga lips. Like, we came from monkeys. Yeah, we came from monkeys too. We just you guys are just less evolved from that point though. We've evolved further. We went on to conquer the world.
Started screaming like a.
We conquered the world. How many of my conquistador ancestors had you dirty black troglodytes picking the fields, sugar cane and coffee for the please?
Scream, trailer park trash, scream.
Man, they hanging off the rafters in this room, Matt. You got this shit popping.
Wild in here. What's going on?
They hanging off the rafters.
Oh man, he's terrified. Hey Matt, he's terrified. When I told him that 1 out of 3 people on planet Earth is going to be an African, this is a fact.
No, it's not going to happen. You guys are no, it's not happening. We're taking over.
You went crazy. They have a birth rate of 3.4 in sub-Saharan Africa. Motherfucker ain't nothing touching that on planet
White
Earth.
people
Very
love
dirty people.
Another brilliant room. White people love.
Why don't you go to Africa and find some bitch that's swatting flies off of her emaciated 2-year-old while she has a bucket on her head, and then you know what you can do? You can fuck her, and then you can go come in that big bowl in her fucking lip. You fucking faggot. Well, I mean, I don't know. What the? You think Africa's so fucking great? Go find one of those long titty bitches with the fucking what the fuck do you call this? Spear.
Is probably going to be married to one of them.
The Mexican dude crashing out. He crashing out right now.
Yeah, Mexican pride. Mexican pride. Worldwide domination.
Hey, his great-grandson is going to be married to one.
Yep, I fucked July 4th. This is going to become Mexico.
This is where we're going, Drop.
Yep,
but I was going to
Brown pride. Brown pride.
Your great-grandson is going to be married to...
No. See, us Mexicans, we're not cucks like the white people. You see, white people are scared, but us Mexicans will proudly call you a fucking nigger to your face.
You know what Mexicans call me?
No, you are not welcome. No bienvenidos for you.
Now, everybody, y'all come to California, right? Come to LA County and see how many fucking Mexicans you see walking around with black women. You see how many Blexicans walking around LA. Fucking Mexican all over the South Central LA. Do you know what a Mexican?
Okay, go take your black ass to Compton and pick up on the Mexican bitches and see if you make it home. Let's see how that works.
See how many? Hold on. This is how I know you don't know what the fuck.
Silencio.
If you go to Compton, California, you will see
Silencio, Changuito.
Mexicans, dumb fuck, Black American and Mexicans in Compton. As much as there's tension and as evil as Mexicans are, they fucking are still.
You call us evil? We're better than you people.
Hold on. They're still fucking and making babies with black
You dirty monkey, shut the fuck up. Don't disrespect La Raza. You want to disrespect La Raza? Puto, what the fuck you talking to?
Low IQ white.
You dirty ass Negro. Fuck you.
Mexicans are having.
No, you guys want our bitches because they're better looking than yours. Unlike you people, us Mexicans are known for our hard work. We don't live off of welfare like you fucking miscreants. You filthy fucking dirty people.
Man, you don't even know how to make Mexicans fight.
Us Mexicans are supreme. We are supreme. We are warriors.
People left and right.
Guerreros. It's what we are.
People left and right. You motherfuckers are married.
We have the mighty Aztec and the mighty conquistador in our blood. That's what we have.
Watering down.
Yeah, we fucking dominate everybody.
You're marrying.
We dominate everybody.
Left and right with black people. How many black people?
Like right now,
women and
right now,
dirty Negroes.
Right now, ICE is not asking black women.
Guy told me one time.
Yeah, and you know what? That's because we're kicking a lot of the undesirable Mexicans out. Have you noticed all of the ICE officers are Mexican? Just like all of the LAPD officers are Mexican too. Okay, we're doing, like, we know about this.
Literally what a
We're
Mexican
good.
Alright. Gonna put a little pause.
A little pause, just a little pause.
Pause.
A little pause. I'm like Don King.
This Mexican dude told me one time.
Don't call me a Mexican. You call me. No, call me senor. You dirty nigger. I wouldn't even. Shut the fuck up. Call me
You
senor.
don't be acting like senior. You be acting like senorita.
Gonna race.
They gonna call you
Yeah, I was
senorita.
trying to tell you something, man.
Hold up on that.
One time this Mexican dude told me that. He goes, hey, hold on, Cash. He says, we're gonna marry your black. He said, we're gonna marry your black women, and we're gonna teach your black women what a real man is, and we're gonna treat your black women better than you treat them. This is literally what this motherfucking Mexican told me one time. So LA is literally the land of Mexicans. As much as, like I said, as evil as.
But to be honest, we actually hold jobs on like black people, and we also don't divorce our wives like your people. So I mean, we are like better for black women. If we're just being honest.
With us left and right. It's so many half black and Mexican kids walking around LA is ridiculous. It's hilarious at this point.
Brown pride, everybody. Brown pride. Fuck the gringos. Fuck the niggers. Fuck all of you.
Kendrick Lamar's wife.
We're taking over.
She has Mexican ancestry because her mother is half Mexican and half
Don't touch her ancestry.
Hey, it's gonna go down with Canelo fight. What's his name?
Canelo's a Mexican.
Yeah, dickhead. That's
Yeah,
why I
and he's
said
gonna
that.
beat the shit out of the Eddie Mayate that ends up boxing.
Dumbass, you ain't even know.
Fuck you.
Oh gosh, now we got your piece coming up here.
He's only gotten beaten by what, like an Asian dude.
Shut up. You don't know.
But you know who Canelo's knocked out every time? Black
Shut
people
up.
he's boxed. That's a fact.
Why ain't be Floyd? Why ain't
That's
be Floyd? Shut up.
Oh, he's only 22.
Shut up.
Fuck you.
Shut up.
I ain't got into the fucking road. Everybody's being good for us.
Shush this shit out, man.
Have y'all been enjoying our 4th of July? Oh, yeah.
Hey, Adrian, that's all you gotta do. Tell them to shut up.
I'm assuming some of you folks don't celebrate 4th of July. Just kind of curious. I don't know. Black people don't? I know there's some that don't. We just had a lady. Oh, she's right here. Just somebody said it's a black. You know, it's some.
Oh, I know that picture. That Stella got her groove back. Was that Stella got her groove back?
Let me tell you something.
She burned her house or some shit like
The
that.
motherfuckers that say that they're black, they say they don't celebrate 4th of July. They're not American.
Hell no.
What?
No, we
Yeah.
de-celebrate.
Wake that up.
We de-celebrating the 4th of July.
Aren't you black though?
Right.
How could you pledge allegiance to that flag?
July is part of black
What is wrong with you?
Black Americans have been celebrating the 4th of July since its concept. We've criticized America, we've held America accountable, but we still celebrate. It is part of Black American culture to celebrate the 4th of July. We love the 4th of July stock culture.
I gotta de-celebrate, dog. Like, niggas can have cookouts and shit. They can have cookouts and gatherings and all of that. But, like, they can't be putting the flag at the cookout. Like,
I can agree with you on that. I agree.
People died for your right to be on that phone right now, though. People died for your right to complain. People literally
Pockets, nobody died for you, you stupid bitch. Nobody wants to be with you.
My brother died in the military.
Ma'am, the person that said people died. I want you to.
We ain't always see eye to eye. We ain't never see eye to eye.
Gosh. I want you, young lady that said that people died for you. I want you to look in the chat, and I want you to find a link that I dropped in the chat, and I want you to read that. That's from the Smithsonian. I want you to read that speech. It's by Frederick Douglass. Okay.
Oh man, it's got like that words reading comprehension in the world.
Oh, Cash, come on, bro.
Why don't you read it out loud?
The point of you reading that is to see that for foundational Black American treatment, the history of this country, us and our ancestors being here before the founding of the nation, we have always held America accountable and called America out on its hypocrisy.
So why do you guys commit more than half of the murders every year? And why do you guys take out more in welfare than you pay in taxes every year and have the white taxpayers squelch your worthless black ass? You guys don't contribute enough. You guys cause trouble.
Hey, shut up, bitch.
You guys are a financial drain on the country.
That's not true, you dumb bitch.
It is true.
That's true.
It is true, you nigga bitch. Shut up.
Shut up, bitch.
Make a good case.
Everybody, you don't know shit.
They fucking up the conversation.
No, white boys built this country. Even I as a Mexican know that.
Like, if you had to deport people off the stage, like, I'll probably get deported, but like, I hope it means
Brown fucking pride. Brown pride.
You man, when you want to deport
Shut the fuck up, dumbass bitch.
Pepe out of here?
Hold on, I can't hear Caps. What's up?
Can we get Pepe out of here? Can we deport him off the stage?
Pepe's pepping up.
He's dropping the hard R as a Mexican. You're gonna deport him.
That's right. No, I'm a goddamn octoroon. I'm an octoroon. I'm an 8th black.
You getting deported too. Fuck out of here, bitch.
My grandmother's half a nigger, so I'm allowed to use the N-word.
How you have N-word? Are you saying that word? How you have that?
Because my grandmother was half black.
I don't give a fuck.
You insensitive bitch. I'm a person of color. I'm Mexican. With black.
My grandmother had black and say all that insensitive shit. And then say, like, the irony is crazy. Like, the irony.
I know. When you see it, it's my I ain't trying to hear you. You also called her Morenita, you know, because she was pretty dark.
You know,
she was dark. The Morenita.
The bullshit don't fly with me.
She was so cute.
Shut the fuck up, Pepe.
Even though she was half black, she was
Pepe,
cute.
go on mute. Go on mute. Hush.
Fuck you. It's my heritage, bitch.
Go on mute. Go on mute. Go on mute.
Bitch ass bitch.
Mute yourself, Pepe. Mute yourself.
Fuck you.
No, bitch, fuck you.
No, you mute yourself, monkey. No, fuck you talking to.
Easy, Pepe. Senorita, please, go on mute.
Pepe, you know I touched your motherfucking
Hey, you getting deported too, bitch.
No, fuck you. I'm black just like you guys. I'm an 8th black. Yeah, I'm a real ass nigga. Don't fucking try to pull my card. Fuck you.
Check your door. Check the door.
You don't get to tell me what my race is.
Hey, check your door.
I'm the realest nigga in here.
Check the door.
You know me?
I set the building, bitch.
You ain't do shit.
I'll come back dressed as Pepe.
I got your bitch. Faggot ass.
Fuck you, man.
I'll come back dressed as Pepe.
We don't give a fuck about that bitch. Look,
if you ever get deported, all you gotta do is dress like Pepe and come through Mexico. That's it.
It don't matter, bitch. I'm calling Ice. I have a relationship with Ice.
Go ahead and call him. Go ahead and call him. You know, because I'm an 8th black, I can run really fucking fast. They can't fucking catch me. Fuck you.
You're not black at all.
I'm 8th black, bitch. I'm an octoroon. I'm an octoroon. Fuck you.
You are, bitch.
You're not black, bitch.
Why do you think I have a big mouth? And that's also why I can run fast. And I have low impulse control a little bit because I'm an 8th black.
You had a big mouth. Never mind. No homo. Pause.
Hey.
Senorita.
Pause.
You're weak as shit. And you a faggot, bitch.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Put him right in his place. Put him right in his fucking place. You know what he do when he don't got no rebuttal? He be like, fuck you.
I think she left.
That's when he get mad.
I don't know why Pockets is like, y'all sound retarded talking to him.
He can't
This fucking mudshard, this bitch that loves getting fucking, plowed by black men all the time. And she would try to talk like a black girl.
She defeated you and left, bro.
To fit in.
She's gone,
so
bro.
Silly. So
Let
silly.
it go. Let it go. She defeated
Pockets.
you. You're like 0-3. You're
Pockets, you're a nigger-loving slut.
30 minutes.
That's all you are.
You're like 0-3, dude.
No, you're saying I'm 0-3. And you're the one who's also officiating and narrating. You're behind everybody when everybody else is talking over you.
What's your address?
Like the dumb
It is what it is. Live with it.
Shut your dumb nigger mouth.
What's your address?
Go back to YouTube and study your little speeches and work it up in the mirror.
Why don't you stop spending your time and money to get that nappy ass Jerry curl you have in your PTR?
Fucking tea.
You stupid motherfucker.
What they call lozenges? Get you some lozenges. You know them white people love
lozenges. Yeah.
Yeah. Get
How much you spend to relax your hair, Negro?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I know.
Going out dog. You're losing steam.
You're trying to look like Lenny Kravitz. He's half a Jew. You're just half a baboon.
You're like trying to draw me.
You just mad. You just mad because your people get deported.
Shut your little retarded ass up,
Your family get deported, you dumb bitch. Fucking
yeah,
talking
about. Just been hitting you upside the head.
No, I'm not getting deported. I'm good.
About, bitch. Your family get deported, bitch. I hope they do get deported. I'm an American citizen.
And I hope a cop ends up. I hope a cop ends up pulling you over, and then he ends up kneeling on your fat ass fucking neck. You fucking wildebeest. Yeah, amazing. And then you end up dying, you stupid bitch. Eat a fucking dick.
You and your motherfucking black
fat
ass.
whore.
Your kids, bitch. All of your kids get deported too. Fuck the kids.
My kids are anchor babies, bitch. They can't be deported.
That's what they are, bitch. How they get
It's
deported?
like a hate space. Hey, Matt, where y'all at when we watching NFL, man? Like, y'all watch NFL? Like, we hate spaces.
Yeah, we just had a NFL potential prospect come in here a few minutes ago.
Who? Donald Trump Jr.?
Papa's or something like that. Yeah.
Never heard of him. He's trash. Never heard of him. Never
Good
heard
guy.
of him.
Good guy, Cash. Good guy.
Where he went to college at?
What did you say? University of Texas, I think.
Yeah.
Texas?
Yeah, University of Texas.
What number he with?
I don't know. I think his name was Ronell.
I can't. Then he was gonna leave it in chat because we were gonna do a fantasy. You asked for the fantasy draft before his name, right?
What team you like? What team you support? What team you support?
He doesn't have. He just wants to take any team right now.
What about you?
Gets drafted. Me?
Yeah.
I like the Raiders. Yeah.
The Raiders. The gorilla. Darth Vader.
Who do you like, man?
The black hole. You know the Raiders? What you know about the Raiders, man? You like an Oakland fan or Las Vegas?
Ravens or the Raiders?
Oh, you like Miss Lopez? You in here too? Who you like?
Raiders over here. My husband is.
Oh, you're all Raider fans? That's crazy.
Los Angeles Raiders, man. I remember that. Jeez.
Yeah, no, I'm an Eagles fan. Go Birds.
And Dawn, she's got herself a Mexican.
Oh, hell no. You're not an Eagles fan, dog. As an Eagles fan representative, you officially not an Eagles fan. We don't want you around, dog. Like,
oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Or
maybe you just root for the winners. Like, so, like, yeah, maybe, hopefully we don't win this year, and then, like, you'll be a Cowboy fan.
I'm from Philly, so they might see.
Nah,
that explains a lot. It's why you're a white trash whore.
You're banned.
Oh, yeah, that's why I suck black dick. You jealous, Pepe? My God.
I'm out of here.
Why are you worried about me sucking anything? Like,
The room lost. Hey, Matt, the room lost his juice. Pepe
No, you actually kind of killed it, retard.
Pepe killed the room.
You were trying to narrate over the whole time. You don't even know who we are.
You space killer, bro. You're a space killer.
Okay, say something. Entertain us.
Exactly.
Entertain us. Say something.
I'm gonna disappear.
I know you are.
Right.
You have nothing entertaining.
All right, watch this magic trick. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Cash.
Amazing. Dumb nigger. God damn, you suck.
Okay, wow, let him get to the emerald.
Did you like that? Did you like that, Pepe? Did you like that? Did you like that?
Say something entertaining. Yeah, just entertain.
Okay, you like that? No, you see me now. you don't.
Cash, what state are you from?
Dickhead.
Man, why don't you just shave off that nappy ass hair you have to spend all that time fucking relaxing?
He mad.
Shut up, bitch. You fucking bitch.
Are you Somali, Cash? Is that what it is? Are you Somali?
Shut up. Hey, shut up.
Wait, Cash, are you Somali? That's what it is.
Get him off the stage! Get him off the stage! You keep saying that fucking word.
And Naomi, this is like, I understand you feel offended, but this isn't like a safe space for you,
I don't
sweetie.
give a fuck. I want to be young like you.
And Naomi, call me a cracker or something. Just say something mean back.
Next time maybe you'll get somebody
Yeah,
who
see?
can defeat me.
Say, you middle-aged cracker with a tiny-ass dick, fuck you sound like Kermit the Frog. You little faggot, fuck you, Pepe, you aren't even funny. Like, just go off. Like, that's how you win these little exchanges.
Return the heat like that. Yep.
Shut up. You know what? Y'all
Fuck you in your big-ass forehead, Pepe.
Hey, shut up,
faggot.
bitch.
Look, you're dressing like a goddamn faggot in your photo, pussy.
I hate black men. So if there's a black man up here right now, I hate you. Not gonna lie. Fuck all y'all. Anyways, yeah. So
Are you into race play? Do you like race play, Naomi?
what?
I'm serious. Serious question. Race play. Like BDSM, but like either the white guy is like he's the master, or you're the slave that revolts, and then you got Whitey all tied up, and you're gonna whip him and do stuff to him. Like, are you into that stuff?
What? No, y'all weird.
Yeah, you are. Shut the fuck up. If I looked at your phone and I saw your the sites you've been visiting, it's full of that. I can already tell.
You're weird.
You're dirty.
You're weird.
Actually, that is a thing, believe it or not.
I know it is.
Oh, no, I know you know what it is, but I don't think she knows that it's a thing.
Well, I just introduced her to her next fetish, which she actually already is into it.
Yeah, totally.
No, I'm not. I don't know. That's weird. That's actually weird.
Would you call me master? Would it turn you on? Yeah, it would. I know it would. You don't have to say it out loud. It's fine.
Oh my gosh.
Well, happy 4th of July, everybody. Glad we're all getting along and things are progressing nicely around here.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Right, White?
Fuck yeah, man. You know what? This is the reason why I celebrate fucking 4th of July on Clubhouse. Just for nights just like this.
And know me, so I'm probably like twice your age, but you could be my nice little nigger slave. I'll be your good little master. Okay,
bye.
I think you'd like it.
She whipped out.
You broke her on that one. That one really took her.
That's fine, dude. Whatever.
That girl was like on the scene. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, totally.
She has some other issues going on, even prior to all this. That was strange. I don't know what her deal was.
Yeah, I just don't understand how people can say fuck 4th of July and then expect us to listen to her. I just don't understand that.
I mean, to be fair, I'm like a lot more offensive than her.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Pepe. I mean, people know you. People don't know this girl, so you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, that Cash guy didn't know me, and he was like, "Oh my god." He thinks I'm like an actual. He was calling me a Mexican beforehand, and then I was just like, "Okay, fine, I'm just gonna be a racist Mexican now."
Well, Cash is cool. I mean, Cash is pretty cool. I've seen him a couple times, so he's all right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Cash he's chill, man. He's a good guy.
He just didn't know what to make of me.
He was like in shock there. He was like, "What's going on here, man?" Like, he was like treading carefully. He didn't know what to really say or do. It was like, "What's going on around here?"
What did I miss? I just got back.
Oh, you didn't.
Sure, you missed everything.
Hey, Sarah.
I was not here. That's all I know. I was cooking and cleaning.
Dude, there are so many darkies in here, like, reporting my account. I'm just, like, looking at, like, the bottom list, others in the room, and it's like, wow.
Look at all those people, like the ones that with the pink tags.
They're probably like, I would beat that cracker's ass in real life. What do he is?
It's all black people that they, like, it's crazy.
I wouldn't log off the app for another couple days.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I mean,
I know.
It has survived worse than this, though.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm just saying, you're going to become another Dr. Adams when you're going to have your little party hat again. So.
Oh, I've been Dr. Adams like 100 times over on this app.
Poor Dr. Adams didn't even do anything. He just called someone a bitch, not even on the stage in the chat. But then somebody else decided to like get him clipped, asking people to mass report him.
We know who that was, right?
Yeah, CEO did, whatever else did.
Yeah, what a little bitch, man.
Yeah, he basically told everyone to like report him for calling someone bitch. Like seriously. I mean, I've been called an N-word.
Some people are more sensitive than others, you know. I mean, come on.
It doesn't
Kiki,
matter though.
why don't you get up here? You were commenting, because I see you're a chat warrior, and I rarely call out the chat because I rarely look at it, but I'm just curious. I'd love to talk to you. In fact, I will say, guys, you mods, you can kick me if I use racist slurs. I really won't. I won't use racist slurs, but just a lot to say. K-E in the chat.
Who mentioned?
Yeah, I don't know what she looks like.
She looks like she could be. Let's see here.
Who mentioned the race play? I'll take her off.
Oh, she just wants to stay in the go. Okay.
Wait,
does she have pictures?
I
can't tell if she's not. They're all animated.
She read up on the race play. Holy shit! Wow. Wow.
I'll take her off. Nelly.
I will say this. But by the way, for you in the audience that don't know, I'm actually not a Mexican. I was trolling because he said like, oh, he called me some Spanish name. He said, oh, he's racist. But in real life, I did bang like a Nigerian in college several times. It wasn't that bad. But I've also banged a few like Black American women. But you know, I went real dark meat. Little too much caboose for my liking. Little too. If that's your thing, you guys.
You have not had sex with a Black American. Stop.
They were actually one of the
Nigerians kind of worship like them.
You're so fucking stupid, dude.
Black American
in
woman.
Arizona,
Black women would look at you like a lame. But you're an incel.
In Arizona?
Black American women look at you like you're an incel. You're an incel, dude.
There's no such thing as an incel when I was in fucking high school. You dumb You're a whiny bitch. All you do is whine about how black people are such victims all day.
They don't like
That's all you do.
White guys.
You won't even post a picture. Why are you the one black guy that consistently gets kicked out of every black room that you're in? As pro-black as you are, why do the pro-black people always kick you out of rooms and pick on you? Why are you even trying to stand up for the race that doesn't like you? Wait, I know they think you're lame. There's not one black woman on this whole fucking app. You will get wet. We know that. You're a whiny bitch. Hey, I'll tell you what. If there's any of the black women in the audience, tell me if you've seen this motherfucker, heard him talk, and you find him attractive. None of them will say it. You're a whiny bitch. That's all you do. You're too whiny for the black Americans in this country.
I can tell you.
You fucking bitch.
That ain't no nerdy.
Shut the fuck up.
Like you getting an FBA.
An incel. I'm not an incel. You fucking retard. You're using fucking whatever random offensive terms you can use without even knowing it. It's so retarded.
If she had Down syndrome, then I could believe it.
Yes.
You're making it sound like black women are hard to have sex with, you fucking retard. That is so dumb.
Yeah, I can believe Down syndrome, but ain't no FB woman fucking with you. Get the fuck out of here.
It's actually harder to fuck white women on average.
No, not even a BBW. He can't even get a BBW.
Huh?
I got a question.
Do you want me to get Mon in here? Who's actually a fucking model, and we could really talk about it.
Every white man claims he can get the best of black.
Okay, but do you really want me to pull? Do you really want me to pull a black woman in here that everybody knows is gorgeous, so she can tell you what a lying piece of fucking shit you are? You fucking retard. Okay, well, yes.
She's probably a
Oh, she's a bedwitch. Oh, because she's a hot, attractive black woman that every black person on here will say is attractive, but because she's a bedwitch, in other words, she slept with this cracker, she somehow, it doesn't count. Somehow, black women won't sleep with you. But if they do, they're a bedwitch, therefore she's not a real black woman. Using your fucking monkey logic, you goddamn smooth brain, you're a fucking troglodyte. You stupid piece of shit. Why don't you go back in the black rooms where you get bullied all the time?
You're an incel.
You get bullied by the blacks. You are a literal incel. You fucking bitch. You whiny bitch. You don't get any woman's pussy right.
No black woman will fuck you except for Down syndrome. Maybe it's Down syndrome.
Okay, do you want to get Mon in here? You don't know Mon.
Sure. Down syndrome, absolutely.
Okay, but everybody knows Mon is a model, so what are you talking about?
Dude claims that he can get the best of black.
Okay, hold on, let's get Mon in here. All right.
He can get Beyonce knows. He can get.
No, I said Mon, you fucking retard. Let's get the one black one on this app that everybody knows is gorgeous and makes her living in Hollywood. Okay, yeah, and we can go ahead and we can go ahead and find out what a lying piece of shit you are. In fact, you know why this makes you mad? And you already know this. You know that I've been with Mon, you fucking idiot. You know that I was the white guy that was with the very attractive black girl on the fucking app, and that makes you mad. I not only get to fuck black women, and you can't take your little black shirt dick and fuck a black woman, but I got a hot black woman. That makes you seething mad. You are a raging fucking. Yeah, you're a raging incel Negro with a tiny little dick. You have a little bitty little dick. That's all you have. You whiny little bitch. You cry. You just whine like a baby.
American women like game.
Okay, then why did I get the attractive black woman? You get no black pussy, period.
What's up, baby? What's
that in my pocket? It's black pussy. It doesn't feel. Why does it feel black pussy? Why don't they want my little niggle dick? Oh, there's more black pussy falling out of my pocket. Oh shit! I lost some black pussy under the car seat. Where's it happening?
You upside your head.
I got a big old niggle dick. It's BBC. My BBC real big. On the bitches woman. It's big old niggle dick.
What happened?
You crybaby bitch.
Weird little creepy little nerd.
Let's get the black. You know what? Let's get the FBA crowd in here. The FBA crowd shits on you all day, bro. We're all in these rooms. They make fun of you to your face. But you're spurging now.
They don't know no better.
You crybaby Negro.
White people are God.
Fuck you, bitch. I can violate you all day, and the FBA crowd doesn't even give a shit. They think you're a faggot.
They're like, well, what is this weird?
You dirty ass bitch. Yeah, you know the FBA crowd all knows that I fuck on. Amazing.
Women look at you like you're.
I got me attracted black woman. You get none.
They're like,
how much black pussy you getting? How much black pussy you getting?
You're not gonna get me up in your.
I got some black pussy and she's attractive.
You're not a black American woman.
Well, yeah, she's a black woman. Yep, she's a black American woman. And you're mad. You see how mad he is right now?
And he'll chop me up in funny pieces. Hell to the no.
Bitty chicken will eat a bitty niggle dick.
Say hell to the no. They're like, hell no, I ain't fucking with this little weirdo.
No, Mon said hell to the yes.
A little white incel.
Whiny bitch.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I have plenty of black American women. I got the best.
Okay, but we know one on this app. We know one on this app that everybody thinks is attractive.
You know how many times I heard little
goofy white supremacists playing.
Okay, but then are you gonna deny it with Mon? Are you really gonna go there and deny it? The whole app knows it, you fucking retard.
Cash app, some big.
Oh yeah, Mon would take a cash app. You fucking idiot. Give me a break.
Cafe. I would have sex with you any day of the week.
Oh, you think Mon? So you know, Mon and I were together, and we made all our rooms together.
You have a relationship with a black woman now? Oh, okay. And
yeah, it's like everybody knew that. She was my number one. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna actually.
Superior. Oh, and you're saying she's not a bed wench? And you're saying she's not a bed wench? And
no.
She's dating a racist, bigoted white supremacist, and she's not a bed wench?
Well, she knows the difference between me trolling a dumb Negro like you.
No, now you have a personality.
She knows the difference.
You have an online persona now. What a creep. What an incel. What this is?
Oh, it's an incel. But even though I'm getting like I get pussy.
I have your Batman and I'm Robin. Off the line, off Clubhouse, I'm Robin, and then on Clubhouse, I'm Batman. Like you motherfucking incels are weirdos.
Incel motherfucker. I actually get pussy. You stupid motherfucker. But somebody that people actually know. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You dumb fucking retard. You get pussy from nobody on this app. There's no drama with you. There's no drama with you on this app. Because nobody wants to fuck you. Nobody wants to fuck you. Nobody listens to a male that whines and bitches like you and gets turned on. It's like, that is like one of the worst traits for a fucking male. You can't dry a woman's vagina up like any easier. You whiny fucking bitch. And then you know what really turns women off is when you go into the other FBA spaces with the other black men, and they end up like ripping on you. They push you to the goo, and they're like, no, guys, please let me speak. No, don't mute me. And basically seeing a guy get dunked on and violated by other men. Do you understand how that's like such a fucking that makes you look like such a beta male and a pussy?
These niggas won't even come in a room that I create and debate me. This is what clowns they are. These niggas stay in comfortable spaces where they know they got mob badges and they can knock me down. None of these niggas will come in real life, speak to my face, and say
bullshit. You never dropped an attic for anybody.
The only clown nigga that wanted to fight me was
I will take my pink wiener and I will smack your fucking face with it. The only thing you'll do is open up your mouth and say, okay, you fucking faggot. What the fuck are you talking about?
Catch that fade.
You little bitch.
He's gonna catch that fade. But you,
I'm gonna catch that fade? Who's gonna catch a fade?
Lou Fax is gonna catch a fade. Don't worry, he's
Lou
still
Fax
gonna
is gonna catch a fade.
Yeah, he wants to fight.
He beat the shit out of you. That's the funny part.
We
all know that.
We gonna see. Like I said, incel.
So one of the main, so you basically have beef with the main FBA person on this app.
Because you
see, I can go into his groups, even though I'm somebody who's an offensive troll.
Right.
Yeah, because you're a beta male, you fucking.
Over somebody that stands for the lineage. Of course. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad. Everybody heard that?
Catch a fade, like catch a beat.
And flat black spaces and hold more court than I can. That shows you how these niggas hate the fact.
You can't hold court at all. You bitch.
That's what I was saying.
You literally go into these monologues where you just bitch and whine.
Woman, you cash apping a woman and pretending for her to be your girlfriend is pathetic. Nigga, I want to hear y'all in the same house together. I want to hear her. I want to hear her sitting on your lap, you kissing her, and all of that, nigga. Y'all sitting in separate, different locations, and her saying, "This is my boyfriend."
Okay, amazing.
Nigga, you cash after. You cash
after. We literally met on this app and we made rooms every day together for years. You stupid fuck. Everybody knew it.
Girlfriend, I'm not interested in your.
I see. In other words, you want me to send you proof. In other words, you want me to send you a video of me nailing her. So you can jerk off to it and cry. You fucking cuck. That's what you want to do. No, that's what you want to do. You're like, the only way to see this in real life. Is if I got to watch a black sister get fucked by another man. This guy is a cracker.
Saying,
got a big old nigga dick.
Cash
mining units. Shut the fuck up.
Cash at me again, nigga, before I tell him the real truth. Hey, you cash app her. You Zell her.
I cash app her.
That is your Zell girlfriend, motherfucker. You are an incel. Nobody.
Yeah, I'm an incel. Amazing.
More people.
Yeah, I'm an incel. I'm the incel that would get like the drips a couple of times and amazing. And I love your logic.
How's everybody's fireworks going right now? Anybody having some good explosions?
It's loud outside of my where I live. It's big 4th of July celebration. So my whole community is literally surrounded. You can hear booming, and tonight the whole community.
The only thing that's booming and exploding is in your
by professional fireworks. You're gonna hear them everywhere, see them everywhere. Yeah, because
we're listening.
I'm in Los Angeles.
We're listening and watching fireworks right now, just in this room.
Awesome. You know, in LA they canceled a lot of the fireworks in LA because
they're fucking pussies. That's why.
No, because of the whole immigrant shit and ICE and.
Yeah, I think they're down right now doing a little bit of rioting or doing whatever they do. You know.
I'm surprised Pepe's not there. Jesus.
Pepe's not from LA. What do you mean?
Yeah, I've been here so long.
I just wanted to say I'm Native American and I did not give migrants permission to celebrate in my country.
Zelling a white, zelling a black bedwitch, she's somewhere zelling a bedwitch in his trailer park.
Can you get this dumb nigger to the audience? He becomes annoying.
Zelling is
violate him. Violate him. Send him to the
Zell. He's cash apping his bedwitch. Come in the room and tell him I'm your boyfriend.
She's out with her family right now. It's 4th of July.
By the way, everybody is
I live in Arizona, you dipshit.
I'd like to know why you feel you have the right to use it.
I just want to know, as a Native American, my ancestors were the first to own slaves.
Because in America we have freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say it. Guess what? I do have freedom of speech.
Okay, honky, sure.
Yeah, you called me honky. You're allowed to say that.
Yeah, honky donkey, bitch.
Nigger bitch?
What is white guy?
Yeah, honky bitch.
I wanted to say, as a Native American, I used to own slaves. I have Mexicans, I have white Europeans, and black
we have a real slave owner here. Hold on. Stan, what do you got?
I said my ancestors were the first to own slaves. We had white Europeans we captured, Mexicans, and also black people from Africa. Collectively, y'all become pretty efficiently.
Amen, brother.
Happy 4th of July to you, I guess.
Yeah, I'm proud of your ancestors, bro.
But I gotta say, my Mexican slaves were more promising. They were building roofs. We gave them the real work.
We're harder working. I agree.
I was just gonna say, everybody in this room, anybody that's in the gulag, don't take this room seriously right now. All this is for trolling. Nobody's being serious about anything. We're just.
Why? It's too late. We're coming for your job, sir.
I mean, San did own us. They had the different careers and the bad blacks and whites and Mexicans as slaves. I mean,
I'm just saying, as a white guy, I just want everybody to know that,
Don't tell me I'm not serious. Don't tell me that.
No.
What you gotta understand is, as a Native American, we used to use the 4th of July as a Remembrance Day to whip all our slaves.
Hell yeah.
Well, that's called Juneteenth, right?
Well, but Sand, I think there's a poorly trained negress that you guys have not trained correctly, and that's why she's not belong here. And her name is Black Girl, as it says. I wish you guys would have owned her as a fucking slave, because she would know how to watch her goddamn mouth.
Your mama, bitch. Your mama was a slave, bitch.
Take this career and train her well, like a good Somalian.
Yeah, your mama was a slave, bitch.
See, deported to Somalia. The Somalians are now their own slaves.
I can guarantee
For discipline.
disciplinary reasons.
Disciplinary reasons.
you a motherfucking thing, bitch.
Why can't we send a nice 4th of July?
So like, why is that, man? That girl, black girl, is hot. She's a hot girl.
Okay.
So why are you gonna hate on this shit, man?
All I'm gonna say is
Yeah, you said she'll make a good bed wench.
Just let it out. Just don't take it seriously.
Well, as long as she doesn't.
Is she Bedouin? If a Somali sleeps with this black girl, is she still a Bedouin because you're Somali?
Well, we call you poor white trash. That's what we call you.
No, I'm asking you.
He's a Mexican. You gotta call him a fucking wetback.
Yeah, I'm a wetback.
Yeah, he's a wetback.
Brown pride worldwide. We're taking over. Brown pride.
Well, I mean that's true because Hispanic people have children 4 times to 1.
Yeah, Mexican. Yeah, brown pride. See, there's white people moderating this stage, and I'm telling them, fuck you, you ugly goddamn crackers. Fuck you, gringos. Fuck your country. Fuck all of you.
As he should,
suck my dick. All white people can suck my big brown dick. Amazing, and I'm gonna I'll shove it in their mouths, and I'll shove it into all of you.
Now he is gay.
Actually, no, I'm not. Black women are disgusting. I don't want
that's
my
why
dick
he's
going
gay.
anywhere near you.
Yeah, your mama.
You guys have called a Somali and a Caribbean if they have kids.
Your mama's disgusting, bitch.
What?
A super pirate.
A black
that's pretty good. That's fine.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's fine. Well, so then Pepe can't speak for white people.
We need the Somalians to get the American blacks. We need you guys to take our American blacks as slaves. They're too unruly.
To me, oh yeah, well
They tried. They made the movie.
They already are slaves, you know. I mean,
get these goddamn Jareers under control.
You know, in another room, somebody told me the same thing. They told me that I was a slave master and get that slave in line. It was a Nigerian.
Yeah, that's not true. We can hear your Irish accent, sir. You're a slave yourself. Come on now. We know about your history.
Well, I'm mostly German, Aryan, you could say.
Oh,
somewhat French. But 20% Irish, it's true. But hablo español también. Pepe es lo mejor. Pepe es un mexicano que puede hacer todo.
You learned that if you
Pepe puede hacer todo lo que quieras.
Corsica, that's what it was, yeah. That's where you're from.
I mean, Italian.
No, I'm from Heroica, Nogales, Sonora, Mexico.
Entonces,
isn't that a bar in Los Angeles?
No, it's Nogales, Mexico, in the state of Sonora.
It's a city. It's a city.
My mom was about to give birth to me, okay? And what she did, the border fences sucked back then. And then, you know, she ended up getting border patrol caught her. She's like, and then I came out, okay? And then I was an American. I was born on American soil.
Muy bien, entonces.
Exactly. My mom knew what the fuck was happening.
Under your shoulders, because I know that.
No, she gave birth. She held it in right until she got past the border fence, and then I got popped out. Birthright citizenship, bitch. But you guys can't do anything about it, so fuck all of you. We came here to conquer everybody.
You got lucky.
Pero, no, Pepe, por favor, no de mío. Tú no puedes hacerlo. Yo soy el gringo que no puedes hacerlo conmigo. Por favor.
Stop speaking Hebrew on the stage.
I said I'm the gringo, he needs to leave me out of it. Whatever conquering
is. It's fucking Spanish, motherfucker.
Did you learn that from your Mexican prostitute?
Well, I have interacted with Hispanic prostitutes in Spanish. That's quite true. I like that.
Yeah, me too. Like, when I was in college, like, you could go to, like, no, I'm actually being dead serious. I'm not even trolling. Like, okay, so I remember I'm in this dorm. So I was in the honors dorm, and then, like, a month or so later, I moved out into just, like, a regular dorm. And then they were going to go to Nogales, and they were going to go to a strip club.
And my very first time going to a strip club, I had like my younger brother who's 17. They don't really care about checking IDs in Mexico, but I go in there, and there's a lot of corrupt shit. I won't talk about the stories, but yeah, no, dude, it was like $20. This isn't 2000. Yeah, they'll like just like totally like just give you a hand job for $20. It's like probably the best $20 I ever spent. Like honestly.
I disagree with you, Pep. The reason why as a Native American I love Mexico is you can pay prostitutes in commodities. So I had a prostitute come over. She said she will stay for a few hours. I gave her a bag of rice. She said she would stay the night if I gave her some firewood or some cooking oil. So it's pretty cheap down there if you want to get some coochie.
Wow, that's pretty ghetto.
I mean, you're paying prices
that's awesome.
Commodities now.
Yeah.
Well, that's your passport, bro. It's kind of like, you know, EBT edition. You know?
No, I'm a conquistador. I'm a conquistador, and I think that even the
you a Mexican
underperforming Negro from the United States should be able to go to Colombia or the Dominican Republic and pick up some mommies, as they like to say, and be like, oh yeah, I got a passport. Oh yeah.
So is a mammy like a single parent?
And then they get fucked. They get fucked the shit out of some women.
It's a single girl.
And what's awesome is that like if they get knocked up, you get to mamicitas. I thank you. I didn't know that.
They're calling you mommy.
But they can knock them up and then they go right back over to America, and they can't get sued for child support. That is so fucking amazing. It's like the blackest thing you can do. If I would be all on board.
By the way, Pepe, I can vouch for that because I live right on the beach in TJ, so. And
you live in Tijuana?
What I was just saying is, yeah, I live on the beach, yeah.
Do you feel safe
there? Yeah, and you know what? I actually feel safer here than I do in Mexico, than I do in the United States.
Hold on, is TJ stand for touching Jews?
Tijuana, Mexico.
But I'm just curious. So like last time I was in TJ was like generally I've been to Mexico a lot of times, but
did you ever go to Hong Kong? Or did you ever go to any of the strip clubs?
No. Yeah, I went to strip clubs when I was in TJ, but I was 20 years old at the time, or no, 21.
What's that?
But I would say that like I remember going to like Revolution Avenue or Avenida Revolucion. And it was kind of like my experience was bizarre. So I'm like obviously I don't want real life. But
the last time I was teaching touching Jews was when I was in Israel. I like white women with bald heads.
But when I was there, I literally, my friend, he is a Hispanic guy. Yeah. He just got out of jail. We were in high school. We knew each other from high school.
No surprise.
Oh, okay.
Amazing. And so, yeah, we went to California.
High school in Mexico or high school?
No, Arizona.
Oh, okay.
And so he, we go there, and then we're in San Diego, and we're just like, all right, fuck it, let's go to Tijuana. They have a little trolley that takes you down there, and I would say it was really weird. So he had a bald head, and then like I remember it was saying like no pelones, or no peloneros on the. Yeah, and I was just like, what the kind of, like, gay-ass fuckery is this? It was like, it's rules that you don't have in the U.S., and then so it's like, okay, we can't go where the Americans are, so then eventually we end up, and this is after going to a few strip clubs, we end up, like, at this club where they did allow them, and then it's just like, there's all these people in it, and this is like 22 years ago. They're like people of Mexican descent from the American side that have like tattoos on where their eyebrows were, which is not that common back then, and they're all like fucking cholos.
Yeah.
And I was like, God damn, this place sucks.
Yeah. So what happens is they up in the United States, these guys act all tough and all shit, but when they come down here in Mexico, like they're just regular people, you know. It's really kind of crazy. That there was a guy that I met. He smoked crack up in Los Angeles, but when he came down to Mexico, he would never smoke crack. And you know the reason why is because Mexicans are scared of shit because of the cops out here. The cops out here will literally ruin your life if you even get caught or whatever. I mean, thank God I'm an American. Otherwise, I would have been fucking in the slammer. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where down here people are scared of the cops because the cops are, you know, like there's no rules down here for the cops. So you know, and so they'll not only take your money, but they'll beat the shit out of you. They'll rob you blind and everything, you know. So
I mean, I agree. In the United States, they say "show me your hands," but in Mexico, they say "show me the money."
Yeah.
In Sonora, the state south of me, it's a little bit. So as you probably know, it hasn't always been like that. But since the after El Chapo, you know, went to prison, you had the cartel, the Sinaloa cartel split, and they went at war with each other. And Sonora has been like the main place they've been doing the fighting. And so like all of the border cities, they or not just border cities, I should say, like northern towns in particular, they've become like super unsafe to travel across. Whereas it used to always be that in Sonora, like that shit kind of always went on to a degree, but you would have like the safe routes, the federal highways that you could take from, like, let's say Nogales to Hermosillo, or Lukeville to Puerto Peñasco, and but now it's just like, so during the Biden administration, they shut the Lukeville border crossing down. So you had to go through Nogales, you had to go through Caborca, you had to go through all of the, like, literally the worst fucking places you have to travel to get to this resort, Puerto Peñasco, and they end up, you know, Americans have been getting shot randomly. Just it sounds like mistaken identity, and it's usually by, like, you know, kids that are like high school age that are somehow
that's very common over there.
And it's not. They don't, obviously they don't purposely target Americans, but they end up, you know, they recruit people that are just, like, you know, obviously retarded and make mistakes.
Well, there's so just to the other guy, there's two types of Mexicans. There's the Sureños and then there's the Norteños, and both of them
Sound like a Mexican band.
Well, yeah, both of
That's
them
a California
are from different great gangs, but to be honest with you, they're both just as dangerous, you know. So,
but here, so in Arizona, it's similar, but it kind of has a similar origin story, because like the Norteños were the paisas, the people that they were like the fruit picking Mexicans in the farmland in the north.
So would you say they're the fruity Mexicans?
No. But
fruity Mexicans are called Jotos.
Yeah, they're Jotos.
Yeah.
Isn't that Spanish?
See, only somebody that's a Mexican slang. It's not other Spanish speaking countries don't use that term.
But why do you decide to live in the third world?
Like maricon is the universal one.
Because it's like I said, it's safer here. I feel 100% safer down here than I do anywhere in the United States.
But you know, like the fruit pickers in Mexico, just like how you had the Los Angeles gang members.
No, that's not it at all. Like, I make plenty of money. You know, that's.
But you make pesos.
No, but your money goes further.
No, I don't. What's that?
I said your money obviously goes further in Mexico.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean,
do you have a maid?
Yeah, I do.
And a concubine?
I have everything you want down here, to be honest with you.
Wait, No, so you guys have norteños, serranos, but like we have paisas, Chicanos, which is kind of similar, where the gangs are kind of split up.
Sounds like a star.
Paisa, so like paisan, like paisa is it means, or país is a country, and then
You sound like
paisa
you're reading
is
off
like
the
a countryman.
Mexican menu now. País.
Well, so paisa means like a friend or like a local person is they call them paisas. So in prison they are in different cells or different tanks, if you want to call it that. So and I was with the paisas because I live down here in Mexico. So they sent me to the Mexican tank, and we just had the best of times. Great people and people from basically all over South America and Mexico and all that stuff. There was a guy that was Mayan and all that stuff, and he didn't know shit. He didn't know a lick of English or anything. I mean, it was really crazy. But and not only that, but Mexico. One of the things that you learn about in prison in Mexico is that, like, it's all about family down here, and it's the same in prison. It's all about the family and getting to know each other and all that stuff. And it was just really good. And the white people in prison, no, that wasn't it at all. Same thing with the black people. It was not that type of vibe that I got from these guys. These guys are hard up and tough and all that shit. No, the Mexicans lied. They just did their thing and whatever.
The one thing that people have to understand is, I think a lot of people don't understand this if they grew up outside of the Southwest, is that like Mexican Americans that have been here for at least a couple of generations and Mexicans from Mexico, generally those two don't get along very well. In fact, I would say there's like a lot more antagonism between them than there are between people that are other ancestry or ethnicity. It's the people from Mexico will say, well, you're not a natural Mexican, you don't speak Spanish. Like, by the way, you guys are the dirty, poor people that like left Mexico to flee the country, and which is kind of ironic because they fled the country too. But then the Mexican Americans look down at them as just being like, like, oh, you guys are the new peasants, and you guys, oh yeah, you like to make fun of us because we don't speak Spanish. Well, fuck you, we're American.
By the way, for the people,
we call them
that
are asking, fresh off the boat.
For the people asking, like, where's this guy from or whatever like that, I'm gonna put up a picture here in a second that I'm gonna take right now. So, give me a minute.
Who's from?
Where your white guy is from?
Well, I'm Native American. I'm from a tribe called Pitchum Pitchum, which in my language means Pitchum.
We don't know who you are. I know who you are.
I'm not Somali, Pepe. You gotta stop. Now, if you were to study school in Mexico versus the United States, the curriculum in Mexico in high school is usually border fence hopping, ICE evasion tactics, and how to get a manual hard labor job like roofing, plumbing. So that's what they teach them all in Mexico, because those are the free survival skills you need to get to the United States.
Who said char and Asnable? Miss Lopez, why are you celebrating 4th of July? What this was like, I'm confused. Like, this was like Anglo on Anglo violence, where the Jews had nothing to do with it. Well, I mean, I guess there was some at the time in Europe. You still had Jewish money lending, so that.
As a Native American man, I'm disappointed that God did not bless us with a Native American Hitler, so we could have had a final solution for the Europeans that came here, because we had a bad case of migration, invasion, and 4th of July is a byproduct of that.
Well, I'm not even trolling. Like, I think that like it would have been justified for the Native Hawaiians. Like, who's Hawaiian anymore? Like, people like to say, "Oh yeah, I'm Hawaiian," because their nana is Hawaiian.
Or
sorry, who was Hawaiian then?
Hawaii.
My dad was born in Hawaii before it became a state, and they're interesting people actually. They have a lot of history and all that stuff, which is obviously it's only to Hawaiian, but pretty interesting people.
I agree, but I would say like the native Hawaiians, not the mixed mutts that are like part Asian or European. Like I think it would have been justified if they literally chopped off the heads or strangled every white person on their island. Is like what happened to them? They were basically ethnically and they are genocided. There's no
Like
pure-blooded Hawaiians.
Like Australia, same thing.
Amazing. And so they basically were relegated to being like second-class citizens on their own island. You had rich white Americans, rich Asians taking up all their prime real estate. You had multinational corporations building up resorts on their island, and then these people were just fucking pushed out into the least desirable parts of the island, and they were mixed out of existence. I actually think that if they wanted to like literally kill all of the invaders, which I would consider them, I think that's fine.
Kay, are you from Australia? Is that why you said that?
No, I'm just saying it's the same rollout. But the Aborigines, yeah, it's the same shit.
Okay, you sound like a Caucasian prostitute.
Yeah, so I sound like your mom.
Well, I'm an ethno-nationalist.
My mother's not a prostitute, and she's alive, unlike your mother.
Oh, but as an ethno-nationalist, I'm somebody who I think you have to fairly grant any feelings you may have. You have to consider it every bit as much valid for every other group of people.
Okay, Abby. Okay, enough about the serious shit. Now let's get back to the trolling, because everybody was so interested in the trolling about 15-20 minutes ago, and now we're talking serious shit. So let's get back to the trolling.
So you live in Tijuana. You have no rights or no say here.
I have no rights anywhere I go except in the United States. That's really it.
If you trace back your ancestors, you are actually Spanish. Your father used to be a peasant in Europe, and then he fled over to this Central America.
They were probably peasants, because the one thing that's lovely about the Spanish is they were Catholics. They have impeccable records of who married who. And so I'm of Spanish nobility, on one side. But I wouldn't even say on one side. It was just
but
like
you said
kind
your
of on both sides.
grandfather met your great-great-grandmother in a strip club in Spain. So
they didn't really have it with that back then.
By the way, Nami, race play's fun, actually, to be honest with you. So, sorry, Kevin, so.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So, but we have to understand that I'm also part Aztec. I speak for my Aztec ancestors. We would rip your heart out while you were still alive, and hold it up to the sky on top of a pyramid, and then we would chop off your head and roll it down the pyramid. So fucking amazing. We were such savages, but noble savages is what we were. And then I'm half conquistador. We are the apex predator of the world. Like we are. Guys don't even understand.
Then they call you.
Jesus Christ.
On your Aztec side, do they call your great-great-grandfather Oleg, which means in Latin almost?
Oh my gosh, come on, please.
I mean, all I know is that us Latinos, we're the Reconquista is occurring. It's happening. Okay, you gringos are not happy with it. I understand.
Where did you go to college?
Arizona State University.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's
so why? Let me ask you a question. Do you feel like
I joined Mecha, and I was a Machista when I went there. You can look it up.
Oh, wow.
I'm all about, you know, Aslan. I'm all about the Reconquista, the Southwest United States of America. Viva la raza, viva, yeah, for us everything, for everybody else nothing. Fuck all of you people, brown pride.
So real quick,
So I got a question for you. So,
hey, wait, can I ask a question? I just got on stage.
I'm Native American.
I'm not a white man. I'm not a white man. Monster.
I don't want this people to ask me questions. This is between the Anglos and the Mexicanos.
Okay, so we are trolling.
I just said and I let it ask them.
Is your father Aztec or is your father
They were both my aunt, both my mother and my father's side of the family were mixed with Aztec, gods and Spanish conquistadors.
I agree with both sides. The reason why he's called Aztec, his great-grandfather was still in Aztec and technology called Aztec.
Okay, I don't know. I feel there's a lot of jealousy from you smelly chunkitos.
Well, my wife is from Veracruz and she's an Azteca, so it all just depends on your wife is from Veracruz. No, from Veracruz. Veracruz is a city in Mexico.
Veracruz is Mexico.
Is that like cheap will price cruises? Veracruz?
No. It's called Veracruz. It's a city and state in Mexico.
You wanted to.
So let me ask you a question. While you used to live in a trailer park in the United States, but now you live in a Mexican mud hut, would you say your living conditions have improved or have stayed the same?
Of course they've improved. Of course they've improved, man. Fuck.
But you have to fetch water from a well now. You don't have running water.
Well, I used to live in a trailer on the beach in fucking Laguna Beach in California, believe it or not, for about 2 years. So yeah.
Now he's upgrading. He lives in a nice condo, probably.
I live in a nice apartment.
I think he built his own mud hut from cow shit personally, but he can tell us.
Oh, that's okay. Well, what about you? Do you live in a cardboard box?
No, I lived on a reserve. My father, my great grandfather, we got shares in a casino. We live in good. Cool. Keep gambling, America.
You said you're Native American.
We're hiring prostitutes, so if you want to bring your white friends over, and we can get you.
By the way, it's called reservation. It's called reservation.
AKA the projects in the Bronx.
Fucking projects, fuck yeah.
But the thing is, though, is that the Native Americans are very different. So it depends on the proximity in which you live to a major metropolitan area or in between major metropolitan areas. So you could be the Salt River America between the Indian community, which is right. It literally borders Scottsdale.
I bet you this guy's not even a fucking American, to be honest with you.
But I would just say this: these people are actually they earn a lot of money because of the casino revenue, the spring training, the resorts, all of this shit. But then you have the Navajo, which live out in the middle of nowhere. They're in between. They're near no metropolitan area, and they're dirt fucking poor. So yeah, I mean, really, I understand that Native Americans, they can do well, giving, when they're given special privileges, when there's no sales tax, and they're allowed to have casinos. But I mean, other than that, they don't really make any money, at least not through anything that's I don't know, any kind of innovation.
They don't. The majority of them don't make any more money. I mean, people look at casinos, which is only 2 or 3 of them in the entire country, when there's hundreds of casinos, hundreds to thousands of casinos all over the United States and Canada. They really don't fucking make that much money. They might make it.
Well, name me a Mexican casino or an African American casino. You got zero between your communities.
That means they don't have, just like you can't have white American, you can't have white American or African American casinos because we don't have our own reservations where we can like avoid, you know, laws that allow it.
But my tribe, what we were nicknamed in the Indian community as the
dum-dums.
No, the white catchers, because we used to catch a lot of white Europeans.
Did you scalp them?
Enslave them. Of course, European hags fetched a good price.
Fist bump, brother.
We tried to scalp some African Americans, but they broke our blade with their nappy hair, so we stuck to the Europeans.
I want to catch as many gringos. You know, if I was a Native American, I would catch so many gringos and scalp so many of them. Because they have like red hair, blonde hair. Like, I you know, honestly, okay, you could say that maybe it comes from my white conquistador blood. I would, you know, you have all of these African American women, and I'd be like, hey, bitch, we got some weaves. Yeah, it's not quite as nappy as your hair, but it's like in all colors. Amazing.
Pepe, to be honest with you, my wife would kick your ass in a heartbeat. So there you go.
Really?
Anyways, so Opie was saying that was asking what do natives eat like for food?
What do we eat for food?
Yeah.
Buffalo wings, since y'all killed up all the native buffalo in the United States.
Yeah, this dude's retarded.
Buffalo, this guy's a fucking moron, bro.
Jesus.
But why? I just wanted to say, when I was sitting down with my great-great-grandfather, and he was putting a 6-story with scalping immigrants, what he said was when he scalped Mexicans, they stopped scalping them because their hair was so dirty and lice infested, they couldn't get no money for it, so they left the Mexicans alone.
No, that came out of your dirty nigger hair. I mean, let's just be honest with you. Please.
I'm Native American, sir. So
okay, whatever. Same thing. You're a prairie nigger.
The only N-word that applies to me is Native.
A black Native American, really? Serious?
There's no such thing, sir.
Yeah. Oh my God, please.
Well, I don't know who's laughing, the white guy. I mean, that's a common thing for blacks and natives to mix with each other, though.
Well, I would say this. You know what's funny? So I know that you're having a little bonding moment between blacks and natives. Is that white people tried to take Native Americans as slaves at one point, but the natives, what they would do is they'd be good little obedient workers. They'd behave, and then all of a sudden, you know, you'd be out farming and be like, oh, you little engines are doing the Lord's work. I'm lazy. And then all of a sudden you're like, stabbing him in the neck. He's bleeding out. Amazing. He goes ahead and runs in the forest. He's eating off the land. He knows how to survive in the wild in the United States. He's gone.
Pepe.
Hooray! And so, like, these were dangerous people to own. But what you got with black people,
I gotta address
were people that were just like, yes, massa, oh, okay, and then like when you didn't behave, we get the big old nigga named Leroy or some shit, or Clyde, and we'd be like, Clyde, it's time to be messy. Oh shit, nigga, you need to work harder. And then, you know, that he kind of kept, you know, all of the other blacks in line. That was capitalism in a way, working. You know.
Char had a point about Native Americans mixing with black folks. So Char, I think what happened was because the African American man had a big penis, he was stealing all our women. So that's when we had to start enslaving the man and castrating them just to make sure they didn't reproduce and destroy our bloodline.
How big were your Native American wieners?
As big as the white man's. That's why we.
No, just smaller. Yeah, they're smaller. It's fine.
That's
what we came from. Why are you talking about dick sizes, man? Only women talk about dick sizes.
Fucking homo.
I'm not a homo, okay, but you got no teeth and lung cancer, man. So I'll pass on you.
Like, no.
I want to expect
public
your project education to teach you about.
It sounds to me like
You
Kay
thought about
has
that.
some. You know what? It sounds to me like Kay has some big dick energy if she wants to get out, right?
Well, I see some women with African names, and we know Kaya, or Kaya, however she calls herself. So I'm not going to say anything to her. We've spoken several times before. Who's Obi Ohan Yaharan? Like whatever that nigger name is, I can't pronounce it. Like
it's an African name, dude.
It's funny. He has all. I'm looking at his profile and his pictures. He has like Foundation Black American as a retard. The Evolution of Identity Crisis, and it shows Nation of Islam 1950s, African 1970s, Hotep 1990s, Moor 2010s, Hebrew Israelite 2020, Native American 2025. Like, holy shit, this guy, I have to say, this kind of trolling is so fucking funny. Oh my god.
Stranger than fiction. So, Pat, in that PTR, is that you?
Yeah, that's me, a real whole ass Mexican. What's up, puto?
You look like a Mexican Elvis Presley.
Yeah, I know. A real fucking handsome and Mexican bitch. And a movie star.
But Elvis Presley was a pedophile. You relate?
Oh, he's a pedophile? How old was his wife?
13,
I think.
13, 14. Amazing. But Muhammad's wife was like 9, or no, 6.
I think
but 9 years old. Are you so good to the girl? Clean the cum stain from my dress. Oh, amazing.
Yes.
But in Mexico, what's the legal age to get married?
15.
I don't know.
15? Oh my
15,
God.
yeah.
15? Amazing.
15.
Is that why how old is your
Right when you get your quinceañera.
No.
Yeah, amazing.
No. My wife is only like about 10 years younger than I am. So.
You said she's 10 years old? God damn, Wyatt. You're breaking the law even in Mexico.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
So, Charles, you're an African American, right?
No, his wife, she's a banging, he said his wife is from Mexico. She's probably a banging hottie. She's not one of these she-boons from the United States. That, like, imagine you get, like, a nice Mexican woman from Mexico, and she's like, mi amor, and then she's going to, like, try to cook for you, please you, she's happy, she's funny, she's uplifting, and then you get, all of a sudden, the African-American woman, she's like, nigga, you need to be trying harder, you need to be taking me on date, what can you do for me, motherfucker? I deserve a high-value man. Oh, fuck my children.
I never had a dad.
Fuck the fact that I have my children. Fuck the fact that I got 2 baby daddies. Bitch, what you gonna buy me? I deserve designer, nigga. What the fuck you gonna give me? You know, that's African American women in a nutshell.
I think you weed.
So one of the things about Mexican women that I just fell in love with was basically they make you breakfast every morning. They do your clothes. They wash your ears. They everything. I mean, anything that you can imagine, they're good. And so I give my wife the benefit of the doubt all the time. And, even if it's negative, even if it's positive, whatever. Like I give it the benefit of the doubt because she takes care of me so well. And so and there's no going back and forth. I remember when we first got married, we were throwing dishes at each other and all that stuff and breaking windows and all that shit. But now, we've calmed down over the years. So, but it's one of those things where
I deserve designer.
Yeah,
I got dignity. I got strength.
Exactly.
You gotta buy me designer, nigga. Who the fuck you think you is?
Why you said you married to a Mexican, and my friend met your wife, and you said her first 2 English words will help me.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit. You fucking trying to troll my ass, Jesus Christ.
I'm a super troll. Now, Charles, I want to know, are you African American? Are you an FBA, Fingering Black Anuses Foundation?
Pause, man. Hey, man, don't.
That's what
don't
FBA
make this.
says.
Yeah, well, FBAs are a bunch of dirty faggots, and they love to say, yo, we ain't like, oh, yo, booty, you African booty scratches, fuck you niggas, we the real niggas, fuck you motherfuckers. And then it's just like, oh, okay, amazing. Like, you obviously got like enslaved from that same region of the world. Like, we ain't the same, And then it's just like, oh, okay, like you literally live in like the country that's like the most, I guess that you could say the 800-pound gorilla, and yeah, you niggas be doing better than them other niggas, and so like, and that's your claim to fame, that you have these white people that built a country that is the 800-pound gorilla, but then what's really funny is you get these other niggas from at West Africa in particular, and it's just like like when you go to a hospital, it's like Dr. Oki Wantamba, like I can't say this nigga's name. I don't know how to say it. And then it's just like, and then then once they meet a nigga like you, they be like, hey, yo, what up, nigga? And they be like, excuse me, I don't know what you're saying. They don't understand because they're more educated.
That sounds German, Pat. Come on now.
Yeah, it did sound German. I don't do Nigerian accents, because that's where a lot of them are from. Nigeria, Ghana, all of that stuff. But you have these niggas from Nigeria and Ghana and other parts of West Africa that do better than you homegrown American Negroes, and you guys are jealous. You're jealous. It's like, why won't they take up their cause? I don't know, probably like how the same reason like other people will take up your cause, because they look at you as a bunch of retarded, ingrates that are not suitable for.
Can I arm you with some information, Pepe, about FBAs? So all you gotta say to FBAs is they call themselves foundational Black Americans, but I call them foundational African losers. The reason for that is if you lose in Africa in a war, then you are sold into slavery. So technically, you are African losers.
That's funny, because I'm white and I've never heard of FBA, but like the only FBA I know is the Amazon FBA, because I'm fucking white apparently. So I'm glad that you're educated.
Where's your non-white ass from?
Talking to me?
That's the thing about it. You forgot? You ain't Mexican. No matter how long
I'm white.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Hey, continue, Crackers. Go ahead.
Why what?
No, where are you from, Sand? You sound a lot like 5%er. You got an East Coast accent. You're talking about you're a fucking native. I mean, where are you from?
He's from the fucking projects, motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
He's a gringo from the United States that lives in Mexico.
Obviously.
Yeah, where my ancestors came from and dominated.
Hold on, okay, you saying that Native Americans were only in one part of the United States?
Why?
Our motherfucking country. East, north, south, and west. What you talking about?
You know north, south, east, and west, but you don't know A-E-I-O-U, motherfucker.
Yeah,
why are you saying the vowels? Why?
That's your that because he has no fucking education. That's why.
How many auxiliary verbs can you say? How many auxiliary verbs can you say, woman?
How many auxiliary verbs?
Yeah. Ho.
What's that?
I was educated here. As somebody who spoke broken English, I can say all of my auxiliary verbs. Can you say them?
Go ahead, Homo.
BM is our buzzword.
There you go.
And should, and could, would. But I don't remember them all right now. That's fine.
You're over here trying to expose.
Oh, now you want to talk.
Yeah, see, I'm an educated Mexican. Educated Mexican elite. Taking over
this
this
is what we got passport bros, is these motherfucking American ladies.
Okay.
Yeah, you dumb American Negro bitches. Fuck you.
Yeah, okay. Alright. You're a fucking
you African American?
And stop.
I'm a Mexican bitch. I'm proud.
I said San, not Pepe.
Proud, proud pride worldwide. Dominate the niggers, dominate the gringos, dominate all of the crackers, dominate the chicks, dominate the Jews, dominate everybody worldwide.
Yep. Swords to the necks. You're converting to Catholicism. You're getting Spanish last names. You guys don't like it. That's fine. I don't give a fuck whether you like it. We're gonna dominate. Yep. Fuck all of you people. Fuck all of you.
The Mexicans in my life dominate the landscape.
Do you support? So do you support everything of this Roman Catholic Church because they're the ones causing a lot of the bullshit that's going on in this earth?
Yep. When it comes to the Judaized,
his kids, so what?
Yeah. When it comes to the Philo-Semites that are within the Catholic Church that are for the mass immigration, we're gonna go ahead, give them the guillotine. All of you fuckers deserve it. Yeah. Brown pride worldwide. Brown pride. Brown fucking pride.
Okay, Pepe, another question, right? So, Canelo versus Terrence Crawford, how you feel about that?
Canelo has a 100% knockout nigger rate, and when it comes to fighting black boxers, I think he's gonna knock the nigger's head off, like he always does. He did have this
Where's the fight?
Eurasian, from Kazakhstan that ended up beating him. He shouldn't have taken that fight. He should have kept on steamrolling the niggers to a perfect record, in my opinion. Well, he wouldn't have been perfect because there's one pesky nigger named Floyd Mayweather that just kind of beat him. But with that being said, we all take our losses. He just needs to brush it aside and win. Yeah, glory to the brown man. Glory to the Mexicans. Brown pride.
Is Canelo really a Mexican though? You look like an Irish boy.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, he has more conquistador ancestry. Are you jealous?
Hell no, I ain't jealous.
He's still part of the brown pride movement. You can't be colorist and say he's not. He's Mexican. He's a Mexicano.
Alright, guys, I gotta
go. There's a lot of Mexican men that despise that dude because their women like him. So I mean, that's what I hear because I be around a lot of Mexicans and they say this. That's what they say. I don't know. I just feel like Pepe. Okay, my question is, why do you have such a disdain for niggers, as you like to put it?
Because I believe that there is a great injustice when it came to the United States. Okay, the Reconquista, it needs to happen. Okay, you have to understand, this is Mexican land. Mi gente. This is where we've lived for generations, and we had these pinche gringos that came in. They built societies that are foreign to us on our fucking land, and then and no offense, when it comes to the black people, you guys are only on the periphery. It's the gringos that we really have to worry about. I mean, I really, it's about fuck them all day. Brown pride, and but if you pinche mayates want to get in the middle of it, yeah, we'll fuck it, we'll dance. But all I'm saying is you guys maybe need to just step aside. You just need to step aside, is all I'm saying.
Well, you do understand that Mexico, or what was it called? New Spain or whatever? That was, it only, when you deal with the province of America, that only extends from Texas to California, right? Arizona. It doesn't extend to all parts of the United States.
Alta Primera, that's what it was called.
I mean, you have the Algonquin, you have the Cheyenne, you have the other indigenous people that was on large parts of America before the invaders came in. You understand that, right?
Yeah, well, I'd say this. When it comes to Mexico, we're blended people. I mean, the Aztec don't exist anymore. Yeah, we were conquistadors, and we were also the Aztec. They enslaved the other native groups. We can look at the Toltec, we can look at the Mayans, we can look at all of the groups that were subjugated to the Aztec. And now we're
at the end of the day, yeah, we still have some like native groups. You don't hear us Mexicans saying we're native, do you?
Yeah. I mean,
People that
yeah, there's
Mexican.
It depends. You have the Chicanos.
No, I
you
think.
also have.
Well, I think us Mexicanos, like we claim the Southwest for I think very valid reasons. But do we claim to be like one of these these filthy fucking natives? Like no.
Well, Pepe, you know,
He's a Spaniard.
No, we're mixed. We're better than the Spaniards, and we're better than the pinche
Wait a minute, but
naco rancheros. The dirty fucking trash that lives in the rural areas.
Pepe.
Like that's not us.
But Pepe, listen, though, look at it this way. Ponce de Leon, the conquistadors, they went over to Central and South America and obliterated, millions upon millions of those indigenous people.
Fuck those dirty Indians. Yeah, fuck those dirty Indians. I don't give a fuck.
When they came up to North America, I mean, Ponce de Leon got his ass killed by the Seminoles. They had to invent fucking Gatling guns to take these guys out.
You win some, you lose some. So if you look at
it was easier for them to go through the Aztecs and Mayans and Incas, but when it came to the natives in North America and Canada,
so we had our presidios. I'm trying to speak English. It's not a term used in English very much. For presidios, these are basically Spanish outposts. Look up presidio. Presidios. You have. Okay, so since you're a black man, I can tell from your voice. There's no reason to deny it. The first black. Amazing. So you're part black. So one drop of black, you're just black, in my opinion. But when it comes, and I'm an octoroon, and I say that, by the way.
The black people that call me an octoroon.
Well, I'm an octoroon. Well, half black. My abuelita, she was. We would call her morenita. She was half black. She was a very adorable, cute woman. Luckily, for a woman that was half black, she didn't have much like Negro characteristics, which I found so adorable. But going back to what I was saying, I don't remember what I was saying. So now I derailed. Jesus, Jesus Christos. I was about to say the Lord's name in vain. I don't remember what I was saying. Don't remember my original point. So annoying. I hate it when I talk to black people and this happens. They mumble their Negro lips. It's like they have these big old lips. Like
your train of thought got into.
I can understand. Like if I got in a car accident and an airbag smashed in my face, and I would have like what you would call the Negro lips. And, and maybe a flattened nose. Maybe a flattened nose. Like I don't know.
Yeah, Pepe, man. Listen, the only reason why I'm asking these questions, I'm just trying to understand, like, was it a black woman that you had and she pissed you off? And I'm just trying to understand. Did you have a bad experience with Nick Rose?
No, I haven't, because I strictly deal with the Raza, but on here I have to deal with you filthy fucking white gringos. And you filthy niggers. Okay, fuck all of you people.
Fucking guy is hilarious.
Yeah. By the way,
fuck all of you people.
By the way, he's trolling everybody.
No, I'm not. No, shut your gringo mouth.
White guy.
Shut this.
Trolling everybody.
Shut this fucking mouth.
Shit.
Put a muzzle on this fucking cave monkey ape.
Fucking Peter, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Shut the fuck up.
Filthy fucking white trash piece of shit.
Go back to your country.
I'll spit in my house all goddamn day. I
I'm a Chicano. I'm proud, but I have a cheap ass, you know, spit name that's paisa. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm a Chicano. I'm an anchor baby, bitch. What the fuck you talking about? I was born here. That makes me Chicano. Ho.
You're not a fucking Chicano.
Pinche mayate, ¿por qué no te calles? You're
not a Chicano.
Malo.
Shut up, cracker. You're a Spaniard. You're not your ass up, bitch.
I never met
Wait, I never a French name?
No,
He just got done talking about how he comes from the conquistadors. He's not a fucking indigenous Mexican. He doesn't come from any of the tribes.
No, I'm part Aztec. I'm part Aztec.
Hold on.
I'm part Aztec, I'm part Oltec, and I'm part conquistador. The fuck you talking about, bitch? Don't tell me about my ancestry. Brown fucking pride. Brown fucking pride. Brown fucking pride. Fuck the niggers, fuck the Anglos, fuck the whites, fuck all of you people.
This guy's a code switcher. You guys know
as a white guy, like I never understood why
black ass. I mean, such a white ass bitch.
Wow.
Such a white ass.
Yeah, tell the white people to shut up. Fuck these crackers. They need to shut the fuck up.
Crackers.
This is Mexican territory now. All of you bitches are gonna submit.
You know what? On the room named President Trump. Maybe that's the problem. We got a fucking moron.
Oh, shut up, you black ass bitch.
This is trolling.
Got a Zionist gentleman, you know, psychopath in office.
White or Muslim?
Now, my name is Shar Asnapol. I'm gonna drop a colony on America.
Oh, shut up, you white ass bitch.
I'm gonna drop a meteorite on America. Watch everybody burn.
Hey, what y'all think about ICE being the largest law enforcement agency in the history of the United States? $170 billion in a big beautiful bill. What y'all think?
I think that's good. As a Chicano, as long as these dirty ass, most of the Hispanic people, they're not La Raza. They're fucking filthy ass changuitos from Central America and South America. No, these guys are fucking monkeys. And then we have all of these. And then we have these people from Haiti.
They need to deport your ass.
We have these people from Haiti.
You dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm like trying to go back and forth between Spanish and English. I'm sorry.
Lame ass.
Yeah, but within these Hades, you have literally fucking bonobo chimps. Like these fucking people, they need to be sent back. And then we got people from China, we got people from all over the world. These very dirty, diseased places. We don't need these people here. Like, you know what? Most of us Mexicans, we've been allowed into this country. Okay, we anchor baby the fuck out of this country. So it is what it is. Yeah, no. Mexican pride worldwide, bitch. Don't hate. Don't hate. Just submit. Just submit. Just submit, you white whore. Just submit, you black whore.
Motherfucker, you crack.
No, you black whore.
There is a white whore. You're a Spaniard, bitch. You're not a Mexican. Shut the fuck up.
I have Oltec and Aztec blood, bitch. Fuck you.
You do?
Pussy. I did my DNA, my 23andMe. Yeah. I'm about half Native American, bitch. I'm literally a hybrid. I'm a hybrid of warriors. I'm an Aztec warrior and conquistador at the same fucking time, whore.
5%.
Yes, I'm a mutt. I am a warrior mutt.
Almost like you.
Yeah. I'm a brown mutt. Yeah, ICE. You know what's really funny? Look at the ICE officers. They're all fucking Mexican. That is the weirdest part. Why are all these brown people deporting all these brown people? You stupid bitch. Yeah. You dumb nigger bitch.
Spanish. Because they know Spanish, that's why.
Go eat a banana, bitch.
He's not a...
Fucking bananas. They eat plantain.
Hey, but Pepper, you know they would call you a mestizo though, right?
I'm a mestizo. Brown pride. Fuck the Anglos. Whites. Whites are trash. I hate white people. Just like I hate black people. I hate all of you people.
What the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
I'm black,
A certain
bitch.
segment of white and
Yeah,
black people.
alright.
So I mean, I agree there. You
I
know.
don't know what you are. What I'm sure of what you are is a homo, for sure.
Okay.
After going to prison, I don't like white people or black people either. So fuck.
Okay, do you want some leche in your boca, piece of shit? Fuck you. Or?
You know, I really despise Americans.
Gay.
You know.
You're 100%
Americans.
Okay, open your mouth, bitch.
I don't know what you are, but you're 100%
You want some
fat.
French leche? Oh, shut the fuck
Oh,
up.
you're
You know you're
French
cheap.
now. Shut the fuck up.
Leche is Spanish.
Leche is milk, bitch.
Leche is milk in Spanish.
Read on someone else's milk, bitch.
Leche means it's slang for common. Leche is slang for common Spanish, you stupid whore.
You're not a Mexican. You're not.
I'm Mexicano, you stupid bitch.
You want to be claiming a conquistador, you're Mexican.
Conquistador? Did you say conquistador, you stupid bitch? Do you not know how to speak English? You stupid bitch, I speak English better than you, and I'm ESL.
Good.
I didn't learn how to speak English until 8th grade. You stupid whore.
You're slow.
Shut up, bitch.
You're slow.
Shut up.
Your mother's old.
Ugly ass bitch.
You shut your... Hey, bad slave. Hold on a second, guys. Just hold on a second. I need to talk to Inami. Inami, bad slave. Submit to master. Submit.
Yeah,
Submit
to
on your knees, submit to master. Call me master.
Yeah.
Master.
Yes, you'll have an orgasm soon. Just keep behaving. Now, all of you are being very disobedient.
She likes that shit.
Of course she does. She likes calling me master. Okay, you're a good little slave.
Can't submit to a beta, man.
Okay, I'll make you submit to you, stupid bitch.
No, you wish. Maybe Matt, not you.
No, you would submit, you stupid bitch. I'm the best looking thing that would ever be naked in front of you, you stupid bitch.
Matt, not you.
Wait, she missed my name?
Yeah,
she's saying you're better.
You, not Pepe.
Oh
Yeah, she's giving you compliments.
I'll take it. It's 4th of July.
Yes.
After all this shit we've been going on here.
I submit to Matt, not you, Pepe.
Lordy.
Matt, she likes this. Matt, she likes the size of your dick.
No, I like outside. I like this.
Fuck yeah. Big dick energy, motherfucker.
I'm watching fireworks.
Are the fireworks going on right now?
Another 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, actually, the opposite distance and stuff, but the main ones are gonna go off in 20.
I can't stand fireworks. Sound like somebody dropping bombs. I don't care if it's little kids out there. Little kids need to learn how to fish instead of going around causing ruckus and shit.
Yeah, but you know what? The kids will grow up and hopefully they'll learn their lesson at some point. But the youth of America is they're really fucked. And I say that because it is, at least right now, it is hard to get a job. So if you just graduate college and you think you're gonna get a job right away, you might have to wait like a year, 6 months to a year, or whatever. Yeah, dude, it's fucking crazy.
Well, have you seen the numbers? I was looking at an article recently, like a couple months ago, that you're not even many people going to these universities anymore. Like, and they're projecting, like in the next 3 or 4 years, like that number's going to dwindle. So, yeah.
Well, that could be from all the protests on the universities, right? So maybe what's going to happen. Maybe what's going to happen is YouTube is going to be the new university, which actually, to be honest with you, I've learned so much more from YouTube than any other place on the fucking planet. Even when I went to college, and that was 25, 30 years ago. And so, I've learned so much shit on YouTube. It's not even fun.
Well, I mean, it's nothing but a modern day Library of Alexandria. Just being honest.
I would say, like, I graduated from college like 20 years ago. Now, do I think that there are things that helps you with, like, can you do math like at a basic level, a little bit higher than that of a high school level? Do you know how to write and pronounce things better than the average? Hold on a second. But then, do you get that type of? And a lot of this is going to come from your gen ed classes. Now, I was a sociology major. Like, I was just like, okay, I'm going to go to college and just finish it. I didn't really give a fuck. There's know what I want to do. I wasn't like some like blazing scholar trying to, accomplish a particular goal. But I do think that there's some benefit, but the reality is, like, yes, there are, depending on the major that you have, you can get a foundation that will greatly help you depending on what particular major, but it's going to come down to basically your ability to how you perform on the fly and how you learn and perform at any given job that you have.
Pepe, all a hiring manager gives a fuck about a degree is, okay, great, you have a degree, so that means that you can stick with something for a number of years. If I ever ask you to do something, you'll stick with it. As far as what you learned or whatever your fucking category is or whatever your major is or whatever like that doesn't give a fuck. The hiring managers don't really give a fuck about any of that shit. All they give a shit is this person going to be reliable for me for a number of years, rather than 6 months from now saying, oh hey, I quit. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, that's the way the world works. So
you're asking, so like obviously a hiring manager is gonna what they'll care about the most is like, they look at your work history. They see like how long did you work for this country or company. I'm sorry, I was thinking of something else. A company, and then like you end up. They can see like where you progressed in terms of your, like, did you go up to middle management, senior management, whatever. Yeah, it's definitely going. No, I actually do think that's something that matters more. If you work for a company for like 10 years and you have an impressive record, especially, let's just say it's in marketing, and you so happen to be working for the company when they were known for their marketing success, and you were,
obviously that's a question in the interview, but all I'm saying is that as far as the degree, that's what that is. As far as the experience goes, really the question that the question that I ask all of the people that prospective employees of mine, I always ask them, hey, okay, so can you do the job? And can you do the job with confidence? Because that's really all I want to fucking know. Like, I don't give a shit about their
why would you rely on that? But why would you rely on their answer? Because, like, me personally, it would be like, if you were to be somebody who worked for a company and you could prove that, let's just say, for example, you worked in marketing, you were a huge part of their success. You were from the beginning. You could show which ideas were yours, and which projects you led and so forth. I mean, that would be like, okay, like, wow, this guy's talented, and he also has the experience of, since he's looking for a new job now, we can kind of see what ended up going wrong at that company? He obviously was part of what was going right.
Yes, but that's why there's a probationary period. So basically, they have literally 3 months to either perform or not perform. And if they perform, if they can do the job, like, I keep them. If they can't do the job, or they're having some type of problem with something or whatever like that, like, I'll try to help them out. But if they don't get it after, say, like a week, or maybe even a couple weeks, like, I'll just let them go. And unfortunately, obviously in the interview, it's basically about the word, because they can't literally, like, you can give them.
So you work in sales, like, I don't see how you would ever have this short of a curve.
It's clearly subjective. Some things require a degree, some things don't. Obviously, experience is.
Well, I don't think that anything. I think degrees serve as incredibly valuable gating criteria. Like but some of the most intelligent people in the world, literally most intelligent.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say they don't have them. They were people who, like, we can look at Bill Gates, Steve, or Zuckerberg. These are people who dropped out of college because they came across an opportunity. And so these are people that absolutely could go on to get, a PhD in whatever the fuck they wanted. They're very intelligent people. And so, like, I don't look at okay, I have a college degree. Zuckerberg doesn't. Do you think I'm smarter than Zuckerberg? No, that would be asinine.
That's different. That's different. You're talking about an exception, right? Versus, like, so those people, which it doesn't matter if I believe in that or not. So let's say I'm going with what you're saying. Yeah, they're the exception, and they would be ahead of the curve, and then considered what? Genius, savant, etc. So and they're forerunners. They're changing the market. They're pioneering certain shit. That's different than.
Yes, for the vast majority of us, when it comes to the level of education that you have and how you performed in school, and when it comes to your job performance, it's absolutely going to be probably the best metrics you can work with when it comes to evaluating how, I guess you could say, valuable a person is, to you.
You have someone that goes to school conventionally, right, and gets a degree in electrical engineering, and then you could have someone that they're naturally inclined and they're just, like, smart in that area, and yeah, those are two different things. But again, it's like subjective, right? It's subjective. Some people need it. Yeah, sometimes a degree matters, and then maybe in the macro sometimes it doesn't. But probably more times than not it does, because we're a populace of people that are being trained to do a certain job, right?
Well, yeah, and that's based upon a job. So, like, if you own your own business, really the name of the game in the business, like you say, if you own a business, is you have an idea, and basically you have to have the cojones to go out there and sell yourself, and to sell.
Someone that has an accounting degree or someone that doesn't.
Well, and like, let's just say if you make enough to where you can afford an accountant, obviously you want somebody that has some kind of degree, and more than likely you want to have somebody with a CPA license, because the CPA license is really the most important thing, Right. And then you want to have a lawyer too, so somebody to back up the accounting guy, your lawyer, in case something goes wrong with the IRS or whatever like that. You have to have your lawyer, because obviously you've got to cover your ass in every stretch of the way. So that's.
We're talking about you and I, homemade business, creating a business, entrepreneur. You're gonna wear all those hats.
We know
Well,
that.
yeah, in the very beginning, yeah, of course,
Right.
yeah.
But
Well,
let's
yeah,
say
fuck.
you get to a place where you're a publicly traded company, you're huge. You're not going to have a CFO that does not have a background in accounting or finance, right? So,
well,
in certain
yeah,
this is when that type of education matters.
Well, yes, and not only
Well,
that,
she did get you there. I mean, come on, like experience. Educated.
Yeah, she did.
No, I'm not even trying to get you because I get it. Like, we all wear the.
Yeah, she understands it. Yeah.
As an entrepreneur, you know what? Everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. What they don't want is what comes with it. You have to put on the lawyer hat. You have to put on the accountant hat. You have to do all those things. But when you get to a place where, let's say, you leverage or you build your business to where now you're a multi-million-dollar business, you're being publicly traded, yeah, of course, you have to have people that are credentialed. And this is where
it's different.
Not only education matters, but also their history, of course.
Yeah, that's when it gets to that. That's when it gets to that stage. Yeah, but in the very beginning, yeah, you're doing all the shit yourself and everything else, and you're going home and you're fucking tired of shit, and you just want to fucking have a cold beer and sit down, but you can't because tomorrow brings you another day. Yeah.
You don't clock in, clock out as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, there is no. In fact, you're on 24/7. So.
Are you an entrepreneur, Kim?
I mean, yeah, certain degrees. We'll just say it that way. Not fully yet, but I understand that the depth and the breadth of what that comes with.
I mean, I'm a good worker bee Mexican. I'm not an entrepreneur Mexican. So, like, I'm just asking.
We're in a society where everyone is pro-entrepreneurial. It's an entrepreneurial mind state. However, the idea is for people that want to be able to clock in, clock out, have a vacation, go home, have weekends, then you don't want to be an entrepreneur because you don't have the luxury of any of those things. You just want to work for someone else's enterprise, and that's okay.
Okay, I'm a lazy beaner, I guess. That's fine. I appreciate it, though.
Well, Donald Trump actually said the perfect fucking thing. So what he said was there are people that can take the pressure, can grab their balls and just go for it, and those are the entrepreneurs. Then there are the other types of people that can't handle the pressure, that can't grab their balls and do what entrepreneurs do, and those are the people that are the best doing jobs, and working for others, and so that's really the crux of it. Being an entrepreneur is really not. Is really. Well, it's not for everybody, and it's really the hardest fucking thing you'll ever do in your life, but the rewards are so much fucking greater when you get to that stage to where you're and oh yeah, dude. I mean, we're talking generational wealth. So.
But also, right, the risks are that much greater, right? So, for instance.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Long
and the short. I got a brother. And my brother didn't finish his degree. He's an HR. God knows. I don't want to elaborate on that. But anyways, 6 figures without a degree. Working for major companies, gets laid off for a minute. So talented. He can build houses from scratch, renovate shit, fix cars, do all that. So in the interim, when he was between jobs, he was doing multi-$1,000 projects, renovating people's houses and this and that. What did he want? Even his son looked up to him. He's like, Dad, let's start a business. My brother was so ingratiated into the landscape of worker bee that he was like, you know what? Even though I proved to myself that I can make money on my own, I want the assurance of depending on a bi-weekly check and a 401k and boom, boom, boom. So not only does it take talent, it takes a set of balls and some other shit.
Well, and so he created that for himself. You know what I mean? Like instead of making somebody else rich, he said, you know what?
No.
I'm gonna do it.
He didn't.
No,
He hated it for himself, and he wanted to go back to work because that was hurt. So.
Oh well, I mean, that's and that's all right too. I mean, whatever works, whatever works for him, But his son kind of saw the opportunity, and so I have to congratulate his son too for having the vision that maybe his dad didn't, dad didn't have.
100%.
Yeah. So that's a good story altogether.
But people are trained. Would you agree or disagree that? I mean, I don't recall whether you're in Mexico or you're in the U.S. education system. You're trained to be a worker, pretty much.
Yeah, so I was educated in San Diego, went to UCSD, didn't graduate, but I decided that after a few years of being in the computer industry that, hey, there's an opportunity, why don't I take it? And I took it, and I did okay, did over $100,000 a year in sales, and which really isn't really a lot, but it's one of those things where I did it myself, and so today I work out of my house in Mexico on the beach, and I don't have to answer to anybody except the people that invested in me very early on, and they've made money from me for the last 10 years. So everybody's happy, which is really the name of the game.
I just want to say one thing that's been on my chest for years. Long story short, so Corsicans had like a history of being like not very nice to Muslim people, but it's a small room, so I'll just go ahead and say this is actually the real Pepe saying it. But yeah, I am half Acadian. But my mom's side is actually
Pepe, nobody gives a shit. Pepe, nobody gives a shit that you're
amazing.
Here and blah, 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 blah.
Amazing. Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
So when you say Akkadian, you mean modern day what? Chaldean or Assyrian?
No, it's like
modern day.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know what Akkadian was in the context of what you're talking about.
Akkadian, Acadians.
Not A. Okay.
Yes, not with a K. My mom is like, Jesus Christ, let me finish.
No.
Yes, I did too. Chaldeans and Assyrians.
Exactly. It's all Iran and Babylon. Yes.
Yes, I know. As a Catholic kid, I grew up around the Chaldeans.
You're not saying Akkadian like that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck are Acadians?
This is
Acadians.
Sumerian,
Acadians.
Babylon. Yeah.
No, Acadians. Okay, so basically, if you look at Acadian, hold on a second. If you look at Acadians and
Acadians are fucking animals. They're like insects, right?
No.
Jesus Christ. So if you look at like the French people that entered the northernmost, or not northern, easternmost areas of Canada and New England, they were amongst the first the French people that came here, and then they were expelled by the British, and that's why a lot of them went to Louisiana, where it was a Spanish territory at that point, and they had the Decree of Graces where European Catholics could immigrate there. That's why they ended up there. But in all reality,
are you reading that off of ChatGPT or something?
No, he's getting to a point.
No. So I'm actually somebody like, I'm not even half coursed. I've gone with this troll for so long, and it's like, the irritating part is that, like, I would use it, and I kept on going with it just because of the trolls that I had. But in real life, like, half Acadian, half, and then my mother's side is quarter, or no, half Eastern European and half like Anglo. And so I'm not even Corsican. Like it's just like a troll I would always go with.
We get it.
Let me tell you something real quick. Okay, so you are smaller. You are smaller than a speck of sand on Earth when aliens are looking at us from outer space. You are smaller than a speck of sand. So always remember that.
Yeah, aliens obviously would not care about me whatsoever.
Well, there you go.
It kind of lands only for people that aliens choose. So the idea is we're all smaller than a speck of sand.
Yeah, you know when I saw Earth, which was about a speck of sand, the entire Earth is a speck of sand, and I fucking picture it.
Hold that thought, because I don't think Pepe finished, and I want to pursue thoughts.
Yeah, so I'm not. It's really weird that I'm coming out with this. This is the first time I've done this.
Fucking cares.
On social media, what I would say is, like,
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, shut your goddamn faggot mouth. So I'm not trolling at this point.
Yeah, I knew that. I'm fucking trolling your ass, motherfucker.
No, so I'm like, okay, so the Corsicans, they were like a hyper nationalistic group in France, and they did really horrible shit to Muslims that would move to their island. They firebombed their homes. They didn't allow them to.
We know this whole region is ruled by a bunch of geopolitical, religious bullshit.
So, like, I'm some, and of course, like, their flag has a Moor's head, and it's just like, yeah, I'm a Corsican, amazing. I'm half Corsican, and I actually feel really bad because, like, I've gone with this troll for years. It's like almost everything else I say about myself is true, but when it comes to like my ancestry, that's like the one thing that I've. And yeah, of course I trolled as being a Mexican tonight, which I'm obviously not a Mexican. But yeah, I'm not Corsican at all. I'm somebody who's literally like French Canadian. And, I guess, a quarter Anglo, a quarter Eastern European.
Pepe, what is the nationality you identify with?
I'm just
nationality, not ethnicity.
Oh, nationality? Yeah, I'm an American.
Okay, so let's just be. No, you shut the fuck up. You first, ho. Listen, troll. The idea is, like, obviously, what you're conveying in this whole confessional is all of us know that every single one of our cultures has all been manipulated by geopolitics and all this other bullshit. So, the significance of it, who the fuck cares? What are we talking about in the here and now, right, amongst each other?
Somebody said Pepe is Jewish, and somebody just, no, he is a brown supremacist. Like, I promise you, I'm uncertain. So, here's the weird thing, is that, like, even in Catholic school, where you would get, like, people of, like, French descent in particular can have big noses. I'm one of them. It's amazing. You get, like, Italians kind of have them, too. But I remember, like, this was when I was, like, 28, so it'd be, like, 15 years ago. I did have a coworker from, her parents were from Ukraine, but she was Jewish, and I was like, yeah, I'm Jewish too, and she's like, really? And then she checked my ID, and, like, the first thing she said, like, she saw that I had a second you know, in other words, I'm a junior. And she said, like, no, Jews don't, you can't be named after your father.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know that until that point.
No, that's not true, because then you wouldn't have the whole book of Leviticus where it says, no, Leviticus is a law. You wouldn't have, I think it's Genesis.
No, Jews on this app have like backed this up. It's like, is that a real, they're like, yeah, no.
No, but check it out. What I'm saying to you as an Arabic speaking person, but like, and that I think it's Genesis, like so-and-so was a son of so-and-so, and so-and-so is a son of so-and-so. And that translates into Ibn. So like Ibn or son or like a bin or Ibn, this is what it means. Like they're talking about the name of the father, their fathers. So it's not like a second in the American sense, but they're saying they're giving them their name according to the house their father's from. Yeah, Jews definitely, that's how they trace their lineage. So that's a lot. That's false. Bro, shut up.
Okay, but sure, but like as a white person who's like, you know, got decent sized cock, but I'm like uncircumcised. I mean, like a Jewish guy. That's the thing. Is like as much as like people would say like, oh, you have frizzy fucked up hair. My hair is like, you know, nappy-ish, and you know, and I have a big nose that's kind of like sets off Judar for a lot of people.
Yeah,
but,
it does for people that don't know.
Yeah, but if there, let's just say there's a Nazi checkpoint, and it's just like is you a Jew? And then, you know, I'm guessing you'd say like, oh, you have a second, but let's just say that didn't work out on my ID. I'd be like, okay, I'll just show you my dick and I'm uncircumcised. Like, yeah, I have an elephant trunk, amazing.
Oh, could this be why they all change their last names?
Well, I mean, can you be a Jewish male and be uncircumcised?
Well,
like,
wait,
the answer
not
is
only
basically no.
change your last name. No, yeah, you couldn't, because that was a sign of the cut.
Okay, but I'm uncircumcised, so like I literally, I would pass through the you could have the most like strenuous Judar checkpoints, and I it's like, hey, look dudes, you guys want to like ask me questions? Here's my non-Judic, it's uncircumcised.
Yeah,
amazing.
that would prove it would prove that you would be non-Jew. I would agree.
Yeah.
Actually,
I have a non-kosher pink wiener that's rather large.
But in the ancient world, that would prove that, you know, he's not Jew.
He's talking about his gaydar, not the fucking Judar. What are you talking about, Pepe? Jesus
No,
Christ.
he is, and circumcision is a sign of the covenant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's like, my dick is not circumcised, so I'm not.
The new covenant shall be with the elephant trunk. It shall spring in the direction of those that it loves.
By the
amazing.
way,
Shut up, Cheryl.
So Anomi wants it. Anomi, what do you just say? What you want to say?
Get the fuck up, bitch, motherfucker! Jesus Christ!
Like,
Fuck you.
say what you want to say. You don't. It doesn't have to be crazy.
Oh my gosh!
Eat my ass, bitch.
Ah, fuck that, dude.
What do you? Anomi, Papa.
I just want to say, fuck you. I still don't support Trump, but you guys are.
I know.
But
Anomi, are you still saying fuck you to 4th of July and all that stuff?
probably, but yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Trump.
Are you enjoying the fucking fireworks?
I don't hear anything.
Oh man, what the fuck? Where do you live? Timbuktu or what?
I live in the fucking desert. No, I live in a tree, bitch.
Oh my god. You live in a fucking tree, huh? In the tree house.
She's a cat woman.
Oh my gosh.
Women that have cats.
What?
What do they call the women that have a lot of cats?
Don't you have a black man at home?
Cat moms.
No, they got a name for something. They have a lot of
Don't you have a black man at home though?
Do you have a man at home or a woman at home?
Anomi, hold on,
She has her mommy and daddy at home.
Ladies, hold on a second.
Right,
Ladies,
daddy at home. That's the better.
hold on. Ladies. Okay, and only submit to master. Be a good girl. I'll give you the best orgasm you've ever had. Just be a good girl. It's earned. It's not guaranteed. Just please. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, cat lady. It's called cat lady. You know what a cat lady is. It's when you can't keep a man, so you just have a bunch of cats to fulfill the relationship.
Yeah, and then once you die, and you can no longer give it fancy feast, the cats will understandably, they'll be like, oh my god, I'm so hungry, and then they'll just like start eating your fucking face off and other parts of your body, and then post-mortem, you're going to be found maybe a couple of weeks later because you don't have any loved ones that care about you because you have no children, or of course your parents are going to be long dead, and yeah, I mean,
I actually hear from some heterosexual males that they date these women and their houses smell like cats or cat piss.
Wait, I don't date any women whose houses smell like cow piss.
No,
I don't quite get it.
Cat piss, yeah. Oh, I hope you don't.
Well, I don't. Like, to all of the prima donnas who think they're going to find a woman that, or a man, I should say, that is going to lift them off of their feet, and they're going to be like Mr. Perfect. These dumb bitches are going to die alone, and that's fine. That's it. Which that's just how it works. Your ex, you shot a little high. Okay, sweetheart. You miss some, you win some. Some of these women, they have high expectations, but
we know. There's so many rooms. Women are delusional. We know.
But you also get like, at the same time, like
a woman that admits that. Holy shit.
At the same time, she's being fair. She's being fair. At the same time, you get men that promise the world, and they're like, oh yeah, I'll do anything for you, baby. Oh yeah, I'll work hard. Yes. And then like these guys are absolute dead. No, that part is not simping. That's being like a quote unquote like playa. Like you're talking the talk, but not willing to walk the walk. In other words, they seduce you with these promises, and they say they'll do all of this shit, which they never end up doing.
Yeah, I got you.
And so these guys are obviously toxic as fuck.
Yeah.
And so it is the one thing I hate about the whole like quote unquote red pill community is that both when it comes to women and men, they focus on the extremes, which is it's absolutely fucking retarded. Like
in the opposite sex.
Yeah, like when I was younger, I mean, yeah, we knew there were men and women that were about this, but they were on the extremes. But both sides, they like to focus on the extremes. So you get these women who are like, I won't date a guy unless he makes like if he doesn't have like 50 million plus of net worth. And it's just like, okay, you dumb bitch. Like, how's that working out for you?
Right.
You bitches are still dating coaches into your fucking 40s and still haven't found anybody. And it's just like, oh, we're going to trust your goddamn plan, you stupid whore?
There's a lot of cultural bullshit, and then you have a lot of, and it's cultural too. So what did the De Beers bake into culture? That, you need a diamond. Diamonds are fucking worthless. We know this. Gold is more rare than diamonds. But the De Beers, which we don't need to go into who's invested and who are the major stockholders in De Beers. What did they launch?
They're a dirty kikery, let's just be honest.
Yeah, it's just like if a man loves you, he's going to spend a 1 year salary on a diamond wedding ring. Okay. But let's factor this into the macro. The macro is they want you doing that so you don't put 1 year's salary into an investment property so you can adequately leverage your new wife and your new family. They want you to put it into bullshit. This is why they parade the presidents and they parade all of these degenerate ass royals so you could be in awe of their fucking jewels and it's worthless.
What really matters is cash at hand.
Gold,
Credit, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm Middle Eastern, so I come from a culture where the girls want big rocks and they want a $200,000 wedding. And listen, they make it back in the gifts that they get because they're huge weddings. And listen, it's cool. It's nice to party. It's nice to have an amazing band at your wedding, but don't go into debt before you even have some type of equity. Like, this is a brainwashing from the rich to the poor.
Well, you need a foundation first. Fuck. Before you do anything, you have to make sure that there's enough money in the bank, and not only that, but it's making money as you're fucking partying. That's really the name of the game. Yeah.
And then look, they have these grandiose weddings, and they get divorced 2 years later.
Yeah. That's more common than we even realize. Fuck. Yeah, it took me, my advice for the young people is fuck as many people as you can while you still can. It took me up until I was 40 by the time I got married, and my biological clock was ticking at that time for whatever reason. Like I really still really have no idea why it took me that long, but I enjoyed the time fucking every other fucking porn star and everything else, and in between, and because now I'm older and I have erectile dysfunction, which that's a fucking Debbie Downer to the fucking Debbie Downers of the world, and so anyways, but yeah, dude, fuck as many people as you can while you still can, because there could be a time.
Women can't do that. No.
Yeah, that's not the great. Yeah, don't. That's not great.
I mean, I was one of those people. Here's the thing, like, I have, like, one friend in particular I can think of that I've known since high school that was, like, the best looking of all of us. I've slept with so many more women than he has. And, I mean, he got around a bit, but not, like, as much as myself, but he was, like, so much more, like, picky. And he ended up finding, like, a woman in his early 30s to marry and have kids with. Whereas, like, me, to be fair, I was 30 and met this woman who turned out to be, like, total crazy bitch who, like, wasted 8 years of my fucking life with this whore. And, here I am. Now it's just, like, and this is, like, right before the pandemic when we broke up. And then at first it was, like, really weird. It's, like, I would almost just, like, want to be with the woman just so I could hug her and cuddle with her. And then I got, like, used to being alone, and now I personally am just, like, I think it's, like, the best thing that's happened to me. Like, I don't crave, a woman's attention. So, like, I could be spending my time, like, trying to, like, meet and fuck women, like I did when I was younger, but now it's just, like, I don't know. You know what? You know what's actually better is I don't have to, like, try to get ready and, I don't know, sweet talk a bitch, take her out to dinner and whatever. Like, I can, like, literally just get off at home, and it'll probably feel better when I do it myself. I'm just being honest.
Wait, okay. Couple things. I don't even want to listen. This is not even my culture. So, okay, you're strictly women.
I'm what?
You're strictly into women.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not a fag.
Okay, you're strictly in the one. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but you have to understand, like,
that
I'm
a
a
lot
disgusting
of my friends that are serious about women that don't want to deal with the same, like, you did your right?
Yeah.
Now you're past that. You're like, I'd rather stay at home than go out and do that same old bullshit, meet people, go to the club or whatever, and go to the same
I haven't been to a club since I was in my 20s.
circle
I know I'm in my
fucking
40s.
jerk- Exactly. It's circle bullshit. Circle jerk bullshit. So you want someone that matches your worth, matches your value set, matches your energy, matches what you want. There's nothing wrong with that. That makes you a high value guy.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just being honest. Like most women, like I think it's just like. So how do I enjoy a woman's company? It's like maybe her vagina.
No.
And I can have. Well, hold on. No, I'm being dead serious here. It's like her vagina, and then like it's fun fucking her, and but you know I am one of those people who fell in love, and it's like I was one of those like I think most young boys, they're like, oh, I'm gonna find my soulmate and I'm gonna be happily ever after. But then like you quickly become jaded, and then you know it's like once you have those feelings for somebody and it doesn't work out. You know, it's just like, okay, like those feelings are so goddamn fake and gay.
Yeah.
Like it's not, it doesn't predict anything. But what I would say is like, I'm somebody like on this app. There is no woman who's gonna come and say like, oh, he's in my back channel. He's trying to meet me. He's trying to fuck. Because the reality is, I actually prefer talking to like other men. Like they're just like a lot more. We share a lot more in common.
Oh
my God.
Now you're saying
No, we're straight. But what I'm saying is that like women in real life, in my opinion, they're fucking boring. Like they're like I do not like legitimately. I found that when it got, you know, I grew up. My dad raised me for most of my life. I have two brothers. I'm one of the three. I've never found women to hang out with. Like, I've always thought they were just, like, boring.
Okay.
Realistically. They're just, like, they so happen to be that like, who I'm sexually attracted to.
But there's a couple of things, though. Here's a couple things. All right. Maybe when you were pursuing women of a certain age bracket. You were in a certain mind state. You were pursuing those chicks that were in that mind state. And boom, that could have been futile and uninteresting and like, you know, not okay. Now as an adult at your age, you have to revisit it and reimagine your approach, and you know, it could yield a different result.
No. I mean, quite frankly, like I've like literally. I was disgusting. Like I slept with like literally hundreds.
Yeah, you're being a
like a women. Yes, but the problem is
you wanted to sleep with fucking Einstein.
Sure. Hold on a second. So what if it was kind of the opposite of the insult problem when I was younger? Is that men would lead women on and they would like promise them shit and that we'd like, oh yeah, I'll call you again, yeah. Amazing. And then like we'd fuck them and then we wouldn't like literally ghost them, you know, before ghosting was a term. And
by the way, Einsteins are fucking boring as fuck too, by the way.
But I would just say this, like I'm somebody who I guess you could say be vulnerable at points in time in my life where like I would fall for a woman. And then it's just like all of these feelings that like from maybe my childhood, like, oh, this is what real love is gonna feel like. And then here's like I guess like the biggest red pill. It's not something that people had. I think the red pill community is trash online.
Okay.
But I'm just talking about for me personally.
Okay, quit doing the word salad thing and just tell them what you want. Like
sure, yeah, I'm trying to get to
He's getting.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to get to. The red pill for me is that, like, imagine you find somebody, she's like perfect. You think that you're with each other for at least a couple of years. You can completely trust this person.
Yeah.
You have these strong feelings for this person that you've never had for anybody else.
Yeah.
But then shit happens, and then
Fucks you over.
And then you realize these strong feelings that you had for this individual were basically it's like a neurochemical reaction that made you feel this way, and then this neurochemical reaction does not paint a reality. It paints what you want to see.
That's part of it, but here's the other part. Okay, it's not fucking rocket science that we know that when a guy gets hurt, the first time a guy gets his heart broke, he's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm done. And women, because the way we're wired, it's like, no, you know what? I'll try again, and I'll get back up, and I'll keep trying to change this motherfucker, and this and this. So women are on the opposite side. They're illogical. And then men, are on the way opposite side where they get super logical, and they're like, nope, I tried, and it didn't work, so fuck it. I'm never going to try again.
But you're admitting the one thing that I was pointing out. Women are illogical and we're logical.
No, but what I'm saying is the first time men get hurt, they were
that's not the first time, it's like the second time.
Okay, I got a question for you. Did you ever go through your whore
like a whole phase?
Yeah, like a whole phase, yeah.
No, because okay, hold on. Okay. Totally honesty. I'm like a 90s baby, so when I grew up, it wasn't cool being a hoe.
Are you in your 40s?
Not like today. Yeah,
I'm in my 40s.
30s, late 30s. It wasn't cool being a hoe. Like, you wanted to be, I was a tomboy, and so I wanted the approval of guys around me, and
Where did you hang out? Where did you hang out? What kinds of people did you hang out with? Like you go to a bar and you're at bar lizards all the time?
Yeah, okay. 20 isn't early. Okay. I worked in bars and stuff like that, but I always, here's the thing, like, I can't speak for everyone, and I'm not trying to, this is not about tooting my own horn. What I'm saying is, I dealt with assholes my whole life. What it came from was, okay, I didn't come from a quintessential home where things are in order the way they're supposed to be. And for a young girl, if your dad is showing you something different, then that's detrimental. Because now you're going to let guys, you're going to go and you're going to search for your dad's love in the world. I don't care what any woman wants to tell you, feminist or non-feminist. I've been all of that, and I'm going to tell you what it is. If they don't get it from their dad, then they're searching outside the home to get it from every other guy, okay?
Yep.
I just want to say this. To the people in the chat, like, was it me and Mon? I think you guys, I literally said, like, I was in an 8-year relationship that ended right when COVID hit. We were living in different states at that point. She was still in Alaska. I had just moved back from Alaska. It wasn't mine.
By the way, here's what they're even saying in the chat.
Well, no, I would just say this, like, when it comes to, okay, so like I meet this like woman, we work together, she was a crazy bitch, and there was red flags where I was just like, oh no, I mean, you have to look past it, but I was just like, no, but I love her, and I'm gonna look past it. And then, like, all of my friends, including like female friends at the time, they weren't female friends, they were like female co-workers that I was kind of friends with. They were basically saying, like, dude, like, this bitch is crazy, like, this is gonna continue, they were right. I would just say, like, I had my rose tinted glasses on while I was with her, and she was a crazy bitch. But it happens, There's
We all do this.
To dwell in the past, but I would say the red pill for me is not what other men tell me. It's just that, like, my judgment, it's literally my experience, my judgment. These women that you so happen to, quote-unquote, fall in love with, they're not good for you. Or for me, I should say.
Well, not all of them.
And so, okay, but that's been my experience. So when I feel like, quote-unquote, in love with a woman and dedicated to her, obviously my barometer is off, and so can I say that, like, I can even trust myself to, like, fall in love with the right woman? Not really. And so, I'm used to being alone at this point. Honestly, if I had cats...
Okay, pause.
If I had a cat that ate my face after I died, that is better than being with some stupid bitch the rest of my life. Like, I honestly have zero desire to be with any woman.
Okay, pause. 1 second. You just were like, can I trust myself to be able to? But here's the thing, and it's not unique to men or women. We are all gonna cycle through the same bullshit. We don't attract what we want, by the way. We attract what we are. So, and that sounds cliche, but it's real. So, the more work we do on ourselves, then you're gonna attract someone that's in line.
I'm in my... That sounds nice and cute.
No, it does. It does.
No, but hold on a second. I'm in my 40s. Hold on a second. I'm in my 40s, okay? The whole idea of...
You're in the prime of your fucking life, by the way.
Okay, sure. But the whole idea of growing up, being the perfect woman, having white picket fence, and getting...
It doesn't happen that way.
Having kids... Hold on. Amazing. But I'm talking about the idea that men and women have. Okay? First of all, that idea, and I'm approaching my mid-40s, that idea is kind of out of the fucking window. I mean, if I was to meet let's say I met a woman tomorrow. If I was 40, let's just say I was hypothetically, I won't give my age, but, we were to meet, it's going to take a couple of years. Okay. I was taking a couple of years, and let's say I was going to be 45.
Okay.
And then we're going to try to have kids then. So I would find some young woman that there's going to be somewhat of a generational gap with. It's just like,
Holy shit.
Like, I don't really, like, at the end of the day,
not
I
even
don't see how...
that doesn't exist, because you're a man. So you can plant your seed. You can get a woman in 15...
I know I can get a woman pregnant. That's not the fucking problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, typically, you being 45, 47. You know how old my dad was when I was born? He was 52 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
that's fine.
I'm not putting that on you. What I'm saying is, yeah, you don't want to be the chick that's 45 and 47 and trying to put a baby in her. She probably already had babies and grandkids.
Yeah, she's 45 or 47. First of all, I don't date single mothers. Like, if
you don't have to. You're a 45-year-old.
Sure, but if you haven't had a pregnancy yet, right, and you're close to my age, the chance of you being able to have your first child is next to zero. Now,
what I'm assuming is you're going to date younger. That's my assumption.
I don't really have a desire to date these fucking sluts that are like younger, and quite frankly, I don't have much connection with the younger women. I mean, these are the women that are more used to like the online dating and.
Are you still into your old grandmas? Jesus Christ! Come on, dude.
No, he's got to figure out though. You want to have kids. You want to have kids, right, Pepe?
At this point, not really.
Okay, then don't worry about it. Then age doesn't matter. The only reason age would matter, you want to have kids. Okay, then you got to get with the younger bitch.
By the
They're
way,
not all
who do you make memories with, Pepe?
I mean,
by the way,
the women that I thought I was gonna. No, I would rather be.
It didn't work out with this one girl, so I just.
Sure, okay, but if I'm not gonna have kids, so I'll be with this one bitch that maybe grows old with me, that maybe I spend 20 years with, and that bitch will fucking run off and do whatever the fuck.
No, you gotta.
You know, I would rather. Here's the thing. I would rather jerk off and be alone than be with fucking. I'm just being dead serious. Like, it gets to a point to where it's just like, okay, I have this animalistic, literally, all animals have this strong urge, this drive. Of course, a lot of you are going to make it religious and say, "Oh,
no, we get it. It's a broken.
No, okay, but well, yeah, yes. And so, like, you know, all of us have this animalistic urge to procreate. You know, which, I mean, in other words, it means fuck.
Yeah.
You know, animals obviously can't put two and two together. It just happens.
Fuck yourself.
But it's just like with me, like personally, I would rather just like die alone and not give a fuck. Like, I really do not fucking care.
Well, so here's,
what if you want to go on a vacation? You just go
I don't even care. Yeah, dude, imagine having some nagging bitch that's with you who, like, you cannot satisfy or make like, I would rather be by my fucking self. Yes, I would rather just like fucking jump off a bridge and die than be with another nagging bitch again.
Try it
Here's
out.
the first
If
thing.
it's not going
You cannot even worry about having a nagging
try a
bitch.
different one.
You cannot even worry about having a nagging bitch if you're doing all the nagging.
You can always throw her off the fucking rail.
I'm not nagging. I don't got. You see, here we got into a relationship talk, right? But anybody who knows me on here knows that I do not care about the manosphere bullshit. I do not care about like the relationship talks. We're talking about it now because it was brought up.
Yeah,
but I'm
that's
somebody.
Okay. That's totally.
Yeah, but I'm somebody. This is how invested I am in finding a relationship. Zero. That's why I don't even have conversations about this shit. And like, it came up in this room, but I literally don't give a fuck. I like, there is, okay, you can have a moist pussy that you can give me, and then I have to somehow, I don't know.
Wait a minute, stop that.
We have to find a reason. We have to find a way to tolerate each other.
No, Pepe.
Okay, but I would rather not have to bargain to tolerate somebody and just fucking jerk off. That is so much fucking better.
Why are you?
And it costs nothing. And it costs zero fucking effort.
Is that what you can
You're too good for that. Go ahead, Castana.
Have you ever been in a relationship? I mean, it's not just.
Yes, motherfucker, you just came in. You just came in here, motherfucker.
You just came.
No, I've been listening.
I was literally in a relationship for 8 years. I was in a relationship. The whole thing.
Rhetorical.
Okay, 8 years. Okay, no, motherfucker. I was in a relationship for 8 fucking years. That ended right when the pandemic started. Amazing. Okay, so you know, but you asked the goddamn question. You obviously didn't know the fucking answer. What do you mean it was rhetorical?
All right,
Because you think that's all it is. It's only about sex.
It wasn't about sex with these women. It wasn't about sex with those women. It wasn't about sex with those women, you fucking idiot. That was the whole goddamn point.
You're saying if you get in another relationship, you'd rather just...
No, you fucking retard. I literally said that it wasn't about sex with these fucking women.
Pepe, you gotta calm down a little bit.
I know, but he's asking these questions as if I was
rhetorical,
not...
I get it.
Yeah, but they're rhetorical.
I'd rather jerk off.
Now, as opposed to my past experience, that wasn't my past experience, but
I'm not saying that.
Because now
you didn't get it. That's it.
No, I get it. You said why. Okay, because I was with women.
You're gonna get out of
yeah, sure. Okay, just shut the fuck up. You want to? I don't know if you're some like Christ cuck or like why you're
First of all,
asking these questions.
I'm a Christian. And we don't have to say Christ, but here's the thing.
No, well, hold on. I want to answer his question. I want to answer his question. So, I developed deep feelings for a woman, right? And then they can like end up doing things that you didn't think they would ever do.
Fuck you over, like guys fuck women.
Yes, and then it's just like, of course, that shatters your whole worldview. That shatters the intuition that you would have had about this person. You think like, oh my God, we are like, there's nothing that could break us apart. We have such a unique bond. We are somehow special. And then you realize, no, like actually you're not special, you fucking retard. In fact, let's look at like how many people get divorced and why people get divorced and so forth. It's something that people experience. Now, what I'm saying I question is my intuition. I fell in love with women that were not my soulmate. There was nothing special about them. Okay, this was literally my I guess chemically in my brain. I thought there was something special about it. About our relationship where it did not exist. There's nothing special. I'm literally a fucking statistic.
Oh, most
at this point,
like no shit.
Yes. And so my point is that
your point is that you can't fucking read people. That's the fucking
No,
point.
No, you're not letting me finish.
That's not true at all.
So my point is though is that
Stop, let Pepe talk. What is wrong with you guys?
Oh my gosh.
So my point is that I went off on my feelings and quote unquote falling in love, and those feelings in me like unguarding myself led to disasters. And so I would say I cannot trust myself in my judgment, because I'm a bad judgment of character. I'm a bad judgment of what love is. I'm somebody who, and I mean this truly, it's not like me being depressed or anything like this. It's like I would literally rather die alone than put up with that shit ever fucking again. It's not worth the effort. It's not worth anything to me. It's actually something I would pay to fucking avoid. And so I'm super happy being single by my fucking self. Like I actually like it. I feel better than I did in a fucking relationship.
That's what I said. That's what I said before I got married. Jesus.
It's just like anything, you go through, sometimes it's hard. You get rid of that one, you find another one. You got to get back on the horse, man.
That's true.
If you get hurt, you got to just keep on going. The right one, you'll meet the right one eventually.
Nah, fuck that shit. Like the right one. What is the right one?
One that you can tolerate and raise a family with.
Tolerate? I don't want to have to tolerate
that
anybody.
Will be the most meaningful thing you'll ever do.
Okay, I don't want to be with anybody that has to tolerate me, and I don't want to have to be anyone that I have to tolerate. And quite frankly, it's just like you can say this is a very juvenile. Hold on a second, because I know you faggots keep on unmuting to say this shit, but like you can say it's a very juvenile concept, which I think it is, and I think it's something that's not based in science or anything like that.
And have kids, so maybe
sure. No,
listen to me.
Sure. So when it comes to like being with like my whole thing is like if I fell for somebody, they're like the person I couldn't live without, and then I would kind of want to be reciprocated. Now that might be like a very like Disney movie level of understanding of a bond.
Stop dismissing any of that, because you have a whole film industry based off of that concept. You have a whole music industry based off the concept of love. All of these industries would not exist if your experience did not exist, right? So it's real.
Yeah, but it's like, when you're a kid and you think you're going to be an astronaut or something great, and it doesn't work out.
Well, I'm in my 40s, and
just give up,
Well, sure, I'm in my 40s, and I give up. I'm going to die alone. Like, I'm serious. Like, and I'm somebody who
don't make that confession over yourself. I would.
Well, no. Like, I actually get, this is something I accepted a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Like, I give up. No, Because I don't need a woman to
No,
like
you
in
don't.
my life.
You don't, but
Yes, but I'm happier.
Get someone that was like-minded, that you enjoy.
Fuck that shit. It never works out.
No, hold on. Here's the thing. Like I was trying to say in the beginning, when men get hurt, and I don't want to turn this into a woman versus men thing, but when men get hurt, it's like they never get over this shit. I swear to God, they don't. They remember the first woman that broke their heart, and it's like, boom, I'm never gonna let anyone get that close to me again, because I'm never gonna let no one fucking make me feel that way again. Women, I don't know, we're dumb, we're missing brain cells, we fucking let it happen over and over and over and over and over.
Well,
right?
no, yeah, I get there's a difference between men and women, but if you look at the percentage of women that are the ones that like initiate the divorces and all of this shit, I don't really care to play a part. I don't want to be a part of it. Like, here's the thing though, it's like it's somehow like for whatever reason people think that they need to on here save me, like is like, oh, you're doing harm to yourself. I don't, which is starting to really fucking aggravate me because I don't think you guys understand. I am happier not being with a woman. I am happier not having to do anything with women. I literally, just me.
That's true, Junior.
It's being by my fucking self. I'm perfectly fucking happy. I do not give a shit about making a woman happy. I don't really, if I was to meet a woman and think that, and you could say this is because of my bad experiences, it's not reflective of all relationships, obviously, but when it comes to my experience, maybe there's something wrong with me, where I attract the wrong kinds of women, and where I have the wrong kinds of feelings about these women, and I misjudge them. And so, like, quite frankly, I literally do not want, I have zero desire to take a woman on a date. I have zero desire to fucking cuddle with the woman anymore. I have zero desire to do anything with women anymore. Like, yeah, fuck them. I mean, sure. But, like, I don't care about a relationship with them.
Pepe, go take your meds. You know, it's past the hour.
Well, wait a second. Let's not dogpile this cat. It's not that. Listen,
real life shit, and he's actually showing a lot of like. Listen, that's a lot of vulnerability and bravery saying that.
I know.
And
then why I think you need to take your medication.
I think you just fuck up.
I'm married. Jesus Christ.
And why don't you just shut the fuck up then?
No, she's talking to me. Anyways, fuck them, Pepe. Keep on.
I'm talking to white man. I'm telling him to shut the fuck up.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
No, because he told Pepe to take his meds. I agree with you.
And I'm sorry. It's ridiculous.
No, I wasn't talking to you, Kate.
Sarah, I was trolling his ass. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but the one time he's not trolling, why would you want to troll him?
Because it's fun, that's why.
I don't think he gets
No, it's not fun making fun of other people's pain, dude. That's not fun.
It's not, look, I went through pain at one point in my life.
You're not the only one, by the way. Everyone in this fucking
Yes, I know. But people who live long enough are going to experience people that they love dearly die. There's people that thought they had the love of their life, and they have children, and they've been together for 20 years, and their wife or husband runs away. Like, there's nothing unique about my situation. Like, I'm not saying I'm a victim by any stretch of the imagination.
Thinking that.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, me personally, I actually have more peace. Like, literally, myself, I have more peace knowing that, like, I don't need a woman. I don't want to be with a woman. I've had zero value in my life from women. I'm somebody who, like, literally just wants to be left the fuck alone. And like, look, as much, like, even when I was like a headliner on this app and it was like a fucking Clubhouse celebrity, the one thing you don't like hear about is that Oh, he was going into my back channel. He was trying to fuck. Like, I don't care about any of that shit. That is something I do not care about. I literally just, you know, I rebel in my own ways. It's not necessarily against women. I don't think women are the fault. I think that men are. I think of both. When it comes to men and women, we both have our faults. And so, you know, it's not, I don't bash women. I think, like I said, I think like the red pill manosphere, which, you know, I listened to him a little bit, but I don't buy into this shit.
Pepe, do you think for one minute that you're a little bit insecure about maybe your past relationships with women, or is that am I way off?
I wouldn't say it's not insecure. It's more like there's a I feel more like vulnerable because like if you were to like open yourself up, or if I was to open myself up again, I could have to face like the same like hurt. And so I personally, I'm gonna be honest with you, when I was not in relationships, I was in like a 3-year relationship, then a few years later an 8-year relationship. I've like legitimately been the happiest when I was not in a relationship. And it is something where like I would rather just this existence for me is actually so much more comfortable, and I like it so much more than being in a relationship, that I personally just would rather literally be alone.
Well,
it's not. I know some of you might think that's like me being like, I don't know, like somehow like I'm closing myself off to be like live a miserable existence, but I think I actually am putting myself in a position to be that, like, feel the best.
Yeah, but that's because you're elevating yourself to a point where you feel like you're above vulnerability, so nothing and no one can ever touch you again the way it did, to make you feel the way it did, right? Because that made you feel vulnerable, weak, subject to someone else's bullshit. You're like, no, I'm straight. I never want to feel like that ever again in my life.
Sometimes the best feeling is when you lock it off.
Look, solitary can be a good thing because, I mean, listen, you know, the relationship dynamics in America are trash by far. And they've been degenerated and degraded over the last, I don't know how many decades, right? Going back to the 60s was when it started, but then it even degraded going to the 70s, and then you saw the 80s, right? Because a lot of the propaganda and programming on TV, right? And then of course 90s, 2000s. I mean, you still had a little sense, similitude of what it used to be, but then that's where it really started to mutate into the shit that we see today, which is beyond trash, right? Beyond, you know, like what people may have experienced like 20 years ago. Where you're dealing with people that don't know how to interact with each other. And, you know, part of it could be, you know, we're spending more time on the internet than ever before. Also to the programming, also to these weird, strange, foreign ideologies that are not behooving to men and women dealing with each other. And, you know, of course, the generations, you know, like, I guess you could say millennials or whatever, and Gen Z, which is even worse, you know, these dynamics are just not the same, right? But you can have, I will say this, I mean, I've seen friends, cousins, family members, you know, from different walks of life, from different, you know, whether they're doing great, you know, well off, or doing horrible. You know, I've seen almost every last one of them have to change relationship. You know what I'm saying? and they range from like the 80s babies all the way to the 90s babies. And I'm like, you know, or around my age. So I'm looking at it like, man, like, look, I may have had a relationship here and there. I'm glad it didn't go that far because heartbreak, I mean, you'll get the heartbreaks. But when you're assimilated to marriage, that's when it becomes a problem. You know, because then there's so much time and so much energy and monetary funds that you put into it to the point where, you know, damn, you don't want to be there. So I can understand that based on his perspective, you know, being a man in his 40s. I mean, I'm in my early to mid 30s, but
I'll just say this: I'm not trying to blame like women even necessarily. Like I actually think it could be personally, and I think this is more the case. Like I'm somebody who probably doesn't belong in like a serious relationship, and you know it's just not something for me, and you know that's why I've had the experience I've had, and so I personally like I just don't. I don't know, like, I get it. When I was younger, I had a strong desire to be in a relationship. Like, as I've gotten older, I just really just, like, I don't give a fuck about it. I really can give two shits. And,
yeah, but it's
like, I'm perfectly happy with, like, maintaining, like, just being fucking single and not in a relationship. Like, I just don't. I don't care,
but
like,
that's
at all.
Great. Actually, that's what puts you in the prime position to actually meet someone, is when you're not looking and then you don't have a certain specific criteria, and so you're just going to only like entertain someone that you vibe with and that's a friend, and there's no like quid pro quo, like, you know, all of that bullshit is off the table, and it's just like, okay, let's, you know, like, because you're at a point where it's like, fuck with me, like, love me or leave me alone. I could care less, and that's what puts you in prime position to have a genuine relationship.
Even want, like
kids, Pepe?
No, I
like
don't.
The
Here's the
pretenses
weird
are
thing.
gone.
Well, here's the thing. It's like I don't want a fucking woman to love me. Like I probably have like 100 matches on Tinder when I join. You know, I joined just kind of like see like, okay, like what can I still like get women if I wanted to, but then like it's kind of fucked up with me is like I don't like message them back and shit, and you know they'll unfollow me or unmatch me. But like I literally don't even have enough of a desire to even meet a woman. Like if
well, there's a couple problems in there too. Like if you're watching porn habitually, you're not going to, because you already have a spiritual spouse, right? So you wouldn't even.
It's not. I don't watch porn. It's just like I like literally. I don't have the motivation to meet women. Period. Like it's really weird because like I felt like probably the most fun I had as somebody like in my teens and 20s was. I guess you could say like the hunt for women.
Yeah, but you're in your 40s now, and you're life. That's okay.
Yeah, and I would just say like now I don't even like I'm like not willing to just I'm just not willing to meet women. I really don't give a fuck. And that was the weird thing. It's like I remember like after the breakup, right when the pandemic started, I remember seeing like this woman that like I thought she was cute, and like I almost wanted to cry because like I could just imagine like her and I like cuddling on the couch or some shit. She was like hugging me. I was being a total pussy.
No, you're not being a pussy.
But I then like it's just like after like during the pandemic, just like being alone, I just kind of like that's like my new thing. Like I don't.
You see what the pandemic effectively achieved? That was one of these fucking checkpoints.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I don't know.
Did you ever want kids, Pepe?
Huh?
Did you ever want kids? Do you like kids?
I always looked at like having kids as being like secondary to being like in a marriage.
That's great.
No, that's not at all. It's life changing.
No.
It's crazy. If you
Actually,
want
I
kids,
No, I
then
believe,
you
I
should
believe
get
you.
kids.
I believe you,
If you
but it's
don't
just
want
like I would
kids,
have to
then
find the
I
woman I
totally
would
agree
marry.
with what you're doing, and it's fine.
I mean, if I found the woman I wanted to marry, or that we got married, you know, I was in a relationship with this stupid bitch for like 8 years, and we didn't get married. Like it was fucking retarded.
Pepe, how long
But
ago you
that's my
guys
own
broke up?
retarded judgment.
Pepe, how long ago you guys broke up?
Like 5 years, 6 years ago, 5 years
Get
ago.
over it. It's like it was 8 years.
Oh no, I'm over it. I've been over
You
it.
literally repeated it like 10 times tonight. Yeah, I don't think you're over it though.
No, I've been over it. But I'm just saying, like, the trajectory was just like okay,
You
like
were
it happened
expecting
right before the
certain things
pandemic.
to
I got used to
happen.
being alone, but it was just like the thing I'm not over is that my judgment.
Yeah, that's the mind fuck. That's the mind fuck.
I think that comes
Like, if
with
you feel
age.
like somebody-
I think that's very normal, and as we get older, it comes with the age. I'm in the same boat. You know, I was with my ex for like 4 or 5 years, and then we broke up like 3.5, 4 years ago, and I haven't been on a single date, you know, and I think I'm just tired of myself. That's exactly what you said. I'm just tired of having another ex. You know, it's simple as that. It's like, I'm over it. I don't want to be in a relationship, whatever, you know, and sometimes I do, but I don't care. I think it's just with the age thing, you know, and whenever we're ready, we'll be ready. Like, I don't know, sometimes recently, it's like maybe 4 or 5 months that I've like met a couple guys here and there where I'm like, you know, like I feel like, okay, I have some motivation again into dating, but I did not want to date anyone. And I think that's completely normal. But I understand what you're saying. Because I went through that, and I think if you talk like that, if you just tell people how you feel, you're going to see more people feel the same way as you. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's not just about you. I think it's the aging, and you know, like as we get older, it's just like kind of, it gets tiring. It's like, okay, like, I don't know, it's disappointing, but I get how you feel. But I just want you to know it's not just you though.
Yeah, I get it. I don't like the idea. It just seems like giving up, you know, and throwing the talent and saying, fuck it. You got a lot of work left.
He's out.
Well, I mean, I did the same thing that Pepe did just before I got married. In fact, it was right when I moved down to Mexico. You know, I lost a fiance a few years before, and I'd been to prison and all that stuff, and so and I was down and out, didn't know, you know, was gonna, oh yeah, I'm gonna die alone or everything. They're saying exactly the same shit that Pepe was saying. So, and then I met this woman, and holy shit, fucking, my life changed. You know, literally, it was an overnight type of thing, and it made me realize that, oh my gosh, you know, I was in such sorrow and in my own shit that I didn't even realize, you know. So,
one thing that I kept hearing him say, and I understand.
Where did Pepe go?
He left.
Did we make him cry?
I hope not.
I'm gonna assume that his father or something.
No, where did he go? I need to know.
He left.
What is Bruce saying? Listen to Bruce. Nobody wants to Sarah, your old ass.
John
Oh my God, you're like, you have no, it's okay.
Okay, shut up, Sarah.
No idea, Bruce. Like, seriously,
So,
you have no fucking idea.
How many cigarettes you smoke a day?
Listen.
No, listen, Sarah. How many
I
cigarettes
am
you smoke?
so fun. I am so natural.
Sarah, listen. How many cigarettes you smoke a day?
Cigarettes? I don't smoke.
You sound like it. You sound like you smoke like 4 packs a day.
I literally told you I don't
you
smoke.
were struggling to damn talk.
I literally told you I don't smoke. It's funny coming from you because your voice is actually not.
Just shut up. You know.
Hey, listen what I'm gonna do to you. I'm gonna move you down to the audience. Okay? Because I can. So that's for now. Just go whine and bitch in the chat. It's so funny, like, if you have, like, a nice voice and then you complain about my voice, I'll get it. It's like, who's that other guy was, like, mocking someone else's voice the other day, and he's like, oh, have you guys heard our voice? It's like, dude, we can't even hear your voice.
That was funny, Sarah.
I just sent him to the audience because actually his voice wasn't even fun.
I mean, but what's wrong with your voice?
I don't know. Guys tell me it's sexy.
Yeah, I don't hear anything weird about your voice.
Like, but his voice isn't that good either. That's the whole funny thing, you know?
It is fucking sexy.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, I get people say stuff like him, but I get more guys tell me my voice is sexy than telling me that my voice is fucked up.
What did this guy just say?
You know? Huh?
I was looking for Pepe. What did this guy just say? About your voice?
I don't know. He was saying my voice is like fucked up or so. Oh, that I smoke? How many cigarettes a day I smoke?
Oh, you don't, please. You don't sound raspy.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, I do have a little bit of a scratchy voice.
No.
I already know that, but it doesn't matter. Like, I mean...
No, not really.
No, but what I mean is, like, when someone says I don't smoke, it means I don't fucking smoke. He doesn't pay my bills. I'm not scared of him. I got no fucking reason. Like, if I smoke, I own it. You know what I mean? I embrace everything I do.
Sarah, Bruce was just shooting a shot at you.
He had no chance anyways, so. He did call me old, though. Did he leave the room? Or is he sitting down there quietly listening?
I don't see him.
Johnny's like, Bruce is actually thirsty. I mean, it's 4th of July. Everybody's fucked up.
Yeah, that part too. But there is a lot of EQ going on, like the emotional quotient in the room. White and Gaston, like, you guys got a lot of, you're offering a lot of great advice.
Who? Oh, Gaston and White?
Yeah, they're like, don't.
I want to know why Pepe disappeared.
When you live life, it happens.
No, I'm gonna guess
when you don't live life and you just sit around and say, fuck it, I'm not gonna date anybody, you don't learn much.
Well, Caxton, sometimes people actually do need time. Like, I just, when Pepe was, keep saying you heard me talk about it too, like, I kind of went through the same boat as him, but I don't regret it. Like, when you don't feel like you want to date anyone, you shouldn't date anyone. There's nothing wrong with once in a while taking the time to reconnect with yourself, like to make sure, like if something bothers you and you're having a repetitive cycle, like if you have the same thing going on one relationship after another and you feel tired of that, it's actually a very mature adult thing to pause and try to figure out what's going on, There's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. But I think he's like 5 years out or something. I mean, it's been a minute for him. Sounds like.
I'm almost at 4 years, so I understand where he's coming from.
Well, it's like
ready to get back on the horse.
Working through trauma is one thing, but coming to an absolute decree that no, I'm good, I don't want this, I don't want that, and I made up my mind. And this is like human reaction. All of us want to incubate ourselves so we don't get hurt by anything. Like,
this is a natural human reaction. To resort to that in like a permanent way, which is what it sounds like he was leaning towards, is, you know, it's like taking it out of balance of like, I need time for myself. Let me recalibrate and get my perspective in order. No, it's just like, there's nothing these people can offer me, and this, and like close yourself off. And you're going to have the experience that you already set your mind to have.
I honestly think it's normal, you know, because I did feel exactly the way he felt, like, you know, and I feel like I feel a little bit differently now. And then whatever time people need to take, they need to take. And he said it. He said he was tired of having the same pattern, which means he doesn't want another ex. So if you're looking for the one person, then it's okay to take 5 years, 6 years, even 10 years off, because that will help you figure out who you are, and then you find the right person. He literally said that. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But Matt, do you want to reset the room? What do you want to do? The boss is here.
Yeah. I mean, it's 4th of July. I think the fireworks are done. Everybody is trying to sober up, I'm sure, by now. Yeah. I'm just fixing some things around my house here, but I don't know. What kind of conversation do we all want? Our entertainment left. Our Pepe, our little Pepe, our little Pee-Pee.
He is entertainment, isn't
Someone called him Pepe. I haven't heard anyone call him Pepe. It's either Pepe or Pipi. Today someone called him Pepe.
Pepe?
Pepe.
Maybe they were French.
I don't know.
Who's on?
Oh, I know who that guy was. That guy was the other Middle Eastern guy that was here. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
Which guy?
I think his name was Ferenz or something like that, or whatever.
Are you talking about the guy who called me old and bad voice?
No.
Oh, you're talking about Frederick.
No, not Frederick. He was another Middle Eastern guy. Yeah, earlier in the evening. No, not him. That guy's a jackass. Man, I can't remember the guy's name. This was like 3 or 4 hours ago. Jeez.
Well, what about him?
He was the one that was calling Pepe.
Pepe?
Yeah.
My dog's had a really tough night.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Jeez. How are the fireworks? Yeah.
It's still going on.
Oh shit.
I think they've, I first heard they're gonna cancel. Zoe, stop. I first heard they're gonna cancel the firework this year, but then I couldn't see it at my place anymore, so I guess they moved it a little bit. I could hear it, but I didn't see anything, which was kind of annoying.
So there were some fireworks? Is what you're saying?
There was the fireworks. So in Marina del Rey, every year there's a fireworks show.
Yeah.
So we heard they're going to cancel all LA County fireworks this year. But wow. Marina del Rey did have its firework, but I think they moved it. It wasn't in the same place as always. It was behind some buildings. I couldn't see it.
I wonder what the 300 feet video is going to be like this year, whether it's going to be like every other year or it's going to be less fireworks or whatever, yeah.
What? 300 what?
Yeah, there's a video that comes out every year, and what they do is they video all the fireworks going off, all at the same time, and it's just to show how many fireworks are going on at the same time. It's a crazy view. It's like a bird's eye view of Los Angeles.
Oh, I'm pretty sure the firework, the amount of firework is as always. They only canceled the what's it called, legal firework. So it doesn't really matter. Those who did illegal, they're gonna continue doing. But before the sun goes down, there was so much smoke, like I could see it.
Oh, I wonder if they had fireworks at Dodger Stadium. Do you know? Did you see anything or?
I don't know. At Dodger Stadium is, I don't see that. I don't know. Just Google. I thought they said everything's gonna be canceled.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Well, then Marina del Rey was open, and then I think I'm seeing some stuff toward LAX, because I see LAX from here too.
There was a Dodger game tonight, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was fireworks at Dodger Stadium.
Isn't that like on the other side? I'm by the water. I don't know about that.
That's in Elysian, over by Echo Park.
Yeah, I don't know about that
Yeah.
part. I'm close to the water.
Yeah, you're south, pretty much.
Not south, west.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're at the beach, yeah.
There's still traffic here. I don't know what are people doing.
I remember I had a friend that used to work at, there was a printing place right next to a Starbucks over there in one of the malls, one of the strip malls there in Marina del Rey, a long time ago.
Strip malls?
Yeah, it was, I think it was at Kinko's Copies.
No. I don't know where the Kinko's is here. Shit. I have a printer and everything at home.
I watched a lot of the fireworks at the Redondo fireworks a lot. I don't know if you've ever seen those.
Yeah, I know which one.
The barge ship. I don't know if they used to do that. They do that anymore, but
You can see all of those from the roof of my building. I
Yeah.
didn't go to the roof this year. I wasn't feeling it. But from my balcony, I'm supposed to see the one in Marina, but I didn't see that one. I'm seeing the one by LAX. I don't know if it's a legal one or illegal, but I'm seeing some activities toward LAX. You know, oh no, I'm seeing this one here, Marina del Rey one. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I used to live in Long Beach and Huntington Beach and
Huntington
West
Beach
LA
is
for,
fun.
yeah, Huntington Beach is a fun place, and I used to live in West LA for a number of years. I lived in Laguna Beach and Aliso Viejo, and yeah, I've lived pretty much everywhere in Los Angeles, Orange County, so. I loved it up there, by the way, yeah. Good place, good people.
This is disgusting here. What are you talking about?
Well, maybe now, but
This is disgusting. It's like gross.
maybe now it is, but I remember it was back in a little after 2000. It was when 9/11 hit. That's when I maybe a couple months before I moved up there. But it was a great place back then. I don't know what it's like now, but I can just imagine it being as bad as San Diego. San Diego's fucking bad too. So.
Are you guys ready? Wait, did he leave?
you wait for Bruce, right?
I know. Did you remove his other account?
No, I didn't touch him. No.
Am I the one by mistake when I'm moving people down, they're getting removed? Because why would he come in with a second? It was his account, right? The fake one? It was called Bruce, but I didn't remove him though. Let me see.
You have to hit the three little dots to be able to, remove. So it's not like it's right
No. So when you say move to audience, yeah, okay. No, I didn't. No.
Oh, last night I accidentally hit dismiss button, which I didn't realize that means that you remove the person from the fucking room.
That'd be the other night. Removed the wrong person. That was pretty funny.
That was my fault. I was like, Pepe, remove this guy.
Yeah.
He's like,
You're like, oh shit.
this guy was like threatening my life in the chat, and he was writing in Farsi. Usually I ignore people. If I think they're connected to IRGC, I do ask the mods to remove or whatever. So I came on the stage and I'm like, hey, baby, can you remove this guy? He's like, well, I can't read that, but I trust what you say. And then he's like, okay, I removed him. I'm like, he's still in the chat. He's like, oh shit, I removed him. Guy. It was bad.
Yeah, that guy got astray for real. But
It's still, it's still fuck Trump.
that was nice. Never fuck Trump. Unless you want to fuck him, I don't know.
No, I don't know. He's old. I don't want to fuck him.
Why not?
I mean, I like women too. I like women too, so
Oh my gosh, well you could fuck his wife then.
Yeah, Melania's daughter.
Melania, fuck yeah.
Listen, guys, please. Hold it.
Oh shit.
Listen
what? Say what you gotta say, Ellie.
Trump, it's fuck Trump. We are in a dictatorship.
Hey, maybe you need a dictatorship at this point, little lady.
I do. You
I knew it. You like to be spanked, and like Daddy Trump is here.
Yeah, I'm really submissive.
I know. I heard you and Pepe. He was making you get on your knees, like, oh, gee.
Yeah, it's what? Who disappeared? Someone disappeared from the stage. Somebody disappeared from the stage.
Somebody's like, I'm out of here. This is not for me.
That was Marshall, by the way.
Oh shit, Marshall was like, dude, that was yeah, his little innocent ears can't hear that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, did he vote for Kamala, or who did he vote for? Naomi?
Kamala.
Oh my god.
You did vote for Kamala?
Yeah.
Big.
You spend a lot of time on Clubhouse. I think you can get a job.
I'm off today. God damn.
Wait, you're supposed to be working.
Yeah, I'm working.
No, if you're in school, you should be working 7 days a week.
Can I get a fucking break?
No.
Girl, can I get a fucking break?
I just said no.
No break for you.
Hey, Naomi, who do you
Because I
like?
told you, no.
What do you do? What do you do for your job?
Aren't you a professor and you talk like this? What's your name?
Like this. Oh, listen, Naomi, I absolutely talk like this. Do you believe that I work in LA, like one of the most radical cities in America, and I have not had a single student ever complain about me? They'll complain about me being difficult and stuff like that, but I've never had a student complain about the stuff that I say, not a single student. And I am brutal. The first day of class, if I'm teaching, let's say, anatomy, right? If I'm teaching human anatomy, the first day of class, I tell them, I'm like, hey, I identify as a male alligator, but we're going to leave that outside this door. When we say men, we're talking about someone with a penis hanging. When we say female, we're talking about someone with vagina. Like, I speak like that with my students, like, and I make a lot of inappropriate jokes. I mean, you have freedom of, what's it called? You have freedom of speech in teaching. In public schools, they actually cannot. They cannot tell you how to teach. You can actually say inappropriate things and stuff, as long as it's related to your class, to the material. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what's your rate, my professor?
It's very low.
It's very low.
I teach very difficult classes. No, I'm not giving you my name. And I retired. You can't cancel me. This was my last semester.
Okay.
I retired this semester. Yes, this was my last semester.
Oh my god.
Did you say good? Did you say good?
You did those kids a favor.
Schools, listen, Naomi, schools are begging me. Any college in Southern California that I want to teach, if I make a call, I have a class for phone. That's how good I am. Only because you don't like that I tell you go get a job, it doesn't mean like I'm a bad professor.
Bro, it's a holiday. Can I get a fucking break? Like, damn, you guys want to work all the fucking time. But that's why there's a lady worked, I saw on the news, a lady works 7 days a week, and then she decides to take some days off. The bitch died. She ended up dying in her motherfucking sleep.
You would never have to worry about that.
Shut up. You cannot work too much.
It would never be you.
Too much.
You can work too much. You can work yourself to death. I would not be that person. I'm damn sure I would not be that person. Even though right now,
do you know how many boosters she's had?
What?
How many boosters she's had? How do you know she died because she worked too much? Maybe she had like 5 boosters.
She was a chef.
You're gonna die from working your brain this much.
Yeah, you're not gonna die from working. You might die from taking too many vaccines.
Check in, people. They were only upset because they voted for Kamala.
Look at her.
They voted for Kamala Harris.
No, I'm trying to tell you. You can get like how you retired.
Okay,
You gotta break
everybody
up.
shut
You gotta
up.
break up. You retired now.
Okay, stop. We're gonna mute
It's okay,
here.
she's my favorite cat person. I love her.
Okay, everybody mute up. Let's see what LA is gonna tell us. Trump is.
Well, that's my favorite. She's one of my supporters. It's okay. She's been a long time supporter. First and second term.
Shut up, you Trump wannabe bitch. Fuck Trump.
He wants
I love all of them. I love the crazy.
You and fuck
You've got to
Trump.
take the good, bad, and ugly. You've got to take the
President Trump, and nobody wants you.
What?
She wants to fuck you.
But she wants me in office another term.
She likes girls. She likes girls.
Fuck Trump.
She wants
You want
Melania
to
too.
we can do that too.
Trump, is Melania available?
I mean, dead ass.
I think she wants to scissor Melania. Is she available, Trump?
That's it. We can orchestrate this. This thing can definitely take place today in the Oval Office if you're willing. We can.
But the thing is though, you guys need to stop it. You guys are following a dictator. I don't give a fuck what
They usually tell me don't stop.
I have a question for you. How is exactly is he a dictator? Can you tell me like?
He's a dictator. Marco, you're racist.
Just let me finish the end of the question. Give me 3 things that he's done that make you think he's a dictator.
He has parades. The parades. He wanted a for his birthday, No King's Day. He wanted a parade, and now he wants to have a championship fight in 2026 at the White House. This is all. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, he. You got something ugly ass bitch. Shut the ugly ass white ass up.
Doesn't your LGBTQIA?
It's okay. She lost a cat. That's why she.
LGBTQ, IBCD.
Yeah, I'm not
cat.
a
That's what
fan,
she described.
but what are you talking about parades? That's you and your crew.
No, y'all was having your daddy was having military parades. What are you talking about, bitch?
My daddy.
She lost her marbles as well. That's what she
What
lost.
was the last thing on your
Trump, you had that military parade, right?
You know me.
Of course I did.
The No Kings is an anti-Trump movement. You know that, right?
I know. I said on No King's Day. That's what I'm calling it. I was just protest, dumb bitch.
Do you know that the day
Shut
of
your
King's
white
Day
ass
was
up.
the
You can't see
You wasted your time going to
I will
protest.
smack your ugly ass up these
I'll do it. I'll give you my fucking address right now, ho.
Give it to me.
That's very smart of you. Drop your
I'll
line.
drop the
Drop
address
your
right
location.
now.
Drop it, ho. Drop it, ho.
Bitch.
And I'll drop kick you in your fucking jaw.
Yeah, kick him off the job. I might like it, bitch. I might like it, bitch. I might like it, bitch.
You did.
I'm sorry to cut it to you, Inami. We're cutting all the government funding, so you're no longer going to get that check.
That second
Movement
extra.
You're not going to get the check for your marbles. You're not going to find the marbles.
No more food stamps, bitch.
No marbles for you. No food, no marbles.
I don't sit on my ass, Trump. I don't sit on my ass all day.
I need to know how having the Army's 250th birthday makes him a dictator. Presidents are allowed to do that.
No, he won it on his birthday. His birthday.
His birthday is on the same day. His birthday is on the same day.
Just so happened to be.
Yeah.
Marshall,
It's
shut
on
the
the same
fuck up.
day. It was.
No, dude,
It's on the same day.
They're on the same day. Yes, Trump wanted a military parade. You're missing the point. He doesn't have to have dictatorial power to have a parade. So that's out the door. That doesn't make him a dictator. Do I like the fact that it was on his birthday? I don't really care. The point was the U.S. Army's 250th birthday was that day.
And it was also Flag Day.
That's what they were celebrating.
Let's keep going.
Can you give me another reason why he's a dictator? What plenary power does he exercise that is exercised the exact same way as a dictator? Can you explain?
I just said it, you dumb bitch. I just fucking said it.
No, you said
If
it.
you were my student, I would make you write like a 15-page
She's
paper.
ADHD.
I would make you write a 15-page paper for having such a
papers all the fucking time, bitch.
I would beat you. I would whoop your ass for having such a bad mouth.
Yes, good.
You wouldn't whoop shit. You can't do that. You're gonna get arrested.
I will hold you down while she hits you with the ruler.
You can't do that in a public school setting, ho. I mean,
I wouldn't literally whoop your ass, but I would give you homeworks that would be equivalent to whooping your ass. Why do you seriously critical thinking? How can you become an engineer? How can you become an engineer?
Your fucking Mexican ass. I'm glad you're tired, bitch. You probably treat your black kids like shit, bitch.
I work in black community too, though.
You're a loser.
You probably treat them like shit. I know you do.
Yeah, just like you do.
Yeah,
what are you doing to better the black community?
Shut up, bitch. You sound like a white.
What are you doing to better the black community?
What's up?
Nothing. Nothing. Go read a book.
Give me a kiss, bitch.
Go read a book.
Give me a kiss, bitch.
No.
Give me a kiss,
go
bitch.
keep having kids, bitch.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring you back on the stage. You know me, but you don't fucking listen. The fact that someone serves lower or minority communities, you should be happy. The fact that you just like screaming and yelling and saying that you're happy that I'm retired, that only means you're gonna have one less passionate, good professor helping communities that need the help. My dog's freaked out from the fireworks.
Sarah, she doesn't care. You have to
I'll bring her back to the stage, but the fact, what I'm trying to, seriously, a lot of tonight was joke. This whole room was like a joking room for most part, but I just want her to know, I hope she goes and think about this, only because I tell you get a job, it doesn't mean I abuse my students. That's crazy for you to say.
So I feel that, but I also I was going to say, at least in response to what she and I were talking about, the idea that the president has a parade, that's not a definition of dictator. It just isn't.
It is.
You're inclined to your own point of view, but it's your opinion. The fact is that you're wrong. Throwing a parade does not make one a dictator. If he was a dictator, he could outlaw all political dissent, for example.
Marshall, I'm actually going to try to think of something that would make me think that Trump is a dictator while you guys battle it out here. Because I can come up with probably some better ones, to be quite honest, at this point.
Yeah, if there are good reasons, Sam. Just talking about a parade is not.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Germane to what she's talking about.
So you think? Okay, listen. So you think Trump? You don't think Trump has a little bit of dictatorship in him? It's a little bit like a dictator, a little.
He's a narcissist. I don't think anybody here will deny that. I think all dictators have been they're narcissists, So make it what you will, but I don't think he's going to do anything harmful. If that's what you're asking,
Well. The big shitty bill passed and it was signed today, so it's gonna impact what's it called, Medicaid or Medicaid? Yeah, Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid, Social Security.
And I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna be able to get therapy if he cuts me off. Like, I won't be able to get the therapy.
Why can't you get private insurance?
We need therapy
Because-
right now, mentally.
Yeah, we know
There's
what?
an insurance stuff.
Like, I get, like, that shit helps me. I actually use that shit. Y'all think, oh, fraud, and everything is fraud. But there's people out there that actually use it. You know what I mean?
So why won't you be able to keep it?
That's not what I think. What I think is the largest line item in the U.S. budget is Social Security, disability insurance, and Medicare. It costs around like $2 trillion a year. Under that is the interest we pay on the $38 trillion in debt we have. After that's the U.S. military budget. After that's everything else. I don't necessarily like the rewriting of like throwing people off, but they're trying to slow the growth so it doesn't eat up so much of the U.S. GDP in debt, which we're like, again, we're $38 trillion in debt, and the interest is just enormous. I'll give you one place where they did do something good. Do you remember what happened with the air traffic controller systems, how we found out that they were running on floppy disks? Well, in the Commerce Committee, which is their job, they were able to, oh shit, just had it. Oh man.
By the way,
can you remind me?
By the way, I upgraded the post office from Windows 7 to Windows. I think it was Windows 10. I think so.
Nice. Oh, I remember. Updating the software. That's what it was. For air traffic controller software, since it was so old, they appropriated $15 billion, which is enough to bring all major American air traffic control systems up to the 21st century. The other thing they did was appropriate $10 billion to NASA, because we're planning on going back to the moon in a mission called Artemis. And that was funded, like I said, to the tune of about $10 billion. The air traffic control is $15 billion, and then the Coast Guard, which had been hollowed out for about a decade and a half, gets $25 billion to rebuild. That section, since it's a 10-part bill, that section saved $43 billion over 10 years. And the way the budget works in the United States, pretty much is that we're using a special parliamentary maneuver. It's 10 years long is the way they approach it. So hopefully that's helpful.
A little bit. Anomi, I guess what I'd say to you is this. What's up, everybody? You called him a dictator, but then the very next thing you're like, well, he just had to get the big, what'd you call it, the big bad, whatever, but he had to go get it passed. If he's a dictator, he would just fucking do it. He wouldn't try to send it to a vote, so he's clearly not a dictator. And then Anomi, you said you're not going to be able to get your therapy sessions or whatever. Well, why not? He's not getting rid of it. If you can qualify for it, you can still have it. If you're saying you're going to be kicked off, that means you shouldn't be on it in the first place.
I know, like, isn't it supposed to be work requirements or something now?
Work requirements for 20 hours a week are voluntary, and instead of being pegged to the inflation rate in your county, it's pegged to the national inflation rate.
You know what? I'm still not convinced that this bill is required.
No, I didn't.
Shut the fuck up, little girl. A minimum amount or volunteer work. Read the paperwork. Who do you think that she's so loud? Listen, little girl. Okay, little girl. You are the quintessential embodiment, the poster child for why the right would vote for such a bill to throw off such people from government assistance like you, the way you talk, the way you maneuver, your attitude. No one wants to support an entitled piece of shit like you. You understand? Bitch, who's an entitled to? Why did you call me fucking entitled? Like, dead ass? No. I was the
it before. I was the only one that said it in the room. So you heard it
and a couple
before.
others said it. You and a couple others said it. You're so... Why?
You are entitled.
Bitch, you sound drunk. Go to bed. No, but you sound drunk, bitch.
I sound drunk. Okay.
Yeah, go to bed.
All
Go
right.
to bed.
You go to bed.
Oh, you just tell me to go to bed, bitch. I'm a grown woman, bitch.
Listen, I'm not even a pro-Trumper, but let me tell you something. If it cuts bitches like you off, I'll go vote for him 17
What am I getting cut off of? What am I getting cut off of?
You're
nothing.
cut off of nothing. Food stamps, Medicaid.
What's the
and all the other
food? What's
bullshit.
on this
That's
bill,
what gets
bitch?
cut off
If
of
you
it.
know everything, what's the new food test requirements, bitch?
The work requirements to work 20 hours a week, and they moved the age from 51 to 65. Like, that's not a big deal.
20 hours a week. I work that. Matter of fact, I probably work more
Yes,
than that.
they're only requiring 20 hours. It's their line.
God damn. Yeah, I work 20 hours.
Per week. Per week.
Per week. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
So go call your worker. Don't work to us. Go call your worker.
Hold on,
Bitch, go call your baby daddy, bitch.
And
I that's your profile.
Bitch,
not mine.
no, baby daddy.
That's not
Why
my
do you
profile.
speak
That's
like
yours.
hood
I don't have children at wedlock.
You gotta, yeah, kids are like that.
Why do you
I don't
speak like a
You
hood
gotta
rat?
stay in character, Naomi.
Why do you, a hood rat? I'm not even from the hood.
Why do you speak like one?
Because
you know what it's called? Intergenerational welfare.
Shut up,
Intergenerational welfare.
Bitch ass up, whore.
No,
Anyways.
your mother's a whore, obviously. Do you and your sisters have the same father or no?
Oh, you
got
mad
same
because
daddy
your
and
baby
your
daddy
sister?
left you, bitch. Your baby daddy left you, bitch.
You can't answer the question. Do you and your siblings have the same father or no?
Yes, we do, bitch.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Oh, cause I'm black. I have like fucking half siblings cause I'm black. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I guess you being so stereotypical over here, stupid bitch.
No, you're being stereotypical, and I'm playing off your bullshit. So
Bitch, you got a black. I
you got some black.
tell you got a black husband, bitch. You like doing race play, bitch. You like doing race play, bitch.
I don't know what race play is. You leftist,
Good,
fucking
bitch.
wacko.
You dumb whore, cause you're a dumb whore. That's what you are.
Right.
Dumb
What
whore.
state are you in? What state are you in?
I'm in Alaska, bitch. What you talking about?
Yeah, right.
I'm in
Let
Alaska,
Trump
dumb
cut you off. Listen, I hope Trump cuts you off from the fucking head to the knees to the toes, bitch.
You sound so mad.
By the way, she's in Oregon.
Yeah.
He doesn't sound bad.
Right.
He sounds
She's in the West where they give them the rigs to shoot the dope, and then they give them welfare and Section 8, and the veterans who served this country can't even get what these fucking hoes get.
What? I'm like literally a college student. You guys think I get all these fucking government benefits? I don't.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Go and listen.
No, you're funny.
No, you're funny.
Deadass, you think I get every single fucking government benefit out there? I don't.
No
Then
one
shut
cares.
up then, bitch. You ugly whore.
Okay. You know who's gonna be the first to be sacrificed to a foreign country? Dumb bitches like you.
Good, I want to get.
Naomi, what are you gonna do if they accidentally deport you?
Shit, probably stay there.
Die. They'll kill this bitch for her mouth. Are you kidding?
You know what? Give me a kiss. You know what, Key? I think you need a kiss. Let's, bitch.
This bitch can't survive in another nation. They'll knock her off.
No, give me a kiss,
5
bitch.
seconds
Give me
flat.
a kiss. Give me a kiss. I think you racist. Are you racist, bro?
That's a no shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're racist.
So fucking ignorant.
You must be racist. Are you?
I gotta be racist to call out someone that's an ignoramus.
Bitch, because you are. Bitch, you racist.
Graduate to 5th grade. Do you know what you are? You're the project of everyone getting an award.
I'm not getting no project.
Hold on.
You
are the product of them taking away a first, second, and third place. Everyone gets an award. And you know what happens? Everyone turns into a fucking retard like you.
Award? What are you talking about?
I agree with that.
Sound right, bitch.
We're dealing with we're dealing with the timeout generation. We're from the get your ass whooped generation, and we're having to deal with y'all motherfuckers, the timeout generation.
I'm not getting no award. I get an award for. I wish I got an award. It's hard. I think it's more hard out here for my generation than y'all.
Oh,
y'all generation.
Are you getting free fucking counseling? Why you getting free health care? You got it hard?
So basically, you guys want me to pay for my insurance and then.
Hold on, you want me to pay for my insurance?
Wow.
You guys want me to do that, huh? That's what you want me to do, huh? That's what you want me to do, huh?
Yeah.
They provide private insurance.
Private insurance costs $100 a month, maybe more.
Wait, hold on. Basically, you want me to pay for my insurance.
And you believe that just came out of her mouth? Wow.
Yes,
I pay for it. I mean, I'm a if I qualify, and I do qualify, because it's hard out here, and the minimum wage is not fucking high, so it's hard, bitch. What you talking about?
So
You're not even trying to find a job.
I am trying to find a job, you dumb bitch. You stupid fucking
Hold on,
black
let me prove a point. What's the minimum wage? What's the minimum wage in Oregon?
Black whore.
What is the minimum wage in Oregon? Tell me.
It's like
you don't know because you've never been up in a factory.
I'm about to say it. I'm about to say it. You just interrupted me, you dumb whore. No,
Google it.
It's by county. Mine is $14. $14.70.
Alright, okay.
I'm in the small town.
You hear this shot? You hear this shit?
Shut up, bro. Shut the fuck up.
It's like you would rather sell your pussy on the street.
I don't want to sell my pussy, bitch. You probably did that shit. You probably did that shit, bitch. You probably did that shit.
So, she don't know what the minimum wage is because she ain't looking for a job.
Never did that shit, bitch. I would never do that shit.
No, can I ask you another question?
Yes.
If you said you minimum wage, whatever, and you want government health insurance, if you could have a job that would pay you $25 an hour, but you had to pay for your own insurance, would you take that job? Or would you rather stay with the $14 an hour and get government insurance?
I want money. Yes, I'm gonna take $25 an hour.
But you have to pay for your own insurance.
Yeah, that's fine. If I have to, I mean, I know government benefits is not like a lifetime thing. That's to like help you out, get you on your feet. I know that, but you guys think I just want to stay on the shit. No, I don't. It's fucking terrible because they treat you different anyways. I noticed.
So then what's the problem? What's the issue?
I just want to cuss her out. I don't know what's the problem.
The problem is you're lying, and you're a product of intergenerational welfare. That's your
What are you talking about? Did you just hear what I just said, you dumb bitch?
I'm banging on something because
because you're
low capacity.
Did you just hear what I just said? I said government benefits are not supposed to be a lifetime thing any fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a nice talking point for someone who's got it for their whole life.
Bitch! Oh my fuck! Oh my God.
What are you gonna do? Please, wouldn't have that energy in my face. Guarantee that.
Fucking stupid. You fucking stupid. Bitch, where you live at? I mean, what's the last thing?
Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, Michigan.
Oh yeah, they're stupid over there.
You wanna pull up?
I don't pull up, bitch. I'm just saying what you're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid in the Midwest, fucking stupid bitch.
And you're in Crackhead Central. Don't you know that they rig them up on the streets where they live on the fucking North Pacific and on the West Coast?
I don't give a fuck.
Them to be dope fiends. Ray, you're here. You know that. I come from California. There's other people from California that know that. They rig them. They give them clean needles. They give them everything they need to shoot up and be dope fiends on the side of the street and have tents and all that shit. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. They do that.
Yeah, they have like safe injection sites.
Up in Oregon, there was a thing, bro. Please, there was a thing that they were giving out tents and needles and oils at one point. So you're not wrong about that.
Thing. We don't need your approval, little girl.
Shut up, bitch! I will just. Oh my god, can I fucking agree with you, dumb bitch?
Go find your mother on the stroll, bitch.
That's a fucking problem, you dumb bitch.
Go find your mom on the stroll.
God damn.
I went to rehab.
You say it was a good thing, bitch.
I went to rehab 20 years ago for crack addiction, so I know exactly what that's like.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
People that want to get better, not enabling people's addiction, right?
Yeah.
Did I say it was a good thing? I did
someone
say that. I was
talking
like, you are right about that.
Is someone talking to you like that? No one's talking to you, crack baby.
You fucking bitch! I'm not a fucking crack baby. You fucking
definitely a crack
It's
baby.
okay, we don't judge.
Stupid fucking white bitch. I swear to God, bro.
I'm
like,
listen, I'm not white, but you're definitely a crack baby.
Yo, bitch ass, bitch.
And Naomi, you need your meds. I think you missed your meds.
I don't take medicine. I don't believe in that.
Wow, you don't believe in that shit. Jesus Christ. You're like the fucking poster child for fucking ADHD medication. Jesus Christ.
I can't believe
The world we're living in, and these motherfuckers are gonna be making the law, bro.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
They think that up is down and down is up and male is female, female's male. Males can get pregnant, females can fucking sperm out their fake dick. This is what we're dealing with.
Bitch, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about, whore. Like,
so, Enoma, what job do you do? Like, what is your job?
Doesn't work. You didn't pick
I
up on
do
that.
work. How you gonna tell me I don't work? I know myself more than you do, but we just met today, whore. But anyways, would you say I work at
Yeah, what do you do? Just curiosity.
Amazon.
I mean, you know, I work those like low
Keep
end jobs.
hesitating.
Fucking college.
Okay.
Bitch, shut up, please. Shut the fuck up. I'm here, bitch. Sit your ass down, bitch.
I worked at you don't work. That's what
I do work. Can I fucking speak? You fucking stupid bitch.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Low end
my
jobs.
fuck.
Just tell us which corner it is between like across the
I don't work on no fucking corner. I work in retail. I work in retail.
Okay.
Yeah, selling gas on the corner. What corner?
I'm a cashier, bitch. What are you talking about?
What store? What store?
Bitch, I'm not on no fucking corner, bitch. You probably was back in the day. Back in your days, you probably was on the fucking corner, bitch. You probably was on the fucking corner, you fucking over there, bitch.
You don't work.
Yo, what the fuck kind of shit are you doing?
She don't work. That's why she can't. I would have named Ross, TJ Maxx, fucking Kroger. She didn't name that one name because she don't work.
I work at.
Is it full time? Is it part time? I mean, what's the?
I work.
No. I'm being serious.
Full time bullshitter. Part time.
There's something wrong with this rod, man. I'm not gonna fucking front, man.
So, and you're saying that you're on Medicaid, like your health insurance and all that stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to work. You get it better if you don't work.
What?
I think she knows
do.
that.
Dumb bitch, I do work.
How many kids you got? How many kids do you have?
Oh, I don't got no. I'm a college student. Oh my god.
Oh, good. So then just say you're a student. You don't work. That's plausible.
Oh my god. I take 16 credits an hour. I mean, not 16 credits. Fuck, I'm saying all wrong. Got me all confused.
Semester. That means you're full
You got me all confused, bitch. I take 16 credits per semester.
You're So you're full time. You don't need to work. That's fine. So your occupation. Let me school you, YG. Your occupation is student. Student.
I work. I go to school full time and I work part time. I'm gonna find another part time job, so I'm gonna be doing basically 2 part time jobs and school. What part do you understand? What part?
This is
how
so.
am I lying? How am I lying?
By the way,
16 fucking credit hours. You're not ready
This
to
is
do
so
that.
Alright, stop beating your table. Oh, God.
Yeah, she's being in your Section 8 property.
Control your woman on this thing.
you know what? I'm more concerned for that table than I am her. Jesus, fuck.
I don't even know what that sound was earlier. It sounded like something dying. But, where are we going with this? Hey, Liz, how you doing? Welcome to your...
We're going nowhere.
Jerry Springer's happening.
Thank you for welcoming me to your charming.
Hello, Miss Liz. You're always welcome here.
We can tell
Black or not black, it doesn't matter. You work or you don't work. Your ass is in school full time or you're not. And you're not.
You don't make me.
Wait, how old is this person, man?
This
Speaking.
bitch is a kid.
I'm 21, bitch.
Oh, you're a fucking
Sounds
child.
like a fucking moron.
Oh, you're just so mad. What are you, 55?
Yo, we wasn't stupid like that
You
when
must
we
be
was 21.
55 years old.
Yeah,
What
we
are you
were
going to
just
college
dumb
for?
at 21.
What are you going to college for?
I'm going to college for computer science.
For what?
Computer science.
What?
Computer science.
Computer science. Can you hear me?
That's not good.
So you met all. So you already have your associates. You met all your prerequisites. So
Yeah.
name the one computer science class you started in your degree.
Well, I just got done with the. Bro, can you stop doing that? I just got done with the intro to computer science 2. So I'm now moving on to another data structures. Data
All right,
structures.
I'm not gonna even knock you for that. Good.
How do you
Keep
talk
that
to
shit up.
that if you're in college? You
That
sound
shit up.
illiterate.
I don't talk to bro. I'm working
Listen,
on it.
hold on. Let me tell you something.
I'm working on it.
What's your name? Hold on. Calm down. Pursue your degree.
How many books have you read?
And they don't read books. Right.
Not this
They don't.
year.
Oh, you don't read books?
They don't
I'm
read books.
trying to read. I have a low attention span. Okay.
No wonder you're talking so bad, because your grammar's bad. You know,
No,
like,
but don't
you
knock
pronounce
her.
words is
If
bad.
you're going to school for computer science,
I mean,
good for you. Keep it up. Do
you
your
said,
thing.
yeah.
I keep it. You'll do it. I'm not even gonna knock you. I'm not your enemy. Do your thing.
By the way, data sets, you're going to learn about data sets, and you're going to learn about artificial intelligence. You're going to learn about augmented intelligence and what the difference is and everything else. It's all fun shit. It's what I do.
Yeah. But yeah, so.
And no,
I don't know
let me tell you something. No, because I remember you from 3 hours ago. You don't have to come on the scene trolling. If you just come regular, people will support you. It's not like there's a world out to get you. There's a world out to want to support young people that are pursuing a better life for themselves.
Genuine
So
people.
just save your fucking energy, and everyone in here will turn from talking shit to you and you having to talk shit to them to supporting you.
Well, yes, that's true. But when you say fuck July 4th when it's July 4th and everything else, and fuck Donald Trump and blah, 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 you know, people don't particularly like that. So, you know what I mean?
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck about Trump or the 4th. I could break that down into several things, and I could get on the stage and be tactful. That's fine, right?
Right.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But, okay, so.
She's a younger person. She's 21. A lot of people on the stage have children her age. So the number one inclination would be encourage her in the way that she's going to do what she's doing. She's not going to get the truth in one download in one place. She's going to get it little by little by little. But it's not going to come from a place that talks shit to her and rejects her. It's going to come from a place that's like, go ahead, keep doing your thing, encourage her, and then maybe she'll be inclined to listen to what everyone else has to say. But that doesn't negate you, Anami, because you came in with some hot energy, and you could do that in your fucking TikTok streets. You don't have to do that with mature people. They'll support you. And that's what you should reach it. That's what you should want. There's people on this app you're talking to from all over the world that are versed in what you're doing, and they can mentor you. Don't make an enemy off top. Like when you can make relationships that will build you up.
Well, and here's the truth. Like, I'm 55. There's other people that are 40, 45, 50, even 60, 65, 65 years old. People that have gone through the same shit that you've gone through and everything else, and going to school and all the bullshit that you're going through right now. We've already done it. So, this is not, we're not 25. We're not kids. We're not, like, we've been through the whole fucking gamut. So, so whatever child's play that you think you're playing, you think you're better than everybody else, fuck, we totally get it, dude. Totally.
Well, I hope you noticed and know me, like, all this, everyone's going crazy and all shit. And then I asked you what you're going to college for, and you were like, computer science. And I hope you noticed immediately the whole mood of the room changed. Kay was like, oh, cool, you're going to you're doing for computer science. White was like, yeah, it's what I do for a living. You're going to learn all this kind of stuff. You're going to learn all this stuff. Immediately, the room changed, because you weren't being all crazy about, Trump's a dictator. I'm going to lose my fucking therapy. And blah, 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 blah. It's like, yo, just relax. The world's not coming to an end. We're not. You guys, by the way, you're 21. You guys, you got some great fucking years ahead of you. I would give anything to 21 again.
Right. Say that again, bro. Say it again.
Okay,
dude. World might get very soon. You never know.
Yeah, but 21, off of the world ending shit, 21 to do it again.
But the next 5 to 6 years of her life are gonna be fucking awesome.
Yeah. Or it could be hell.
I don't know, man.
It could be good. Right, but she's a kid. She's a kid. She's a kid.
Mutants, monsters. I don't know, Mike. Not a
I think it's weird to me. Why can't we just unplug it? I don't understand.
Well, so
and what Mike is saying her is true. She got the best years of her life ahead of her. You got to get off this race shit. Whatever program you to be like, this white person, that white person. Let me tell you something that's going to humble you. What's going to humble you is when, and this is how God will work or whatever you believe in, when a white person comes alongside you to lift you up and put you on top of your game. So let go of that trap of white, black, this, that, all that bullshit. Like he just said, when you said you're in computer science, you had people from around the world, all different ages, coming along to try to encourage you. You don't have to play the ignorant role. You don't have to do that shit.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you have a point. Yeah, it is a problem. Like, I see black, white thinking. Whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Hey, at least she admitted it. You know what I mean? I mean, at least she admits it. Fuck, you gotta give her at least some credit, right?
I think we should hurt her brain.
No, dude, I have crash outs like this every fucking day. They are so valid. Every fucking day. They are, seriously, if I'm not doing it on here, I'm doing it by myself, talking in the mirror like, man, fuck this, man, what the fuck? Like, I look at my check and I'm like, oh my God, they're taking everything. Like, so I understand, like, cause my check, I'll give an example, right? My check, bro, was like $5,600, right? That was gonna be my, that wasn't going to be my take home. My take home was $3,200, bro. That they took out because I do commission and salaries, so I'm in sales. So I do have an hourly, but my commission is taxed like a motherfucker. So I understand, the frustration, man. Like the taxes right now are just, I'm getting taxed on that ass,
Wait,
bro.
pockets. Aren't you supposed to take a percentage if you're doing sales?
Well, yeah. But the commission is taxed at a high rate. It depends what state you're in, but I think most commission is taxed at like 30, 40%. I think. Don't quote me on that, but with commission, yeah, the government takes it.
But I just want to say, you guys, to be honest, I'm gonna back. I'm gonna try to my best to.
Go ahead. We got a grace for you now. We know you're 21 and you're trying to reach your goal. Go ahead.
Do my like when I talk, does it sound weird?
Yeah, you're fucked up right now, but I hope you don't sound like this normal.
You're fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're drunk, girl, you sound fine.
No, I'm not drunk at all. I'm not drunk at all.
Are you stoned?
No.
Under any substances at all? None?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you now. The words sound a little mumbled at times. Like certain words will sound mumbled. But I think I'm neurodivergent. I got ADHD. It's really hard to catch my points sometimes. I'll lose it like mid-sentence. So I think it's just, you gotta, relax a little bit, trust in your words and yourself. Just articulate a little bit, because it does sound like you're a little...
You get a little Jasmine Crockett-ish every once in a while.
Okay. Because I noticed
bang your head on something.
Alright, go ahead, because you noticed what?
I noticed that it's like when I talk, it's like some people can understand me.
Okay.
You know what? You know what? What I want you to do is I want you to, like you're on your phone, right? So what I want you to do is do a voice record or a voice memo or whatever, and record it. And then so you can understand and you can see what you're saying and you can listen to whatever you're saying, and then you can listen for yourself. That way, you can make the changes that you want to make.
No, you're gonna hate it though. I hate hearing myself.
Oh, I know, yeah.
I definitely humbled myself while hearing myself. I tried sending like a sexy voice note to some guy one time. I was like, oh my god, I sound like her. Like I just.
It's a lot deeper than most people think. Like, when you talk to a lot of recording artists, it takes them years and years to master their voice. Most people don't even like hearing their own voice like you guys have. It's cringe.
Hey, we know what I'll say this, right? I used to be on this podcast back in 2020, what did I say, 2011. Retired sports broadcaster, Cavman, allowed me to come on. And I know I didn't fucking speak that well on that kind of platform with thousands of listeners, and some cats roasted me on that. But, as months went on, figured out how to speak fluently on that shit, and, man, motherfuckers liked me at that time. So, yeah, the public speaking can definitely be, increased. It can, through trial and error, and also I think taking good classes on how to speak publicly is a good thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, easy for you, Charlie. You got
every time that you speak. This is just symptomatic of, mind you, guys, she's a baby. She's 21. So, I know I was questioning myself and everything, like the way I sounded and all that at that age. So it's a trial and error thing, baby, and you're just gonna grow into it, and that's it. But again, look at the paradigm shift that just happened when you went from what you thought your generation or you was supposed to be doing by attacking and insulting everyone, and then you chilled out and look, and everyone is like, yo, they want to put you under their wing, they want to help you, you can be open and honest. You don't have to conform to what the rest of the people in their generation are doing.
remember when I was 21, fuck, I was looking for snatch. Fuck yeah.
But you know what? They did to us what they did to them.
word up.
Charging this new generation. What they're doing to Gen Z, and what they have done to Gen Z is they're charging them politically on every front, whether it's from the gender front, from the political front, from the sexuality front, and that's what they're like hyper basing them off of.
Well, and let me just tell you that the reason why this generation's so fucked is that they end up believing whatever they're reading or whatever they're listening to, and it all depends on the source that they're listening to and all that stuff, and so, there's a little bit of brainwashing and all that shit that comes into play, and,
In the quick satisfaction of it, gratification of it, it's an immediate satisfaction. Fuck Trump. You're like, yeah. And then you start being like, why fuck Trump? It's like, well.
I mean, I got many reasons.
He's a dictator. Yeah. Why is he a dictator?
I remember on Jesse Waters, they were, everybody was saying fascists and fascists and fascists this and fascists that. Well, they were asking him, well, do you know what fascist even means? And they're like, and so that's really the level of, stupidity that this new generation is, and it's just like, what the fuck,
I agree with you, but I'd like someone to hear. Do you know the difference between a Marxist and a communist?
No.
A lot of people get labeled that all the time.
What's a Marxist?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm asking too. I have no idea.
This is the room that should know.
The room that should. Here's another issue. I don't know.
No one's gonna tell me what the fuck a Marxist is?
Right. I don't know if you just said that. That you know, but you should know. What is you probably? So what is the difference, in your opinion, between?
I'm asking.
Right. So here's the problem.
And a socialist.
No one wants
seems to be
do
thrown around all
research.
the time.
Okay.
I think Jack wants to answer. Jack, do you want to answer?
Yeah, sure.
It's too late. Someone would have already Googled it.
Hold on.
To run that shit on AI.
Hold on. Go ahead, Jack, if you want to go.
Yeah, well, Marx was just an author of, an ideology which is implemented in different countries. So communism is like, there's communism in China, there's communism in Vietnam and Russia. And then Marx just wrote about, one way of running it, which is evidently not what they did in Russia or whatever, because he was like Christian and stuff, and that was a very not Christian.
Come on, man.
Marx was. They weren't Christian in Russia, so that's why I'm pointing out the differences. Is like, the movement in Russia was started by the Bolsheviks, which were like largely Jewish, and then in China they're Maoist, so they're supported by, ideologies which were not necessarily Marx, but were more so like Lenin, Trotsky. These people sort of came after and implemented different ideas, but obviously there's, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but like there's, a lot of people who died throughout, based on these different ideas, but one thing to note is that, none of them were inherently Christian, even though Marx was, but
Marxism is pretty much the same as communism, right? It's just a slower transition into it.
Well, someone brought up Jesse Waters, and they want to call different things Marxist or socialist or communist.
The goal of Marxism, listen, the end goal of them is communism. They just do it slowly. So it goes through transitions.
Yeah, I'm not an
expert. It sounds interchangeably on some of these channels.
Well, socialism.
People, I can throw that out there. if
Griffin, let me ask a question. Does it not compel you to do your own research when someone is saying these things as it pertains? I'm assuming you're an American that lives in the United States. So as it pertains to threatening the republic, or what you would call a democracy, does it not compel you to do your own research, or you just got to room to listen to what they have to say?
I'm just listening to what people have to say.
Okay.
Because it really doesn't matter. It really matters about what. It really matters existentially in political thought, what people think that those terms. I'm not in some ivory white tower at some university that wants to get into the academic bullshit, okay?
These terms have real manifestations and ramifications for a republic, right? So they're very dangerous, right? They're not just words, right?
Yeah, here's one just thing is like a, just the, I guess, etymology of communism. It's coined by French philosopher Etienne Cabet in 1840, popularized by Karl Marx. So Karl Marx didn't invent it. It was a French guy in 1840, and it's a utopian society based on collective ownership, no private property. So it's inherently utopian. It cannot exist. Property cannot be eliminated. It is always implemented as socialism. Socialism is the implementation of communism. And then socialism is coined by French philosopher Pierre Leroux in 1832, popularized by Karl Marx.
Okay. All right. We get it.
No,
and our argument is to that. But when Jesse Waters or someone from OAN or one of those channels goes around
From the
diner in Des Moines, Iowa, and does the man on the street interviews, and what do you not like about whatever party? Well, they're Marxist. What do you not like about Biden? Well, I'm waiting for someone to say Stalinist on this administration, but people throw these things around, these different terms around, and it's.
I mean, it's like an actual communist who they think Stalin did correct things. Most will never defend Stalin, even though he was actually the only one that actually shredded.
Do you think he was shittier than Hitler?
You're laughing, but here's where you would have to start.
Do you think he's shittier than Hitler?
Hold on.
Than Hillary?
Hold on. You're talking.
No, Hillary.
Your talking points are dumb.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you would have to start with reading the Constitution and reading the foundational documents that created our republic, right? Start there, and then begin to listen to anything that is obtuse to that. So you're starting from a place of zero knowledge. You're just being programmed with whatever they've told you, and you're in a patronizing way, like you're laughing at, oh, this person is saying this is Marxist and this is communist. Well, you don't even understand the scope or the context of why those terms are even being used, because you don't even understand the premise of the original document.
I mean, I'd love to go back to
No, you don't have to love to shit. It's people like you that are going to make God-fearing people of the Republic of the United States like us get lined up for concentration camps, right? And guess what? I'm going to be pushing you forward.
Yeah, the crabs in a bucket type stuff, but like...
No, it's not crabs in a bucket. You guys don't give a fuck about preserving the Republic. Read about your founding fathers and what they said about preserving a democracy.
Yeah, if you...
Yeah, you have no idea.
You have a republic if you could keep it, that type of stuff.
Well, what are you guilty of, Jack? Are you a socialist or something? What's going on?
Well, I'm not a socialist. I don't know, but I would say that there's probably, I'm like extremely libertarian, but whatever. It doesn't seem to matter.
All right, libertarian. So like classical libertarian, or are we talking like right-leaning libertarian, like Ron Paul libertarian, or what?
Yeah, you're closer to Ron Paul libertarian, but if you're gonna like actually represent my views, I would say like abolish taxes.
Okay. So, Key, what do you think libertarianism, like Ron Paul libertarianism, isn't?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know. I just know that there's a globalist agenda, and then in this country, we're supposed to be a constitutional republic. So for anyone to question a communist manifesto when all we have to do is read through it and we understand that they've already achieved a lot of it, breaking up the nuclear family, getting your children into a public funded education system and outside of the house so they can indoctrinate them, right? I mean, we could check mark all of the points. We could go through whatever her name that wrote the charter. Alice Bailey. We could do all of this shit.
Well, I mean,
let's not act like it doesn't exist.
That started during the Cold War. I mean, like they literally.
I was there when it started. Let's not act like it doesn't exist.
Well, this is important. Like, I mean, in the Cold War, they literally said that we have to accept a totalitarian state at home in order to defeat the totalitarian state abroad, and that just never changed once we defeated the USSR.
Wars. What do you believe about that, right?
What?
Who funded both sides of the wars? Was it not the same bank?
Banks, probably. I mean,
same
there
bank.
was what?
Same bank.
Sorry, I missed that.
The same bank.
The same bank. I mean, I think there's probably multiple banks, but the one thing you might not know, for example, is like the Russians, for example, they actually, I think it was I don't know if this was under the Tsar. Yeah, I guess this was in 1850. They actually sent, during the U.S. Civil War, a ship over to defend Los Angeles, the port of Los Angeles, or maybe it was San Francisco, because they were worried that the British at that time were going to, possibly take advantage of the U.S.'s position then in order to take over a portion of it. Because at the time, the Russians were not very friendly with the British because the British made a whole lot of deals in order to reduce. Anyway, they didn't like the British, but that was I guess the reason was because it escapes me, but it's something to do with trade and anyway.
So where did you and Key disagree?
Oh well, I don't know. I think she thought I was a socialist.
Mixed up with Gringo. Did you get that impression, Jack?
Probably we got mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were talking Gringo, and now Jack, you got mixed up with him, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could still defend, a socialist position in certain states.
Fundamentally, I disagree with you guys, period, but I don't think we had an overt disagreement.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually, you know what? That was good. That was good because I didn't know the difference between Marxist and communism. So that's good. I actually looked it up. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, it's somewhat helpful, I guess. But I think mostly in the U.S., it's probably not really. It doesn't translate very well because it's fundamentally requires this sort of top-down form of government, which is why I guess that's why I brought up the Cold War, because the closest the U.S. has gotten to becoming communist is, being that level of authoritarian. And
you always say this as socialist flavors around here, though, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, each state, New York has more socialism than Florida.
Especially in New York right now with the new mayor guy, right? I mean, that's it doesn't get much closer to that.
How do they have everyone fooled like this? When the book, The Creature of Jekyll Island, which literally, it basically deposes, it shows you what the Federal Reserve is built off of and who's running this country based on who's running the Fed and the central bank. And literally, we're having these conversations that was 15, 18, and we're having these conversations a century later, and we still are not able to pinpoint the culprit. This is insanity.
Well, I mean, it kind of, just the internal politics of the U.S. change every, 75 years. So, the problem probably started during Andrew Jackson, and then, that
Jackson
turned
tried to
into...
put it back on the gold standard. They
Yeah,
took
but
it off
failed.
right after he got out of office, right?
Yeah, and I don't think it's as simple as just saying, because obviously, in the Constitution, the U.S. shouldn't even have, currency. They can, like coin, gold, and silver, but obviously this isn't the way it turned out, and that's for a number of reasons, mostly just the lack of any real governance from individuals to do things. I mean, like, the Constitution and all that wasn't written in order to be a democracy. It doesn't even matter. I mean, like, what it ends up being now is just that there's states, and those states, like, if you look at individually, like, what state governments do, like, they're all their legislatures are primarily Republican, but it doesn't matter. Even though the governors of some states are Republican, and the majority of their legislature are Republican, they can't really do anything. Like, Pennsylvania, they control the exports of, like, raw milk into separate states, just randomly, where there's just such a disconnect between the laws that, for example, you can have at a federal level, and then how that interacts with, one state talking with another state, where you have, like, oh, Pennsylvania says raw milk is illegal, the state next to them says it's not, and then so it's illegal to, like, transfer it over the state line. People just ended up giving up because they said it was too complicated, and they just followed federal regulations. But the point I'm making is that if anything were to change, it would require the state legislatures to actually be anything other than just a joke, which is basically what they are now.
So I'm curious, White, if you could you share with us, like, the differences that you found between Marxism and communism? Because I'm not really sure I'd be able to identify it myself.
Yeah,
Marxism.
Hang on. I got ChatGPT. Hang on a second. Let me pull it up real quick. It's really a short. Okay, so Marxist.
Oh, you want to read it? I posted a link in the chat. I'll repost the link, but go ahead, White.
So, Marxist says follows the theories of Karl Marx, especially regarding class struggle, capitalism, and historical materialism. Not all Marxists believe in or advocate for a communist society right now. They may support socialism or gradual reform. Communists believe in the abolition of private property and the eventual establishment of a classless, stateless society. All communists are influenced by Marx, but not all Marxists are communists. So basically the summary is Marxist is the follower of the Marxist theory, and communist is believer in a classless, stateless society often based upon Marxist ideas. Very, very simple to the point.
So I'm still struggling. So,
okay.
So Marxism, I thought, like, when you read, like, the manifesto, it talks about, so all Marxists are communists, or no? Because that's what it seemed interesting, because what I thought, I remember that, like, when I was reading the manifesto, there's, like, all of these different stages on what's going to happen before the final state of communism.
Yeah, communism is just like, it's like a utopian vision. So it's basically any ism that is related to communism is just how you get to communism. So Marxism is how he imagines you get to communism.
Oh shit. So Marxist is like a violent theory, right? Because that's the only difference, because I remember what you just said, he's like a classless, stateless. So if it's stateless, I would assume there's no centralized authority, so then you'd assume that everybody was doing this, it's like a voluntary understanding of how people are living, and they're doing it just a peaceful coexistence.
Yeah,
right?
that's the utopian idea, and then in Marx's, like, how he wrote about the way in which it would actually occur are some of the writings that people read the least, because it's all just like math formulas that people like don't really care about and ignore, and like kind of aren't really relevant to anything you do. It's just like writing down math for like how many hot dogs they produce and like how they would feed people and stuff like that, and it just nobody cares. So then they, you know, yeah, so in general, like, people, yeah, it's just not even.
Yeah, I remember like this. It was violent. It sounded like it was all admitted in the minutes. I was like, holy shit! People read this and they think that this is like, want to go through with this. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, the only distinction really worth making is that there's socialism, there's communism. Socialism is the practical way in which communism
Socialism
runs
is the political
in
arm of communism.
Political arm, yeah, sure, yeah, in the sense that like communism is like, you know, utopian, so it can't be achieved, and then it ends up just at socialism.
But to make any of this work, you have to have dynamic leaders, right?
Thank you, Matt.
To be able to push it forward, I think, because anybody can come up with any kind of weird idea and see what they could do with it, but it takes someone to actually know it, you know, to actually push it out there with their charisma or whatever it might be. Would you agree with that, Jack, or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's nobody, none of these ideas exist in a vacuum. People have to champion them. I mean, and, you know, the history of, like, who was supporting Marx and all that, there's, like, a lot of people who are, like, writing about how he was sort of this failed industrialist who he was just an academic. He was supported by all these other, like, kind of, like, rich tycoons at the time, and, you know, all of their, you know, all of their incentives for why they were funding him differ, but typically they, you know, yeah, they're just, it gets into the weeds, but it ends up being the case that almost nobody who, you know, promotes socialism or communism want they usually want something else, but then they just say communism and socialism, like the Nazis. They didn't really care about socialism, but they still called themselves socialists because it's a way in which you can kind of, you know, just say that anything you do is headed in the direction of, like, communism, or there's some, like, utopian vision.
Yeah, like group think of sorts, yeah.
So yeah, it's just a way to, like, do that. I mean, you know, in America though, what communism is a very different thing than, you know, so this is like it's very helpful to know the history, I guess, of communism in America, because it was not always viewed as a bad thing, you know, up until we went to, you know, World War II and such. And even after that, you know, all the previous Trotskyites and these communists in the U.S., they just changed and they were renamed the neoconservatives. So neoconservative is just a label put on about 100 or so people in the 1950s or so who changed parties essentially from, like, Democrats to Republicans at the time, and they, you know, they kind of aligned with the you know, war machine as opposed to the banks and sort of these more like blue blood people, because those people didn't want anything to do with these sort of, like, you know, former communists. So then they kind of, like, formed a party that, you know, were allied with the defense contractors at the time, and so then they were kind of, like, they became think tanks, and they kind of rationalized all the future wars that the U.S. would be, you know, entering into and funding. And there's an interview, I guess, you know, just recently with Tucker Carlson on, he was interviewing Scott Gordon, and they were talking about the history of Iran and Israel, but they went into it, into some of the history of communism, and it's a long podcast, so, you know, I get people to watch it, but they do talk about how there's this new neoconservative party who formed, and how a lot of the foreign policy that was, you know, created after were as a result of these people who their main goal was, in order to justify the defense contractors getting paid, and then at the same time to essentially benefit countries other than the U.S. So like they all kind of had their own weird, because they were all former communists, so they still wanted to, have this sort of like communist.
Yeah, these moments.
Yeah.
Real quick, Abby, are you there?
Yes, I just got back in the room.
Oh, great. I had a question. And this is going to be like probably a really dumb question, but I don't even know what kind of form of government Israel is. Like, is it?
It's a democracy.
Is it? So at the end of the day, it's a democracy, right?
It's a proportional representation.
There we go. Okay.
Theocratic, also.
So
yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, I don't even know what that.
No, so it's proportional representation, the same kind of party system that you have in like France and multi-parties.
Yeah, they make the distinction.
It's
if you're Jewish.
But if you hold on. But it's two branches of government because the prime minister comes from the legislature as opposed to the three branches. And the country's made up in the multi-party system. Obviously, there's left wing, right wing. There's the Arab party, the Druze. The different minorities that live there have parties, and then the different Sephardic Jews, religious, secular. It was when it was the Labor government, so that changed, and it was Labor from 1948 to 1977. 77, the minority party, which was Menachem Begin's party, took over. That's Likud, it was Chibud, but now we know it as Likud, which is Netanyahu's party. But when the Labor Party was in, it's interesting you're talking about communism because Labor is very socialist. So all of what we know as the kibbutzes really developed during that time, like heavily developed, and they are a form of socialism, a kibbutz. It's like if you break down the definition of socialism, that would be the lifestyle in the kibbutz. But that's not the party in power now. But it was originally. Hope that answers.
Duh.
I should have known that.
How are my favorite people on Clubhouse?
Oh,
Hey,
Ann Hero. Hello, Ann.
Hey, Ann.
I just pinged Joe. I don't know if he's out there, but he would appreciate this conversation.
I can message him.
This conversation has made me more capitalist.
So it's also interesting the remnants of when you have a labor government or you have a socialist government, and then you switch over and trying to get rid of some of the infrastructure that they built has been a struggle, a big struggle within that country. And when you see this stuff about the court reform, things like that, a lot of it comes out of this machine that was built during the time when it was a more socialist. And just to dismantle it. But as the country changed and it became, obviously the tech and the businesses took over, and the GDP was affected so much by these great developments that they have, and the socialist model didn't fit. It doesn't fit for the country. But they have like big labor unions, things like that, socialized medicine, and that all happened under the old regime. Something to think about in a country when you switch over from left to right and just dismantling what systems are put in place. That makes any sense.
Yeah, it sure does. Appreciate that breakdown. I didn't expect all that. Thank you, Abby. Jack, be sure to cash in your pink ticket I see you have there, if you don't mind. You'd be a good addition to this house.
What did I miss? I went to see fireworks at the casino.
Well, we had the usual, chaos that we always do for about 3 hours. And then we transition into these kind of wonderful discussions.
What kind of transition?
Let's just say Pepe was giving a certain lady, commands. Let's put it that way. I'll put it like that. It was quite interesting and quite repulsive, actually.
Really? Even for Pepe?
Yeah, even for me. I have a tolerance. Yeah, come on now.
No, I know we do have standard boundaries.
I know, I got boundaries, right, Sarah? Come on.
And I wasn't on the app. I was in the room, but I wasn't on my phone. And then I come and pick up my phone, and I'm like, what do I do right now? Like, I didn't know if I should interrupt them. Everybody's laughing. I'm like, it was pretty bad though. But I had like beef from people messaging me that why did I not stop it? Whatever.
Wait, was he yelling at the girl?
Oh, he was like just being Pepe with a lot of stuff. But people were laughing. Like nobody, like when he does that little trolling thing.
Yes.
So he was like saying things, and then there were a couple guys, they were talking back, and I thought it was funny though, and they were laughing. Like, him and some black guys are laughing and saying things, and I'm like, why should I get involved? Whatever, I wasn't there.
I actually have. Oh, sorry.
But I got criticized in back channel, so.
Yeah, we got in trouble for that. But Beam, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, happy 4th of July, and I'm assuming you have a submission you want to make.
Happy 4th. Yeah, do you know what? Only if Abby permits. Abby, could I harass you quickly on a particular question about law?
Oh boy.
I'll give you the question, and you could decline if you don't want to. It's the idea of innocent until proven guilty. If somebody receives a not guilty verdict or is acquitted on not guilty, does this mean that they're innocent, or does it just mean that they're not guilty?
I would take the position that means that they're innocent. We had that with OJ, even though the whole country thought he was guilty, but he left an innocent man, and that's our presumption, that if you don't meet the burden of proof in a courtroom, and someone is acquitted and found not guilty, then in fact they're innocent, and the taint of guilt should not follow them. I don't see how you would make the distinction. We're all then not guilty of lots of crimes. Once you're acquitted, and you can't be tried again, by the way. We have that rule in the United States of double jeopardy. So you're barred from, once you're found not guilty, to be charged again. So that would be my interpretation. I don't know if you have another lawyer on here that would think differently, but it's our presumption of innocence. Do you feel it's different? Ben is a lawyer. I don't know if he wants to chime.
Sure.
I thought it was an interesting question. Actually, I never thought of it that way.
Did you ever think of it like how?
No.
Do you see it differently than?
Yeah, that's why it came up. I was joining the discussion, but let me try to offer a sort of a different angle to see if that makes sense, just to add hopefully interesting angle in this July 4th time. I think legally, because the prosecutor has the burden to prove, and the initial position, the defendant would be innocent until proven guilty. So it takes some proactive action on the part of the prosecutor to show guilt, to prove guilty beyond reasonable doubt in a criminal case. So I would say if somebody is acquitted of the crime, then legally, yes, it's not guilty, which is equivalent to innocent. But I think logically, for a layperson, you can think of this as not guilty, but not innocent. The reason being because the law does not allow the prosecutor to try it another time, the double jeopardy thing. But in reality, if somehow the law changed or something, another prosecutor could use different set of evidence. In fact, maybe another jury could actually give a different verdict with the same facts, if you will. But again, obviously, that's just logic. That's not reality, right? Because the law does not allow the law prosecutor to do that. But I think to think about this in a layman's perspective, it's probably, for me, it's more accurate that it's not guilty but not innocent. Again, meaning this person may not be innocent. He may have committed.
How do you argue
Thanks
that?
for clearing that up, Ben.
Yeah, geez, Ben. I mean, I just there's no legal logic, because if someone didn't meet their burden, then someone is not guilty. I mean, that's just the answer. They're still innocent.
That's why there's always a big talk about what they're getting charged for, because they don't want to overcharge them, that they can't prove. Then they have to charge them right to prove. Yeah, I think the OJ example was perfect, Abby.
Yeah, but the OJ, and it's irony for me, because my girlfriend was the judge that put him away here in Nevada for a crazy crime, stealing his own memorabilia. But as much as the perception was that he had guilt, and that, if someone gets off on a technicality, or, that one was the gloves or whatever, the doubt was there, and there was enough doubt that he got acquitted. But we have to treat him as innocent, as same as any other person that didn't he's not convicted.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's how you have to look at it.
Juries, don't convict guilty people all the time. Like, it's just a part of the system of, you have to make it such that nobody has, what are you doing, Jack? Yeah. Sorry. What was it?
That's right.
Don't interrupt, Jack. Go ahead, Jack. Gillis, you can get it after Jack. You want to finish, Jack?
Finish? Yeah, sure. Just saying that, having a judge or a court being determined by a jury is a very different sort of way of coming to the truth than, I suppose, just making your own sort of analysis of it.
But our Fifth Amendment gives us protection against double jeopardy. I mean, this is not just something, buried somewhere in the law. It's in the Fifth Amendment. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that, people commit
innocence.
I mean, I think most of the time it just ends up being, what do DAs want to actually prosecute? Because there's too many laws that people break all the time, that anybody could be convicted of basically anything at any time. I mean, there's some precedents as to, why they wouldn't want to actively pursue people that, because the jury might not convict them, and oftentimes will just view them as trying to convict them of some, ridiculous crime that they'll immediately sort of nullify. But yeah, I guess in terms of double jeopardy, I don't really even view that as being, enforced all that much, if you can just sort of convict them on a bunch of other crimes that are sort of like tangential. You just call it wire fraud just because they crossed the state line, or just like, there's a lot of grab bags and stuff. And not to say that it's like totally useless or anything, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like double jeopardy and stuff like that were more so important back when sort of there were a lot less law.
Well, I don't agree with you on that.
Yeah, you're being so liberal right now.
Yeah, I think it's used, as well as collateral estoppel comes into play. I mean, I'm not going to get technical, because we could go down a legal rabbit hole, but I absolutely believe it's used, and it's used when prosecutors try to sometimes come in with a related crime and claiming that it's not the same one, but it is used as a defense.
Sure. I mean, a lot of things get used as a defense that are sort of like last-ditch efforts.
night. May I participate?
What's up, my niggas?
May I participate?
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
Pedro was here first. Vote for Pedro.
Just hold up 1 second, Gil. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, he just beat you a little bit there. Pedro, go ahead, and then Gil, let's see.
Then I'll go after Pedro.
No, you'll just be quiet down there for a little bit. Thanks, buddy. Go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, my nigga.
Thank you very much. First, I'm going to apologize because my English is not very well. First, I'm going to explain what is the meanings of communist. Why I'm going to explain, because I live in Caracas, Venezuela, so all the people knows we live with a dictatorship. Nicolas Maduro, he's agreed with the many president communists. For example, the president of Iran, the president of Russia, Putin, president of China, and Cuba too. We have a very difficult, significant, a very bad position in this moment. We have hyperinflation and devaluation every day. Every day, we have the money, the official money is the Bolivar coin, but we have to pay all we have to pay in dollars. If you want to buy a hot dog, you have to pay $1 and a half or $2, for example. We have a big reserve of oil, but we don't have gas. Imagine, we don't have gas. If you want to go to the gas station, you have to sleep inside in your car 1 day to put gas in your car. Imagine, you see the old people inside the car waiting 24 hours to put oil. Gas in the car. You see the children in the street eating in the garbage. You see the children working it's very sad. So the children go alone in the street, and they don't go at the school. We have more than 20 years with this dictatorship, and we don't have American Marines intervention here. We need an intervention here in Venezuela. We have my mother worked at the hospital like psychology, clinic psychology. So she got a chief degree, the most great, and she can't buy the insulin at the pharmacy because she doesn't have enough money to buy the insulin. Because she's diabetic. Imagine the situation we have. We are living in my country. If somebody are here in this room and cannot denunciate me, I can go to the jail right now. Imagine. So because the radio and the TV periodists say anything about the politics and the information about the politics. Thank you very much, and I'm waiting your answer.
Yeah, there are sanctions on Venezuela, right? Just like Cuba.
Y'all got hot dogs?
Yes, I'm sure they do. But yeah, my understanding is that the sanctions being put on Venezuela are fairly difficult to deal with, because just like Cuba has pretty strong sanctions on it, which prevent them from getting, like bottled water and stuff like that for drinking and things like that. So I've heard people being, pretty against placing sanctions on these countries for humanitarian reasons, because I think that if you remove them, they probably have a much higher standard of living after the fact. And then, because I basically view any intervention as being sort of like off the table. I mean, like doing anything in the Americas has sort of already been done, like, in Iran-Contra and stuff like that, and it just it sort of makes things worse, usually. I mean, I think that, South American politics are very seemingly like internal between their countries, and I don't know. Yeah.
Thanks, Jack. Pedro, thank you for that submission.
Hey, Pedro,
go ahead, White. Yeah.
One thing real quick. How much is insulin in Venezuela?
Insurance. Sorry, I don't understand the word.
How much does it cost?
The cost of?
Insulin.
For
diabetes.
$30.
Wow, $30.
I know, it seems like nothing. It's like,
No,
that's
but
what we all
it's
have for lunch.
expensive for them though.
I know.
Like $30 in Iran's money, $30 is like
A lot of money.
yeah, it's like 1 month of a higher than average income of someone for a whole month.
Crazy. Gildas, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just a really quick comment. I was on the app earlier today, and then I cooked for the family and took a long nap and woke up. This may be more of a lighthearted approach to things, and I'm very interested in what you guys are speaking about now. But I just wanted to say, and I wanted to ask you, Matt, does it seem like the 4th of July, festivities seem to be a bit more subdued this year? Like, usually the sky is lit up. At this time, like, this is when everybody goes off. I hear a few out in Adelanto, but, man, it seems like everybody's kind of staying home with the fireworks.
I think you're onto something, just real quick, because I actually just happened to be on a webcam just checking out some of the strands on the beaches, around LA, and they looked like they were empty to me. Maybe there's someone here that was literally there, but I think you're onto something. I think it was a lot less subdued. My fireworks were short, quick. That's really rare. Like the grand finale was the whole thing. That was it.
Yeah. I heard that it had something to do with. I'm in Southern California in San Bernardino County.
Because I spoke to the water, it's very loud and they're still going.
Okay.
I sent you a video, Matt. You saw how much traffic it was.
No, I know.
Even here last even last year, it was going up. Like, the sky was lighting up. I bring my dogs a little closer just so they know what's going on. They're cool with it now, but they were puppies last year and the year before. But I mean, dude, I don't see any like Disneyland fireworks on the horizon like I always do. And I heard
they made it illegal from this year.
It's always kind of been illegal, but I think the sheriff of San Bernardino County was like, "Yo, it's a $500 reward if you report on people." So I'm waiting up to get my $500.
You were busy tonight, were you, Gildas?
Yeah, I'm like, yo, if I see one, because you know we live in fire country, and I'm like, yo, if you light my yard on fire, yeah, I'm calling in.
For real. For real.
I've done my fire mitigation, man. My lawn is clean, so don't play with me.
Gildas,
But yeah, man, it seems a lot more subdued this year. I'm sorry, go ahead, Abby.
Gildas, I was saying earlier, I asked everyone if they felt comfortable going to the parade or going to the events because there's so many warnings that have come out, and because of incidents with people gathering. I was at one at a casino here, and usually it's a lot more people out on the streets when they have it, and it was definitely less. Definitely less. I mean, for me, and I had fears just in being in a big gathering. I mean, I was at a big gathering at a place where there's a lot of security, you know, so I felt like I was in a safe place. But I think around the country, people had some anxiety about going out.
Okay, so that was the question I was trying to get at. Is this because of Iran, or is this because of like the ice raids?
I think it's Iran. I mean, there's a lot of warnings that were coming out about lone actors, lone wolves coming, and then that was the FBI warnings and DHS warnings. I don't think it's it. I mean, I don't know. It matters what part of the country you are if they're going to worry about ICE. But
I thought it was ICE out here in Southern California, because I know these gangsters out here are not afraid of no Iranians. But okay, I just saw something on the horizon here, but it's definitely a lot more subdued either way it goes. I don't know if it's ICE or Iran, but it's subdued this year.
Yeah, it's definitely ICE has had a major impact. So you know, Latinos in general are hesitant to go out to public events. You know, ICE is not just going to go start raiding gas stations because they know it's a waste of their time, right? Like they have to be budget efficient. They want to go after places where they can catch like 10 or 15 people at one time. You know, they're not going to have to. So you know, public gatherings are ideal for that. Soccer matches, we're seeing like the soccer matches attendances have been down significantly over the summer.
Wow. Yeah.
And you know, it's like the recent Club World Cup that's going on right now, saying like more than 1 million tickets unsold. We like, you know, regardless of what people say, like, you know, white Americans, black Americans, they're not going out to to stadiums to watch soccer matches. They're not paying money for it. It's mainly the Latinos, and we're seeing like millions of empty seats in these recent tournaments. Just recently, Mexico played a game in Texas where it was about 30-something thousand people showed up to the game, but it was like the lowest attendance for a Mexico game in the last 20 years in the U.S., right? More than 20 years. So yeah, it's, you know, it's definitely having an impact. But you know, I was just wondering, like, so they have hiked the budget for ICE massively. It's like up to $170 billion for over the next 4 years. I don't know if that's all exclusively for ICE. I think it's overall like Department of Homeland and Immigration. But as far as I know, at least $45 billion is going towards ICE. Like, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, the one thing that I always, you know, I guess ask people is sort of, you know, if you're not for open borders, you know, then, you know, is it better to catch people right away or wait until they like start a family and sort of like have roots there? And I don't have an answer. I mean, it's not obvious at all. You know, it certainly seems like the government has sort of incentivized people to sort of stay in that like weird middle ground of like you're kind of here legally and seeking asylum, but then also like they could just like deport you for any reason. So like that's definitely not a great idea and just sort of kicking the can down the road. So
I mean, do you think it was defunded a lot during the Biden administration, that some of this is catch up What might seem like a lot might also be that the budget was pretty slim before.
I think it's always been relatively slim. It's been relatively slim. Like I think regardless, even before pre-Biden, generally speaking. So I do see like Mexicans are I didn't really appreciate the whole LA riot situation, like what went down over there. But anyone who's grown up in America knows Mexicans contribute a lot to American society. They're very hardworking people, unlike certain other communities who prefer not to name. But Mexicans are very hardworking.
Don't point me out, Jack, please.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. Trust me. No. I'm not gonna name call anyone, but the point is like Mexicans, like they are an important backbone of the economy. Like the way they work in restaurants, like service, and agriculture. Like they do so much. They work so hard, and many of them, I'm not saying all, but like many of them, they're very honest people, right? Very genuine. And I have nothing against Mexicans. I would say like Muslims have no place in American society. Like maybe if ICE focused on like,
bullshit.
No,
violence tonight.
Yeah, bullshit.
Well, radicalism, terrorism, child rape, these sort of things, they have no place in American society. And so if ICE was to devote more resources like Trump originally promised, he promised the Muslim ban, he enacted a partial Muslim ban. But, if he gave ICE the power. Exactly. So, if he gave ICE the powers to really to just focus on making America Muslim free, we don't need like more.
So why are you crying about it? What exactly is happening? Like, why are you crying about it?
No, just making a simple point.
Yeah, no, I would say that, there's, I guess, economic, immigration arguments, and there's like cultural immigration arguments. And I guess the cultural ones are sort of like not as simple, and there's more.
What argument? No green card, no stay. Is that an argument?
But no, I think he's just saying who you give a green card to. And the sort of, the policy.
Anybody who has a rightful, the right to be here, that goes through the port of entry. So what am I missing?
Well, I guess the thing that
shout out to the birthday of America, right? We do things legally, right? We do things legally.
I wouldn't say that America do things legally.
And Jack, let me give you some numbers. I do want to talk about some numbers because, to be honest with you, I never looked up these numbers, and I recently did, and I'm like, of course, our government lies to us. Let's talk about California. I live in LA, okay? So in California, illegal immigrants, they have paid about $3 million in income tax. Okay, now illegal immigrants,
trillion.
They have spent. No. I'm talking about California in 1 year.
Right.
Please stop it, please. So they have paid close to $3 billion in taxes, and then the cost of the Medi-Cal for the illegals in California was about billion. So they have paid $3 billion in income tax, but then we've spent $9 billion on their Medi-Cal. Now they have paid $9 billion in tax, but a big portion of that is the sales tax. So if we invite tourists, to come to America, that's going to cover the sales tax that it comes from there. So what I'm trying to say is the number of illegals in California, because we don't know the exact number, but from the numbers, about 50 to 70% of the illegals in California, they were on Medi-Cal. And to be qualified for Medi-Cal, your income has to be lower than $11,000 a year, which is nothing for here. That means they work 10 hours a week. So I have a big problem because math is math. Numbers are there. When people say they participate in the economy, then I want to know how is it that 75% of them are working 10 hours a week? I know they're working more, but they're only paying tax for 10 hours a week. So they're not really participating in the economy. That's the part people have to understand. Is it going to be is our economy going to be like paralyzed if all of them leave at the same time? Of course it would, but we cannot like remove all illegals at the same time. So I don't know what is this argument that people are, having. And you know what? Frankly, since I've been looking at these numbers, it kind of makes sense to me why most of them didn't try to fix their paperwork. Everybody says, oh, attorney is expensive, this, that. My gardener owns three. The gardener in my old place, he owned 3 houses. In East LA, he owned 3 houses. And he was here illegally. You know what? Fixing the paperwork would have not be beneficial for them because then they would have had to pay tax the way I pay tax and other people pay tax. So, I mean, these are the facts. You can't change the fact that 75% of illegals in California, they're on Medi-Cal. So only 25% are paying tax.
I mean, the economic, I guess, arguments for immigration are a lot more simplistic than I suppose the cultural ones. I mean, the economic arguments of Thomas Sowell's ideas on immigration were essentially that, just take nationalities and just, see how much they, basic stats like, how much, are they paying in taxes? How much are they taking in benefits? And then, you can evaluate each country separately. Like Japanese people, for instance, contribute a lot in taxes, don't take very many benefits. Okay, then have more immigration from Japan. Like Haitians, they take more in benefits than they pay in, on average, take more in benefits than they pay in taxes, so have less immigration from Haiti. But what that ends up looking like is you have a lot of immigration from just Mexico and then not much from Belize or something like that. It's just a very spotty type of thing, which is fine. The issue I think is just what do you do with people who are kind of already here illegally, because there's a lot of people like that. Not any, too many to where the U.S. cannot deport them all, because in a very easy way at all, there's just too many people. So it's kind of you have to play where the puck is going, not necessarily where it is. And
what is it with the Haitian the Haiti thing? Because I'm curious. I was going over the text of the bill today, and there's one section, the alien Medicaid eligibility, where all the states will no longer, before this bill, the federal government paid states and then for Medicaid services, and they could give them to immigrants, right? Illegal, undocumented, right? And so after the bill, now you have to, there's a strict set of criteria. So no longer no citizens. However, the people that are eligible, specifically, it says U.S. citizens, green card holders, Asian entrants, and certain Pacific Island migrants will qualify for the Medicaid that use it. So what is it with this Haiti thing?
Well, that particular provision is probably just because Haiti is in a sort of situation where people can probably very easily claim asylum from there, so they probably just want to make the distinction that if you're from Haiti, then you probably are assumed to be a legitimate asylum seeker, whereas 70% of most asylum cases or more are typically bogus.
Okay. I gotcha. So I guess now undocumented immigrants, DACA, the DACA recipients, asylum applicants, temporary protected status, students and workers on temporary visas, and even children of immigrants,
all will no longer be able to have access to Medicaid. So it shuts off federal Medicaid and CHIP for anyone who isn't a U.S. citizen other than what I've listed.
I mean, I will say that I actually don't think that will do a whole lot, because I view the primary issue as just being people going into hospitals and giving fake names. But, you know, I don't know how you solve that. That's kind of like a big issue.
I don't think it's through the hospitals, though. The Medicaid is through Medicaid, though. Like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just think most of the costs, I mean, that, like, probably the Medicaid thing will help, like, I guess people from maybe not getting, like, consistent, like, prescription drugs or something like that. But a lot of the costs are typically just people going into like emergent, like IC, like emergency hospital, because they just like have a cold or something like that, and so they just use it like because they don't have insurance or whatever, and so they just like go to the hospital, give a fake name, and then you know, that's just a big
apply
issue.
for Medicaid. I'm not sure if that works that way.
They don't apply for Medicaid. They just give a fake, like they just go into the hospital.
Listen, so like if they gave a fake name, right? So let's say they gave a fake name to the hospital, and they, in some cases, the hospital like let you apply for Medicaid if you don't have insurance. So you apply for Medicaid, so you can apply for it to cover your bill, but it's not guaranteed. The Medicaid offering still has to go through the Medicaid office, but if the bill isn't. What?
My point is just it has nothing to do with Medicaid. Any like illegal immigrant can just go into any hospital.
You're saying that, okay, so what you're saying is the hospitals that take in and treat undocumented immigrants, those hospital bills are covered by Medicaid funds?
Yeah, I believe federal funds, but every hospital is under the same obligation to admit people who, you know, like are presented to them with some sort of illness, you know, under the auspices that it's like an emergency, which is almost, you know, even if it's not, they still have to pretend it as if it is. So like you could go in with a cold or something like that, and then they have to evaluate you. And
no, yeah, I get all that. I'm just wondering what the money
yeah, federal funds, so, or state funds.
Federal funds, what federal funds from Medicaid, or like, I mean, like, isn't that the problem why so many hospitals have been closing down, because they can't afford to cover the fees, because they're covered, but they're covered, they're paid up front, but then later don't ever get paid, and then the business models are just collapsing because they can't fund them.
So I think I have different, like Medicaid I feel like is a separate thing, like because I feel like that is sort of like has a lot of issues apart from this, but I think the main issue ends up being that the hospitals are, from my understanding, funded through the states, and then if the states sort of need the money, the federal government gives them money, and that money which the federal government gives to a state.
Okay, so perfect. So if we go with that logic, if we go with that, then that's how this will be, that's how that's going to be played out. So if we go with what you're just saying, right? So now if you're you go into the hospital, you walk into the hospital, the only type of funds that are going to be covered for the hospital bills are going to be ones where you're a U.S. citizen, period. So that's easy. So that works out, right? So if you know, they're going through the bills, and if what you're saying is correct, and your presumptions, right? Like, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure this is how it works, yeah.
Well, also the CHIP, which is a Children's Health Insurance Program, those are for the children. Well, not just for undocumented, but children who are undocumented. They won't be eligible for the federal CHIP coverage either. I think this is good for taxpayers. You know, I'm not upset by it.
I mean, from what I understand, I think that it ends up being the case that the hospitals will just end up with a scenario in which they might not be funded, which has always been the case. I mean, there's not really any good solution, and so I just don't see it as being any good solution to this. Because
also there was a whole section in this bill earlier on. Hold on, let me see. It was like at the beginning of the bill. I could pull it up. It was specifically towards hospitals, the protecting rural hospitals. Chapter 4, it looks like. And this is from the actual bill, section 71401. And basically, let's see what this does. So you're going to have now, before, it's called the Rural Health Transformation Program. So $50 billion over 5 years. And this is specifically to improve access to hospitals and care, keep rural hospitals open, expand rural services, improve health outcomes, use new tech specifically for hospitals, partner regionally, recruit health workers, improve cybersecurity and IT, restructure local health systems, fund mental health and addiction care, and all 50 states are eligible.
I mean, I would guess that that's them kind of just trying to signal to, whatever rural constituents they might have that we're not going to let your hospitals close. We're going to let them close in like major cities or wherever where they sort of are impacted by this problem. I mean, every hospital is impacted by this problem.
And so the hospitals, it's going to include critical access hospitals, so community hospitals, low volume hospitals, rural emergency hospitals, rural health clinics, federally qualified health centers, community mental health centers, opioid treatment programs. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I suppose that there's just I generally don't think that like Medicaid is suited to solve the issue of healthcare in general. I mean, healthcare I feel like is sort of like a problem it's an issue that's always been a problem since, forever basically. And I think that that's largely because of the rising price of like doctors. Like that is a large portion of the bills, and so people kind of point to, I suppose, like prescription drug prices, but those tend to be like lower percentage of the cost. So I would say it all started in sort of like the 50s or wherever, when they kind of did away with mutual aid societies and all these things that used to be like healthcare providers and doctors and all these things, because they instituted credentialing of doctors so that you had to go to medical school and all these which seems like, it's obviously the right thing to do, make it such that you have to have a degree to be a doctor, but it just has all these other consequences of, well, now healthcare is incredibly expensive and health insurance is incredibly expensive, and that's the primary cost of healthcare now is doctors, not necessarily prescription drugs, but
this is Marshall, actually, Jack. Marshall, hey, good to see you. I'm curious. We were just talking about, we were going over like bits and pieces of the bill that was signed into law, and the big beautiful bill, and we were talking about how some of the undocumented people in the U.S. aren't going to be covered by this Medicaid, right, by the federal government anymore. Those funds aren't going to be able to be appropriated. So we're trying to figure out, do you know, for hospitals, if like undocumented immigrants go in and get treated and those bills aren't paid, who ends up footing the bill for that? Do you know?
They're not covered under Medicaid. The hospital's fund has to cover the care.
That's what,
So
okay.
They would have to eat it privately.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Well, that solves that. Thank you, Marshall. We love our Mars.
Glad I could help.
What do you think about the bill, Marshall? Do you have any issues with it, or you? I was pretty.
I'm not really a fan of the SAC cuts. I understand some of the Medicaid cuts because they need to slow its rate of growth. I'm a fan of my brother's section, which is called Title IV. It was done by the Commerce Committee, which is known as the Commerce, Transportation, and Science Committee. And within that, there were other things, but his specific work was NASA, the Coast Guard, and air traffic control systems. So they were able to appropriate $25 billion to remodernize the U.S. Navy, to modernize the U.S. Coast Guard. $15 million for air traffic control systems, so you can update every air traffic control, like major air traffic control hub in the country. And then $10 billion to NASA to plan and execute what's known as the Artemis missions, which is us going back to the moon. And budgetary figures, in particular when you use the rule of reconciliation of the Senate, have to be planned along 10-year increments. So over 10 years, their title was able to save about $43 billion, while being able to do all those things I just mentioned. But I'm not particularly a fan of the fact that it drives up the deficit so high. I'm not really a fan that drives up the debt. All driving up the debt does is make our interest higher on the debt, and if we're not careful, it's going to go from number 2 spending position to number 1 spending position, and that'll be really concerning.
Wow, I'm looking at it. Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. So he did all of this? He put
I think he did more than half. I have to go through and read each piece, but luckily he's been here, so he can tell me about. He can tell me what it's about. But there's Title IV, and it should. One of the things it institutes is fees for private space companies on payloads in order to help save money. So it makes money for the revenue, makes money for the government to the tune of several $1 billion a year. But he wrote most of it, as I understand.
Wow.
So what was you said because it's a reconciliation bill that has to be every 10 years that they're planning?
So the budget, reconciliation is a move in the Senate to deal with budget and tax bills. And they have to go to the Senate parliamentarian and get what's known as a Byrd FAF, because Senator Robert Byrd had created what was known as the Byrd Rule, which is that essentially stuff not germane to tax policy goes out the door. So you take it to the parliamentarian, Senate, they deal with it. But yes, the U.S. CBO, Congressional Budgeting Office, and the Office of Management and Budget, they both plan in 10-year increments.
And does it change the amount of votes required for budgetary changes, or is it the same?
So using reconciliation drops it from 60 vote threshold to a simple majority threshold, which was why when it passed through the Senate, it was the vice president breaking the tie.
Okay, thanks. So I guess what has been passed using reconciliation in the past? Is it under how often do they pass these?
The 2018 Tax and Jobs Act was passed under that. I think Biden's infrastructure plan was passed under that. Essentially anything tax bill related or anything that deals with the government raising money falls under that bucket.
Yeah, thanks.
Glad it.
So I guess most people just make a big deal about having a majority in Congress, and I guess in the House and the Senate, but how often does the majority actually matter? If you typically need 60 votes, I don't know. I suppose is that are there any other cases in which you only need a majority?
So in 2013, they got rid of the filibuster for lower court judges. These are district court judges. So that meant it was 51 vote. Under the Trump administration, we got rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court judges, so it only required a simple majority. And reconciliation is always required just a simple majority. And again, if it's like social policy, it can't be passed. It's not germane to it's not germane to what they're doing.
And I guess what is the assumption that the filibuster will stop? I guess is it just that because you can like circumvent it by just like waiting till they're done, right?
It's called invoking cloture when somebody's in the middle of a filibuster, and you have to have 60 votes to invoke cloture, which means the end of debate on the Senate floor. So the filibuster for legislation still requires 60 votes, but the rest of it does not. And reconciliation does not require a 60 vote majority. It only requires 51 votes. And it's always been that way in the Senate rules.
Okay, so but the legislation still requires the 60.
Yes, it's still the legislation itself that was taxing and spending, it was passed along reconciliation lines, which means it was in the Senate, and the Senate only had to take a majority poll because they were using reconciliation. Basically, you can think of reconciliation as a parliamentary maneuver to shrink down the threshold from 60 to 51 without having to completely change the Senate's way of operating.
Yeah, okay, sure. I suppose like why certain bills aren't sort of passed or like pushed through even regardless of the filibuster, because it seems that like people can only filibuster for so long. Like
No, the rules are that you filibuster as long as you can stand on the floor. So you start the filibuster process with an email to the Senate parliamentarian saying you're placing what's known as a hold on a bill. That bill then has to go down to the Senate and be read. And once they read it, if they take a vote, they can take a vote not to vote on it, if I recall correctly. I'm getting into the more.
Sure.
Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I don't know who would be the guy to stand there for 2 days or whatever and read the Bible or whatever.
Wait, yeah, who did that? Was that Marco Rubio? Who did that recently, like a couple years ago?
I think you're thinking of Marco.
Cory Booker.
Oh no, you're thinking of
Was it Cory Booker?
Yeah, Cory Booker did it.
No, Ted Cruz. Who did it?
Ted Cruz. No, they both did it. You got it right. Ted Cruz did the green eggs and ham thing, and Cory Booker just did his recently, last 3 months or whatever it was.
But I mean, I feel like these people, there is a limit. Like they cannot do this forever. Like if there was really something you want passed, like it's got to be.
Well, so anything social policy related has to be passed with a 60 vote threshold. The Democratic Party has been talking about getting rid of the filibuster forever because apparently they say it's a racist vestige of the past. But when they're in the minority, they make great use of it. So they're kind of hypocritical on that count.
There was a really good movie. God, I'm going to say it's from the early 60s maybe, called Advise and Consent. It's about the Senate. It has thriller components and stuff to it, but they go in a lot in the movie about just how it operates and also about the filibuster. Forget who was in the movie.
You said Advise and Consent?
Advise and Consent, which is, what the Constitution says, that the Senate will advise and consent when it does approvals on judges and ambassadors, etc. With the advice. So anyway, that's the name of the movie. Wait, I'll tell you who was in it.
I would like to talk again.
Hi, Pedro.
20 minutes ago, as a spike, he go inside in this room right now. A Spanish guy in my community, Spanish community, when I talk a lot, so I can talk again. So his name is Eduardo, and he went 20 minutes ago here, so I can continue to talk about my country, Venezuela. So I'm going to talk about the hospital here. I went to the hospital 3 weeks ago. The hospital, the doctor prescribed some medicine to put in my body, and I have to buy to the pharmacy because the hospital doesn't have medicine in all the that's happened in all the country. Imagine all the country, and we have the most high reserve of oil and gold in the world. Thank you very much.
Pedro, here's a question. Do they use a Tether by any chance? USDT?
I don't understand. Sorry.
It's a cryptocurrency, Tether. It's a dollar-backed coin.
Digital money.
Yeah, I've heard that it's popular.
I spent $35 in medicine. I spent $35 in medicine.
You should look into Tether.
In for medicine, only for medicines. Only for medicine. And the nurse put me in the body, in the vein, in my I don't remember the body, the veins, las venas, en mi vena.
Forgive me, Pedro, but could you clarify? Was that a concern for Venezuela? Like, are you upset because, or are you happy about it? Like, so you didn't get your medicine at the hospital, but you're able to get it at the pharmacy, and it's only $35. So my question is this upsetting, or are you happy about this?
No, I'm upset because it's very expensive. It's very expensive.
Okay, and you're upset because the hospitals don't carry the medicines to give you? Is that what the...
5 years ago, the hospitals have had all the medicines, and you go to the hospital and you don't have any problem to receive the medicine. You got it? So now if you have a pain in your stomach ache, or for example a headache, so you have to go to the doctor prescribe the medicine, and you have to go to the pharmacy to buy all the medicine, and back to the hospital to put the medicine. The nurse put in your body the medicine. You understand?
Yes. And yes, Joe.
La dinero con el nombre Tether. That's okay. Anyway, that's just one of my own interests, is sort of like where they use these stable coins in other countries when they have bad currencies. But
It's a good way to do it. You're on something there, the Tether. But Joe, hello, evening, happy 4th.
Happy 4th of July, my friend. I just wanted to do a big old shout out to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Let me tell you what a great day this is. Donald Trump just signed the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
this is the best for middle class America that we could ask for.
Half the country agrees.
So that's right. That's all we need is half the country. So I just got back from all my 4th of July festivities. I'm feeling good right now. So just wanted to shout out to Jesus and wish y'all happy 4th of July.
Amen. Can I shit on your parade or no? No, I won't. It's a... I like you,
Get
Joe.
over with. Get over it. Shit all over.
I don't think you can right now, B-Mom.
Well, that makes me happy, because I don't want the type of power. But what I was gonna say was, the bill passed by like such a. I mean, I don't think there was a margin in the Senate. I mean, like, I think it was like 50-50 or something. 50. It had to have been like 50 or something like that. But I know that then it was like 218 to 214. Like all Republicans in favor except 2, no Democrats. They were totally solid. But this is my question. On such an, I mean, like you're talking 218 to 214, this huge bill. If this didn't go in your favor, like if this was like some bill packed with the complete opposite of everything that's in the bill, like, I don't know, how can you be happy about that?
Oh, look, a lot of people want to poo-poo this and put it down. We lived through Joe Biden's Build Back America. We lived through Joe Biden's inflationary protection plan. You know, all that shit was a bunch of garbage and bullshit. We know it didn't work the way it was supposed to. Let's see. I'm just going to have to bet. I'm going to say this is going to work. It's going to generate the amount of income that this country needs. It's going to deport a bunch of illegals from here. And it's not everything. It's not 100% of what a fiscal conservative could ask for. But Donald Trump never sold it to me. I knew he wasn't a fiscal conservative. I'm going to say that. He never came out and said he was going to balance the budget. You know, look, I knew what I was getting when I voted for this man. I knew I was not getting a balanced budget with this man. So I'm going to put it, Someone wanted to say something?
No, I was just going to, I didn't know if you were done or not.
I'm always done. Always done for you, Abby.
Thank you. No, I was just going to remind, was it Beeman that mentioned that like the Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare passed. I mean, that was a very slim margin as well. Yeah, I just looked it up, like 219 to 212. I mean, some very major bills that have gone through our legislature have come down to, either the vice president, and I have to check how many times the vice president in our history has broken a tie, but they've been close bills on party lines.
Yeah, definitely. I remember protesting that bill. I was in D.C. protesting that bill with Mark Levin. We were taking the bill, the pages, throwing them everywhere, crazy. You guys know who Mark Levin is, right?
Mark Levin.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I knew I liked you, Matt.
Well, I know his wife too. She's a lawyer.
Yeah, but wait, Eva, you actually were protesting? that was a surprise.
Yeah, no, I was a big political activist, but for a long time.
Come back to me, Mom. Come back to our side. You're naturally conservative.
We could use some good old smart ammo like that, right, Joe? On our side, jeez.
I just kept going I just started,
conservative Republican. Do you know, I think I went from Republican and then I became a conservative because of Mark Levin during the Tea Party. I used to go to the Tea Party protests back in the day. I mean, I know I'm dating myself. I'm old, guys. But did I sound something beautiful?
I Tea Party too. That was a Tea Party.
Yeah. The stadiums, it was crazy. Stadiums, so we would go and bring our big signs and protest and do our little Tea Party gatherings all over the place. But yeah, I remember the Obamacare. We protested that bill. I've done a lot. Like I've been on.
What did
I've
you
been on
do with
TV.
Mark? Were you part of his? Did you work for him?
Mark, no. I just was a big fan, and we followed. We would just do things. But I followed Mark around. I would go to his stupid book signings and shit. Even the one for his dog. But no, I appreciated Mark. Because I felt he gave the the constitutional perspective, and I don't know. I just liked it better than Rush Limbaugh and Hannity because I've listened to them, and I like Mark's stuff. It just gave me more things that I could really look at and understand more than just the fluff and the emotion. Right, a lot of emotion from Rush and Hannity, and they would say the same things. But Mark gave me a little different flavor, so I appreciated it, and I liked his little, I'm going to give you, what was it? Is it 10 seconds on the liberal clock, Matt? I'm going to give you 10 seconds on the liberal clock. Go, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so no, I just did a lot of protesting. I campaigned on a lot of campaigns, professional campaigns, all the way up to president. A lot of local and state.
What state
I was
were you?
I traveled, so I was all over the East Coast. I went as far as Kentucky. I was on Rand Paul's back in the day. I went to Kentucky. I was a little bit all over the place. Wherever they needed me, I would go, and wherever they would pay, they'd pay me because I'm really good. I'm a hard worker, and I love to win. And they leveraged that, so they knew that. My campaign streak for local elections, I lost one. That I worked on. So I had. You guys know Chuck Schumer?
Yeah.
One time, I was at working with, I want to say his name was Carl Brabenuk. There's too many at the time. Maybe it was Steve News. Anyway, it was a county election. And Schumer was there, and TV News, everyone was there. And I had helped prep Steve and Carl, because I think it was Carl. I think it was Carl's. And afterwards, he comes up to me and he's just like, he goes, how much are they paying you? And I was just like, well, and he's like, I'll double it. Come on over. And I'm like, no, thanks. He goes, I'll triple it. And then he gave me his card. I'm like, no. He thought I could be bought out. I thought that was hilarious. Typical Schumer shenanigans.
So I have this part of this bill that's very problematic for me, and I haven't talked about it because I don't want to shit on the bill, but it's a big issue. And this came out of the Senate Finance Committee as they were putting it together. There's a gambling component that now disallows a one-for-one write-off on losses to wins for gamblers. So this is going to affect the entire sports betting industry, as well as this is not just professional gamblers, this is just regular gamblers. So because the threshold for jackpot is still based on the 1970s, they haven't raised it to today's numbers. So if you gather a bunch of jackpots, usually, just throw a number, if you have $1 million in jackpots, and if you're a slot player, that's not so far-fetched, you always could write off $1 million in losses, and most people, to have $1 million in jackpots is a good chance they have $2 million in losses. Now you can write off 900,000, so you have 100,000 that's income, and you'll have to pay, if you're a 30% bracket, 30,000 on that. And that's a significant effect on gamblers. It basically, for sports bettors, puts a vig on their bet. So it's a problem.
Yeah,
And
you have an issue with that, huh?
it's a huge issue. Our legislators, our Dems, we have one Republican in the whole state, didn't do anything with respect to it. And it's, whether they can introduce a bill now to counter that, but it went through that way. So it's a big deal.
It's hard to please everybody.
Right,
I mean,
but that one, that snuck through. No one was. It wasn't in the first house.
I was gonna say, how did you not see this coming or got wind of it?
No one saw it coming. It wasn't in the House bill. And then the head, I forget who it is, I have to look it up. Whoever's the chair of the Senate Finance Committee is anti-gambling. So, got it in there.
Oh, wow.
But it's just not Nevada. It's obviously Missouri, Mississippi, New Jersey, states where it's a major part of the revenue of the state. And this will put a damper on players, for sure.
Tell me if I've misheard it. It changes it from a 1-to-1 on write-off of losses up to your full amount of your winnings. So if you were to break even on the year, you used to be able to write off 100%.
Exactly.
Now it's going to be though 90%.
Exactly.
It's not that bad.
It is that bad because the amount on a jackpot. I'm not even going to get into the sports betting part of it. The jackpot is $1,200 is reportable. They've tried to change that to current times, which should be about 6,000, 6,500, something like that. And it's an IRS set number, the 1,200. They haven't been able to change it to reflect what the value should be today. If they change it up to the 6,500, it will help quite a bit, because that's a higher threshold to hit on a machine. But it's pretty easy to hit 1,200. So you add them all up, and now the negative is they go towards your adjusted gross income. So you lose a lot of deductions with it, but people accept that. But now you're actually going to have to pay tax. So even if you lost more than you won, which is 80%, 90% of the people, that's the case. I mean, most lose more than they win. You still have to pay tax on that 10%, and you're paying 30%. So in my example of $1 million, you're out of pocket $30,000 for playing this, and that's a lot of money, because you may not have actually earned it.
Is it enough to lose votes to the Democrats?
No, it's enough to damper play, and definitely with sports betting, if people now have that big. I don't think, again, if they can introduce legislation to change it, and that will be the push coming out of it, at least from here. But besides us, the casino industry, you have FanDuels and DraftKings. They were pushing hard to get rid of this, but they couldn't.
Yeah, I'm a fantasy football player. I do Dynasty fantasy football. I'm pretty deep into it, actually. So I'm very familiar. I also knew about the change after it was introduced to the Senate bill, because it's been discussed on fantasy football podcasts that I listen to. So, yeah, I am aware everything Abby's saying is accurate and true.
Abby's a doll. Did you guys see the part in the bill that what was it? I guess between 2025, and I want to say 2030. I don't remember now. But Trump is there's going to be a federal account open for every newborn, and $1,000 is going to be placed in it.
Yeah.
And isn't that so cool? I thought that was. Do you know, if I was still a statist, I'd be happy with that. That makes me happy. And up to $5,000, I guess you can put it in. And the projections, obviously, if things continue to look good for U.S. economy, they're like, by 40, you can have anywhere from like, I think it was like $60,000 or $70,000 all the way up to like $500,000. Well, you know, because they do like a Roth IRA type situation, some tax free and everything. I think that's so cool.
It used to be called what, a 529? The college savings accounts, kind of in that.
The government used to do those?
Yeah, the 520. I think it's called a 529, where you would save for college. Yep.
But they didn't put any money in for you, right? They didn't.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So the seed money. That's okay. Cool. Yeah, I thought that that was pretty. I was excited about that, even though I'm not going to be a newborn. I'm excited for the newborn.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some things in this bill that we're not necessarily going to reap the benefit of. And like this building of the Golden Dome, I mean, how can you relate to it and say it's a good idea when I'm not getting rockets shot on me today? But in time, this could be one of the greatest achievements of American, innovation is installing a missile defense system for the country. And that could be something 20 years from now that we're all grateful of for President Trump doing. So it also, when you're dealing with a military industrial complex, you got to give them something to do. So building a defense system is a hell of a lot better than going to do another regime change in another country.
Plus, the defense system is easier to sell to Democrats. Ultimately, money going into not an offensive weapons, but defense is easier sell.
For Democrats, they seem like they're the warmongers now after the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
Abby, I have another question for you. Listen, you can always tell me to shut the hell up and go to hell.
No, but everyone disagreed with me on that last one, Beeman. So.
Well, do you know what's so funny? I sway against what, but I think what you said was the popular position. And what's really confusing, because I've been like really studying it to try to figure it out, I think that there's such a fine line between like the epistemological like innocence versus like innocent, and then I mean, even if we removed the epistemology and we just looked at legal, it's so because I mean, like you could kind of maybe apply like null hypothesis type situation. Like you can't prove someone's innocent, so it doesn't make sense. The best argument that I heard was if you start off, if your baseline innocent to proven guilty is a presumed innocence, and then you're not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then that you refer back to that baseline of presumed innocence. But then I saw other things that suggest like I forget, it's like some federal U.S. versus Wyatt or Watts or something, I forget, but it's something along the lines of you can't, a not guilty verdict or an acquittal is not enough. You actually have to do like a certification of innocence, and like if that's the case, then I would think that alone would be enough to. But I really don't know the answer to that. My other, yeah.
I'll just tell you one thing is that presumption to presume something, for a court to presume something, it's similar to a stipulation, or when we take judicial notice, it's a presumption. It has a legal effect. It's just not a descriptive word. That's what I want to say. So that presumption of innocence would weigh towards determining it as innocence. Anyway, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, yeah, I still haven't made up my mind on that. And then this one, I'm pretty sure I've made up my mind. But if the government, you might be able to see through, I'm going to use variables to not poison the well, just to see what you would think. And then if you're interested in what is, the actual situation, or you might know even, if the U.S., or do you think that it's unconstitutional, or if it's in the rights of the government, when offering public contracts or offering government contracts to the public, whether it be a job or a contract to, mostly jobs, license, things like this, mostly jobs, to have them sign like a loyalty oath that they will not, let's say, protest a particular issue. Do you think that that's unconstitutional, violation of First Amendment?
I mean, it's very common that they would sign something, whether it's an NDA, or they would sign a confidentiality order. I mean, that would be part and parcel with, you're talking about a public contract that goes through a bidding process, that kind of contract? Or are you talking about a hiring of somebody?
So I've seen it both. I saw an actual bid contract. A guy he won the bid, it was a $3,500 job, and then the other one, contract for his business, and then another one was like a private, like a teacher.
There's rules that govern federal employees and what they can do publicly. There's all kinds of rules. So that doesn't seem odd to me with respect to political actions. And by accepting the position in the federal government, you assume that you will give away some of those, what you call constitutional rights. And that's just assumed with the position. I forget what that's called, but that comes into my head. And then generally with jobs, you would have confidentiality orders and NDAs. So I don't see the constitutional aspect of it. I mean, you're talking about, because it would have to be the government hiring or the government contracting, not a private entity.
Right, yeah, because private entity, I have no problem. You're going there voluntarily, you're going to sign that contract. That contract is either, I think they can do whatever you want. But if the government contracts, could they have you, is it called in retrospect? No, not in retrospect, not in hindsight. It's when you look forward? Like, how can they have you submit a loyalty to not protest an issue? I thought that was the whole point of the First Amendment.
Well, it is, but in terms of the employment, you may waive it. I said this in a room trying to explain this to people. Some things are a privilege, not a right, and the job could be construed as a privilege. So you have to waive certain rights that you would by accepting the job. I had a key license, a very particular kind of license for a business, hard license to get. And in the 2 states that I had it in, I have no Fourth Amendment rights with that license, meaning that the commission that oversees the license could come into my home at any time and do a search and seizure without a warrant, and I have no Fourth Amendment rights. I signed them away. And for that particular license, the safety of how secure the licensee is and what the licensee's behaviors are is so important that the governing board, the government's governing board of this, in order to keep the industry clean, has the right to do investigations, including search and seizure. And you just sign away that right in order to have that license. I mean, this is firsthand happened. So, I mean, it's not that unusual to give up what seems logical to people to have a First Amendment, or in that case, it was a Fourth Amendment right. Is that you following?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what the industry, so it'll make sense to you, because I'm in the casino industry, so to have a key license to be a top exec in the casino industry, a key employee, they have to keep that industry nice and clean, really clean. So they have to make sure you're not messing in places that could compromise the company and or do something with criminals, and there's all kind. I mean, I had restaurants I wasn't allowed to eat in, and all kinds of restrictions that were crazy, that were mob frequented, things like that. So they absolutely had the right to go in my house at any time, go in my safe, go through my things.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, but it was a privilege to have the license, a hard license to get. You have to disclose it, like how you spent your money for years, like going back to. I used to make a joke with my ex, like going back to his bar mitzvah money. Like, it was ridiculous what you had to track, but it's a privileged license, and you give up those constitutional rights. So, I don't know, in your case, what you're asking is the right to protest against the government when you're a government employee. Then I would think you'd waive that right. Because, there's people, if you're a federal judge, you can't be, on Facebook and social media. You can't be on social media. There's all kinds of restrictions. So that's your First Amendment rights to express yourself. You can't do it. It's ethical violent.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to swallow that, because I definitely see what you're saying, and if I apply to the Fourth, stay consistent. Unless I want to fight to say that I think that the Fourth is, even for them asking you to do that, is a constitutional event. I can see how that protection and things. I don't know. Maybe they're slightly different. That's something to think about.
I think it's the Hatch Act. I'm remembering about what a government employee can and can't say.
But the contract, you don't become a federal employee, or Are you still like contracted? Like, do you understand my question? Maybe.
Well, I'm saying if the right to restrict what people can say and do and protest under the Hatch Act, they can express opinions about political parties as long as it's not done in a partisan way, or when they're in the workplace in any capacity. They can't do anything related to politics in the workplace. Like that's the Hatch Act. They can't make contributions, which is a First Amendment right. Oh, I think maybe I'm wrong on that. They can't make contributions. But they can't influence election outcomes. I mean, there's a whole list of them. I'm gonna crash, guys.
Yeah, I think me too. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Joe, Matt.
Good to hear you. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear you too.
Yeah, Matt too, bud.
All right, man. Yeah, I gotta take care of some business anyways. Good to see you guys.
See you later.
Goodbye.
He was trying to explain Austrian economics to the room, and dude, that guy is one of the least intelligent human beings I've ever fucking bumped into. And what was funny, there was people in the room that were like back channeling me, go, no, he's highly educated. He's from Canada. And I'm like, first of all, what the fuck does Canada have to do with anything? Second,
Don't
you know it? Dude, anyways, I was asking him about certain, he was going off about how, like, he's anti-communism. And then I asked him, what's the economic calculation problem? And he didn't know. And it's like the one surefire economic argument that you can make that make communists shit their pants. And like, he doesn't know, like, he's just a dumb guy. Like, Lou, it doesn't surprise me that he's your best friend.
No, I disagree.
You said he's your best friend? Tell Randy I said hi.
I will.
Better enough.
Better baby boy.
That's
Better boy.
I love that soundbite. It's the best.
Has anyone talked to Johnny?
I think so.
I haven't talked to him in a while. He's doing well.
Yeah, those old conservative.
No, I agree with Roger though. Like, I couldn't follow along.
Wallace, hold on. Those old conservative rooms, just quote unquote conservative rooms, were fucking hilarious.
Are comedy rooms.
Well, they all claim to be conservatives. They all claim to be.
Ann will tell you.
That is so true. They claim to be conservatives.
They all claim to be conservative. Yes, they did. I remember saying, I used to go into those, and then when you start like talking to them, like none of them understood anything about, like they would profess an ideology that they didn't even know anything about. Like it was, like honestly, all due respect, as fucking bad as the ideas are on the left, the fucking people that claim to be conservatives that were on this fucking app in season 1, season 2 were amongst the stupidest people ever on this fucking app. Those people that were in those fucking rooms were the dumbest people fucking this app has ever seen.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but you have to agree. But wait. You're right. I agree with you because I observed it all and listened and watched. But some of the tactics were different than the left and were definitely improved on the last 3-4 years after season 1 or 2. So like 5 years, yeah. You can't say that the trollery, the master trollery to this day has been like the best ever, outdoing the left and their
their Marxist commie bullshit. That the trollery that comes out of the right was masterful.
It was. It definitely was the best way to like infiltrate a party. You know what I mean?
It got Ann to walk away.
That's right.
So I'm
I
so
love
upset and
that's
disappointed.
right.
See,
How do you say
I'm
that?
disappointed.
Do you have to be a Jew to be able to say it like that? Like, I love it.
That's anti-Semitic.
Not if I loved it. Not if I loved it.
Jesus was a Jew.
Can you
we're all
teach
God's
me how to
children.
do it? Teach me how to
I
do
can
it.
teach you how to Dougie if you'd like.
Hey, I have a question. Who do you guys think was the most like knowledgeable Politico that was in those right leaning ones?
Ali, for sure.
Yeah.
No, we don't have to save it.
Before I tell you,
There's not a lot of them, so.
Go ahead. Just before I share.
Yeah, we don't have to like this personal beliefs
I say
and that
Marshall.
you may or may not be gay. Huh?
Yeah, Marshall's up there.
You say I'll say Marshall.
No, Ali.
Let's see who wins. Let's do a
I don't
vote.
know
right
enough
now.
to be able to make a true, like, good
When we're
educated
talking
guess.
about like, and not that Marshall's obviously a clubhouse historian, but like when it comes to talking to an audience and knowing your audience, like Ali can keep people's attention, and he.
Do you see the shirt I made for him? Digitally?
What was it?
And now your shirt's so retarded.
I'm
See,
not even
you
gonna
can't
share it
separate.
because-
You
Was it like a little boy or
separate.
something?
Ali was good. Actually, Andrew, even though he thought this app was a piece of shit, so he treated everyone like.
Wait, you're not talking about the don't tase me girl guy.
So which one?
The don't tase me girl guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
ran into him and
wait, hold on. Hold on. You're saying that you thought that guy was intelligent?
No, he really is. He's a lawyer.
Master
Yeah, he's
trollery.
really-
I'm telling you.
No, he's a master troll. Like, on here, totally different person than what he's like wrote like. He's really intelligent.
I met him in person by accident. Like, I just ran into him, and he's
Really?
yeah.
Because he just moved to where you're at, Luke.
Before
He
he
didn't
got
always
paid.
live
Oh,
there.
did he move back?
Wait, are you in Arizona?
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
no,
a feeling
he left
Roger's
he
not
left
the
Arizona.
fascinated.
Yeah. But no, he's a very soft-spoken and respectful dude. I always liked him even when
And
he was sick and that.
he is very
Put a taser to
he's
the
a devout Jew, like wholeheartedly like practices and he follows all of the rules verbatim. And he like shits on
the Zoan book.
no, well
I
I
got
don't
arrested.
that kind of stuff.
Can I get
You
a
guys are fucking. You guys are weird. So I think this proves my point. So
Well,
the guy.
we can't
They,
do
hold
one
on.
more.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Before you
you're
do.
interrupting Roger.
Before you do, this illustrates my point. So the guy that helped organize Stop the Steal, who's alleged to be a pedophile, is one of your top picks, and then the other guy is the guy that Bill O'Reilly. Hold on, you can mute yourself while I'm talking. Bill O'Reilly referred to him as the biggest pussy in all of America. He got memeified because he was screaming like a little girl when he got fucking tased. I don't know if anyone's ever been.
He made the meme. He was the first person to make the meme.
Hold on, and I know you're enamored by these weirdos, but here's the thing: that guy screamed like a little girl when he got tased. I don't know if you've ever been tased. It doesn't hurt that. It doesn't hurt that bad. It doesn't hurt that bad at all. A grown ass man would never fucking scream like a little girl for getting tased.
Unless you gotta take a shit and piss.
Wait, hold on. No, so first of all, he was 19. However, he did that to be he was over exaggerating on purpose too.
Well, that's what. If I was him, that's what I would say after the fact. Do you guys not remember when him and his parents were on talk shows and they were?
Go watch the video.
You could go YouTube it. The guy was the biggest fucking pussy on the entire fucking app.
Did you know that when he got tased, he pissed himself?
Yeah. Too bad he didn't have a turd on his
I've
head.
been tased. Okay, so I've been tased in like the thigh, the side, and the arm. I used to work at the bar, we would be like, oh, who can handle a tase? We were fucking retards. And I didn't scream a little bit. It hurt really bad.
Sounds like fun. Come on, Ann. See, you're laughing because you participated.
No, just
It's
fucking-
so-
I actually like.
No, it's because it is
They
fucking
put you
retarded
in
that we
wall-
do that.
I know I couldn't stand Andrew Meyer. I liked Ali a little bit more, but he used to give me a
I
rap
just
shit.
put him up against you. You can't
No,
go with
but
him.
Marshall, it's okay.
Boss.
Marshall, even though you maybe Ali's social stuff.
Marshall's on
Do you
top.
say that he's pretty intelligent, Marshall? Ali.
Usually, yeah. I mean, he's got this thing about the Jews that I don't like. That
The shit that he's saying right now.
I got
is
pulled into all
disgusting.
I'll admit.
You got what?
I got pulled in. It paused.
Hey, hold on. I want to read something to you guys. This is from Ali Alexander's Wikipedia page. It says in March 2023, Milo Yiannopoulos published interviews on his podcast describing Alexander's history of allegedly propositioning teenage boys for sex and soliciting nude photos and videos from them. On April 14th, Alexander issued a public apology. In the written statement, Alexander said he had long been battling with same-sex attraction and that he had at times been careless and should have qualified those coming up to him before engaging with what he characterized as flirtatious banter. Nothing unlawful has occurred.
That is true.
Are you going to defend this guy?
No, wait, no, what? No.
It sounds like you just wanted to fuck with
Roger,
are you homophobic?
The document is true. He did right. Pretty much.
Roger, I know you're
think he's
not.
in Fed. Like, why wasn't he prosecuted?
It was not
Because he's a child and couldn't have. He had no judgment.
That's
It was a whole statement. Where is Milo? Has anyone heard from Milo? No, yes.
Actually, I take that back.
Papers. Cancer.
Totally disgusting.
Well, have you seen him since he made those
I don't
claims?
know.
No,
You're
yes,
supporting him, right? What are you
supporting who? Supporting who?
Well, we're not talking about Milo.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I'm not supporting Ali. What?
But I did on Clubhouse, so I have to admit that. 'Cause I bet you Edmund has a recording of me, like, with this computer generated T-shirt I made saying, I don't even remember. And it was so dumb. So dumb. Because he's disgusting, yeah.
I mean, I think what he's saying right now, his rhetoric right now is absolutely disgusting, repulsive, and he's blown up the fucking reservation.
Do you think that's worse than him trying to fuck teenage?
You think he was manipulated though, Roger? You know how that works too.
No.
Like,
No.
Huh?
No.
Like he was used, believe. Just like
I think it's very possible he's a Fed because, like, the allegations that came out.
Yeah, he is for sure.
Well, the allegations that came out, and like, I don't like to like do.
All the grades go away.
I don't like to like this. It's kind of hard when someone apologizes to think that they're innocent, but there are situations where I can see why someone would apologize for something they didn't necessarily do. But like the allegations that came out, like I was convinced, like, okay, if this is true, like he's gonna be prosecuted.
Right.
And if it is true, I don't know why he wasn't prosecuted.
Correct. Exactly. I was gonna
And
bring
it
that up.
seems like true. Like there are like screenshots. Like yeah, he was into some weird shit for sure.
Well, I can't deny my support for him season 2. And
No, I supported him. When that shit came out, I was also like very much like, if this is true, he's gonna be prosecuted. Then when he apologized, it's kind of like I don't see why. He didn't strike me as the guy that would apologize for
He
something
didn't
he did.
apologize to Milo, though.
Well, why would he apologize to Milo?
He didn't apologize to Milo.
Yeah, why would he? There's no point. Why would you apologize
Right,
to
but he
Milo?
didn't apologize. That document was just saying, like, admitting, like, okay, he had to say something. It's like when
Milo in Berkeley was fire. Like, fire.
Milo
Like,
is
literally
not the same.
fire.
He's a whole faggot, too.
I thought he prayed the gay away.
Berkeley, like, was just off the
He might have put the gay away, but he might have.
Yeah, he prayed the gay away.
I'll leave the gay away. too.
That's the thing.
Is that Cardano down there? We got
I
Cardano?
think so.
Serious?
The reformed
I
Cardano?
thought maybe it was
He's
too,
back.
but he got like Russian writing or something.
No, Serendipity told me she heard Cardano in a room the other day, and I was like, really?
Oh, really?
Maybe he's back.
I love
That-
it.
So, Mojo, to say one more, when you ask what you consider to be intelligent, this person may or may not be my friend. I may or may not like this person, but I have to say Monica is very intelligent.
Wow.
Your best friend.
Yours.
It's his clubhouse. Just you didn't say wife.
Listen.
You said girlfriend or something. Which I'm kind of jealous because I've been working on Monica. Everyone hates her. It makes me like her more.
Hates her? Well.
Yeah, tell her. She thinks I'm a caterer. It's a whole game I'm playing, but I'm not good at games. So you can.
I know. Because I used to take
Just keep playing, you'll get better.
If you because Wallace used to actually troll in the chat, and I would take it personal and think he hated me, but then I realized that he's not doing that. Oh, Wallace, me and Joe were talking about you the other day, because we were talking about who out of the people we've hung with are, like, real Christians, Catholics, whatever, and he's like, isn't William Wallace? And I'm like, I don't think William Wallace is Catholic. Are you Catholic, William?
I am not. I've shared the story that my father was raised Roman Catholic. And when I was born, he made sure that I wasn't raised Roman Catholic. I got raised by my mother's side of the family, Protestant.
Okay.
Actually, Nazarene, and then to a Lutheran church.
Oh, okay. I like Lutheran church.
Ali, the pedophile, is Catholic.
Dude, he reminded me of Sammy Davis Jr. How could you not love him?
Well, in 2016, he was an atheist. 2018, he was a Calvinist, and now he's a.
Well, hold on. What years did you say?
Yeah.
2016, I knew that he was an atheist. 2018, he was a Calvinist, and now he's a.
What was he back in 2007, 2008?
I don't know.
You know, back when he was convicted of felony property theft and credit card abuse charges?
Yes.
You remember that?
Or what came before Calvinist and after?
So, from what I know, atheist, Calvinist, then Catholic, apparently now.
Wow. You know what? That almost sounds natural.
Not grifting.
Oh, no, I mean, come on. All these atheists. I say, like, 98% of these atheists are agnostic. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
like, let's
you're right.
talk it out.
You're right.
Maybe that could be next week or something. But
Yeah, I would say that people that say I'm an atheist, what they're actually saying, they're curious. Like Necro, as much as he says he's an atheist, he's very curious and always wants to talk about God, which that's what I like. You know that he's like, wants to talk about it. He's not.
it's like dancing. It's so gross. Like dancing. It's gross.
Oh, I thought you like to back up on
Or
it.
all the people that love to like sit on the fence and show you, look, I can spread my legs and sit on the fence. It's like, ugh.
I'm a proud atheist. We're cool, man.
Dude, nothing worse than splinters in the taint.
Dude, Gilded.
I didn't know what a taint was until Roger told me the other day.
Gilded's right here.
It taint this and it taint that.
Did you guys know, up until like just recently, that Gildas was like this much against Trump and also with his that I feel like I didn't know
my
that.
Cardano. White coffee mug. Is that steam coming off it or like? Go ahead, Gildas. I'm sorry. He probably knew what you were saying.
I don't know. What was the comment?
I said, I just realized, me and Joe were also talking about you, since we've been in this app a couple of years. I didn't know until just, this past election that you were an atheist and that you were this much against Trump. Or this much, that you don't show the same, or have the same views on things as like something me and Joe, and I thought you were more aligned with us than.
Yeah, I was aligned with you guys during the Biden years, but going on my own excursion, I'm an atheist. I'm against Trump. That's absolutely true.
He holds Trump or America above Trump. That's what he's doing.
Exactly. I love America.
So close.
Yeah. Like, I
Yeah,
love
dude.
America.
Roger's been smashing on Trump lately.
No, Roger's neutral. Neutral doesn't. He doesn't like either one. But
I'll tell you what. If Elon starts a third party, I'm gonna be first in line to figure out what the fuck this thing's gonna be all about. I'm not saying I'm gonna sign up, but I will be like, I will pay very, very close attention.
Does he get a pass? I think he gets a pass because he's autistic. But like we understand that.
I don't get a pass.
I think for like to me, like being autistic and he's so brilliant. That AI and robots eventually end humanity.
I didn't know you were autistic.
Roger, is it even a good thing if shouldn't a third party, like, is it even really a third party if it's just immediately, like, created out of the billionaires? Like, how is it going to be any different in the long run?
I'll explain it to you. At least how it's been framed so far is that it would just be designed to challenge, it would be a coalition of essentially like libertarians, techies, independents, and disaffected people from the right and maybe moderate leftists that know there's a better way. And then the idea would be to simply try to primary Republican candidates that are not conservative. Like, he wouldn't want to identify candidates and run them against fiscally conservative Republicans, but ones that like would go out and fucking vote for the big beautiful bill, for example. The Republicans that want more government, the Republicans that want deficit spending, and I think it's a really good idea to primary them. What he's not going to do is cause that to be a riff. I don't think that he would want a third candidate to run, which ends up getting a worse candidate, from the left. I don't think he would do that. But I think in primaries, running up, and so every state's got their own ways that they do these things. But if done properly, what this would do is he wouldn't even have to win. All he would have to do is present the kind of threat that would cause the Republican Party to become more fiscally conservative. I think the wiser move for him is just pump money into the RLC, which is the Republican Liberty Caucus. That way it stays a problem right within the Republican Party, and he can just battle for the heart and soul of the Republican Party. I think that, to me, like if I had 5 minutes with Elon, I would just say, and knowing what I know about third-party politics and all of the barriers of ballot access and getting on debate stages and things of that nature, I think he's better off pouring his money into the Republican Liberty Caucus and then finding people that are really, really fiscally conservative and just organize and build that thing up. I think that because the Republican Liberty Caucus is essentially like the Ron Paul wing of the Republican Party, and so you could do more good by doing that, I think. But what's going to happen? I'll mark my words. If he fucking files and starts an American Party, the very first thing that Republicans are going to do is they're going to say it's a Trojan horse to help Democrats. That's the move that Republicans will do. And then the rank and file Republicans, because they can't think for themselves, will go, yeah, that's right. And like the truth of the matter is if you pay attention, Elon's not a guy that bullshits around. He'll tell you exactly what's on his mind. He was actually supportive of Trump when he thought that what Trump wanted to do was to reduce the budget and reduce the size and scope of government. The moment that he found out that Trump wasn't about that stuff, then he's turned on him. And so I think they're rightfully feuding. And I think Elon's 100% in the right in their.
Well, the latter I've already dealt with. The latter I've
So would you say that this is basically like an artificial way of holding accountability against people that Republicans that are actually not what they say they're going to be? In that sense, where you just primary them out, where it's like, they'd be worried about, it's not just the left now. You don't just have to beat the Democrat. Like, if you don't do what you say you're going to do simply because you're, what do they call it, the incumbent, doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to be a shoo-in.
Yeah, I think all Republicans that have abandoned their principle of fiscal conservatism should be challenged in primaries.
Yeah. Oh, I agree, 100%.
And
100%.
And if Elon's willing to put his money behind it, and I'm sure he's able to. Look, there's a lot of like limousine libertarians. Libertarians wouldn't call them libertarians, but there's a lot of people like the Mark Andreessens of the world, for example, they're not an according to Hoyle libertarian, but they definitely skew towards individual rights and lowering the scope. They want to deregulate. And if these guys decide that if these things have gone too far, and the wealthy people that really believe that we should have less regulation get politically involved in a meaningful way, and Elon leads that, it's not just going to be Elon. It's going to be like, there's like a list. Believe me, when I was doing fundraising for the Libertarian Party, there is a list of billionaires that are very sympathetic to deregulation and to reducing the size and scope of government. And then even outside of the billionaire class, there's people like Chris Rufer, for example, in California, that owns the company Morningstar. He's devoutly libertarian in his policies, and these guys, if they start throwing their money into this shit, fucking like these big spending Republicans could be in a lot of trouble. The only reason they haven't done it is because they for the most part, they just thought, well, it's a better alternative than Democrats. Let's just let them be. But with bills like this and adding so much more to the debt, I don't know if you guys know, but now that $37 trillion deficit, like, when Trump leaves office, it's going to be a minimum of 40, probably $42 trillion deficit, and this is not what Republicans should be doing.
Well, and it's interesting that Marshall, real quick, it's interesting that Marshall left, because just the last 5 minutes has really built up a lot of questions I was going to have for him, and he's not.
Suavemente besame. That's right.
Anyways, very interesting. I totally distracted. Where did he go? Marshall, you're back. Beautiful thing. Did you just hear what was said before you left?
No, what was that?
That was in a different language. Can you translate?
Well, so I think you would be a Trumpster over Elon. Over this, everything that was just said, I think you would choose Trump over Elon. If Elon was to just go full board, and I'm on the Elon train with Roger. Like, I'm not a Trump a maniac or a trumpet or a maggot but I did vote for Trump, and but I'm on the Elon bus, because if we could Trump, and I wanted to think about it, Roger, I've been walking around the clubhouse streets talking about this cut $1 trillion a year, and everyone thinks that's crazy, and I was thinking, well, that's, like Roger said, that's what's got to be done, and more to cover the interest. And everyone like, dude, you're fucking crazy. So I don't think we have even 80 or 75% of the nation on board with correcting this debt, which I'm highly concerned about, and the interest to service it. No one else on Clubhouse even cares, and they're all either on a Trump train or a Biden train or a Kamala train. And I think the conversation they're trying to build up, which I think is so valuable, but I think maybe 90% of Clubhouse could care less about saving money and doing the right thing, so that in 80 years, 100 years, we could maybe get to a Calvin Coolidge like you've taught us and I've learned about sovereignty. I mean, not just Bill Clinton, like you said the other day, but I think Calvin Coolidge managed a zero,
he's also one of the most underestimated Republican presidents. Also,
and he's an off-ramp in Oakland. Let's go Oakland. So, yeah.
Marshall, have you saw that the early polling of would people be supportive of Elon's third party? It was something like 40% was either somewhat likely or highly likely to be supportive. Do you see?
Why can't Elon run with the MAGA torch and be a fiscal conservative, taking the torch from Trump?
Because MAGA isn't fiscally conservative.
Yeah, we're going to ditch him, Roger. Like you just mentioned, you went over all the statistics, how it's going to get left in the dust, just like all these other parties. So I'm not really worried. I'm kind of excited. And what you just said, leading before I talked, I was thinking, that is it. That is the road, the path. And it's way more people. And the majority of these Republicans are going to jump on, because what are they going to go be, Democrat, leftist? I mean, come on. Like, this is kind of easy, and it is the direction we need to go, because we have to be sovereign in our currency and our money we have to correct this $7 trillion debt. So it's insane. I don't even talk to my kids about it, and it's probably time I do talk to my kids about it, but I'm scared because I don't know how to explain to them, so that I keep a positive head, because they have positive heads and they're doing great things, going to be great people. But if I was to even talk about this, I'm afraid that they'd be like, what am I going to do this for? And we got to fix it so we're not like boomers breaking shit down.
Not too much on the boomers.
Whatever. I make fun of my mom every day. My mom wished Trump was shot in the head and is sad that he wasn't. Yeah, you could thank your nearest boomer, because almost 90% of the boomers agree with my mom.
Well, my dad works for the union.
He's part of like 10%. He's beautiful, great American.
Well, no, I'm saying he worked for the union. If you know what that means, like he voted Democrat pretty much his whole life, and then 2020 he voted. Well, 2016 he didn't vote.
Oh.
But no,
he's like one of those walkaways. Oh, what are you talking about?
What? I told you what? Yeah, no, he voted for Trump in 2020, and he didn't vote in 2016 because he didn't want to vote for Hillary.
How about Elon? It's so exciting. I'm so excited for what Elon is, like, what he stands for, because it's something that Trump's missing, and we're gonna
I don't trust anyone that doesn't believe in God. I don't trust anyone that doesn't believe in God.
You drive a Tesla, right, Ann?
Me? No. I mean, I can't afford an $80,000 car, but even if I could, I wouldn't.
I buy like $2,000 beaters.
Oh no,
they make you tens of thousands of dollars though, so it's a good option.
I always, drive Chrysler because my dad worked there, but I have a Jeep Compass, and I've always driven Jeeps, I guess.
So can Elon really fix the debt and the budget and everything going on and go to Mars? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm in America do more.
So he formed the PAC back in 2024 so he could give money to support Trump. I'm looking at the key values that they supported. So this would give you kind of like a clue of what, if he did start a party, what it would be about. Secure borders, safe cities, free speech, sensible spending, fair justice system, self-protection. So if I could go through each of these, but that is what it's all about.
Yeah,
and
unless
so
there's any questions, I don't think you have to go into any of them. But like self-protection, like what does that cover? Because that's kind of broad, but
I would imagine that's like gun rights.
Right, private property and gun rights, probably.
Probably. Marshall, are you around? You awake?
Yeah, what's up?
So, what do you think Elon would be better off doing? Starting a third party to primary less fiscally conservative Republicans, or supporting the Republican Liberty Caucus?
I think it should stay within the parties we don't split, so I'd go with the Liberty Caucus.
I disagree.
Don't get me wrong, we may be at a place where we need a new party, but I think you can still push internally and make a difference. In particular, if the Republican Liberty Caucus can successfully primary less fiscally conservative members. If it fails, then, a third party is probably the way to go, but barring that...
Is that the 180-year plan?
No, I was more thinking this probably happened within my lifetime. If he primaries people, that wing of the GOP could become more powerful and can balance out MAGA. But if for some reason the Liberty Caucus is unsuccessful in primarying, then starting a third party is probably a better move. Because there is a need for fresh blood. There is a need for solving the big problems, not just small ones.
Well, MAGA's dead without Trump. That's the reality.
Yeah.
All of these characters that were like, that he would simp for and they would simp for him, like, even when Trump's on the ballot and his acolytes are on the ballot, like, there would be a 10-point difference between, people voting for him versus the people that he was endorsing. So, like, I think once he hangs him up, like, the MAGA movement is dead.
Well, but no one will hang Elon up better than Trump. Like, the way he does things, like, I'm more scared of that, even though I support Elon. Like, if we had the fiscal conservatism in Trump that we were hoping for from the beginning, that I kind of held out for, like, we'd be all good. So, like, if that could be adopted, which I don't think it will be adopted in the Trump administration. That's why I lean more towards the Elon thing and the MAGA Trump passing the torch to Elon so that we could have MAGA and everything we've built so far on top of. And believe me, it sounds like hard times ahead. It's going to be horrible because to beat back this $1.2 trillion a year gain, we're all going to have to be in this a couple generations. And I'm a proud American, and my kids are in this, and they plan on having kids, which I think is absolutely amazing, being smart teenagers. Like, we're going to do this. We're Americans. And I just think that if the MAGA torch was passed on to a fiscally conservative business type Elon, which I know sounds crazy to all sides probably, I just think that is just, and it's going to take, it's going to hurt no matter what, and I'm willing for it to hurt sooner than later for my grandkids. Yeah.
So
I was going to say great.
So I'm looking at the way that money was spent for the America PAC for Trump's campaign, which 91% of that PAC is funded by Musk, right? And the primary purpose was to finance canvassing operations. So that means literally going door to door and stumping for candidates. If he continues to put money into this and then finances those that canvass and go door to door, he could very easily outflank the rank and file Republican, the old Republicans, because financing the canvassing movement, when you're going door to door, that is the work. That is the real work of the party. Like, you can get on the commercials and you can watch the podcast, you can do all that shit, but the canvassing, that's the door to door. You're looking at data of who's likely to actually vote, that's going to go to the polls, and then you get to talk to them face to face, outside of all the bullshit. And in areas where you do successfully canvass, you can win. AOC, her rise to becoming a congresswoman was because she canvassed. She successfully canvassed in her neighborhood and in her district. And so if that's what Elon's going to put his money behind, I think traditional Republicans could be in a lot of fucking trouble.
I don't get that. So what does he have to do with AOC?
No, I'm using AOC as an example. I'm using AOC as an example of how canvassing is successful. If you don't know her story,
I get it. No. She made the separation right there.
Yeah. She primaried, a sitting Democrat.
Dude, that's like hurting a bunch of. I don't even want to be insulting, but come on, we know the kinds of people that she's cheerleading. I bet she makes a good drink, though. Like, I don't want to be a partisan dick. But I can be because I'm an independent, so But Roger, dude, lots of great thoughts. Like, you just made my night. Just the last maybe hour, I'm like thinking, like the conversation shifted. Thank God Sarah left. Oh, man. Dude, this is great.
Have you ever heard
Sarah? I want to ask Marshall, though. Marshall, would you slide towards an Elon being a Republican? I know you could become a Democrat any day now. You could be a walk-away. And I could give you some tips. But do you think you would go more fiscal conservative? Even knowing probably Elon would be more open to, not an open border, but better immigration, which has to be dealt with. So I don't even want to go down that road. But Marshall, would you lean towards Elon now, knowing what's going on, or would you be like, I have to stick, even though I don't like him, because I know you don't like Trump, you would stick towards Trump?
No, I'd go with Elon. I'm a fiscal conservative.
Amen.
If I had my green budget, the military would be the first line item. We have some social safety nets for the elderly, past the prime of working age, and then we still have like Pell Grants and stuff like that. But I'm a big proponent of spending lots of money on the U.S. Navy.
Okay, so then how do you push the interest to number 5 or 6? Because I love what you're saying, and I know that we could push the interest to 5 or 6. That's why Trump really motivates me, because of the dynamic plans and ideas that no one really thought of. Everyone, even who didn't like him, is kind of going, damn, we could maybe do something. And I don't want to give him all kinds of credit, but do you see that projection moving forward though with Elon? Because that's what I'm kind of seeing is Trump is getting this little ball rolling, and then Elon's on top running like an ADH crazy baby, running on this ball and making it bigger and bigger. Because if they are good ideas and they work, it won't stop this crazy snowball. And we'll be out of debt. We'll be out of debt in 60 years instead of 140, and we'll be richer with all the top technologies and innovations that I know you believe America could be behind. And so there's so many great things. And in the chat, I think I'm taken as a negative, dark humor, half glass, half empty person, and I'm really not. But I do find humor and all that. But so I think there's so many great things ahead of us, and Marshall knows. And I think if you were to mix, like I said, the Trump torch being the MAGA torch being handed off to a fiscally conservative Elon, and the business development of it on both sides, how this could be managed in the next 30 years to be something making America great again. And I apologize, that was a lot.
No, dude, you're okay. No worries.
You know what I'm excited about here is just the fact that he really is sticking to his guns. The only reason he supported Trump was because Harris was going to take us off of a cliff. And then Trump's now deciding that he wants to take us off a cliff with this irresponsible spending. So I like what I'm hearing. I hope that he puts his money out there. I hope that he it gives us an opportunity to have an alternative. This is great.
It's like bumper pool.
It's what we fucking need in American politics. Like it's absolutely what we need. I'm sure we'll find some issues where Elon and I would break, but big picture, I think he's fucking right on, dude. We gotta start slashing this budget. And the other thing is he doesn't have to go after like every state. All he has to do is like he can just go into states that are ready for disruption, like Texas, where he lives. He could go into Florida, Nevada, Arizona. These are red states, but they're red states that do have fiscally conservative. No, not California. You got to go in places where there's fiscally conservative Republicans, and that are waiting for.
All right,
Northern. No.
Look at Roger still like, no. You're dead.
Look, the only reason why you even have a Republican Party or a Libertarian Party in California is because there's 40 million people to mail to and to call to and to email to say, hey, can you give us some money? Here's what's interesting. The money that you give to the Libertarian Party in California is a rev share with National, and over half their budget for National comes from California Libertarians. And so the Libertarian Party of California, they can't do anything. They're pretty impotent, but they give that money to the National Party. So
what state has a larger concentration of libertarians than California? Texas?
No, the biggest concentration would be New Hampshire, the Free State. Where we've seen the most success would be, depending on how you want to measure it, the most libertarians elected was in Pennsylvania. The highest office elected for a libertarian was in Wyoming. So you can measure this in different ways. The party was founded in Colorado. And then Washington is the second oldest state affiliate.
Dude, I appreciate your explanation. I don't think it was yesterday, but the day before, about how you separated. Because in the last 4 years, listening to you and meeting you, really opened my mind to not just being independent, but looking at the Libertarian Party. And so it's funny that, because in the last 2 years, 3 years, has come to the conclusion that you shared the other night. And so I thought it was really funny, because I didn't expect that response out of you, because I thought you were a libertarian, and you were like, and I mean, last season, at the end of the season, I understood you were like, they got it all fucked up. So I understand 5 months ago, your explanation. But it's just funny where it's come. And who do you think, what other party, American political party, do you think hijacked the Libertarian Party? Do you think there's because I truly believe that, and I'm hoping you'll say the Green Party hijacked the Libertarian Party, because I believe the American Communist Party hijacked the DNC and the Democrat Party over the last 10, maybe 12 years. And it's conspiracy, and that's my thought. So who do you think maybe hijacked the Libertarian Party to explain what you said the other night? And maybe it was yesterday, but I think it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, no,
You explained your separation from the Libertarian Party, which I totally respect, and I'm like, it makes me closer to you because I've never identified as a libertarian except for being a punk and somebody who just identifies as like the mass majority, the individual.
No, a very fair question. The Mises Caucus and the Mises PAC are the ones that essentially co-opted the Libertarian Party, and these are basically paleo-conservatives cut from like the Pat Buchanan mold. There's some overlap between paleo-conservatism and right-leaning libertarianism, and what they wanted to do was throw all the lefties out. And what's interesting is like
Joe Hero's that conservative.
Yeah.
But
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
And when he explained this to me, I guess I don't understand the difference.
Well,
maybe you can explain.
No, hold on.
Yeah, so
let Roger. I mean, I was like listening to what he was saying, and I was kind of like honing in because he was talking to me. But I want to hear what you have to say too. You distracted me with Joe. Shit.
So the paleos, they've got some alignment with what I believe. They want to see more fiscal conservatism. That's true, but they're also like essentially like any white nationalist is going to either check out of the political system altogether, or they would identify as a paleo-conservative. In fact, David Duke, who was KKK member, was a prominent was a prominent paleo-conservative, and again, I think Pat Buchanan is well-intentioned, super smart guy. If you want to read a book to understand like where we're headed, he wrote a book called Death of the West that describes all the stuff that we're going through right now, and takes it all the way to like 2050. And so we're like maybe like halfway there from like when he wrote the book. Pat Buchanan is an interesting political figure because there's probably about 75% of his platform that's 100% in alignment with how I think. And this is how like some libertarians and paleos have this overlap. But
is that like
let me finish it. So Pat Buchanan and in these paleos, the other part of it though is that they're very big on like the idea that America is a Christian country, America is a white country, America is like, so it's essentially like it's an intellectual version of Pepe, and is basically the best way to describe it. And they make these arguments that when you really boil them down, they're not even really capitalists, because capitalism just depends on free trade, and they take it from non-interventionism to isolationism in a way that's just super fucking dangerous. And then the big linchpin that connected paleos with libertarians was when Murray Rothbard left the Libertarian Party and started hanging out with Pat Buchanan, David Duke, and those guys. So, there's like if we were to go down the list, you could probably hit me like out of top 10 issues, 7 or 8. I would be like, yeah, I agree with them.
But the 1, 2, or 3 things that we disagree on are things where they're just really fucking wrong.
And were you triggered a little bit listening to that, Ann?
No. Go ahead.
No? You agree with him 100%?
I would say that sounds about right. That from what Joe told me. And and there was another term. It's something that he identified Brad as. It's a. The fuck is it?
I don't know, but paleo is fascinating.
No, what does he call him? It's a president. It's a president that we've had. It's whatever that president's name is in the conservative together. Is how he identifies Brad. What the fuck is it, you guys?
Brad who? Brad Pitt?
Brad from Clubhouse.
Brad.
You fucking faggot.
Kayak Brad.
No, look
hey, just to let you guys know, I carry 2 on my back. I go to
you wanna know what, Wallace? I'm gonna fucking rip your spine out and shove it down.
Hunting trap too. Hunting the snuff. And I'm just as... And I don't need a gun either, because I got swords in it.
Yeah, I eat rabbits.
I totally agree with
that. Oh, I am.
Need a gun.
He's insufferable. And KK can jump off the cliff for all I give a fuck.
Why'd you bring up Brad?
I know, I was thinking about the different.
I used to get season 1 and 2, bring that up all the time. Look at the big brain on Brad.
He's retarded.
Dude, Weird Science. You guys remember the brother at the end?
What? What?
And do you remember having private rooms with me, and we used to like talk and cool conversation together?
Yeah.
How's Joe? Tell Joe I said hi.
Yeah, he's good. We just talked about you the other day. That's what I'm saying. God, it's gonna bother me now of what he called Brad.
Paleo. Who's paleo? I thought that was a fucking diet. Like, what are we doing?
Paleo just refers to they were the old ones. So it like, in fact,
the
paleo so paleo conservatives that label came about once the label for neocons came around. So it's like, here's the new conservatives. It's just the word for the old conservatives.
So it's like SCOTUS,
like the Tea Party.
Would be
the Tea Party.
Considered that. Which
the Tea Party.
The Tea Party had nothing to do with paleo conservatism.
No, Joe.
No, I'm talking about SCOTUS, the pics that are the originalist intent on the reading of the Constitution and paleo, what a weird word. Maybe I'm Leo. I know I'm poly.
You're retarded.
No, I'm not retarded. I've been learning things that I think I found out like a week ago on poly.
No, you're not.
Dude, I am. I heard the definition and I was like, dude, that like totally fits me, and no one even knows. And I think if more people knew, have more of a fun life. Dude, we're at the like a better topic. What's up with Rand Paul, Roger? Like, are the Pauls gonna like come back like Elon and like pull the sword out of the stone and be like, "Fuck you, Americans, we're doing it right"?
No.
And you know what? It would be a total. You guys were just talking about the Christian nationalists, which I do not. I'm a Christian. I was raised Christian. I'm a wannabe Christian. I was raised Christian and I'm a wannabe. But I'm not a Christian nationalist, so I just think if he pulled that sword out of the stone and was like, Christianity, but just as economic, like it would be an amazing thing. If we could just like free ourselves with Elon and go into Mars, and dude, we might be able to ship not to Venezuela. We might be able to ship them all all the bad people.
The Christian nationalists or nationalism, it's like retarded. It's an oxymoron.
No, totally.
Like, if you're a true Christian, like, there should be nothing that you would want to
I'm
really.
afraid of them coming
It's weird.
for saying that, so I agree with you. They're not Islamists. And Roger, oh shit, what did I just do? That was 4 days. We don't need that, sorry. But who's scared of a Christian nationalist? You guys are all Muslims.
I hate when people say we're a Christian nation.
I say it all the time.
Yeah, I agree because we're not. We're mixed with, we're like a salad. We're like tossed salad. And look at my face, I tossed it.
Ew.
Pause.
What do you mean? It was
Pause.
You don't know what was on my face. It was just what it was. I didn't think about it. It just got tossed.
No, thanks. No, thanks.
What, you guys don't have your Red Wing? Who has the Red Wings on stage?
Only you.
And you just said
when you go down on a woman and she's on her period.
Yeah, dude, you gotta do it in a group or a bridesmaid's room on a wedding.
Imagine.
Sound like a Muslim.
Oh, dude, leave the mess and everything. And then all the other bridesmaids come back and go, what happened here? Somebody died.
I like that, Lou. That was good.
Wasn't that a good story? That was good.
No, what Lou said.
Oh, you didn't hear it?
No, I was laughing at what Lou said. You missed it.
Do you think we've gone too hard on the Muslims over the last couple days?
Yeah, and that's why I didn't want to drink that. Dude, and I appreciate it because there's nothing, it's all rational and logical, so the questions are very hard, and I just think we need a break. We'll revisit it because we revisit, there's reformations in the future, and we're going to do it, and it's going to be done in peace. Love, like hugs.
The Muslim thing is interesting. Like, they seem to be, like, the most, practicing of what their actual religion says. Like, all these people that say, like, I was in the room earlier, like, they know it's wrong that, like, a grown man shouldn't be fucking a 12-year. They just can't, they're not allowed to say that it's wrong. I mean, it literally goes against...
How did you, like, some of us...
But anyways, the point is, like, this isn't... I think, Roger, you made a good point today when it's, like, it's one thing to, like, understand times are different, it's another thing to, like, condone it in 2025. But, like, all these religions, the people that say, like, Judaism doesn't allow for this, and Christianity, like, it absolutely did. It absolutely does. But it's just today they've modernized. But like you look at, for example, like
Judaism and Christianity.
If you look at like Delaware, I think it is. This isn't to like condone the Muslims at all. But like it wasn't that long ago in the U.S. where we all, or most of us, agree that it's wrong. Like this is absolutely wrong. But the age of consent in like Maryland was like fucking like 9 until like 18. I couldn't believe this when I saw this the other day.
Yeah, the history.
It's wild.
So the history was crazy. For the days Abby was like reading them, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild to think like we're not. So the people that like look at it's like yes, it's absolutely appropriate to look at them in 2025 and say like, hey, like you're fucking radical and crazy, like to still hold this opinion. But from a religious standpoint, a text from 2,000 years ago, like it wasn't that crazy.
Yeah, my grandma.
I mean, it's still crazy. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it.
I guess I can't speak much.
I think even for that context, it was like it's like I don't think they were having prepubescent marriages in pre-Islamic Arabia. From what I
That was the
understand.
excuse. That was the time. It wasn't like times last night. I got so sick of hearing the excuse. I was like, I was like, dude, my grand got married at 14. Like, yeah, it was like 80 years, 90 years ago. And so I understand if you go back further, the age might slip lower and lower. But then we start getting into details about clothes and cleaning and wet stains while praying. And I'm like, dude, like,
what about
Roger
fattening
went down
up?
crazy. Roger went down a crazy fucking wormhole that he didn't even ask to go down. And he shared it with me, which I went down it many years ago. And I just lived it again. And you know what? Many people now, most people just heard it and they'll be like, what? What wormhole is that? They're going to understand it too. And you know what? The truth is liberating. And I hope the truth kills because it would just be the best death ever. And you know what? All be willing to lose your heads to truth because we'd all just be so happy. And if not us, our kids and their kids, and it just, dude, I just got the goosebumps. No? Dude, how much mic drop. That was so great. No, you got the goosebumps too. It's Independence Day. And C4 did it for you. And they had the goosebumps too. And they just like, oh, how do you think Iran feels? I hope. Like, just the goosebumps. Like, we're fucking doing it. And no one knows who's ready. What's up, Ron? Man, look at this, dude. I'm gonna go to sleep listening to an Aussie voice. This is great. Love you, Ron.
Pause. Sounded like you said you love Iran.
Oh, no, I said Ron. Ron. I don't know. I guess before I go brush my teeth and settle in, I think because I'm not a war person, and I thought Trump wasn't going to bring war, but the only exception I would have had over the last 20 years, or maybe I'll even say my whole 46 year of life since 1979, is that we would neutralize Iran. So if nothing else happens except for neutralizing Iran in my 49 years, I think I'm pretty satisfied. Being a non-war, kind of peaceful, classical liberal person, I'm pretty satisfied. And other people on here, in what they have said, have comforted me in thinking that I'm not the only one who makes the exception for neutralizing Iran and not spreading democracy, because I know the damage that's done, but at the same time neutralizing Iran so that maybe we get another 20 years not worrying about a nuclear, bomb.
It's funny.
Wait, sorry, go ahead. And I'm going to ask Roger.
Sorry. Just talking to those kind of people on here, it seems like it always sounds like you're just back there being held hostage and being just forced to, say the best thing. And it's so, you think does the IRGC, do the leaders even believe their stuff? And do they even wish, if they could press a button, a blind vote, if everybody in the country and then the leadership wouldn't vote for a secular democracy, but nobody can say it, and that's the nature of orthodoxies throughout history, represented in the Bible by Pharaoh, who was forced after 10 plagues to do the right thing. Roughly speaking. So I wonder if they're even rooting for their own team those days.
Yeah,
it's been a bizarre few days with that topic for sure. And what was your question?
When you were asking us if we thought was the best representation of the Republican Party at Clubhouse, or the most knowledgeable, who would you say?
Oh boy. So there's honestly, the person that's the most involved and the person that is capable of, I don't know, understanding the history, where it's at and where it's going. I'd probably say Stephen Bader.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got good volcanic mustard too. It's very good spicy mustard.
Spicy.
And I want to say IGRC. That's what I'm saying, and not Iran. The people, I would distinguish. This group. I don't need to, but I probably should for people who don't make the correlation, distinguish the correlation.
I appreciate that, Wallace. Can you say that?
And what do you think's the weirdest part of the Christian Bible that people ask you questions about that's hard for you to try to defend?
I had a hard time I'll just be me for a second. I had a hard time for a long time accepting Immaculate Conception. But now I do, and now I can answer when people talk about, well, Mary, how was Mary, blah blah blah.
Wait,
blah.
so you think Mary never had sex?
No.
That was one for me. Otherwise, I couldn't go forward.
It was a miracle, and Mary was 14, and I think Joseph was how old was he? 40 something. It was Immaculate Conception. And so I had a hard time.
You genuinely believe that she never had sex?
I do. The Virgin Mother. I think he was a miracle.
Trusting people who said, well, what if she got raped? God, what the?
Yeah, and then they said, oh my, yeah, and they said, oh, so she had.
How disgusting! Why would your mind even go there?
Right.
Because Roger made the point, Immaculate Conception, that puts your whole and good. Was that yesterday or today?
Yeah, well, but that's what the Bible claim is. But if you ask me,
clear. Yeah.
Well, that's what the Bible says. But if you were to ask me, what's a more realistic scenario? Let's just put it this way. Wallace, imagine you were married, right? Imagine you had a wife, and
if
she
the baby came out black.
No, hold on. Imagine you were married, and you still hadn't had sex, which is weird that you're married and you're not having sex with your wife, and you hadn't had sex with her, and then she said, Wallace, we got to talk, and you're like, what's up, babe? And she goes, I'm pregnant. And then you're like, what, you son of a bitch? And then you jump on her head about it, and then she tells you, no, don't be jealous. I didn't sleep with anybody. It was a spirit that got me pregnant. You'd find that a little weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, totally. I'm thinking though, I was like, dude, totally, yeah. I'm questioning everything. I'm but then I thought about my age, and I was 33, and I remember thinking, this is weird. I remember thinking before we decided to have kids, and which was quickly after we got married, because we kind of decided before we got married, being together for 12 years and getting married, that right after, literally right after we were going to try, and I prayed to make sure that if it's the right time, if not, it's okay, just the comfort level of, and I truly believe in the conception of my first child, that I knew it. I knew it. I knew this shot a rocket to the stars and exploded life form, and I knew it. Like, it's weird after and then witnessing it, watching it, and birthing my child, both my children. But yeah, I went through the whole process. So, I mean, my faith at 33 was super strong. And if I went through that experience without the pleasure, I want to say now, based on my faith, that I would accept that. But, dude, the way you filled it up, yeah. Before I felt the way I did when I had my children and got married, be totally like, you fucking whore, you're dancing around and playing games. But if it felt like I did, he would have no question and no worry, full faith in his wife and in the Lord, that it was what it was. So, yeah, I don't, this is way out of my realm of thinking, but that's kind of what I let loose. And man, what a beautiful thing it is, though, to conceive a child and then 9 months later, like, actually bring it to life and bring it out and birth it. And I don't know. I didn't want kids, and I'll tell you right now, I'm so thankful I have them, because I got to a point where there was nothing else to experience and nothing else to do, and even being married, like, I have a cousin who's been married for like 30 years, and they don't want kids, and they just enjoy each other, and I think they are so lacking less headache and less trauma, but just lacking as much as my wife and I. And I don't know. I'm so thankful, and I just think that age at 33, where I was at, like, I can say yes. I would believe like Joseph and have faith, only to protect myself. I'm thinking that my wife wouldn't do that, and that's just a level of faith. And I guess Joseph was ready, I haven't even read past like what his psychology was after the whole thing and how he dealt with it. But yeah, I don't put any favor or power in Mary. I'm not a Catholic, but I do believe in that conception, and I do believe that the book was fulfilled, and I do believe the end was written before the beginning, and that the cycle was fulfilled for all of us to read, examine, and to absorb. And it should explain everything to all of you. And if you have questions, that's great, because I have less the last 10 years. And I'm a horrible reader, so I just keep reading, and nothing makes sense. And listening to you all is much better. So I'm thankful for all of you. So yeah. Especially Darren down there. Darren's pretty cool. If he came up and talked more like me.
Darren used to come up and talk in the beginning of Clubhouse, and now he's just like a really divisive chat warrior. And
he's just trying to be.
No, hold on.
When you come up on stage and talk, you don't have to.
Hold on. That's not true. Darren does talk. He only talks when he wants to talk, which we'll see what happens here.
No, he is a chat warrior, though.
No, and he sucks now. It's ideal. I used to follow him, unless I literally, when I started the app, I was obviously still kind of a liberal.
God bless Jesus. Like,
how long I was talking.
Yeah, I did know that.
So in the beginning of the app, I obviously was a liberal, recovering, and I must have aligned my ideals with Darren back then, because now I like see what he writes in the chat, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I used to really have respect for this dude.
Look at that.
No, he didn't. I don't believe it.
Look at how beautiful he is. He makes me want to shave my beard. I got like a 3-foot beard. I gotta like shave it off. I used to be shaved. He is like a few years ago.
Wallace, love you. Love you so much, but shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll brush my teeth.
Damn, she just said you sound like Red Bull and ADHD.
Hi, Darren.
Hey, Red Bull's a good beer replacement.
Shut the fuck up. I love you.
Good evening. What's happening, everybody?
Hi, Darren. How come you suck now?
Wait, what? I mean, I listen. I just crack wise in the chat. That's what I mean, people are serious enough as it is, so that's the reason why I just crack jokes. And I'll be honest. Listen, I'm what Roger always call a midwit. I don't know enough about any one particular topic to even sound like an expert. But
Wait, hold on. I use the term midwit, but I've never referred to you.
Oh, no, that's totally fine. I consider myself a midwit. Roger, you've never called me a midwit. That's true. Yes, but I just, I'm not a guy who's
standing there when that hit us face.
But incidentally, though, on the Bible thing, Immaculate Conception and all that stuff. I mean, the thing about it that I see it is if you take it to context, what God had already done in the Old Testament, Immaculate Conception, the talking donkeys and the burning bush and stuff like that. It's par for the course. I mean, this is the guy that flooded the earth, right, and created life. And
yeah.
I mean, talking donkeys, why not? I mean, there you go. That's how I look at it.
John 3:16.
Yeah, like you guys never seen Alice in Wonderland.
That is so crazy you just said that. Like, because so me and my daughter, she like understands. She understands.
That's totally irresponsible.
How
old is she?
Can I finish?
14 now.
Can I finish? So
Sure.
she's 11. She's 11. So when she watched them when she was younger, and then now she, knowing things that I keep my kid informed on what's going on because she can hear shit from at school, so I keep it real with her. She has discernment. So we've been watching the series, watch Alice in Wonderland, and I was like, so what do you take from it now? And how she explained it was like dead on. But what Alice essentially she referenced was, remember that video that went viral when Gretchen Whitmer was feeding that picture of when Gretchen Whitmer was feeding what it looked like she was pretending to be a priest feeding that Eucharist of the cookie. She would look to the
Yeah.
Okay. So she referenced that. She was on that. She's like when evil people in the world are trying to get people to comply with them. But she explained it so well, but it's just funny that you said Alice in Wonderland. We just watched that, and she was spot on. All Disney movies have like these underlining meanings behind them. So the kids didn't know. Do you regret watching them as kids? I don't.
Oh no, it hit me till I went to the last Grateful Dead concert, and then when I was walking home, I got off the BART train, and I was like walking home, and I was like, oh my gosh, like Alice in Wonderland is real, like the up is down and the left is the right, like. By the time I went to bed, I woke up the next day and I was like, God is real. And we are all created. And the chicken did come first. And how could you...
Wallace, have you ever heard the theory
well, you never went to the concert?
Hold on. Yeah, I used to go to the park a lot. I never went in.
He died 2 weeks later, by the way.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get some words out of my mouth, if I can. Have you guys heard the theory that that apes eat mushrooms, and that's where the jump came from apes to humans? Was this when their brains got exposed to mushrooms? Have you heard this theory?
Yeah, that was me.
No, I only heard that Hitler was taking mushrooms.
He was taking meth for sure. There's videos of that.
This is the first time I'm hearing it, Raj.
Of Hitler taking meth or the monkey?
The monkey one.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. Let me go get a fucking article.
There's take meth. He took barbiturates too.
I bet you smoked it.
What are barbiturates?
Like Demerol Barberwood.
So you guys do drugs?
What's Demerol?
I smoke pot or like do an occasional shrimp, but that's about it.
When I go into the emergency, they give me the strongest thing they have. I don't know why. They give me a test and they go, oh, you need this. And they always give me like even the Norco no longer is like on the platter.
Okay, what's Demerol?
It's a heavy.
I've got a link for you guys for those of you that read.
Ooh, this looks good. Okay.
Yeah, my teeth are brushed. I can read. Got my fluoride. I insist you get your fluoride before you read.
Zip your lips. Oh. Wait, no, this is a.
Where'd you post it in the chat?
No, it's up in the banner, and you have to subscribe to read it. But interesting.
No, you can't. So you can't. When you click on it, Roger, it's
Let me find a different article for you. Hold on.
Yeah, and I trust you, so.
I don't give a fuck, to be honest.
Rogers.
Oh, that's not nice.
What do you mean?
Rogers.
That's not nice.
My VPN's
Really
like in Canada.
It's like A Street material.
We can't tell them that.
I understand.
Dude, the best is when Roger tells gangsters, you ain't even know. You don't even know what's going on. Like, that is the best. Because, yeah, it was tough when Roger grew up. But, like, I stayed in clear distance. I grew up in, like, the middle class, like, away from the ghetto. And where he grew up, like, I just went there to, like, for a birthday party. And I always got beat up.
Oh, right. Because it's only 2 minutes. Can I play it?
Were you down there on Tennyson, Roger? Down like Tennyson area?
Interestingly enough, I went to Tennyson and I saw some.
Before Pittsburgh, that's rough. Pittsburgh. You brought up Pittsburgh?
No, I didn't. I brought up Fitchburg, which is a neighborhood in Oakland that I lived in when I was Fitchburg. Yeah, but no, when I lived in Hayward, I lived right off of A Street. But then sophomore year, I went to Tennyson. Then I went to Brinkwitz. I don't know if you know about Brinkwitz. That was a continuation school that was in Hayward.
No, I just knew girls that went there.
Were they black?
No, they're all white. They all moved to Castro Valley.
Oh, okay. They must have.
They were running away. They all got abortions and moved to Valley.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, Roger's only 2 minutes. Can I play it?
Yep, please do it.
Okay.
In the late 1970s, Terrence McKenna and his brother Dennis McKenna were the first to propose stone big grid models. It is known now that 22 projects, 23 including us, consume mushrooms. And the idea is started.
It's hard to hear.
You can't hear it?
No, I can't, but if I knew what I was listening to, make it easier.
The link at the top.
Ancestors that came out of the trees and went across the savannah with tracking animals that are moving. Well, in the subtropics, the most common mushroom in here is cowpea. Just lost in the passes. They look natural mushrooms. One thing that mushrooms and other sections do reliably is they produce a synesthesia. Synesthesia is the perception of one sensory modality and another, hearing colors, for example, or seeing music. something that'll give you a better chance of survival. The tanks happen not once, not twice, but millions upon millions of times over millions of years is a very plausible explanation for the drug being the 20 years ago. It's not so simple to say that the psilocybin mushrooms and something the brain intake, and I think it's more complex than that. But I think it was a fact. It was like a
So 40 seconds left.
this neurologically modern hardware did think to have cognition, to have language, because language is essentially language is an association with a very meaningless sound, except that it's associated with complex meaning. A great deal of the brain's real estate, you might say, is devoted to the generation and or the comprehension of language. Those neural structures are not found in our ancestors. That's the human trait to have so much physiology devoted to generating and understanding language, and that's a reflection of evolutionary events that made us what we are.
I believe it's totally true. It's totally true. It's developed my speech to what it is today because I couldn't speak to anyone like 25, 30 years ago. Couldn't communicate, couldn't talk to anyone. And I believe this, and what just was revealed, is what released my ability to communicate.
I mean, it's an interesting theory. I mean, I like what he said. Can you imagine what it must have been like, to have that effect or whatever? And I was like thinking, so it was like giving magic mushrooms to a retard then? I mean,
He was talking about monkeys, right?
I know. Well, yeah, but
That's what I didn't understand is making that jump from monkeys to humans, but unless you personally experienced it, you wouldn't understand what was just spoken. That's why it's amazing that the human can analyze the monkey and get that analysis. I am like shocked, but I believe that the human experienced it and projected it onto the monkey.
I mean, but how much of this theory though is, like I used to think, back in whatever it was in the 90s when California was trying to push for legalizing hemp or whatever, and they made this excuse like, oh, you can make oils and clothing out of it. Right, but in reality, what they wanted was just to smoke. They wanted to get high and smoke weed. Just be honest about it. Like, so I'm just wondering, in this case, with these guys with the magic mushrooms, are they just tripping on their own stuff or just theorizing?
No, it's making neurological reconnections in the brain that have been disconnected because of trauma or other things. And I've only been reading and studying and learning about it the last maybe 3 or 4 days. So I don't know much about it, but through my experience, it makes me want to explore further, only because of layers that are peeled back to allow people. I can't even tell you guys, before Clubhouse, or I'd say maybe 10 years before Clubhouse, which is a long time before, but I couldn't even communicate. I couldn't even communicate with people and have conversations.
You still can.
Oh, that's very rude.
Well, thank you. But I'm telling you, what you just played, though, besides the whole monkey thing, the monkey thing is what makes it hard for me to listen to, because they're talking about monkeys and not people.
Do you guys remember when they said the vaccine spread because someone ate a bat that had COVID?
It's a total lie.
But it was the bat.
I had a picture of the girl eating the
That's how it transferred from the bat to the human.
Actually, what they said was that a civet shat on a pangolin, and then you just can't make this stuff up.
No, I had a picture of a bowl of ramen with a bat, and the girl was chewing on
Really?
it.
He didn't even finish.
No, he did. And I'm telling him.
No, I literally just muted up when you started yelling.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Well, remember, you're not very good at communicating.
Maybe I should
Luke,
start
he's
yelling.
worse than you. Imagine it.
Yeah, fuck
Okay, go
you.
ahead, Brett.
That's very, yeah, I agree with,
Joe's
I agree
lonely.
with Wallace.
Go snuggle Joe.
Okay,
Well,
thank you. Go snuggle with your wife. Thank you.
Have
I like
she's
Go
fucking
ahead.
sick.
My dad.
I am the least interrupting individual on
You
the
should
stage
talk
in this
more.
room.
I hate both of
Talk
you.
more. That's
I
why I belong
wanted
in
to
the
hear
audience.
Roger. I wanted to hear
Look
what
at
you had to
Darren.
say. It was
Darren's on
funny.
stage and he
It
can
was
just
funny.
listen.
I talk
Hey,
more
if
when
I'm
I'm
gonna
around
be on
dumb people.
stage, I'm gonna
I hope both of
interrupt
you
and
jump to
talk.
the cliff now.
Roger will probably kick. Look at Rowan.
Even
Rowan's probably still wiping the sweat out his eyes and the
You guys are
sleep out his
not
eyes.
too much on Rohan.
Good morning, Rowan.
I love him.
Is that
You
an
should
evening over
marry
there?
him. Why are you marrying Joe? You love
Why don't you marry
Well,
him,
I
William?
mean, Joe's a Catholic, and respectfully, Rohan
I'd
denies
marry him.
that
You know what? His
religion.
country would
There you go.
probably. I could reject all America and I could go down there and marry him and be happy, probably.
That's right.
Well,
Don't have to be
Well,
called
he be
gay
happy.
except for on Clubhouse. That's fine.
That's right.
We're all gay on Clubhouse. Let's all
Louis,
smile.
speak for yourself.
Rowan, he couldn't trade you for half the money. Don't
Because
marry
man
him.
doesn't smile.
No. Never.
Who's this?
Who are you?
Dude, that's a black Trump, dude. That's a hot, sexy bitch.
I hate both of you. Brad, you
You
stand by
hate
yourself.
black Trump? That's
Don't
racist.
use the T word.
That's racist. He's gonna Trump you.
You already got Trump.
Do you think Trump's name was like built from the beginning to be a master troll on all of us today?
You know, he was sent to boarding school because, I guess he was like a troublemaker. The most militant boarding school.
So you're programmed like me. You watch TV?
Huh? No, I learned the history of Donald Trump.
Darren, do you watch TV? Television?
No, you don't have to answer
Programming?
that, Darren.
Shut up, Davis.
Don't listen to him.
Well,
Is that, yeah, that's Lou. Lou
Lou got
he's
the
a
joke.
programmer.
You didn't get it.
He's one of those programmers.
No, he's not a programmer.
Well, he's programmed me. That's why I had to
He's
come
an
on
average
stage.
Joe.
I had to like put up an interference, a little force field.
What did I program you into?
Coming on stage, I like belong in the audience with
I
Darren. Look at, we
programmed
got
you
Darren
to
up
meet
here
up.
too. You
I think-
programmed Darren too.
Well,
Look.
Well, you are a better audience member. Yes.
He's one of the best audience
Now you know
members.
him, Beaver, and Matt Cool are the best. Like in chat, like they know how to.
Look, relative to his presence on stage, I mean, the guy's a Hall of Fame audience member.
Yeah, 100%.
Matt is.
Matt Cool. Like when I host a room and I know that you, Matt, and Beaver are in the room, I know that I don't even have to look at the chat. That you guys will take care and clean it up.
I think Matt should go back to the albino dude. What was his name?
Prime
it
White.
was-
Prime White.
Prime White. And he had the albino picture. That was cool.
He's done a really good job of keeping himself completely anonymous. Like I know, like he lives in California, but as far as like me or like
You just compliment him on doing a good job at remaining unknown, and then you just revealed everything that you know about him.
Yeah, and like Rohan should be bouncer, and he should be like
You stop flirting with
bouncer with
Rohan.
like a kangaroo with his feet out. Like
Let him flirt with who he wants to.
oh look at
What?
that. See, you guys
God.
hanging out with Brandy
What do
too
you-
much. Bag it.
That's right. That's
Rohan
right.
gets the ladies. No one's blocking Rohan.
Listen, Rohan is
Dennis.
They get eaten by sharks. We don't even have to worry about the Australians.
Oh my.
Did you hear about that new language in New
Shut
Zealand?
up.
It's not
Oh my
new.
God.
Let's talk.
I'm
sorry,
bringing
I
up
was-
an ancient language in New
Wait,
Zealand.
wait.
Sorry.
Wallace, go talk in the chat.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard you say him. Pretty good.
Look, we both laughed at each other's jokes today. We're doing better.
Yeah. You always laugh at my jokes. I don't typically laugh at yours.
In fact, I used to laugh at both mine. I'm gonna remember this, Martin.
Oh, God.
Roger, why don't you make it better, Roger?
Dude, are you drunk? You must be drunk.
No.
Look at mine.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh.
No, the people that are constantly talking.
I was actually thinking when we were
Or
talking
you
a little
don't
bit.
talk. This is what happens.
Let someone else
You get
talk.
to talk, you get to like talk.
Like,
I'm gonna
this
take
is
full
what I learned
advantage
on
because
last night. I
tomorrow.
learned my lesson. So I would always tell William, please come up. You never come up anymore. And then he did this, and I was like, oh, this is why I don't do it.
So I was just going to go back to the whole thing about the COVID. Just how you remember how crazy the rooms were? There was like every day there were like doctors and everybody arguing left and right. Oh my god, it was so wild.
Bro, they made so much money on this app.
Don't forget your booster betas.
Dude, and what's his name? Dr. Copeland and Priya. Did you know
Yeah,
that
that
Dr.
piece of
Copeland
shit.
is he's a chiropractor and a genealogist. So like he's done
what?
it. Yeah. he's a
Did they lock him up yet for all his lies?
So yes, and when you can ask about him, he does rooms on here every once in a while. He does X Spaces now because he lost his traction. Then you can look him up. He's public. He's a chiropractor and a genealogist. So like that was paid acting, for sure.
No,
Yeah,
these
and
people,
only,
there's
no
other
one's
people
spoken
on this
to me.
app that are chiropractors that like to act like they're, just as much of a knowledge source on all things, everything, because they're technically a doctor somehow.
Yeah, acupuncture is like really great.
One of them was in the room earlier.
How about Isaiah being a paid actor?
What did you say
How
that?
about Aaron being a paid actor?
I've heard that, but I didn't see those feeds. But you know what? I'm in the area, so I totally believe it because the organizations that were mentioned, I'm like,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Indivisible. Look up
But he
Indivisible.
shut down. He shut down after like funding was cut. So
Mhm.
I was like, dude, it's totally BS. I think you're right.
Yeah, Doug Urkel.
More power to him.
Election's over. He won't
Like
be
you
on
never walked around the streets of Oakland. Like, dude, you're a sissy. Like these people, that's like the total beta move. Get somebody on Clubhouse. Normally, you just walk around and punch people out. It's all forced.
Well, I mean, like, remember in the beginning of the app where Clubhouse they did pay high profile celebrities and stuff to create rooms, essentially to grow their app. I wouldn't be shocked if they had professionals like
lawyers,
doctors, psychologists, lawyers, to come on and do the same. Some that were LARPing, some that
No, but that totally did happen. Like, we just brought up that doctor. Like, that's all, like...
Yeah. Dr. Hopeland, literally, said so many times that he wished that, all of us NAGA supporters would be unalived. Let's just say that.
Well, good morning, you all. Hope you had a good 4th of July, you Americans.
Yeah, how was yours?
It was good.
That was yesterday.
Oh, no,
That was yesterday, and I already slept and woke up.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Cheers on the fever.
Yeah, I'm such a brat. And I'm such a brat on this app that there is not one person that puts doctor in front of their name that I will call him doctor.
Except for Adams, right? Except for Doctor.
No, I just call Adams Adams. I'm like, you're not my doctor. Sorry, dude.
Ricky, is his doctor responsible because he's like, well, he says he's the biggest piece of trash on the app. He's so irresponsible. At least his is funny. But you're right. But then, if you say that someone's not a doctor, they get really pissed about it.
I know they do. They report me.
The ones that have saved lives.
Oh my god, that was wild. I feel
There
like
are a couple real
you're wrong. She said that you weren't a doctor. Because you're not.
I know. I got reported stating that somebody wasn't a doctor, and I said, well, they're not my fucking doctor.
Exactly.
So why am I going to call them doctor?
That was a good one.
And then he became a racist, but that person.
Yeah, I did.
Everybody tried from his entire that. But in that moment, because you said they weren't a real doctor, you're such an asshole, but shame on you.
Beth, you get that regularly though. Yeah, played with a lot.
Who does that?
Yeah, Beth does.
Yeah, I don't even do anything, man. I just.
Well, when thinking is optional, it's all on the
She doesn't make
table.
the rounds. Ew.
No, I didn't say
Some
she
people
did.
don't.
She's fun. She participates. It's fun.
What do you mean?
Beth, did you drive your golf cart tonight, Beth?
I drove my golf cart earlier. I had a 10-minute break, and yes, safe and sound.
Oh, Marshall, I'm so glad you're here. Do you remember back when Joe and Brad had that debate or whatever, and he identified Brad as something conservative, or not even conservative. It was what does he consider Brad to be?
Paleo? I learned that tonight.
No, that is Joe Hero's paleo conservative, but he identified Brad as something.
Dude, I don't know what
I think it was paleo.
No, Joe Hero's a paleo conservative. Brad is not a paleo conservative.
How do you know? Have you
Is it like a Jacksonian or something?
Oh my god. Marshall, can you tell Wallace that Brad's not a paleo?
No, he's not a paleo.
He called me something that was awesome. I remember it was something of the first part of it was a former president.
Did they wear wigs?
I was calling him a bushy.
It was something like a bush, but it did not. It was like a bush, but.
It's something having to do with Bush. I don't remember the exact title, but
If you were a fan of Bush, they would call you a neocon.
That must have been the 1970s.
I don't even believe that Brad voted for Trump. I don't think he voted for Trump.
No, he doesn't know what's up.
I would be willing to spend a lot of money if he did vote for Trump. He's never told me whether he did or didn't, but he just seems kind of like the kind of person who would. But
It seems like he is very angry about stuff. And he was, what was he, the Marine?
he was in the U.S. Navy, the bosun's mate or something like that. Essentially, that's like one of the NCO Navy.
Yeah, he said it's like the best position you could have. Like if you want to like travel around and be next to the captain and be the man.
I wonder if we looked it up. If we looked up Brad and looked up like his veteran status, I wonder what would pop up. Maybe nothing. I wonder.
You don't want to sleep tonight?
Well, he owes Diogenes $1,500.
I'm like, yeah, and literally.
Brad, hashtag pay up.
No, I get it. I just think it's gay. Like, if you're gonna say someone didn't serve, and they show you your whatever it is, like DD 214 or something, and you bet on it.
Yeah, I'm with Diogenes on that. There, that whole chapter. Yeah, Brad's wrong.
Fake stolen valor, and then fake Lily got on FaceTime in my program and showed Brad everything. He called Combat Candy stolen valor.
Hold on. That guy Diogenes was one of the stupidest people ever.
He was not like an enemy, he's a piece of shit.
Listen.
He's not stupid. He's radical, he's extreme, but not stupid.
No, he's very stupid. But Lou, you think Randy McDickless is fucking
You think everybody that disagrees with you is stupid?
boy. It's a good sign. When somebody. Let's go. Okay, the next time somebody interrupts me, I'm just gonna fucking remove you and block you. How about that? You know what? Just shut the fuck up. You guys are all fucking retards. You guys hang out with retards, and then when we bring up these retards, you guys act like they're fucking geniuses. You guys hang out with nothing but fucking pedophiles and fucking weirdos. You guys fucking hold up people like Ali Alexander as a great example of what a Republican is. You guys are all morally bankrupt and fucking
It's one of the most big things I've heard someone say, even though you're throwing me in that group. But I agree with you.
I don't know if it was clear enough, but when you asked the question earlier, it was on the app, the representation, who was the best voice. That doesn't mean that I think that I'll be held to a conservative conservative Republican.
Well, maybe he does. Maybe he does. He likes teenage boys. Maybe that's what teenage boys do.
Ew. He's got a point.
Maybe that is what Republicans do. Maybe that's
Bro, it kind of seems like it. To be honest.
There are people that
You act like we all do or something. It's so dumb.
Well, I mean,
dude, even after you guys found out, you guys still fucking hung out.
Kick them in the balls. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I still say Lou because Lou still hangs out with
And then that Zappy boy, the laser Zappy boy, he got it kicked in the balls too, and they both cut out together, probably humping in the closet.
Maybe.
I don't think that's
I remember Randy reported on it. They were humping in the closet. They ran off.
And who is Randy? Randy is
That dude is like one of those. Don't hate people, Marshall. Marshall, you don't hate stuff. Shut up.
I don't actually hate him. I just strongly dislike him.
Good correction. Good correction, Marshall.
He's a piece of shit person.
Whatever. Anne, are you perfect?
No,
why do you gotta bash on Randy?
William, because he said that he's going to take my 11-year-old daughter's virginity while young.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
Okay, so when I say that he's a piece of shit, I'm allowed to say that.
Well,
it's like,
hold on. Listen,
Randy's like,
hey, shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. This guy Randy, if you ever been in rooms with him, he is literally one of the stupidest people. His bio, I remember reading his bio, so I started asking him questions about the bio. He was identifying with shit that he knew nothing about. I remember being in the room. It was one of Issa's rooms. Issa has this fucking magnet for fucking retards, and so you go in these fucking rooms, and I was asking this guy all these questions, just shit that he put in his bio. These weren't things these weren't gotcha questions. They were just hey, your bio says this, your bio says that, and he knew nothing about what he wrote. It's almost as if he just went online, stole somebody's persona, and then pretended that that's what he was all about. He literally is one of the dumbest people I've ever encountered on this app or off this app. But it doesn't shock me that there's people in this room that think
Randy McNicholas is one of the stupid
No,
people.
isn't he rabbi? He's a rabbi this week.
I don't know who he is.
He's a troll. He's a huge troll.
Dude, he was like the building block of a master.
I'm telling you, dude. You're all badass.
No, when I think of a good troll, I think KB is a good troll. Randy.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, he is. He triggers the shit out of the conservatives. It's hilarious.
Randy is a closet faggot who needs to forgive his mother.
And I'm doing him now because I don't.
Hold on. Let me just tell you this. When you guys would sit in fucking rooms with the fucking Randys of the world talking about politics, you guys were the ones that made fucking people like Aram on this app seem like he fucking knew what the fuck he was talking about. I'm being dead ass, buddy. I'm being dead ass serious. The reason why the dumb lefties look smart on this app is because the people that were on the right were even stupid.
No. We're stepping ahead of them.
That's very obvious, dude. There's a lot of people on the right that are just retarded, bro.
Roger, that's kind of pre-ejaculation. material.
The original owners of the Conservative Republican House, I forget her name. It was girls. A lady with red hair, and it was a man, and they ended up giving it to Naveen. They were definitely a great representation of the Republican conservative.
No, she was fucking Riska, whatever the fuck her name.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was a dipshit too. They're all fucking dipshits. The whole lot of them, dude. Listen, I would go into these fucking rooms and they didn't know anything about conservatism. They didn't know anything about anything. In fact,
they had people with rhinos.
I'm gonna tell you,
They knew nothing about
here's what's funny. You get back in those days, you could have 150 people in the room, and the only two people on the stage that knew anything about the Republican Party was Marshall and fucking Stephen Bader. Well, no, respectfully, Naveen lies about a lot of shit. Naveen is one of the more dishonest people on this fucking app, and so Marshall and Stephen Bader were the only people, and I didn't agree with Marshall or Stephen on a lot of this stuff. They were the only two that had any knowledge whatsoever about what was going on with the party. And guess what? The people in the room treated the two of them like shit. For the first 6 months that Bader was on here, you guys whipped him around. Marshall, you guys still talk shit to. And I'm telling you, you could take the rest of the people in the room combined, add up their entire knowledge base about anything political, and they still wouldn't be able to touch Marshall or.
I can probably agree with you. When I started the app, obviously I was like a liberal thing still, and so if I could go back, so I'm thinking back of when I was. That's all I know. So when I came onto the app, they seemed like they knew what they were talking about compared to where I was at mentally. So if I could re-listen to those rooms, I probably would think different now. It's just from what I.
I don't know. I've learned a lot at Clubhouse University. That one, Roger just gave me another title. Tonight, I learned that I'm a Jew, which I'm not. I learned that I'm white, which I guess apparently I didn't know that I was, even though I'm very tan right now. And now I learned that I'm a retard.
God bless you, Beth.
Can I get government assistance on any of these things?
Yeah. You sound too cute. You should just. You can't go for that.
I have promised that I am going to open up a house called Clubhouse University. I learned more shit on this app than it was even worth the money I paid to get a master's degree in psychology. It's great.
Mojo, when you asked this,
wow,
that was a good question you asked earlier when you said, "What is the most odd thing you've ever been, asked, or something that you felt like you didn't know how to defend?" And I gave my take. What would yours?
I don't know. People say some really fucking retarded shit to me. They ask all kinds of fucking weird questions. I mean, this is what you guys can get offended by this, but I think the people that are left on this app, there's nothing left to learn. I think we've gotten to the point where all the smart people have left the app, and
Where did he go?
Hello?
He must have switched out.
No, did he just do a mic drop and say all the smart people left and then left?
Yeah, he must have done that. Yeah, he would do that. What an asshole. What an asshole. What a jerk.
He knew it was a time management problem. That's why he left.
Cool. He's so
Clubhouse is like a social experiment.
I hate him.
It's interesting.
He's funny as fuck.
That's the best.
That was good.
My mind never sweats unless I'm with him.
He is such a turd.
You guys know brain sweat is expensive. Unless you're blue. Who's got the birds? Fucking get the gun. What the fuck? Roger?
Birds aren't real, man.
The pigeons. I thought it was just pigeons.
No, my birds haven't started chirping yet. They will here in about the next 15, 20 minutes. The sun is rising in the sunny state of Florida, the only state that actually matters out of the 50.
That's right.
I filled my bird feeders today.
Said the person trying to convince themselves that the great state of Texas is not the greatest state in the union.
Yes, Marshall, you and I, that's our thing.
It's a new border. The whole state is like the new border. It's great.
We have alligator.
You're welcome.
We have alligator Alcatraz already filled up. I think they have 2 more buses going in today.
Yeah, they've got JAG judges doing the hearings, so people get a timely hearing and address their issues. So it should be like they should be only staying at the property for between 2 and 3 days.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Dude, ramp it up. That's awesome.
Well, I mean, like the people who say that it's alligator Alcatraz and that that's just so fucking inhumane, it's an old Air Force base. If it was good enough for the Air Force, it's good enough for anybody else, right? That's number one. Number two, there's surplus tents from Iraq, which have air conditioner, there is running water, there is food, there is electricity. All the things that you're legally required to provide. The part that I don't get about this is if you didn't overstay your visa, it probably meant you crossed the river. And if you crossed the Rio Grande, there have been alligators in that bitch for thousands of years, right? And nobody was crying before about immigrants coming out of the country illegally, swimming through alligators. Nobody was complaining about that shit. But all of a sudden, if Donald Trump decides he wants to construct something in the Everglades, where the Air Force used to be, oh my God, it's Auschwitz, which I just personally cannot fucking stand.
Agree.
If you look up pictures,
conversations on that bullshit, because you know what?
Well, dude, if you look, they don't look anything alike. Like, there are bunk beds in these tents. They look like halfway decent bunk beds. They're not just like wooden slabs that you crammed like 200 people into a tiny building.
Yeah, no, they just bought all brand new mattresses, got dropped off by, Sealy or something like that?
Look at Marshall's used to sleeping on the ranch. He's like, these people got it made.
Well, if you ever had to sleep on a hay bale.
And the beds are probably not as good as what they got. So it's probably really nice what they got because you're used to sleeping on the ranch. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, but more my point was like people who are hyperbolically comparing it to a concentration camp, they just don't know what concentration camps used to look like. They don't know about the conditions. They don't know how
Did you say
people
concentration camp?
Yeah, but that's what people are comparing it to. They're comparing it to
they're
a
not staying
concentration
there. They're going to get deported.
Doesn't matter. They're still saying it's like a little Auschwitz, which aside
Do
from
you
the fact
agree
that
with that though, Roger? Or sorry?
Do I agree,
Marshall?
Did it's Hitler-like? No. I think.
But you called it a concentration camp.
No. I said they said it was a concentration camp. I don't think it's a concentration camp. Used to belong to the U.S. Air Force, right? So I think any place that is fit for our men and women in service is fit to store other people. That's my first
concentration camps had gas chambers, right?
Well, depending on whether they were work camps or death camps. But say, for example, like Auschwitz-Birkenau was both a work camp and a death camp. Like Sobibor was just a death camp.
But if you talk to environmentalists now, just walking around outside is like those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, they were right next to towns. People knew what was going on. They just didn't want to say.
I'm sorry, Marshall.
Dude, you don't have anything to apologize
Well, I'm
for.
joking, but the whole concentration camp thing just makes you think okay, this is stupid and fake. Why would you even compare it to that? And you're trying to make the distinguishing between it, but how could you even go there? I don't understand. Like, what minds are being changed by using those words?
I don't think any minds are changing. There are probably two types of people there. People who genuinely believe it's an injustice, and then people who want political advantage. It's hard to separate between the people who actually want justice and those who want political advantage.
Do you think citizens are being sent there?
U.S. citizens?
I think in the ICE raids in the last 3 months, we have rounded up U.S. citizens, but no, I don't think we're sending U.S. citizens to the camp in the Everglades. If we do, it's a gross violation of their civil rights.
And was there a single incident where we deported somebody out of the country that was a United States citizen, or was he like a green card holder who violated his status?
His status? I am not entirely sure on that one.
Because we did deport an American citizen, right?
I know there was a U.S. citizen, for example, who was held in custody for 50 days. And it took them 50 days to figure out that this person was a United States citizen, even though all they really needed to do was call the Social Security Administration and look up their Social Security number. And they could have told you they were not immigrants, but some of that stuff has happened. It's not like it makes a bad name for Trump, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, how long did it take us, Marshall, to figure out if Obama was actually a U.S. citizen? It took a long fucking time.
I mean, it took a long time, but I think, for example, that was like blown way out of proportion. Oh, the long form's not good enough. Oh, he's from the Middle East. Like, I never bought that. Ted Cruz's mother's from fucking Canada, and nobody's bitching about that shit. I never thought ragging on Obama for where he was born was like a legitimate thing to do.
Well,
it always struck me as politically stupid.
I mean, I have a friend on this app.
I keep calling you right. Marshall, what is the difference between Ted Cruz's birth certificate?
Well, number one, where Ted Cruz was born in the United States.
Which I can understand Ted Cruz's birth certificate, but I'm more curious about Obama's.
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, I'm not. I think a lot of that stuff was rooted in a fair amount of...
Well, I'm not a birther, Marshall, so I'm just asking. So then I'm like, I already rooted out the birther thing. And it's crazy, like, all the things you see on, which I don't go on TikTok, but like Instagram and like weird things on Facebook, and you're like, fuck, why is this birther thing to this day still like going around? Is there any truth to it, do you think?
No, I think it's an outright fabricated lie. I think
so. Ted Cruz's birth certificate is just as valid as Obama's.
Yeah, in my opinion. Like I said,
I would agree. That's my understanding. Like, even to today, but man, like there's these wedges being put in between, or making a difference between Ted Cruz's and Obama's. Like that Obama's is totally fraudulent and stuff, and they're like showing, like there's a guy online showing how his whole birth certificate was totally like. Not just fraudulent, but, it's just fraudulent. All parts of it. Which I don't know if it's true, because nothing I see.
Not. Part of that shit was for political advantage. Like, Hillary Clinton used the birther stuff in the Democratic primary to gain.
Yeah, but this was like a year ago, which was like...
Yeah, but...
10 years after his presidency, which, I mean, it makes sense, so... Continue.
I mean, personally, I just discount that stuff. Maybe it's something I shouldn't discount, but I discount it and I boil it down to political opportunism and bigotry. Right, like I can't see what good. Well, hold on a second. I can't see what good, say, for example, calling him a Muslim did. Calling him a Muslim was supposed to like degrade his legitimacy.
Right.
Well, no, it doesn't. In my mind, it didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the claims were malicious and unserious. They're not true.
It just built on the potential propaganda put out about him for more people to believe that he's not what he says he is. And yeah, it's all politics. So I agree with you. It's just weird that Hillary brought up the birtherism thing. And then it got posted on Trump that he brought it up, when really it was a Hillary thing. And then all the years later, that the facts are coming out that it's true that his birth certificate might be fraudulent. So it's just weird.
I think people who are still obsessed about that stuff are obsessed about it. It's not real. Like a long-form birth certificate is what Hawaii does. Like no need to. If you lived in Hawaii, no need to look at that and go, it's all fake.
Well, and it's not going to change anything today. So yeah, that's why I feel weird talking right now like this and about this, because I mean it's just for fun between me and you, but there's like all these people hung up on it that it's going to affect their political decisions today, and I just think that is like a microcosm of being hung up in the past so that you can't judge and think rationally for today. And so I'm very like skeptical about how society is just getting slugged or getting slowed down so that they can't be caught up with current events to make a rational decision. And you know what? I'm probably just judging myself, which keeps myself as much on point as I can. I don't know. I just think, because I voted for Obama, which a lot of people here would probably be shocked. Like, you voted for Obama? Yeah, in 08 I did. So
to be frank, I'm not surprised by that. He was an incredibly charismatic candidate.
Well, I thought fundamental transformation was to get back to like what Trump has done, the whole draining of the swamp is reducing the size of government so that it's manageable, and so we can't, like the deficit is my biggest concern, which is why the whole talk of Elon, when we opened this room earlier, I was like, I'm with you, Roger. Like if the MAGA torch could be passed on to Elon, and we could do this $1 trillion a year cut for the next 80, 100 years, and we could become our best of ourselves, like I just think like that is the best thing. But it's pains that I'm willing to accept, lower wages, higher taxes, and I think a lot of people don't understand what it's going to take to like get out from underneath this debt that we are servicing. And I don't even want to talk about the debt, but the servicing of it is what should scare everyone.
Yeah, the interest payment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already
just working harder is part of it. I'm 46, so I know that I'm not going to retire, and to get out of this, that I'll work until I die. And I think younger people, maybe 35 and 36.
I'm 34, and I think I'll be working for my life.
Right. Probably look forward to it. You're a service to society person, so you look forward to it. I do too, but it is a hard pill to swallow, and to get people to understand this thick pill to swallow, especially younger people who the odds are just stacked against them and they don't even know it because they're not wise enough yet. I just bridging that gap.
Said something which.
Well, do you know? I know you have faith in America and what we can do, even our young people who haven't swallowed the pill yet. But our faith relies on that, Marshall. And so I don't know, I guess I'll close by just thanking you for being that bridge between the parties so that we can be rational about the decisions we make, and so that we could just battle the interest on our debt. I want people to like concentrate on our debt so that we could just bypass the parties and deal with what we have to and get past because our differences don't even matter. I think on Clubhouse the last few years people are realizing the differences don't even fucking matter. The only thing is all the things that hold us back, which we have to work together to get over. And man, I smash on you and talk so much shit, Marshall, but I want you to know that, and I've done this before and told you that
you do such a great service of bridging that gap, even though I might be on more of a right side than you, being an independent, which is weird to say, because I'll never be.
Yeah, dude, I would be willing to bet if you had some sort of
your Marshall, your knowledge. Yeah, I'll shut up, but just thank you so much.
I do. I really appreciate the compliment.
Continue
Thank you
though
very
to
much.
like make these leftists, like think about future generations, because my kids already know the wall that they're going up against, and they still make the decision to have kids. And I look at my kids and I go, so after I share with you what's ahead of you, you still want it. You go, and my kids go, how else are we gonna get past this? And my teenagers, I look at them and I go, holy shit, my teenagers got it before me. Because we had these problems, all of us, when we were little kids and just didn't know it. And my teenagers are like, no, I'm gonna have lots of kids and we're gonna beat past this. And so it's a way better attitude than Gen X. And I think Gen X is gonna fix everything, but I'll tell you right now, Gen X's kids, I mean the attitude, if all of us Gen X's are doing what I think we're doing, like our kids are gonna be the transformation that, as long as we get our debt under control, because the interest on the debt, I think, is enough to make any sane man want to commit suicide. So, yeah, I appreciate you, Marshall. I just wanted to vocalize that tonight. I'm going to go finally brush my teeth.
William, no, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I'm watching a 22-year-old and an 18-year-old, and their mindset is completely different than what we've seen in the past.
I got 13 or 15.
But I have to say, everybody in this room today, we are going to become multi-millionaires with millions, even if we already have millions. We're going to get even more because our great friend is down here live streaming us on YouTube, you little stinker. Edmund, what the fuck is wrong with you? Stop live streaming us. We're so entertaining. I know. The world needs to hear what we've got to say. Weirdo.
The only comfort I have about Edmund is he'll never win a political election.
If anyone's going to make Clubhouse really cool, it's going to be Edmund.
Yeah, I actually agree with that from an advertising perspective. I think the Clubhouse has gotten so much free advertising out of Edmund.
Where is he streaming, Beth?
Hold on.
I wasn't willing to
hold on. That means mute your fucking mic. Jesus Christ. This idea around getting free advertising, just because he posts something doesn't mean that it's getting a lot of eyeballs. I would guess that overall everything that he's put on combined probably has 100,000 views with everything that he's done combined on this app. I've looked at the ones that he's posted where I'm on there or Dr. Jordan's on there, and I don't think I've ever seen one with more than 100 views.
That's interesting. To be frank, I never checked his views.
He's trying.
I will say, one of them will go viral. Eventually, somebody will hear something that they find interesting. And I think that what he's going for is the volume play. And it's not going to be any of us, because we're pretty tame. But he'll go into one of these fucking other rooms where somebody's threatening to kill somebody. Maybe he'll catch... No, not even that. See, that's again, you guys think Pepe's funny or edgy. No, Pepe is repeating things that he thought was edgy when he was a kid. And, like, there's nothing new about anything. The only person that thinks that it's new is Sarah. Sarah thinks it's new.
Maybe they're all working together.
I think he's funny.
I know you do. I know you do. Hold on, no, Wallace, you have to.
Wallace, you have to mute up. The reason Sarah finds it funny is because Sarah wasn't around 30 years ago when this kind of like edgy humor where, you know, if you say the N-word and everybody with a fucking, you know, a junior high sense of humor thinks it's hilarious. Sarah's there. Sarah's got the junior high sense of humor, and she thinks it's new, and she thinks it's hip, and she thinks it's funny. That's what's going on there. But any grown fucking adult knows that shit is tired and fucking it's not funny. There's nothing funny about any of the shit that he says, unless you have the sense of humor of a seventh grader.
Not the N-word of it though, but they were going back and forth and speaking, and I thought that the way they were talking was funny. What is it, Wallace?
Oh, I just said sorry because I was speaking over you.
I have to say, I wish I had the recording when Pepe went off on me about 3 years ago. It was hilarious because I don't ever say really anything for people to go off on me, but he went off on some tangent, and I just sat in the room like, okay, well, all right.
He does comedy. He trolls.
Said something stupid, Beth.
He does comedy. He trolls, and
What comedy?
That's why I asked Beth, because I think this poop Anon down there, I do think it's Edmund. That's why I asked Beth.
Who cares?
No, I want the link from the last film. Oh my God, you guys, what's wrong with you guys?
If Edmund is streaming,
Wallace,
people
I have
listening,
no jokes with you, okay? Do not talk to me like that. Mr. Wallace, aren't you married?
Do you not
Aren't you married? Why are you asking
Don't you want to be centered? How many guys does it take to center you?
Why doesn't everybody just talk?
How many guys it takes for your wife to be centered?
What wife?
Jesus Christ.
What are you talking about? You're weird.
This is what fucking mental illness looks like. Like, honestly, like, I think you're all mentally ill.
Center me. Me first. Me harder.
Hey, I'm just sitting here, Roger, watching the sunrise.
You people are so fucking retarded, you don't even know how to take turns speaking. It's fucking hilarious.
I'll say I'm with you, Roger. I find that stuff that he does tired. I also just find running around saying the N-word to be generally offensive. At least I'm generally offended.
I'm not even as turned off by what he says as I am by the people that fucking react as if it's the first time they've ever heard this shit. Like it's literally like fucking 10-year-old kids hearing someone fart, and that's the way it appears to me. Like, it's people that don't have a sense of humor.
I think the funny part is the people that he's responding to, and their logic and their rational of thinking and the way Pepe responds to him, I think is logical and rational, because these people are so fucking dumb, and that's why there's laughs.
No, it's not.
No, it totally is.
That's
why
not,
I said,
no, you're wrong.
I said,
you're wrong.
Why don't you
you're
put
wrong.
attention
you're
to
wrong.
who Pepe
you're
is
wrong.
talking to, and you'll see that these people are fucking racist, crazy people who want to believe that Pepe is this thing, and Pepe embraces it and runs with it and trolls the fuck out of them, and that's all it is.
No, it's
you looking into it.
Wallace.
Looking into it anymore makes you the person projecting some racist thing.
Wallace. No, Wallace. Respectfully, you're wrong.
Pepe is
hold on. Shut your fucking mouth. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay, how about this? I'm fucking done with you. You're a fucking idiot. You're wrong. The only fucking thing that comes out of it, dude, he wants to say these things. He can say those things. Like, especially when he's in a room with somebody like Sarah that doesn't know how to moderate a room, and he says these things, and she thinks it's funny. The reason she thinks it's funny is because she doesn't have a sense of humor. She doesn't know what actual humor is, so she mistakes people saying edgelordy things like the N-word. She thinks that that's comedy. That's where her maturity level is that, A person doesn't have to say anything funny. They just have to say a word that you're not supposed to say in polite society. And because she thinks like a 7th grader, that's what she laughs at. She said it herself. She thinks she likes him. She thinks he's fun.
I agree. And I did get tossed out of a room one night because I was in a room with a bunch of my black friends that were in the room, but a lot of the other people, the mods, didn't know who I was. And I was like, I would never hire you. If you're going to walk around and talk like this, to me, you sound stupid. And I would never hire you. And then I got thrown out of the room because they said the N-word over and over again.
But again, to me, it's not the N-word. It's the fucking retards that don't have a good sense of humor that think that covers for humor. Like their lives are so lame and so boring that they think that's fun and funny. Yes. Sarah thinks saying the N-word over and over is funny. But she doesn't like people mentioning big black cocks.
How many times do you think Pepe said the N-word?
Since he's been on this app?
No, today.
Well, let's see. I have 3 different people that back channeled me that, actually, you want me to read one of the back channels?
No, I don't care. I don't care what people say, Mojo. I don't really care, but I'm asking you.
I thought you wanted dialogue on this topic.
Do you think for 1 hour he was like saying N? They were messing around for a whole hour. There was nobody, like there was like 10 people, 15 people in the room, and there was like few black guys, and they were not fighting. There was a very funny black guy too. They were all joking, messing around. Do you think the only word they said was the N-word? I don't like people using the N-word. But they were literally performing comedy for a whole hour. And
wait, who was performing comedy?
People who were performing, but I wasn't even there when I came to the room.
Performing comedy? What are you talking about?
They were joking with each other. Yeah, they were trolling.
Got it. So you think saying the N-word is hilarious?
No, they didn't say the N-word alone. That's why I asked Beth. That's why I asked her if she knows where Edmund is streaming, because I do want to go get that link.
Why do you think it's funny? Why do you think it's funny when people say the N-word?
I don't think the N-word is funny, but they were saying other stuff, and I thought it was very funny.
There you go. You just don't have a very good sense of humor.
Mojo, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to jump off a cliff? You don't like my sense of humor. What do you want me to do?
You don't have to do anything. I just, now that I know that you have the sense of humor of a 7-year-old boy, I can act accordingly. I used to think, oh man, this person likes to have mature conversations. I now know that that's not the way that you like to communicate.
I don't know. I mean, somebody just 10 minutes ago in this room was asking me what color my dildo is. So, I mean, you can keep saying the N-word is very offensive, but other things are not offensive.
When did they?
Come on, Roger. You know it's black.
I'm pretty sure it's purple. Probably a deep purple.
I guess I missed that conversation. I came in a half an hour ago, but
Yeah, they think it's okay to tell women like what color your dildo is or what size penis you like. That's okay. They can give me like, look at the eyes rolling. I'm literally saying I don't like this, and then one of them says
But you love when people repeat the N-word over and over again.
Yeah, but then the N-word is only the N-word is not okay. But if you say sexual things to women and they don't like it, that's fine.
Sarah,
There's nothing wrong with.
Sarah, I don't even think you're a racist for liking to hear the N-word. I just think you're a person that doesn't have a very good sense of humor.
I just told you they were talking for an hour, and no, they weren't saying the N-word for an hour. They were just saying different things, and I thought it was funny. And I wasn't even in the room.
Oh, I know. You thought it was funny.
I went to shower. I came back. Honestly, I'll tell you, Mojo, let me tell you the truth. If I was there when it started it, I may have tried to stop it. Maybe. But it wasn't even my room. If that was my room, it would never happen. Let's be clear about that. That was not my room.
Let me ask you a question. Rich, do you think Pepe's...
It doesn't matter what Rich
sorry,
thinks.
I was reading something. No.
I think Rich is not funny.
Well,
Beth,
let me
hold on. Beth, do you think Pepe's...
No. Not at all.
Sarah's the only one that thinks...
I think he's an abusive troll.
Are you jealous, Mojo?
No, it just makes me laugh at you. You're like a little child. Like
then I'm a child.
The more that I hear you communicate with, the fact that you don't know that there's a plural form of the word woman, and the fact that you laugh at humor that was funny 30 years ago, it like you sound like I've said this before. You remind me of like Filipinos that just got off the boat.
Do you feel like I'm wondering, like, does it make you feel good insulting me, like bullying me?
I didn't think that was an insult.
I want to know, like, you talk about politeness and.
Do you think that was insulting? What, you don't like Filipinos?
You just told me I'm a Filipino. I don't know. I mean, what is funny about me being Filipino? So the N-word is racist, but if you call me Filipino, it's not.
Well, saying the word Filipino is not racist. What I said was that you sound like someone from the Philippines that just got off the boat.